Well, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, this is a mecca of playground here. You know, I say it's the Disneyland of off-road and craziness going on. I mean, there's hundreds of miles of trails back there that they could do, and I've seen them take their UTVs through the woods with, Pastrana. I think there might be a few spots they might be able to throw in a foam pit here or two.
Yeah, he's bringing it all. I mean, everything that guy can dream up, and that's a lot, he's got plans for with Jason Robinette, who runs and owns this whole shebang around here. He's bringing it all here to Disney, Oklahoma, and nearby Jay, Oklahoma, which is where MidAmerica Outdoors, the current park, already exists.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I mean, everything that he has planned here is just great, not only for motorsports, but for the community. And that's one of the great things about it. And I think it's going to bring a lot of tourism and business here.
And what he mentioned in the video clip there is how much of it's going to be geared towards the kids and the youth. He wants them to have the opportunity to witness this stuff in action when it comes to extreme sports and or participate and learn properly if they choose to do so and mom and dad say it's okay.
Well, that's one of the great things, I've had the, chance of you have with the kids and, motorcycles and all that, but there's not exactly a freestyle, school for kids or, even he could teach them to drive UTVs, rally cars,
right,
all the different supermoto safely, and that's what I really like. There's so many different aspects.
Well, think of all the goofy things we did of our generation in the front yard, on the driveway, on the street going by, on our bicycles, on our Schwinn's, no helmets, bad jumps, your buddies all laying down on the other side of the jump. Now you're going to be able to come here and learn how to do all this stuff properly in as safe an environment as you possibly can do it. And there was one other thing in that announcement you might have noticed at the end. Champ Off-Road, the Amsoil series. We can't tell you everything. We've been privy to a little bit of the information, but coming in the next few days is going to be a major announcement about what Champ Off-Road has planned here in this part of Oklahoma.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about it. I have a lot of short course background there, and one of the kids I actually watched grow up that we talk about, Ricky G, he was one in that video, so I'm very stoked to see that.
I mean, as great as this place already is, the couple of things that hadn't been here now looks like they're coming. What's left, right?
I got to think outside the box. I think Jason's already thinking outside the box of what possibly could come next.
Jason Robinette, that's the man in charge of all of this, who has the vision, who has the dream. He's making it all happen, and the folks here in Oklahoma are about to become the epicenter of the entire off-road world and everything you can think of in extreme sports.
Action sports, the new home.
This is it. Get used to Disney, Oklahoma, and Jay, Oklahoma. If you love action sports, off-road, extreme sports, this is your future destination. We've got a lot more coming your way from here. Stay with us on speedsport.tv.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Atturo. Atturo Tires. Go your own way.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
So I'm here with Dwayne Garrettson, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra4, and we are here at South Grand Lake. Look, it's absolutely beautiful. Dwayne, what do you think?
Man, this is an awesome place to be here. I'm excited about this new venue. We've wreck-wheeled here for, probably the past 10 years, so I'm pretty excited to actually finally have a full-blown event here.
So what is your favorite trail here at the Disney Langley Recreation Area?
Man, I guess I really don't have a favorite trail like I like to run, but of course Viagra is definitely the draw. You see tons of action, tons of rollovers, tons of success, but tons of failures as well, so it's always a good time.
Yeah, it's a great place to race, and we're here at the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall racing for the Nitto National Championship, and it comes down to the wire. You're top 5 in nationals. You're, I think, 2nd or 3rd in the East, if I'm not mistaken. You got a good year going.
Yeah. We're last year we won the championship. We pretty much had it locked in before we got to the national race, and this year with the double points folds, it really opened things up for all the classes.
It's interesting, isn't it?
So nobody really has it locked in, so it's going to be a great weekend. We do have an opportunity to maybe squeak into the top spot nationally, but we definitely have, a lot of room for the East Coast Championship as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. And like you said, you've been wheeling here for a long time. I've wheeled here myself for a long time, so we've probably crossed paths out there in the rocks before. But I'm so excited to have a Ultra4 USA here at the Disney Recreation Area. It's going to be an amazing race, but there's much more than just that. I mean, Friday night, trunk or treat downtown. Casey Donahue. I mean, what are your thoughts about all that?
Man, I think since MAO has come in, and taken over the Ultra4 USA, things have just exploded, man. They definitely want to have, top-notch racing, but, they want us to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's an event with a race going on as well. I mean, the Robinettes are all about that style, and it's really been a lot of fun this year.
Oh, yeah. For us, we're a 4500 class, so we're never the main event. So, some of the big party action might take a little bit away from the 4400 guys, so they might feel like we do now. But overall, man, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it's just been a great year. We've been racing all season long. It comes down to this, and it's your race. We'll see how it all shakes out, but I'm excited for you, buddy.
Oh yeah, man, we're excited too. We just can't wait to get out there tomorrow and do a little pre-running, see how the car works, see if we can dial a few things in, man, and get on that box.
And talking about pre-running, I think that's extremely important because there's a few water crossings you need to memorize. We have them pretty marked out, but you don't want to hit it too hard. The rock crawling here is going to be absolutely amazing. So I'm excited for you to get out there on the course and give us some feedback.
Yeah, oh yeah, me too. Like I said, I've never had my Ultra4 car here. So I'm pretty excited just to see what it's going to do and how it works, and we're pumped, man.
What was your favorite race of this season so far?
Man, I don't really know. I want to say it probably had to be. It wasn't an Ultra4 race, everything kind of got twisted, but it was probably the 918 race that we had early on in the season.
First one.
It was the first time that we got to go to MidAmerica. It was 16 degrees when we're pre-running. It was 34 degrees during the main race.
And then it snowed on you.
Yeah, it was the true testament of endurance racing, man. It was a blast.
So what do you think about MidAmerica, the off-road park itself?
Oh, the off-road park is top-notch facility, man. You're not going to go anywhere in the United States and find a nicer park than you're going to find at MidAmerica. We've been all over the world. We've been, in rock sports, nationally since '07. So I've seen some parks. I've seen a lot of things. You're not going to find a better facility.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing out here, and we're just a half hour away from the park. They've got the side-by-side championship series going, so in between live feeds, we'll be bouncing back and forth with them. They've got their own trunk or treat on Saturday night, so you have time, you can go over there. It's free to the public Saturday night as well, so you can go check that out. It's just going to be a great weekend. I mean, it's Legends of the Fall is coming in full force.
Yeah, man, we're excited. We brought a bunch of candy and stuff for the kids too. We like to see them little guys and gals in their little costumes.
I mean,
man,
family first is what we're all about, for sure.
We're excited about everything.
All right, guys, thank you. Welcome back to Disney, Oklahoma. You can see the beautiful fall colors as the leaves are changing all around us here. That's just across the spillway here from behind our stage. And over there is where you find Nasty Girl, where they're going to be crawling up that thing, bouncing their way up, as they say, a little later on. 600 feet long, 70 degrees of angle, no traction whatsoever. Fastest guy to the top wins, right?
Oh, yeah, it's all time, based on time all the way up. And these guys, the championship will be decided. I was actually, when I got a chance to walk over there, one of our gentlemen was on the show last night, talked about man, I don't know if a little rain, a little drizzle, it might get a little slip. It's going to be crazy.
Leaves falling,
yeah.
all that. Man, it's going to be nuts. But you know what? This isn't the only place where there's racing going on.
Yes.
MidAmerica Outdoors. How far? It's 15 minutes?
Yeah, about 15 minutes.
About 15 minutes. It's actually in what is known as Jay, Oklahoma, just down the road. Over there, MidAmerica Outdoors, a whole nother facility. That's why we keep talking about how great this area is here in the Sooner State, because you have what's here in Disney and then what's over in Jay. And we sent Erica Allred over there to check out what they call MAO.
Joining me is MidAmerica Outdoors Marketing Director Christina Davidson. Christina, not only is this a one-of-a-kind race facility, but there's so much more depth to what you guys have to offer. Can you talk me through all of that?
Yes, absolutely. We are a destination for not only racing, but for outdoor and off-road riding, entertainment, and fun for families to come enjoy. We have the park has cabins, RV sites, bathhouses, shower houses, a pool complex, playground, all kinds of things for families to enjoy. And an entire weekend or an entire event here, they can do all sorts of things to enjoy being outdoors.
This truly isn't just a race venue, it's a destination, and you all have really created and curated that experience for so many families with all that you mentioned. Why do you guys take it this step further and do what you do?
We are passionate about providing a place, an event, and just an experience for families to enjoy doing what they're passionate about, and for them to enjoy being outdoors, being off-road, and getting that time together, and we just love doing what we do.
Thank you, Christina. A family-owned and operated business meant for other families to come here and enjoy.
Just remarkable, and it's all here in the Sooner State. And Dave, as much racing as we have going on over here, they have just as much going on over there today at MAO. What can we expect?
It's the side-by-side championships that are going on there over at MAO right now, and we've got everything from the kids to the pros. We've got the 170s, the little ones out there, the Can-Ams, the Polarises, as well as the Youth 800s, Youth 1000, which is really cool. They're the bigger units. You see a lot of the Polaris RS1s. Then they've got their own women's class. They've got a veterans class over 30, and the pro classes, the production turbos, and the naturally aspirated. So there's going to be a lot of championships that are going to be decided today over at MAO.
And they got a lazy river. Lazy river would be good for you.
Oh, I know. I mean, I'm ready for a cocktail. I'll be floating around there a little bit later. I mean, it's just insane. But you know what I'm excited about is the pro shop. I paid the credit card off. I'm going shopping.
There you go. I love it. We're going to be over there in a little bit checking out MAO. If you're in the neighborhood, come by and say hello, and then we'll be back here for all the Ultra4 racing coming up. Those guys are going to try to rotate the earth around here later, aren't they? 1,000 horsepower machines. It's going to be awesome. And it's all live and free all day on speedsport.tv. Stay with us for more.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We're back, and Erica has made her way out of the woods to join us over here. I mean, it's not hard to get lost around here, is it?
Oh my gosh, one of the other nights we were trying to find the NRA hill and be able to witness those rock bouncers, and it was absolutely insane, the terrain we were going over to try and find them. It's just truly a really cool and scenic facility.
For you and I, it's the first time we both have been here to Disney, Oklahoma, and over to Jay at MAO. What did you take away from this?
To be here and to be able to witness this season finale event has been truly incredible. Between MidAmerica Outdoors Championship Series, the Ultra4 USA, and the National Rock Racing Association, the racing that has come out of here has been second to none. It's truly been incredible to witness.
Dave, you've seen every major off-road facility and racing event around the world. How do you rate this place?
I'm going to say it's one of the top places I've ever been. I mean, just the facilities, the people, so nice to deal with. I mean, the cabins that they have over set up, the wet camping, dry camping, the pro shop, the pool, the lazy river. There's so much to do. Plus, not only the racing going on, the trails. So if your family comes out here, you're just not pigeonholed into watching a race. A lot of facilities that we go to, as you well know, you're there for the race, you're out. That's it. This has so many things to do with your family. That's the best part about it. Grab your side-by-side, picnic basket, head out into the trails, enjoy the beauty.
Yeah, you're not stuck in the grandstands here. There is so much to see and do that make up your experience here in Disney, Oklahoma, and over at Jay at MAO. I got to tell you, all the major racing facilities around the country have been there. Indy, Daytona, Sebring, you mentioned have been there. They're all incredible. And I think this is the first time I've seen an off-road facility that has taken the same approach to how they put their events on. It is truly something that is now officially a bucket list if you're a race fan. Not just an off-road fan. I think if you're a race fan, you need to come see this, because what these guys do with these off-road machines that Ultra4 brings and the rock bouncers, how you can get out and witness it and see it, what we're going to see later today with these guys racing, and then over at Nasty Girl, it is something you don't want to miss.
Yeah, definitely. All these vehicles, I mean, it looks like you just pumped a bunch of steroids into them. I mean, we see the guys that go jeeping and all that, but when you see an Ultra4 with up to 1,200 horsepower, 40-plus inch tires that are just tearing up the terrain, the rock bouncers going vertical and bouncing their way up. The average side-by-side is not going to do that.
To me, it's very similar to NHRA drag racing. You just can't explain nitro.
Exactly.
You just have to be there and hear it and feel it to understand it.
The sound, the chest pounding that you feel at a drag race, you could feel it when these Ultra4s take off the line. You just feel that horsepower, the energy, the excitement that it brings.
And when you see, Erica, what's coming in the future, we have the announcement from Travis and the Champ Off-Road stuff coming. This is only going to get bigger, 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 and bigger.
Oh, absolutely. And going back to the point of second to none, we've really noticed that this weekend. And with the announcement, this is truly just the beginning for them. I was able to talk to the owner's daughter, Tristan, and she said their goal for this is to make it a place for everybody. No matter what racing series, between the three we've seen here this weekend, they're going to make it a facility for where everybody is welcome.
Jason Robinette, very similar to the mindset of a Roger Penske or Big Bill France, the visionary type of guy when it comes to racing.
No, I couldn't argue that one bit. I mean, he's not, like I said, they don't put him in a box. He thinks outside that box, and he sees the opportunities that this facility could offer to so many people. And it's great. He's willing to work with all the different series so there's no conflicts. Everybody could have a home, because we are one big family. I always say we're a little dysfunctional, but nevertheless a family.
Yeah, and he's got the resources, and he's not afraid to put those into this. And what I really love is the state of Oklahoma is getting behind this too and helping him make it all happen. Well, for Erica and Dave, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Thanks for joining us here on Speedsport.tv. We got a lot more coming your way, and it's all live and free today. Stay with us. Let's go racing with the guys over.
Well, thank you, Ralph and Speed Sport. Good morning and welcome. We're about to kick off the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. I am Miles Hasquist along with Jim Marsden, and we are about to get this party started. Jim, it's going to be a great day.
Oh, Mars, it's so good to be back here. Well, I say back here. It's for my first time here. I'm getting so confused. Mate, Disney, Oklahoma, hasn't this place delivered already? The racing yesterday was absolutely insane, and today it's just going to kick off massively.
Yeah, it's going to be very similar, except for a few more lines today. It's going to be a very interesting. We'll get into that here in just a minute. But, Mark, I'm going to introduce you to Mark Welch. He raced with us yesterday in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Had a lot of fun doing it, and you stayed safe on course, and you're going to help everybody else stay safe on course, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, lead us in, buddy.
All right, I'm going to say a prayer. I don't know why anybody would ask me to say a prayer, because I'm pretty shy. But here goes. I just want to say thank you, God, for bestowing the fortune upon all of us that we are able to be here racing and hanging out and watching racing. And I want to say thank you for these people that put on this event and all the people that are here making it happen. And I just hope that you would continue to bless them and make it a better place for us to race in the future. I want to say my heart goes out to Rufus Racing, and I just ask that you bring comfort and peace as they're grieving the loss of Zandy. And I want to just say, I hope you watch over the racers today, keep them safe, and make them go fast. In Jesus' name, amen.
Well, Mark, thank you for that. And yeah, you nailed it on the head. Our hearts and prayers are out with the Rufus Racing family, and we're doing it for Zandy once again, and it's going to be a great day. So, Mark, always a pleasure. Thanks for racing with us yesterday. Thanks for keeping us safe today, and we're about to go racing. So, thanks again, Mark Welch. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks.
So, Jim, it's about to go down. We're going to start out with the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class mixed in with the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So there's two different races racing at the same exact time. They are scored separately. Today's race is going to be a 5-mile lap. It's an hour and a half plus 1 lap, so it's going to be a wild race. Yesterday, if you watched it, you saw the course. Today, we're going to add waterfall. You go up waterfall, up the chute, through the woods, down Viagra, where the NRRA raced the other evening. And then you come out of the woods, and there's a one joker line we're adding. It's nosebleed. Just as you come down Viagra, go left about 100 feet, and you have to run that one time and only once. And it's probably I'm going to say a 6-foot undercut ledge. It's really gnarly. So that's going to throw a lot of strategy in today's game.
It is indeed, Miles. This is going to be very special indeed. Now, yesterday during the UTV race, we saw something up to 60 flat tyres out there on track. And it was amazing, the attrition that we saw.
Multiple flat tyres at once sometimes.
Absolutely. We saw Shannon Campbell. He had 2 flats at one time. But this race is not going to be run by driving as hard as you can. This race is going to be run tactically. So these guys have got to think about what they're going to do. Are the leaders going to go out and try and get clear air? Are they just going to back down and try and hold the pack behind them? It's going to be really interesting to see. But I got a feeling we're going to see a 50-50. I think we're going to see half that field sprinting hard, and we're going to see the other half who are just going to try and box smart and play safe.
I think you're 100% correct. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all shakes out. I'm going to kind of call it a sprint endurance because you're going to have to push at some points, but there's a lot of obstacles where you have to save those tires. And remember, this first class is only on DOT tires, 37-inch DOT tires. So later on today, you'll see race tires. These aren't race tires. These are what you put on your Jeep, on your trail or tow rig to get down the road. So
they are indeed. There's another point to this as well. Now, what's happening out there? There's not many places where you're going to get ruts, but where they are getting ruts, they're going to starting to get deeper and deeper and deeper.
And the sidewall will have some rocks in it.
You
Absolutely.
got it. Those sidewalls are going to be unprotected. They're going to be coming in there, particularly on those DOT tires. So these guys have got to be really, really careful. Do they bleed a couple of seconds just to cut out the ruts and to protect those sidewalls, or do they go hell for leather and nail it through there?
Yeah, I mean, because that berm's going to pick you up a lot of speed as you go through there. So if you go on the outside, you're going to push and slide, so you're going to lose a few seconds. But is this race going to be won by seconds, by minutes? Man, it's going to be
it's going to be really interesting. But I've got a feeling if I was not one of the top runners, I would actually be really keen on this race because I've got a feeling we're going to see some different people on the top step today. Guys we've never seen on the top step before.
We saw that in the UTV race yesterday. The top names were up front. They were doing well. Dropped out. Paul Wolf, Jamie McCoy. We saw it on and on. Shannon Campbell was up there out. Adam Kennett, he had a great run. Last lap, lost something silly.
Absolutely.
Terry Madden, same thing. I mean,
exactly. And it's always going to be that small part that lets you down. This course is so unbelievably unforgiving. It is just brutal in every sense of the words. Then, of course, we're throwing in those extra lines. We've got the waterfall, we've got the chute, we've got the woods, and as you say, they've got to go one time up Nosebleed. Now, Nosebleed's one of those really interesting little trails. You're saying it's like a 6-foot jump up. It's actually not. It's even worse than that. It's like
it's undercut.
Yeah, it's undercut, and it's like a triple jump. You have to get in the right place. Watching people trying to do the line the other day, I was even watching Lauren Healy, and Lauren wasn't having it easy. So
and it's a little wet because there's a little bit of water coming down.
There's a little bit of water down there, and let's not forget, back to that DOT tyre thing, they're not running stickies. So they're going to be running a hard compound tyre trying to get up Nosebleed. Could be awkward, could be a bottleneck, we'll wait and see. But there is going to be a winch point above there as well. So if these guys do
and recovery
from
the bottom, because somebody's going to roll over there.
Exactly. So there could be some strategy here as well. Do you just take to the winch straight away and not try to drive, save your car, or do you just pummel it and go for it? I mean, it's going to be interesting, but also the waterfall is going to be another one.
I was just going to say that. We're about to start. We're less than a minute away, 2 at a time, 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, and we are off and running. Brent Harrell and Ryan Taylor taking off. Who's going to make it to the waterfall first? And that's what we were just talking about. I think the waterfall right now is going to be very, very interesting because it's there's 2 lines up it, but people are going to have some struggles on it. It's wet as well, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this shakes out.
It is indeed. That waterfall is going to be very, very important indeed. Or during pre-running, I was down there and I was watching some cars really smash it up, doing it really simple. Other cars really, really struggling. I think we're going to have a bottleneck there, certainly by second lap of the race.
And the second row, Tony Howard and Woody Rose taking off.
Yeah, Woody Rose, he's really impressed. I was watching him out on pre-running. Car looks really smart. That Trent Fab car just keeps pulling and pulling and pulling. But Brent Harrell, who's our lead car on course at the moment, he is going to be the guy to beat. He's got a target on his back, and I think genuinely he is the fastest man in 4,800 right now.
I think you're right. Him and Woody Rose will be tough to beat, but don't forget we got Jeremy Jones. We got a pretty stacked list out here.
Oh, there's some amazing vehicles out here, that's for sure.
In the third row, it's Sean Reisky and Matt Tribino taking off.
Okay, now we're back out on course. We're going to be starting to see our lead vehicles picking their way down through here.
So on the right here is coming down Viagra, so we have to go down a little bit further around the corner, and we'll see the first little waterfall section.
Yep. So we're just hanging around.
And look at the great crowd already out there checking it out.
Indeed. So this is the back side of the course, and the lead cars won't be down here for about another minute yet, I wouldn't have thought.
And taking off right now is Jeremy Jones and Eric Weichel. Jeremy Jones and Dan Young out there. Eric Weichel and Wade running around. I don't see much action to the right of our screen at Waterfall. And there comes Brent Harrell and Ryan Taylor. They're about 30 seconds away from that waterfall section. So Brent Harrell with the early lead. And this is a fun section. So this from center course, it's 100 feet, 50 feet to each side. Brent Harrell's on the right side. It's a little smoother, but I think it's going to be faster. Ryan Taylor took the more direct route, but they are about to head up the waterfall section, so hopefully we can stay with this camera and watch them, because this is going to be very interesting. I want you to see how tough this obstacle is.
Now, there's about 4 different lines up this waterfall option. And there's Ryan Taylor there, just picking his way through.
So Rick Lavezzo and Ryan Webb out on course, taking off.
And Rick Lavezzo is the lead car in our 4500s.
And taking off the line right now is Trevor Fultz and Ken Goodall.
Okay, so our lead cars, it looks like they have already been up the waterfall. That's it. We're hoping to get some camera assets there very shortly and be able to show you a bit more action.
Getting ready to take off is Sean Rance and Cody St. Clair.
Sean Rance, of course, driving the OG Bronco.
He's been running that before Broncos were cool. I love that steel body car. Remember, there's Ford contingency money on the line. If you're running a grill and Ford Performance, you get some money or for the either.
Indeed, we've got 28 runners and riders in the 4,800 and 4,500 class. Oh, and look at this already.
So Tony Howard and Sean Reisky. So there's 2 lines. There's a left line and a right line. Ooh, Matt Tribino already has a right front flat tire.
Yeah, that's bad break there for Matt.
Sean Reisky's giving her the juice. That's a pretty tough little obstacle right here. And Matt Tribino with that right front flat tire is going to be tough.
Yeah, now this is, of course, very, very difficult indeed. Now, Matt Tribino is coming up into the block hole, but he really could, if he wanted to.
There's a crack on your right.
There's a crack on the right-hand side.
Off the line right now is Brian Trimp and Garrett Humston.
And all this time, these guys are held up. Those lead cars are getting further and further away.
And it's probably backing up more and more behind them. So we'll have 28 cars taking on the line this morning.
Yeah, Matt Tribino left the line in 6th position, so already look at this stack of cars here.
So Sean Reisky, I think this is going to be the better line for him.
Yeah, Sean Reisky there.
Oh, gets a little bellied out. There's Travis Cook ready to help.
I personally think that this is the line.
So this is what we were worried about. So now it's Brent Harrell and Ryan Taylor really running away with this race. Now it's starting to bottleneck a little bit, and people are going to get impatient. So what if this is no outside assistance other than MAO and Ultra4 help, but fellow drivers and competitors can't help. So if it was me, if I was 5 or 6 cars back, I'd send my co-driver out there to help them get up.
Absolutely.
That way I can get up.
Yeah, equally, might be tempted to leave my co-driver there.
I've heard some strategy about that, especially on the Joker line.
Yeah.
So Dwayne Garrettson and Diesel Krentz just took off, and Greg Neff and Ned Lamming.
Yeah, okay, so we've got already this, we've got one of our course workers helping Sean with his winch. It's like a winch, but it's much smaller.
Jesse Oliver and Justin Barth taking off. Passing by the AMSOIL hot pits.
And the lap today is a little bit over 5 miles, including all of the Joker lines as we watch there.
That's Ryan Taylor coming down the rigid little blue. And look, another left rear flat tire.
Yeah,
So we'll see if he stops and changes that or not.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably going to do exactly that.
Oh, Doc Jones and Eric Weichel heading up that left line.
Oh, Eric Weichel there, just picking the power perfectly. Beautiful run there.
So Rick Levezzo trying that left side.
Now, Rick Levezzo is our lead car in the 4500s, qualified very strongly yesterday.
Shelby St. Clair and Troy Digby taking off. Sean Reisky still struggling on that right side.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually, I think that left front's not pulling.
I think you're correct.
So it looks like he's already had a bit of a break. And look at that. These cars are starting to power their way up there.
Yeah, left front is not pulling. Tough
It's not
break.
pulling at all, and there's winching to the side as well. So tough break there.
Taking off the line right now is Brian Moore and Andrew Gorman. Sean Reisky still struggling. There's Ken Goodall and Rick Levezzo both in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Tough break for Sean Reisky.
Yeah, Kenneth Goodall.
Kenneth's got his son Logan riding shotgun with him.
This is one of those obstacles. It's very difficult to drive up to and have a stop. You've really got to have a flow as you approach it so you can keep that momentum beautifully done.
Yeah, momentum is key, absolutely.
Yeah,
Sometimes you have to get up there and give her a good bump. So Matthew Weiss and Jeff Martin taking the line. So all 28 competitors are out on course on this 5-mile lap. Hour and a half plus one. Ryan Webb on the left side. There's Dwayne Garrettson coming to screen. Yep. Rick Levezzo trying the crack on the right side. And now that's coming down Viagra. Video does not do this justice. That is extremely steep.
Yeah, there's also a kick about halfway down, so you drop down a ledge, and it really makes you pucker up.
And
it's
right
a
here,
very tough line.
And now if he takes a hard left, yes, this is the Joker line. So there's one car going up here. Eric Weichel's trying the same. And for strategy reasons, I would take this. If nobody's in there, I'd try it.
Absolutely. You've got to take this line as soon as you can. Get it out of the way, and it's done. And Eric Weichel does a perfect job there. Picks his line, puts that front left wheel up there, gives it a blip, and up she pops. But even when you get to the top here, you've got to be so careful. There's so many sharp rocks just trying to pull you out of the way. And Rick Levezzo's nearly got the line. And Ryan Webb there, he's still trying to punch that left-hand side. Then now the left-hand side, you can't see clearly on the video, but there's water coming down there, so your tyres are wet. It's really nasty. And we've got a stack of cars here now. Now, let's not forget, our lead cars are pushing out into the front at the moment. Oh, and it looks like is that another flat tyre? It is.
So that's Fultz having some issues on the Joker. So 56 of Brent Harrell, 406 of Eric Weichel, and the 48-37 on Jeremy Jones have all cleared the Joker line. This is going to be a lot of strategy, and I would take this early with a fresh car because that's a pretty gnarly climb. You don't want to hit it with a hurt car later in the race, and it could be bottlenecked at that time.
Yeah, we've got a bottleneck here right now, though. This is proving to be very tough indeed, as we're looking at number 26, which is Dwayne Garrettson. Now, we saw Miles interviewing him earlier today, and he's supremely confident about his chances in this race. Let's see what he can do.
And getting through my PCI race radio, it sounds like the 45-61 of Cody St. Clair is already out of the race. Tough break for him.
That's a real shame. Cody's one of our seasoned competitors. That's the 45-14, just making that look easy. Troy Digby there, just crawling on up.
Yeah, Cody St. Clair
finally finds the line. Now, are we going to get lap traffic here when these lead cars come back round? Are there still going to be people trying to get out that waterfall?
It'll be hard to tell, yeah. So Ryan Taylor still with that flat tire, nursing it. Woody Rose right in front of him. Where's Brent Harrell? He's out front with a pretty good lead.
Now, this is interesting for me. Now, they come around the back of the hot pit. They are not allowed to enter the hot pit, but what they can do is stop next to the hot pit and actually then, if they wanted to, change the tyre themselves right next to their pit. So their pit crew couldn't help them, but they can actually take tools and things from the pit.
Correct,
so,
and the pit crew can watch them work on their own car on the other side.
So if I'd have been Ryan Taylor there, I think I would have stopped at the back of my pit, made the change, and then got on my way again. Yes, you lose a bit of time, but better to have tyres under you than try and smash calipers apart running with flats.
There's Woody Rose, the 48-71. And that Trent Fab chassis.
I have to say, that car just looks so good, doesn't it?
Yeah,
low center of gravity. Looks absolutely
awesome. There's Brian Moore with those ORIs trying it. There's Shelby St. Clair. He's the very first race with us for Ultra 4. He's been in the rock bouncing world for quite a while, but he's out there running strong.
Yeah, he needs to. You see the way he just came up and he came to a stop? You got to come back. You just got to pick that line, hold that flow, hold that rhythm. It's difficult to do. And let's not forget, these cars are not running sticky tyres. That makes it all the more difficult with these DOT tyres on these wet waterfalls.
Well, we'll give you a quick little rundown on what these classes actually are. The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, you can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering and maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower.
Yeah, and then in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legend class, you can have a front and rear mounted engine with unlimited horsepower. The vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, a single shock per corner, and a maximum, again, of a 37-inch DOT tyre. Only solid axles allowed, and new specific cars can be built, or you can use older retired 4400 class cars. Oh,
that's exactly what Casey Gilbert did. He took his old Legends car, put it on a single shock.
So close.
And he's out here racing.
So Shelby Sinclair there, just so tantalizingly close to the top of the edge as we watch Rick Levezzo. Oh, and he's got a flat
left,
tire.
yeah, it looks like a soft left rear as well.
We've got to keep
tires.
We've got to keep count.
I can't
miles.
count that high. I got my shoes on.
And there is Woody Rose.
Up the Yukon launch section.
Round Chips Rock. And there is number 5. That is Matthew Wees. Come on, Matthew. Punch her up there. Oh, so close.
Ken Goodall just clears the joker line. And look at Ryan Taylor with that left rear flat. Still pushing through.
Got to keep moving.
Him and Corey Day still pushing.
Once you made that commitment, you got to stick to it.
There's Matt Weiss in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. There's Shelby St. Clair.
Yeah, so Shelby's managed to
and
get clear.
It's a great shot of Viagra. Look how steep this is. And there's that ledge Jim was talking about earlier. And you just kind of have to, there you go, bounce right on down. Oh, lost a little number plate off the front of his car. Oh, we have one car.
That looked like Shelby St. Clair actually pulled over to the side of the track.
There's
and here
Eric
we are. We're back in the
Weichel.
Bronco Rocks now.
Jeremy Doc Jones in the back.
Jeremy Jones's car just sounds so good.
Oh, it rips, yeah. I love
absolutely
the high-pitched tune it's got.
And this is making your way up towards Little Blue. Now, I'm hoping we're going to see Little Blue today.
And we're heading towards Little Blue as we speak,
indeed.
as we're following Diesel Krentz. And I just got a fun little text from Casey Gilbert. He is saying exactly what I said just a little bit ago on why don't the co-drivers of the cars get out at Waterfall and help them out? I mean, when you help them out, you're helping yourself.
Absolutely. But these people, his first lap of the race, they hadn't planned for that. Their race plan would have been, well, we're going to drive it. And these guys clearly are not going to drive it. So I have to say, if it was me, I'd be very, very tempted to leave my co-driver at the top of the climb.
So Woody Rose is the first one out on their second lap. Where is Brent Harrell?
Brent
12.
Harrell, we've just seen Brent Harrell. It looked like he was picking his way through the Bronco Rocks. So maybe he's had a flat tire, lost a couple of minutes. And that's Kenneth Goodall we're seeing now on track, who's just come down Little Blue.
So Woody Rose with a 12:15.
Yeah, so Woody Rose is our current race leader. First lap of a 12:15.
But I'm pretty sure he did not run the joker line yet. So playing a little strategy. There's Tony Howard hitting a little water section.
Now, we saw the UTVs hitting that water section absolutely flat out yesterday.
So this is what you're talking about. Woody Rose should be coming here and within the next minute or so, and there's still a couple of cars here stuck, and a couple cars broke, changing tires.
Yep.
There's Brian Trimp in the back, and now Brian Moore. There's Diesel Krentz.
As we're saying, this lap traffic is already going to cause a problem on lap 2.
What a wonderful way to start out the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. We have to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Tires, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, and Progressive.
Yeah, King Shots, Laser Nut, Griffin Radiator, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto Tire, Holly EFI, and King of the Hammers.
Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Wheelin'.
AMSOIL, Method Race Wheels, Axel RC Cars, and PCI Race Radios.
ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy.
Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, and Warn and Factor 55. As we watch Dwayne Garrettson there making his way up. Now, it looked like he had to winch that line.
This is Ryan Webb.
Sorry, it's Ryan Webb. You're quite right. I do apologize.
With Kryptonite Customs, and it looks like his co-driver was out there helping him winch up there.
Yeah, and that's the 896. Of Brian Temp making his way up there very nicely indeed. And very shortly, our race leader, Stephen Woody Rose Jr., he's going to be coming around there.
So he usually has his son Blaine riding with him. I can't tell if that's him or if it's Chris Branton.
Now, when he gets back in the car, he's got to get the door nets on. He's got to get the harnesses on. And it's so tempting just to drive off, but you can't. You have to get safety first.
There's Trevor Foltz in the back. We saw him with a low tire. Back to Dwayne Garrettson. Had a fun interview with him at the bottom of the lake, at the dam. It was an awesome little chat and a beautiful background. Dwayne Garrettson is in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Okay, we've got our second car has now crossed the line. Ryan Taylor has now crossed the line, but he will be going into the pits almost certainly. And yeah, I can see his car currently in the pits. They're actually changing that left rear tire at the moment as we speak.
So Team Indiana in full force down there making it happen. But moving into second position goes to Tony Howard in that Liberty Mountain fabrication car.
Yeah, so Tony Howard, he's now our physical second place on course.
Remember, this race is on adjusted time. We took off 2 at a time in 30-second increments.
And look at this. That was Shelby Sinclair. They're struggling to get up that joker line called Nosebleed.
And here's Andrew Gorman making a pass on the outside as he's heading into the Bronco Bowlers around. He's trying to get around Justin Barth, having a little drag race. Jimmy's 4x4 cars trying to battle it out.
Yeah, we're already starting to get more cars. Brent Harrell's now across the line as well, as has Ryan Taylor and Eric Weichel.
So Brent Harrell has a left rear flat as well. So, yeah, these tires are taking an absolute beating today.
Yeah, we're less than 2 laps in and we're already seeing multiple flats.
Remember, this is a double points race for nationals in both East and West championship for the Nitto National Championship.
And this is Greg Neef we just saw there. And there's Rick
left
Levezzo
left front flat tire.
Yeah, he's been nursing that one for a little while now.
Back to Andrew Gorman and Justin Barth. So Justin Barth was able to hold off Gorman. For now, we'll see how it shakes out.
Let's not forget, this is an hour and a half plus 1 lap. There's so much racing here to do. You don't have to push hard. There's going to be so many broken cars on course. Strategy, strategy, strategy. This is Greg Neef again. Can he get the line? Yes, he can. And that's what we were talking about earlier, having that flow. You saw he approached the rocks, kept the flow going, kept the momentum, and just popped it up on top.
So Ryan Taylor is out of the Amsoil hot pits, but coming in is Eric Weichel.
Yeah, it looks like Brent Harrell's going back out on track now, so that's great to see.
That was a quick flat, but I think he drove it long enough. He lost quite a bit of time.
He did indeed.
He's getting bumped down the line quite a bit. Looks like he's in 7th in adjusted time right now.
7th on adjusted time, so our
plus
top
a tire lap.
So our top 7 at this present moment in time is Brent Harrell in 7th. In 6th is Sean Raschke. In 5th is Tony Howard. In 4th is Jeremy Jones. In 3rd is Ryan Taylor. In 2nd is Eric Weichel. In 1st position at the moment, though, it is Stephen Woody Rose Jr.
And there's Brian Trimp as he's heading down the rigid Little Blues section. This is a super steep spot. The normal deal, you go up this down right through the crack for fun. Oh, Matt Tribino's still having some issues. There's Garrett Humpston having some issues. Troy Digby and his buddy Kyle riding shotgun with him. There's Tony Howard. He's on I believe, physically in 2nd position. And the waterfall is open for him. So this is a great shot. You can see the left line and a right line.
But again, did you see the flow? He just held that flow there, kept that car moving, and up she pops. Nice driving.
There's Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra4. Looked like he was getting ready to hit the Recaro Rock section.
This is Jeremy Jones coming up. Now taking it at that right-hand line. I actually really like this line. I think it's a better line personally, but it's tough. And you've got to be millimetrically perfect on it. There she blows. He pops it up. Trent Fab car just making short work of that line. There's the 886 of Sean Radsky. It doesn't look like that near side front's pulling. Oh, sorry, offside front for you guys.
So Dwayne Garrettson crosses the line. So that is your leader for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, Dwayne Garrettson.
Currently sitting in 5th position overall. And it's amazing how this race changes so fast. And we are only on lap 2.
There's our leader, Dwayne Garrettson, in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. But yeah, it's just our 2nd lap. We are 20 minutes into this hour-and-a-half race plus a lap. There's Troy Digby. And there's Ned Lamming. That's Roscoe's old car. Great to see it back in action.
I was going to say, that's one of the old timers, that one there.
I believe that's Brannick Motorsports' first chassis they ever built. It's got some Ford Performance horsepower under the hood. There's Ken Goodall with his son Logan Goodall riding shotgun.
Yeah, making his way around Chips Rock. And it's called Chips Rock because Chip McLaughlin managed to catch a tire during pre-running.
Pre-running. Come on, Chip.
Now we're going to see Chip out here this afternoon. He's going to be running the number 24, which of course, we're going to roll over on course.
So that's Greg Neff upside down, and that's the main line as you bypass the nosedive.
Yeah, now this is interesting. Now they might be able to get, I'm just looking there, I think you can probably get round the woods.
Oh, you're right. There is one more line, around. And this one's actually smoother, but it's really tight in the trees.
It is indeed. There's multiple lines here. But they all go to the same place. They all take you to the top of Little Blue.
There's Diesel Krentz pulled over, co-driver getting out, evaluating the situation. Not sure quite what's going on, but the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall is adding up to be one heck of a show. I hope you guys and the gals back home are enjoying it as much as we are.
And that's Eric Weichel there. Now he's come right. He's caught in lap traffic trying to get up to the waterfall.
And don't forget, just like we have up here in the Nitto studio, go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing.
Okay, now check this out. This is Little Blue. This is the Joker line. Oh, it's not a Joker line. This is the line you got to take if you want to be fast.
Yeah, we saw the Broncos taking that yesterday morning. I was overly impressed with that. But, yeah, that's the fast line if you want to go.
It is indeed. Saves around about 30 seconds a lap, and that's massive.
Make sure you download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Hit the Ultra4 USA and MidAmerica Outdoors Facebook and the YouTube channels and start a watch party. Share it, hashtag it up, and let's get this thing going. And if you want to go to the MAO app, you can. We're racing over at MidAmerica Outdoors as well for the side-by-side championship series and here in South Grand Lake for the Ultra4 Nitto National Championship. So you can go to that app and choose which feed you want to watch, switch back and forth, and we'll have some fun with it.
Yeah, that was Tony Howard we saw a minute ago, and this here is car 866, which is Sean Rasky, and he's obviously got a problem with that front end. That left front tyre just wasn't pulling at all, so he's reaching for the winch.
So Sean Rance and Woody Rose have cleared the Joker line. So Woody Rose, our physical race leader, has made the Joker line, so that takes that drama out of the race for him.
Yeah, now he's got to box real clever here. He's got to think about it. He's got to be tactical now. He has a lead. He just needs to back it off, save those tyres, cut out the ruts. Don't sit in those deep ruts. Make sure he's protecting those tyres because tyres are going to be everything today.
That's Brian Trimp on screen, passing Nastier. We'll be racing that tonight with the NRRA. Timmy Cameron and company will be up there blasting that, and that is one nasty hill. You will want to tune in for that for sure. Just getting some confirmation. It sounds like Matthew Weiss is out of the race. Tough break for him. Sean Reisky still trying to get up and out of here.
Yeah, that front wheel just isn't pulling at all. In fact, it doesn't actually look like the front shaft is driving. So maybe he doesn't realise it's jumped out of gear or something, but there's certainly no front drive there on Sean's car.
Grizz from Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association is tuned in. Thanks. We'll see you and Aaron later on this season.
And this is Kenneth Goodall in the 4500 class.
We've teamed up with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing for Ultra4 race number 3 up in Broadview, Montana. May 18th through the 21st, so we'll be up there racing with them later on next year.
Yeah. We've got 15 vehicles that have now completed one lap and are out on their second lap. And we shouldn't be long before we see our current race leader, who was Stephen Woody Rose Jr., coming round to complete his second lap. So keep your eyes open for him. And that's Rick Levezzo there making his way up onto the waterfall.
Chuck Mays is also tuned in watching. We got a lot of people all over the world tuning in, so thanks to each and every one of you. We thoroughly appreciate it.
We do indeed. And on the left there is Justin Barth. He's trying to burn those tyres up, trying to get some traction. Rick Levezzo in the centre in that beautiful silver car. And he's carrying some serious horsepower. Rumoured to be over 700.
Pretty impressive for sure. Looks like Diesel Krentz is coming through the Recaro Rock section, and we switch back to Jesse Oliver. This is a fun section. It's really fast. It flows well, and then you dive into the trees with multiple lanes.
And this is one of those sections you have to be so careful not to catch a sidewall.
There's Shelby St. Clair. We saw him having issues earlier. Great to see him moving once again. That's an old Tribe 16 car he just purchased from Dana Hale. Great to see all the Tribe cars out there running. I believe that was Tony Howard, and he's running up front still.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be many cars today who are actually going to be able to clear this course without having a problem, that's for sure. And still, Justin Barth is trying to force his way up the waterfall. Rick Levezzo's obviously moved on.
There's Garrett Humpston on the right side. Makes that, almost makes it, but fell on the cracker. He'll have to back up left.
It just looked like he had it there, didn't he? I think we're back with Tony Howard now, is that?
Yep, back to Tony Howard, heading the Bronco boulders.
And these boulders are massive. The camera really struggles to show them in the shadows.
If
you've got to take so much care there.
There's Diesel Krentz heading into the AMSOIL hot pits.
I love that car. That reminds me of the sport, the Poison Spider.
Yeah, the
cars.
Crispy.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
And if you are just tuning in, I am Miles Haskell alongside my friend Jim Marsden from across the pond. This is the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall in the South Grand Lake Disney Langley Recreation Area.
Okay, I think very shortly we're going to see our current race leader, who's Stephen
Woody
Rose. There he is. He's crossing the line and will be starting his third lap.
Oh, but he missed the hot pits.
He missed the hot pit. Now, what happens here? He's going to cut in. I think he'll be absolutely fine. There was no...
That didn't save him any time for sure.
It didn't save him any time.
It cost him some time.
So, yeah,
but
he'll be fine.
Another flat tire on the left rear of Woody Rose.
Now, let's see what kind of lead that Woody Rose has.
Looks like Brian Trimp is in the hot pits as well. Here comes Ken Goodall heading down the rigid Little Blue area.
Little Blue.
Oh, is that a right front flat tire for him as well?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Wow, the attrition is definitely setting in heavy.
Yeah, and that's the 45-1-4 of Troy Digby. And still Justin Barth is trying to force his way up this waterfall.
He started on the left side and moved over to the right.
Yeah. Now, he saw the way that car 3 there, which is Trevor Fultz. He just approached the car. He just approached it. Now look here. Justin Barth's now got a flat tire.
Left rear flat for Justin Barth.
And there's no point attempting this with a flat tire.
You really might as well. Yeah. Back out of the way. Oh, taking a little bump.
Look at that. It's just smashed it away from the bead there.
So, yeah, if it was me, I'd back up out of the way, change that tire, give yourself a fresh shot at it.
Absolutely.
We still have a lot of racing yet to come. We're only about a half hour into this hour-and-a-half race plus a lap. There's James Mahoney crawling out of Rick Levez's car. They're at the nosedive section crawling up. So he's playing it smart, and I like this strategy. Get up, get over it, and keep on going. Save the car.
Yeah, now they're going to be winching up this. It's a little bit different to the winching I do at home.
There's Brian Moore. His first race ever with us was in Crandon.
Now, we saw him yesterday in qualifying doing donuts as he crossed the line. I said to him, what was that about? And he said, I actually don't know.
He lost control and just pin it to win it. Win it down, throttle out.
He said, I had no idea what happened. We just ended up doing donuts. He had a smile on his face and he was enjoying it. And that's why all these guys and girls are out here. It's a fantastic course. And if it was easy, everyone would be doing it.
There's Jesse Oliver in the Bronco Boulder, still moving along. He's been racing with us for a long time, a grassroots team, and still pushing strong. Looks like Brian Trimp's going to be pulling in the AMSOIL hot pits as well for another flat tire. So that's strategy. What do? Do you back her down a little bit? Or you just keep pushing and getting flats?
Yeah, I've got to say, if I was Stephen Woody Rose Jr. right now, I'd be sitting there and I'd be saying to myself, do you know what? I'm going to back it right off. I'm just going to take it nice and easy. I've got a huge buffer. I mean, nobody has started their third lap yet. He has a real clear air. I'll be pulling it down by about 25%, just sitting back and just taking it easy. Now, you've got to be a bit careful with that, though, because these cars are designed to work at race speed. And so when you get too far off race speed, they actually start to hurt the car even more. So it's going to be a very clever game he's going to have to play.
And the fastest lap of the day thus far is Woody Rose with a 12:15. We were guessing about a 10-minute lap for the 4400 car, so I think that 12-minute lap is going to be hard to beat in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, as we watch Dwayne Garrettson now approaching the waterfall again. I don't think he's going to get that. He just hasn't got that flow. You need to come up moving.
And also he was kissing Brian Moore's tires, so the line just wasn't quite there for him. But he's definitely heating up those Yokohama tires and letting them eat as Brian Moore's winching the right side of the waterfall. Oh, Jeremy Jones, where's he going to move up to? Physically second position, I believe.
He is indeed, so he crosses the line. And he's nearly 4 minutes behind Stephen Woody Rose Jr. That's a massive lead.
And those are both Trent Fab cars way out front in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And that's already on adjusted time as well, so it's a huge lead out there at the moment for Stephen Woody Rose Jr. And those Trent Fab cars showing why they're so good. And Tony Howard crosses the line as well to start his third lap. So he's having a great race so far.
Rick Levezzo does winch up the nosebleed section, so he is through the Joker.
And look at this, we've got a queue of cars now, and there is our leader.
So he's stuck in the bottleneck. So remember, it's a 4-minute lead. It's going to lose that real quick. So
absolutely.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to have to make some decisions here.
And then Ryan Webb's just to his right.
Yeah,
and
he's not going to want to let him by.
And do they know that's the leader? I'm not 100% sure.
They won't have a clue.
You can't see it.
They're racing their own race. Look at this, Stephen Woody Rose Jr. This is nice flow here. Can he keep that flow moving? Oh.
So back up a little bit, and sometimes you just got to bump it.
Yeah, but also you don't want to go too far back because you're scared that someone's going to punch in your line.
And look at that up and through. So he only lost probably about 30 seconds there. Not too bad at all.
Well, we don't know how long he was actually sat there.
Woody Rose, our physical race leader, is stopped at the top of waterfall section. There's Dwayne Garrett's making it up the right side.
Yeah, Dwayne there done a nice job.
And look at the parking lot at the top of waterfall.
And there's Kenneth Goodall.
Still with that right front flat tire.
Yeah, just
picking
and
his
look,
way. He's already changed it once. I don't see a tire on the back.
No, I think you're quite right.
Justin Barth with a left flat and a right front flat.
So, yeah, he's going to have to make some decisions. I'll be changing the front. It looks like that wheel's completely destroyed on the front.
So I don't think he's made it up the waterfall section. So now he's got two flats. What are they going to do? And
no, that's after waterfall. He's already come down Little Blue by the looks of it, and he's sitting back round by the gravel section.
Okay. There's Jesse Oliver heading through the Method Race Wheel start-finish line, heading out for his third lap.
And Brent Harrell has also now crossed the line and is coming through for his third lap. And Eric Weichel, he'll also be coming through very shortly.
So Eric Weichel with a great run under his belt.
As we watch Jeremy Jones making his way up the waterfall in the Trent Fab car, making it look very easy indeed. Okay, let's just have a quick look at our top five. In fifth position, we have Brent Harrell.
In fourth position, we have Eric Weichel.
In third is Tony Howard.
In second spot is Doc Jeremy Jones.
And then it's the young man himself, it's Stephen Woody Rose Jr., and he's absolutely killing it out front at the moment. As we watch Shelby Sinclair trying to make his way back up that waterfall one more time.
And Jim, you were absolutely correct. I'm getting confirmation from on course that Justin Barth is at the bottom of Little Blues, but now with a broken wheel and a flat tire.
Don't worry, man. I got you. Yeah, I'm hoping we can get some more footage from Little Blue because that's one of the major players on this course. There are so many multiple different lines, and you can save up to 30 seconds by taking differential lines. I'd really like to know what our leader's doing there, which line he's taking.
There's action all over this race car. It's absolutely amazing. Looks like that's Sean Rance coming through the water crossing section just before the start-finish line.
Yeah, and he could well be our sixth car. They'll be starting their third lap.
So he may be in the lead for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class because we're watching Dwayne Garrettson struggle a little bit.
We'll soon find out.
Which lap's he on?
Now. I'm not sure which lap he's actually on. I think he might still be on lap one.
He may have just finished his first lap, so he had some issues out on course. But now he's in the Amsoil hot pits. Hopefully he can get it squared away. And there's Kenneth Goodall.
Kenneth Goodall.
He just cleared the Recaro Rock section.
Also carrying a flat tire. And it's the 896 there. Brian Temp. Oh, he throws it up onto the waterfall, but just can't make it quite stick.
And there he makes it up on the right side.
Yeah, beautifully done there by Brian.
And look how big that crack is on the top. And then if you follow up here, it's an awesome half pipe. Before you head down Viagra. There's Shelby St. Clair.
Oh, Shelby, you need to... So easy to sit here and say what you need to do, isn't it?
It's easier to talk about than do it.
See if we can talk him up there. It's all about the flow. Keep it moving, keep it... No. Frustration level 10 watching.
Dwayne Garrettson has cleared the Joker line.
And And there is car number 3, which is Trevor Fultz, of course. We saw him with a flat tyre earlier on. But then I don't think there's many cars we've seen that haven't had flat tyres.
There's a lot to be said there. There's a little bit of steam coming off the Fultz car, I'm not sure.
Yeah, don't forget though, the engines will be getting hot now. The transmission will be getting hot, so you're going to see some breather smoke. As we're watching Ryan Taylor there. In another Trent Fab car. Now, Ryan Taylor was second off the line earlier today. He's not having it all his own way at the moment.
Putting that Trent Fab car to work.
The difference between getting up these hills and not getting up these hills is literally a few millimeters. And there he goes, finds the line, punches it up, and away he goes.
We got one of our course workers, Seth, out on course. He said the majority of cars coming to the Yukon launch staircase section with flat tires and destroyed wheels. So it's a common theme out there on course, just like we're seeing.
Yeah, and that's Tony Howard there, made short work of the waterfall on the left-hand side. So great stuff there from him.
I believe that is.
And we've now got 6 cars that are on their 3rd lap. In 6th position, it's Kenneth Goodall, who is also leading our 45 modified class. In 5th position is Brent Harrell in the 4800s. In 4th is Eric Weichel in the 4800s. In 3rd is Tony Howard in 4800s. In 2nd is Jeremy Jones in 4800s. But still, our current race leader is Stephen Woody Rose Jr.
And we haven't seen him have any flat tires, if I'm not mistaken, yet.
No, we saw him come into the pits earlier.
Oh, you're right. Yep.
Yes.
Everybody's had some issues.
Yep. I don't think there's going to be anyone out there today as we watch Rick Levezzo trying to catch. Is that just
It was either Andrew Gorman or Humston. I couldn't quite tell which one it is. Both are red. Oh, Shelby St. Clair. Turtled over a little bit. We'll see if he can turn hard right and back up and save it.
And there's Cody St. Clair picking his way up.
Nope, that's Jesse Oliver.
Sorry,
Cody
Jesse
St. Clair is out of the race earlier.
Sorry, I do apologize.
No worries. I'm going to mess up more than once, I promise. But we're doing our best and having fun with it. Brian Trimp is cleared of the Joker line.
Still, we're watching Cody Sinclair. This is Shelby Sinclair, and it must be so frustrating. But you've got to reach a point where you turn around and say, "Hey, it's time to reach for the winch." And there is our physical race leader on adjusted time and on physically on course. That is Stephen Woody Rose Jr.
And all 4 tires are holding there and looking good.
It's difficult to tell which tire manufacturer he's using.
Nexon Tire. Coming down the rigid little blue section is Brian Moore on those ORI struts.
Now he's gone around
Kind of cool to see them back in action.
Yeah, that's the far line, what we call the safe line. So you have to go right the way around. Costs you an extra 30 plus seconds, but it is much safer than coming down the line you're looking at right now.
So Jim, Casey Gilbert's giving you a little grief. Start using feet and yards. He doesn't know what you mean by all your meters and whatnot.
You need to go metric, maybe.
So Brian Moore has made it down. That is Brian Trimp right behind him, both in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
If it helps, 1 meter is about 3.5 feet. Is that okay?
All right.
Very close
to a yard. All right.
Yeah. I'll try and go
Woody
here.
Rose is still pushing strong.
There's a reason. Ooh, hello. It looks like he's very low on the suspension at the moment. There's Sean Rance there on the waterfall.
And Shelby St. Clair on the left side.
Still trying to punch it up. He has got a winch on the front of that car, hasn't he?
I just heard somebody yes, and it works.
Yes, and it
so
works.
he may need to use it.
Maybe someone needs to remind him it's there.
So let's go over the NITO National Championship points going into this race real quick, Jim. For the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, on the national side, it's Rick Levezzo 1, Justin Hall 2. He's not here. He had a baby, so a huge shout-out to Justin Hall. You just had a kid. I commend you for staying home and taking care of family first for sure. We miss you, but we will see you next year for sure. Kenan Goodall sitting in 3rd position. In the Western Series,
In the Western Series, it's Sean Rance. In 2nd is also Kenneth Goodall. Then 3rd is Justin Hall, we just spoke about. And 4th is Rick Levezzo. And Dwayne Garrettson. So this could be a big jump here for Rick Levezzo and Dwayne Garrettson. They could get themselves up into the top 3 in the West Coast Series.
it's going to be very interesting to see how it shakes out. In the Eastern Series, Rick Levezzo still running strong in 1st. Dwayne Garrettson only 6 points behind Levezzo. So it's going to be a physical finish between those two. Then it's Troy Digby, Sean Rance Sr., and Justin Hall. And then in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and then on the national side for the Nitto National Championship, it's Ryan Taylor. 85 points behind him is Tony Howard. Then Andrew Gorman, Brent Harrell, and Eric Weichel are tied for fourth position. In the Western Series, it's Woody Rose, Jeremy Jones, Tony Howard, Eric Weichel, and Andrew Gorman. For the Eastern Series, it's Ryan Taylor, Sean Reisky, Trevor Foltz, Evan Sherman, and Ryan Webb. As we're watching Doc Jones himself work that Trent Fab car through the Bronco boulders.
And there's Brent Harrell. He was our pole sitter earlier today. Flat tires have been plaguing him, so it's great to see him back on track and pushing. I say pushing. I don't think anyone's pushing today. I think everyone's got a whole dose of survival going on. It looks like our good friend here, Shelby Sinclair, has suddenly discovered he does have a winch.
And it works.
Who knew?
So Ryan Taylor has cleared the Joker line.
Okay, so now what he's discovering is that he didn't clear his cable before he went racing this morning.
So we have 11 cars that have cleared the Joker line out of 28. So just shy of halfway through the field has cleared the Joker line.
Indeed, and we've got 8 vehicles that are now on their 3rd lap.
So in first place, it is Woody Rose.
In second is Jeremy Jones.
In third place, it's Tony Howard.
In fourth is Eric Weichel.
In fifth position is Brent Harrell.
Then in 6th position and leading in the 4500s is Kenneth Goodall.
In 7th position is Troy Digby, physically in 2nd place in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
And in 3rd in the 4500 Modified, it is Rick Levezzo.
So that's going to be really fun to watch how this develops.
There's some great racing going on out there.
That's Ned Lamming. I believe this is his first race ever with Ultra4 USA, so welcome to the Ultra4 family, Ned.
Now, it looks like Shelby Sinclair is actually pulling away, so is there a problem? Is the winch not working?
Diesel Krentz has cleared the Joker line as well. There's Brian Trimp heading towards the Bronco boulders.
Yeah, I'm just watching Shelby Sinclair there, and you see he's got a problem with his winch. Always amazes me that people turn up to events and they haven't checked what I would consider to be vital equipment to make sure that it works.
Especially a track like this. Now, if you're going short course racing like we have done, a winch, you can take that out, you can save some weight and whatnot, but on a race like this, you absolutely want to make sure they're in working order. Absolutely. But this car's also brand new to him as well.
Fair enough.
So
we don't know what
he's still learning the car.
Yeah.
There's Troy Digby with Kyle riding shotgun.
I'll guarantee you one thing, he won't do that again.
Troy Digby?
It is Troy Digby, you're quite right. Now, let's see what he can do here. Nice flow, move up to it, don't stop, keep the flow.
We'll see if he can get that Outlaw off-road fabrication machine up, and he does. So that was, he started a little slow like you were saying, but yeah, just kind of keep the momentum going and ride on up.
Do you know what? That was one of the best we've seen so far. Great stuff there from Troy Digby.
And then this is that fun little water chute going up the side.
Yeah, that water chute, we haven't actually seen it on camera yet. JT Taylor reckons we're going to see some of the big guys hitting up to 80 mile an hour going up there.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. This is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It's 2 different races going on at the same time. They are scored separately. And this is the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall in the South Grand Lake Disney Langley Recreation Area.
Okay,
Ryan
I
Moore
can
in
tell
the
you now
Bronco
that our
ball.
current race leader, who is Stephen Woody Rose Jr., has just crossed the line and is going out onto his 4th lap.
And we are 45 minutes into this race. Woody Rose started on the 2nd row, so Brent Harrell or Ryan Taylor would have to pass him to win.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think Jeremy Jones has made some time up here, so we'll have a look very shortly. Jeremy Jones is going to be crossing the line very soon.
And Jeremy Jones started in 7th position.
Yeah, so adjusted time is going to be something.
It's going to be really close.
But Jeremy Jones is actually coming into the pits.
So Jeremy Jones on adjusted time is 2 minutes 23 seconds behind Woody Rose.
He is, but
and
he did
then in the
start
pits, so.
Yep.
Oh, Brent Harrell heading in the pits as well. Looks like flat tires are the common theme.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a right side flat front. I said to you yesterday, Miles, we should have set up a tyre shop down here. We'd be making a killing.
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of recycled rubber this weekend.
Indeed there is. So we have a top 3 so far. We have Brent Harrell in 3rd position. In 2nd position is Jeremy Jones, but still out in front and still on course at the moment. It's Stephen Woody Rose Jr. Just watching Kenneth Goodall there. And that is our current race leader. That is Stephen Woody Rose Jones. Just made his way up the waterfall.
Diesel Krintz on screen?
Yeah, Diesel Krintz then. He's coming around the far side of Little Blue and be making his way down the drop.
And a familiar face I do not want to see with me here in the Nitto studio. Cody St. Clair, what's going on, buddy?
Well, we were going and bounced wrong and hit a ledge and it sheared the spindle.
Oh, sheared the spindle, so you were completely out of the race.
The only thing holding it in is the rotor and the caliper.
And you were out earlier,
yeah.
Early in the race.
It was right after the qualifier out of first.
Oh, I hate to hear that for you, and I can see it in your face. You're so bummed. You've done all this prep, all this effort, traveled all this way, and you've broken the first couple minutes. It's a heartbreaker, but that's part of racing. I know you and your dad, Anthony, will get that car back home, strip it down, and get ready for King of the Hammers for the first Ultra 4 race here in just a couple months.
Yeah, we'll have to build a new axle this time.
Oh, it's completely trashed.
Oh, yeah. Well, we had planned on building a new one, but we're for sure going to build a new one now.
You were thinking about it. Now you have to do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Cody, again, I hate seeing you up here during your race, but thanks for coming up and filling us in.
Yeah, no problem, Miles.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good one, buddy.
Okay, it's back to the action out on course. Our current race leader is still Stephen Woody Rose Jr. in that Nexon tyre Trent Fab car. But there are
There's
cars stopped
Greg
all
Neff.
over the place now.
Jesse Oliver?
Attrition is really taking its toll. Jesse Oliver there powering his way through the water splash. Back to the 666, which is Sean Radsky. Now Sean, we thought had a problem earlier. It looked like, yeah, it still isn't. That left front wheel is not pulling at all, so he's just pushing on with that.
We saw that earlier, and we'll see if he goes into the Amsoil hot pits. He's already blown by it once, and it sounds like Brian Trimp is having some engine problems out on course. So the attrition is going to be extremely high during this race. So it's, I can hear it. He's coming through right now. Brian Tripp is pushing on through.
Now, you know that we were saying earlier about you'd leave your co-driver there. That looks exactly what's happened here. As we were watching Sean Radsky there, it looked like his co-driver was already on the rocks. He's reaching for the winch. And that's Sean Rance there in the OG Bronco, picking his way through the Bronco rocks.
So Troy Digby has cleared the Joker line as well, so about half the field has cleared it, and we have a few cars out of the race as well.
And that is Justin Barth in the 417. Justin racing multiple races this weekend.
He raced in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class yesterday, and now he's racing the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
That's something that we do back in Europe, is we actually use Bluetooth communication, so when we're outside of the vehicle, we can still communicate between the driver and the co-driver. I know that's something that's not very popular over here, but I think it needs to become more popular over here. That's Kenneth Goodall now making his way up. He's been down Little Blue.
Soft right front tire once again, I believe.
Yeah, and now this is something we've got to talk about. How many of these cars have actually got enough, or how many of these teams have got enough spare tires?
We saw that yesterday with Albert Contreras asking for help with spares. What a great race we have for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. We give a huge shout out to King Shocks, Laser Nut, Griffin Radiator, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, Holly EFI, King of the Hammers,
Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts and Progressive Insurance.
Wheelin', Baja Jerky, Recaro Seats, and Spider Tracks.
Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axel RC Cars, and PCI Race Radios.
Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, ARB.
And Warn Factor 55, HCR, Yukon Gear and Axle, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here in South Grand Lake today.
And that was Brent Harrell there in his Paul Herschel built car, making his way up the crack line on the waterfall.
He debuted that car at King of the Hammers earlier this season, and it's an absolute work of art. And there's a left rear tire completely coming apart.
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed that was Sean Radsky's co-driver. He had a broken winch rope, so tough break there, quite literally for Sean Radsky.
I believe that's Justin Barth.
It is Justin Barth. We've already seen him with 2 flats already.
And a busted wheel, remember that? So
yeah, exactly.
So he must have changed the broken wheel, and then he's just having to push through with the flat tire.
Oh, no, we just saw him a moment ago, and I didn't see him with a flat, but it was hard to tell from the other angle. So there's the 48-10.
Greg Neff has cleared the Joker line.
Garrett Humpston.
So I'll kind of give you a rundown on who has cleared the Joker line. Dwayne Garrettson has gone through.
Brian Taylor.
Matthew Weiss.
Brent Harrell.
Greg Neff.
Eric Weichel.
Ryan Webb.
Brian Temp.
Diesel Krintz.
Troy Digby.
Sean Rance.
And Rick Levezzo.
Jeremy Jones.
Stephen Wood, current race leader, Stephen Woody Rose Jr.
And Kenneth Goodall. And those are all racers that have completed the Joker line. You have to run that one time per race and only once in this hour and a half plus 1 lap. So if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. I am Miles Hasselquist with Jim Marsden. And Jim, where are you from, buddy?
Good old UK, my friend. Right, we've now got 5 cars that are starting their 4th lap. So in 5th position is Eric Weichel. In 4th, it's Tony Howard. In 3rd, it's Brent Harrell. In 2nd position is Jeremy Jones. But still, our current race leader is Stephen Woody Rose Jr.
And he's had a splendid day so far. We have seen him have some tire issues, so I don't think there's a single car out there that hasn't had a flat yet. This course is super tough. Ooh, look at Diesel Krintz still pushing strong through the Bronco boulders with that 392 under the hood. He's part of the Rock Crawler suspension team.
Yeah, trying to keep it smooth there as he makes his way through. And there's Tony Howard making his way up the waterfall. There's the 347. Great shot there of the hot pits. Literally just come through the start line. There is the hot pits. You can peel in, change your tyres. That looks like this. Is that Jeremy Jones in there?
Yes, Jeremy Jones is in the Amsoil hot pits.
Now that's interesting because he can't have moved since he actually crossed the line in that case.
So he's been there for quite a little while.
He has, yes.
He was in that 2nd position for a bit. So,
but here is our current race leader. He is on screen at the moment, working his way around through the Bronco rocks.
So he's less than 5 minutes from coming back through, and Jeremy Jones is still in the Amsoil hot pit. So Woody Rose is probably got up to an 8 to 10 minute lead right now. We'll see how long Jeremy Jones stays in the hot pits, but you know he's in there just struggling. That is a tough break for Jeremy Jones.
Look at this fantastic drone shots here. Brent Harrell in that amazing Paul Herschel car. As we switch across to Rick Levezzo, who's trying very hard not to have a bath by the looks of it.
Justin Barth pulling in the Amsoil hot pits.
And that is the 918. Brian Moore. And who would guess it, but it's another flat tyre. Eric Weichel now coming up behind him. Takes that left-hand line, keeps us a nice flow there. That did look like the rear end wasn't pulling properly then. No, there it goes.
And Brian Moore on the right side has a flat tire and having some issues winching, so we'll see if his day's over or not. There comes Ryan Taylor into the screen.
Yeah, great to see Ryan Taylor up and running again.
I believe that's Tony Howard getting ready to blow by the Joker line. So the Joker line is hard left right now. There it is. That is Andrew Gorman. No, that is
48-10.
That is Garrett Humpston.
Yeah, Garrett Humpston. We've just seen him come up the waterfall. And look how undercut that is now.
Yeah, that's a great shot for sure.
Yeah, very difficult. Now there's been lots of water pulled onto that line as well.
Oh, and there's Brian Moore backing out of the way. There's Sean Reisky, Matthew Weiss. He's already been called out of the race. So this course is being extremely tough on all these guys and gals.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance of him driving that with a flat tire, but he's got to give it a go.
To try the left side this time. Actually, he's kind of right up the middle. So maybe he's getting ready to winch, I'll bet.
It looks like they're having that conversation inside the car. Yep, and out goes the co-driver.
There's Brian Trimp. And remember, we heard him come through here, had some issue. His engine was missing a little bit, but he's still pushing through. There's a great shot of the Little Blue State Park.
What we have to remember here, there we go, Shelby Sinclair, looks like he's retired. That's very sad to see. We've got to remember there's a good chance there's going to be a more than 50% attrition rate here today.
Oh, it's looking that way for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So play smart.
Play smart, get to the finish.
Yeah, I was talking to a lot of racers the last few days, and they're like, so what do you think of the course? And we're talking back and forth, and they love it, we love it. And I just keep saying, I drive 70% all day long. If you drive harder than that, you're probably going to break. But there's going to be the one person, like Woody Rose, he's pushing hard and having some good luck. The kid can drive.
Yeah,
but, man, it's anybody's race to lose.
To be fair, watching him driving at the moment, I'd say he's driving a very smart race. I don't think he's pushing. Like, you're watching him go through those Bronco rocks, he's just picking his lines, taking it nice and simple. And when you see him come up to the waterfall that we've seen Sean Rance on there at the moment, he's not pushing too hard either. So,
but to finish
very smart drive.
first you must finish.
Absolutely, my friend.
So Ned Lamming and Garrett Humpson have cleared the Joker line.
And there is Kenneth Goodall, currently in second place in the 4500 modified class. Sean Rand still trying to find a line up the waterfall. And next to him is the 918 of Brian Moore, reaching for the winch rope.
John Rand Sr. with a Ford Performance horsepower under that Ford Bronco. Absolutely beautiful built car. And speaking about beautifully built car, that's the Paul Horschel of Brent Harrell.
Yeah, these cars are so amazing. Paul Herschel started putting really good cars together in the last few years. Always used to build cars. Yeah, always used to build cars for himself, but now he's building cars for customers as well. And we're going to see Lauren Healy in a Paul Herschel car, and of course Paul Herschel himself in his own car later today. And Brent's father, Brett Harrell, is also racing an IFS Horschel car.
Yeah, so they'll have 3 cars out on the next race.
And it looks like Brian Moore's making his way down, and there we go. Sean Rance makes his way to the top of the waterfall.
And don't forget to tune in at 1 p.m. We'll kick off the 4400 Unlimited class for the NITO National Championship. And at 4 p.m. we'll do the NRRA at Nasty Girl right behind us. And then at 4:30 p.m. we'll have the Ultra4 award ceremony. And then tonight at 7 p.m. the NRRA awards. But don't forget, we're racing over at MidAmerica Outdoors as well for the championship series there. So go to the MAO app, download it on Google or Apple, and you can kind of flip back and forth off and on all day when we have a break for lunch. Hopefully they'll be racing. It's going to be action all day long.
Yeah, that was Sean Ransky there. He's obviously repaired his winch rope. Going to have another attempt at winching up the waterfall. Let's not forget he's got no drive on that front left-hand side. And just look at the beautiful colours here. There's greens, there's golds, there's reds, there's oranges. What an amazing place to race. So honoured to be here at Legends of the Fall in Disney, Oklahoma.
It's absolutely beautiful here, isn't it?
It's amazing.
The South Grand Lake recreational area has so much to offer. And don't forget to come here during the summer. You can go wheeling in the morning and go boating in the afternoon, go fishing. It's absolutely amazing.
And I've got news, Miles. I've got news. Our current race leader, who is Stephen Woody Rose Jr., he has just made his way across the line to start his 5th lap. He's got into the pits, come out of the pits, and he's back on the racetrack. So now we're going to be looking to see where the next place car is. We did see Jeremy Jones in the pits for a very long time.
He took off, so he's still on that lead lap, I believe. So Woody Rose is out on his 5th lap. We're 1 hour into this racing, so in about a half hour or so, we'll see that white flag, and that'll be the final lap.
It will, and it's Rick Levezzo who's closest to it here. He's trying to make his way up that waterfall. And that waterfall is proving very tricky indeed.
So getting some information, Shelby St. Clair, his winch was overheating, so that's what was going on with that. So tough break there. Oh, sorry, his car is overheating.
The irony being there's so much water on course, if he could have got out the waterfall, he'd probably been okay.
There's Brian Trimp trying to chase down Tony Howard, both in the 4800 Brannigan Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, both picking their way through those Bronco rocks over the far side of the track. And this is Rick Levezzo. He's changed line. He did try out the left-hand side. He's now trying out the right-hand side, out the crack line.
What'd you think about that announcement last night, Jim, with Travis Pastrana bringing everything to MidAmerica Outdoors? Absolutely amazing, isn't it? So if you haven't seen that release, go check out our social media. And there's an amazing video that Speed Sport helped us put out last night. Go check it out. It is absolutely amazing what MidAmerica Outdoors is teaming up and making happen for next year.
Yeah, it is. MidAmerica Outdoors at the moment, they are leading the way in outdoor events and in outdoor activities. And what the rubber nets are giving us is absolutely fantastic. Just got to say a massive, massive thank you.
Yeah, let's give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the Ultra4 staff, the MidAmerica Outdoors crew, the media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners.
Indeed, in the background there, we can see Eric Weichel, sorry.
There's Dwayne Garrison coming through he'll be coming through the start-finish line here very soon.
Clearly doesn't fancy a wash.
It's a little chilly out there.
There's not many race courses that you race in the world where you actually finish with a car that's cleaner than when you start.
I mean, look at Brian Tripp. There we go. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, that's the best way.
There's our race leader, Woody Rose, coming to a stop.
Now, no, I think he's approaching the waterfall.
Oh, so he probably put it in low side.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, I thought he'd be in low box all the way around this course, so that's interesting. Takes that left-hand side. Nice flow. Here comes the kick.
So let's talk about that a little bit. How fast does your Miller car go in low side?
We're capable of about 85 mile an hour.
Okay, and I'll be honest, that's probably about as fast as you need to go here. So
it is.
If it was you, you'd stay in low side, huh?
Oh, absolutely, stay in low box the whole way for this course. You're only going to be touching on top end of that very, very rarely. But you also have to remember that particularly when we get out to the 4400 class cars, you're going to see a lot of vehicles there that are going to be running single-speed transfer cases. Most of these cars that we're using
cases,
today, most of these cars you see now are running a 2-speed transfer case, so that a low box and a high box. Come on, Woody, get it up there. Oh, so
he's
tantalizingly
all the way
close.
at the top. Struggling just a little bit.
Yeah, he's just got to take his time now, not do anything dumb. That's it. And punch. So what he's doing now is he's left foot braking, right foot accelerating.
And doing a little power brake right on up and out.
Yep. Just roll that axle casing over the top of the rock. So our leader has now cleared the waterfall for the 5th time.
Justin Barth has just cleared the Joker line.
And I can tell you now that Brent Harrell is the 2nd car to be on his 5th lap. So great stuff there from both young men. But going back to transfer cases, so a lot of these guys will be running a 2-speed transfer case. So they have a low ratio and they have a high ratio. And depending on their gear ratios and what they have in their final drives, etc., as to what they're capable of doing and what speeds they're capable of. But we're going to be seeing in the 4400 class later, a lot of those guys are going to be running what are called SCS cases, which are single speed, and most of those are going to be geared for around about 90 to 100 mile an hour.
And Dwayne Garrison comes through
and heads straight on into the pits.
And just got confirmation that Sean Reisky is out of the race. We saw him earlier with some front axle issues, so tough break for him, but he is out of the race.
Nobody likes to see that, that's for sure. So our current race leader is Stephen Woody Rose Jr. We've already seen him clear the waterfall, and here is Brent Howell. So Brent Howell's around about 2 minutes behind at the moment.
So coming through the start-finish, it was a 3-minute, 47-second lead, but I think he's starting to reel him in just a little bit.
Yeah, it did look like it, but he needs to be clean here. Got to get it right. There he does. Nicely done indeed by Brent Harrell. Both these young men incredibly talented and making it look so easy at the moment. And there is Jeremy Jones. He was in 2nd place earlier on. He had a problem. He was in the pits for quite a long time.
And there's that little wall section. I suspect to see some speed later on this afternoon. This is an amazing race we have going on. Don't get me wrong, but today at 1 p.m., the 4400 Unlimited class, the biggest names in our sport, unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower. It is going to be absolutely insane, so make sure you stay tuned in all day long.
Indeed, and our top 4 has changed. In 4th position, it is Tony Howard. In 3rd is Eric Weichel. In 2nd is Brent Harrell, but still the man out front is Stephen Woody Rose Jr. As we still watch now, it's Jeremy Jones picking his way through the Bronco rocks.
So officially out of the race, we have Matthew Weiss, Sean Reisky, and Cody St. Clair. But I think there's still a few more cars that are parked that just haven't quite called the race yet.
Yeah, absolutely. The attrition rate is going to be incredibly high Around 25% of the UTV class completed course yesterday.
There's Kenneth and Logan Goodall in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Still don't have a spare tire on the back. I'm kind of surprised by that. If it was me, I'd probably pull in the Amsoil hot pits and put one on.
Depends on the race strategy. This is certainly one of those races where I would want at least one spare tire. Nicely done there by Kenneth Goodall. Just picks his way up that left-hand line. This is Sean Rance. That OG Bronco going to work in the Bronco Rocks.
He's been racing with Ultra4 for such a long time. Great to see him still out here racing with us. He took a huge tumble in Sturgis this year, had to completely rebuild the car. They did so much fun stuff on the chassis. They had to redo some of the skins and get it all fixed up, and that Bronco is still looking good as Brian Trent makes it up the waterfall.
Yeah, Brian Trent there making it look so easy. When it goes right, it really does go right for you. And yet we saw him earlier on struggling with that. So still only 4 cars that are actually on their 5th lap at the moment. And there's approximately 30 minutes left in this race. So it's an hour and a half plus 1 lap. And the fastest lap of the race so far is still with Stephen Woody Rose Jr. with a 12:15.
Tony Howard just clearing waterfall. Right behind him is Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby. And Eric Weichel right behind him. I love the smiley face on the top of that car. So we have 2 cars battling up the waterfall. Got a couple of my good buddies, Luke DeGrand and Ben Minden, out there, right there, basically right where the camera's out there watching. Had fun with them at the Casey Donahue concert last night. Glad to see them out here enjoying some Ultra4 racing.
And that's what we're going to say. This isn't just about the racing. This is
an
off-road event. It's an off-road festival. Last night was absolutely fantastic. Live music, driver's appreciation dinner. Then we had, of course, we had the treat and trunk. How many pounds of candy did we give away?
1,500 pounds of candy the Robinettes donated, and the racers got to hand out to all the kids here at the South Grand Lake area. Absolutely
there must be kids
awesome.
that can't walk this morning. That was amazing. That's car number 73. There's Greg Neef. Car still looking nice and fresh.
And we need to give a huge shout out to Factor 55. They've been helping everything up there at the Joker line. So that's the Factor 55 Joker line. Shelby St. Clair is officially calling his race, so tough break. We saw him have some overheating issues on his engine and having some winch problems, so tough break for Shelby St. Clair in his debut Ultra4 race.
Yeah, and Greg Neef there just makes his way out the waterfall. Beautifully done. Picks his line, and off he goes. Still only 4 cars on their 5th lap at the moment. In 4th, it's Tony Howard. In 3rd, it's Eric Weichel. In 2nd, it's Brent Harrell. And in 1st position, it still is Stephen Woody Rose Jr.
Garrett Humpston just came through the line, was you were chatting. There's Brian Moore still trying to get up the waterfall section.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, he hasn't got a spare tyre, has he? But that's the man himself. That is Mr. Nexon Tyre. That is Stephen Woody Rose Jr. picking his way through those Bronco rocks.
A little splash pass on the far side as we're going to fly through the Bronco boulders.
And there's Brian Moore. Now let's see if he can winch up this. Now when we're winching at home, we have little protectors that we put down on the rocks to stop you breaking cables.
Yeah, because that rock is so sharp. I mean, it could cut a...
And these winches are mostly using synthetic cables these days. I mean, 30 years ago we used to use steel. Now we're using synthetics. The reason we use synthetics, they're lighter, they're stronger, they're easier
and they're safer too.
They're safer as well. We don't get that kinetic whip that we get with steel.
And those steel cables can get a splinter in and really poke you.
Oh yeah.
I've had a few of those in there.
I was going to say, been there.
There's Ryan Taylor, part of Team Indiana, that Trip Fab car, with Corey Day riding shotgun.
I've got to say, I think I got one of the photos of the event the other day.
Yes, talk about $1 million view.
It was indeed. Ryan Taylor's car literally parked on the grass, top of a grass slope with the dam in the background. It was absolutely fantastic. You want to check it out on my Instagram. Come on, Ryan, you can do this. Love this Trent Fab car. There she blows. Nicely done. And every time you're working your way up these waterfalls, you're trying really hard not to put as little wear on the car as possible.
Yeah, because right after this, you go up the half pipe and then down Viagra.
Yep. And that's Ned Laming there. And we spoke about this car earlier. This is one of the oldest cars on the course this weekend. Being very sensible there. Changing his line entirely. Hewitt got it wrong, so he comes back off it, resights himself. Oh, I like this. Oh, what a shame. He really did everything right there. That's unfortunate. And there is Brent Harrell, our current second place car on course. If you get a chance to look at this vehicle, do so.
It is an absolutely work of art. Paul Harshall's a magician behind the CAD machine. And they'll do so much little things to change it up to make it just a little bit faster.
Yep, he's always looking for that 9th, 10th. He really is. There's Jeremy Jones at the waterfall.
He's physically, or on adjusted time, he's in 5th position as we speak.
Yes, it's still all to play for, Miles. There's so much still going on in this race.
And there's Ned Laming on the top left.
Yeah, Ned Laming's got up there.
Oh, and look, Brian Moore did make it up.
Yes, he did. He winched up there, but he has got severe problems now. He's torn the tyre from the wheel. And he's got to make it. Just see it there in that top corner. So the tyre is completely off the wheel now. And the problem when that happens is if you continue to try and drive, you can actually tear the shock absorbers off the car. Or worse, you can flatten the wheel rim and that can take the caliper off. So he's got to make some big decisions.
So Tony Howard has made it up the Factor 55 Joker line.
Okay, I can tell you now that Woody Rose Jr., he's going to be coming round to complete his 5th lap, and he has completed his 5th lap. And he powers across the line, doesn't go into the pits, and heads out on lap number 6.
So I believe he'll get at least one more lap. I bet you he'll get 2 more laps before the white flag comes through.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be really clever here. If I was his pick,
you know what? I'd have him slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I would as well. I would as well, because it's going to be 1+ on top of that.
Yep.
There's no point. It's interesting to see where Brent is. I think Brent's about 5 minutes behind him. He can bleed some time, even if it means sitting on the start line and not crossing the start line.
We just sit there and wait on the white flag.
Just sit there and wait for the white flag. Got to be sensible here. It really is about playing
that's
that
a happy medium. I don't know how that's going to work, because then all of a sudden you could have Brent on your tail. I don't know. Just for an extra lap.
This is where you need your pit crew.
Yeah.
This is where you need your pit crew. Trying to
look
work
at the line of the Bronco boulders. It's really burning in nice like out here.
It's my race manager. Unfortunately, she doesn't work with me anymore, but she was there. Stacy, she was awesome at that. She would actually sit down. She'd be working at everybody's times, everywhere. Everybody is on the track. And she'd be calling it to me, telling me what I need to do, whether I need to speed up, slow down. So much tactical stuff going on.
That was Diesel Krentz coming through the Method Race Wheel start finish. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. This is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So there are 2 races going on at the exact same time. Both are scored separately, and then we'll be giving away some of those amazing laser nut trophies here in just a little bit.
And this is Sean Rance here, trying to pick his way up through. Oh, look at that. Beautifully done there by Sean.
And I'm going to give Laser Nut a really good pimp right now, because they've been doing such a great job all year long. So Laser Nut was founded in 1984 by Cody Wagner's dad, Jim. Originally building powder coating equipment, they purchased their first used CO2 laser machine in 06, eventually getting 5 CO2 lasers. Now they have a 42,000 square foot warehouse. They've recently upgraded to 2 10K fiber lasers and 11 press brakes. They do laser cutting, laser etching, bending, robotic welding, taping, countersinking, and finish sanding. Over 80 employees working around the clock, over 400 customers, mainly in the off-road market, private labeling. They make the trophies they've made for us for over the years are absolutely top notch. So thank you again to LaserNut. You can also buy a LaserNut replica trophy for $250. Have it shipped to your sponsor, your co-driver, crew chief, or whoever you want. And they also, don't forget, they have those awesome cactuses for sale too.
Yeah, Brannick Motorsports, let's talk about this. Brannick, of course, Stan.
4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Indeed. They've been out working with us for so long. Founded in 2003 by father and son, Stan and Brandon Haynes, and started with one CNC mill and a couple of manual pieces, originally serving the aluminium foundry industry, putting permanent molds from new and raw billet steel, and also repairing molds and other foundry tooling components. They've always been into off-road and building their own parts in-house, and then started making race parts for more and more people and realised that there was a market for it. Now 95% of their business is off-road related, with a complete line of axles, driveline components and a long list of other hardcore parts, including sway bars, sway bar arms and centre prop shaft bearings. They also private label a lot of parts for other big companies in the industry. They now have a 10,000 square foot warehouse with 3 3-axis mills, many rotaries, 3-axis and 4 CNC lathes, 1 twin spindle, and various manual machines, welders, saws, and other fab equipment.
So again, just a huge shout out to all of those marketing partners that help us out. That just kind of give you a little behind the scenes shot on a couple of them that really help us out.
Indeed. Right now, Brent Harrell, who's crossed the line, and there is a gap of 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
So he's really starting to reel him in a little bit. So Woody Rose, like you're saying, you have to play that happy medium. But to finish first you must finish. It's going to be a race to the finish for sure.
Absolutely. Now, I've been very impressed with Woody Rose so far, but I think we've seen him with 1 flat tyre so far. I think we've seen Brent with 2.
So they're going to have to play that long game and see how it shakes out. It's going to be an awesome finish. I can't wait to see how it comes together. And in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, it's Rick Levezzo in 1, Troy Bigby in 2nd, and then Ken Goodall in 3rd. Eric Weichel sitting in 3rd in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Then Tony Howard, Jeremy Jones, Brian Trimp.
Diesel Drent's here trying to get his car up over this waterfall for them. Not easy in a big full-body vehicle like that.
Ken Goodall head through the method race wheel start finish. Oh, here's a 2nd place, Brent Harrell. Good thing that left line was open, so he's got an option. Ooh, starting to struggle a little bit. Remember that waterfall section right there is wet, so it's a pretty tricky little climb. And he's almost all the way out the top, but there's a 2nd ledge you have to little bump up it.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw happen to Woody Rose earlier.
But making it right up and out.
Exactly.
And then they go up this little half pipe section through the woods and then down Viagra.
I am so impressed with Brent Harrell and with Woody Rose. But neither of them are getting really heavy on the throttle. They're just picking their lines, taking their time, and making those cars work.
And they're both fairly young. It's great to see them. I mean,
the future is great.
Yeah, we got a great future here at Ultra4 USA.
You can guarantee that these guys in the next few years will be stepping up into 4400.
And they grew up in this industry. So Woody Rose's dad is Derek Trimp, part of Trimp Fabrication, and then Brett Harrell's son. So they've been wheeling. They got brought up in motorsports. It's great to see.
Absolutely. There's Ryan Taylor there in another Trent Fab car. They just look so right, don't they?
Corey Day, his co-driver, rode with Adam Kennett yesterday, so he knows this course like the back of his hand. So Team Indiana really pushing strong out there.
Yeah, it makes a big difference as well. So we've now got 3 cars on the 6th lap. Eric Weichel has just started his 6th lap. In 2nd place was Brent Harrell. We just saw going up the waterfall. But in 1st place, and he's been in 1st place right from the start, it's Woody Rose Jr. So watch Diesel Drent still trying to make his way up the waterfall. That's it, up she goes.
Keep the momentum going, and he's up and out. Here comes Troy Digby and Kyle.
Now, we saw Troy Digby give some masterclass on this earlier. Can he do it again? No, is the answer. It's so frustrating when you come to an obstacle like this. You arrive at it one time and you just one-shot it. The next time you take exactly the same line in your own mind and you can't get anywhere near it.
Or you come up and there is lap traffic in one section at certain spots.
Yeah, exactly. Frustration level 10 for a race car driver. And up he goes. Very nicely done from Troy.
Up and out. Troy Digby through it. comes Brian Trimp. He's sitting in.
Oh, I really like that from Brian Trimp. That was a fantastic piece of driving there. Just perfect flow from start to finish.
There's Tony Howard. But Brian Trimp's in that 8th position, and Tony Howard is all the way up in 4th position on adjusted time. So Tony Howard's really having a great race here for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall.
Still only 3 cars have started their 6th lap. And our current race leader, he must be around about over halfway right now, but that is Kenneth Goodall, who is potentially our race leader in the 4500 class.
The attrition is really starting to show, so I know the 4,400 drivers are watching this race, seeing how tough this course is. But let's talk about, again, these are all 37-inch DOT tires. Later on, they'll have their race sticky tires, so they'll have some better tires on, but the attrition's definitely stout. Was our race leader, Woody Rose, and the Bronco Boulders.
Yeah, now Woody Rose, he started on the 2nd row of the grid this morning. By the end of lap 1, he had clear air in front of him. Bit of very mature drive from this young man. Just putting that car to work through the Bronco rocks. And he's around about 5 minutes away from coming back round and starting his 7th lap. Now, will he be shown the white flag? We're going to be around about 1 hour 25 minutes when he crosses the line.
I don't know, because it's supposed to be from the last person taken off, so I think they'll have to do 2 more laps.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Eric Weichel up and over the waterfall section, heading up to the half pipe.
But we were chatting to our race director, JT Taylor, and he said if they're coming in around about 125, 126, he will make a decision on whether to throw the flag or not. So we're going to have to watch this.
Ryan Taylor through, heading out for another lap.
Diesel Drentz now making his way round the back here. This is Little Blue. Now, there are multiple lines here that you can pick up time. Diesel's not worried about time. He's worried about finishing. So he's going across the crack here.
And head down the rigid Little Blue section.
We call this the safe line. It's not safe in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I'm not driving down.
Yeah, look at that. That's Troy Digby taking the far line. That's the quick line. Saves around about 30 to 40 seconds.
They're both very steep, but the left side is a little safer, like you said, Jim.
It is indeed. You don't hug your seat quite so much.
You're good. I'm keeping it tight most of the time anyway.
There's another car coming down through the central line there.
That's Brian Trimp.
The 896 with Brian Trimp.
There's Dwayne Garrettson.
Punch you, Dwayne. Left you a moment too late. Okay, Jeremy Jones has now crossed the line, and so has Tony Howard. Both of them are now also on their 6th lap.
So let's go through the adjusted race order. Sitting in 5th position is Tony Howard.
In 4th is Jeremy Jones.
In 3rd position, Eric Weichel.
In 2nd, it's Brent Harrell.
And out front all day long is Woody Rose.
Yeah, now Woody Rose is not going to be far off coming round to start his 7th lap. It could potentially be his last lap. So we're going to be watching out to see if that's going to happen.
I do see JT Taylor at the start-finish line. We'll see what flag he grabs.
It is a white flag I see being unfurled. So it does look like Woody Rose is going to be showing the white flag and will be starting his final lap.
Got one of my buddies back home, Jake Minden, tuned in, having some fun. Thanks for checking us out, buddy. What a great race we have. This is absolutely amazing out here.
Oh, look at that. Oh, we had great race action there. We just saw Brent Harrell closing up on Rick Levezzo. Here's Greg Neef.
Struggling just a little bit. That racer coffee machine. Wonder if he's going to break out that Warren winch. So JT Taylor with the flag at the start-finish line. Where is Woody Rose?
I can tell you now that Woody Rose is going to be coming across the line any minute now. Now, what kind of shape is he going to be in? Is he going to need to come into the hot pit? Is he going to be able to blow through?
The white flag is out and getting waved for Woody Rose. We're about 12 to 15 minutes away from this race to finish. He blows by the AMSOIL hot pits, and Woody Rose, it is his race to lose. We'll see if he can keep it together, play it smart, play it safe, and I know he's in the pits with those PCI race radios, keeping in communication and seeing how far back Brent Harrell is.
Yeah, we're watching Jesse Oliver here trying to go up the Joker line. This is the line they call nosebleed. There are multiple winch points up the top there, so he's got to make some decisions quickly as we watch Sean Rance. But it's at the moment, it's all about Woody Rose Jr. He's on his 7th and final lap here.
And the fastest lap of the day was set earlier by Woody Rose with a 12:15. So what's your guess on the 4400s? Do you think they're going to be in that 10-minute mark? It's going to be tough to break, but I think that 10-minute mark is possible.
We have so many talented drivers, so many amazing cars in 4400. I think we're going to be seeing around about 10.5 minutes.
I was talking with the Gomez brothers last night, and we were just having some fun talking strategy and whatnot, and I was like, I can't think of too many people that we are actually missing. It's a completely stacked field. The only person I could really come up with was Eric Miller. We talked about Randy Slauson, but he mainly only races King of the Hammers. So it's
Shearer
and Jason Shearer, but he races mainly just King of the Hammers as well. So it's almost a completely stacked field. It is absolutely amazing.
Take it live.
Yeah, some massively high horsepower, some incredible machines, and we'll be seeing them at 1 p.m. today. But right now, it's all about this race. There's Diesel Drentz up on the high side.
Oh, and this is going to be a drag race into the Bronco Boulders. Can't quite tell who that is on the outside. Is that Brian Tripp, possibly?
It could well be, could well be. But now we're waiting for Brent Harrell.
Yes, that is Brian Tripp. Oh, and look at Troy Digby's trying to get in the action too, right at the Bronco Boulders. And there's multiple lanes through here. I drove my Jeep through this section earlier, or well, a couple weeks ago, whenever that was, and it was absolutely gnarly. And I only have the 35-inch Nittos on it, but they've got 37s on this, and making it look a lot easier than I did, I'll promise you that. But I had to tell myself, you got to drive this home, dummy.
Well, that's the one thing these guys don't have to do, thankfully. And that's why they're putting on such a wonderful display of racing for us here today.
But talking about that, Diesel Chris right in the middle of your screen right there, that is a tagged vehicle. He can drive that to the Walmart.
And this is Jeremy Jones. Jeremy Jones currently is lying in 4th position, making his way out the waterfall. But let's not forget, he is almost going to be lapped by our current race leader, who is Woody Rose Jr.
Look at this picture-in-picture with the rocks in the background. Absolutely amazing. And
a massive shout out to our production crew.
Yeah, Take It Live has done an amazing job bouncing back and forth.
There is our race leader right behind Jeremy Jones. This is Woody Rose.
And he makes it right up and through the waterfall section, and just got confirmation that Jesse Oliver made it up through the Factor 55 Joker line. And there's Brian Moore with a broken right front axle right at the start of the Bronco Boulders. So he's had a rough day, tough break for him.
Yeah, he's had no luck at all, unfortunately. But Woody Rose Jr., the big news, he is now clear of the waterfall. He'll be making his way towards Little Blue. He's already done the Joker line, so he doesn't have to do that. Once he's past Little Blue, he comes around the back. He'll be making his way through the Bronco Rocks. Then he'll be up the Yukon Launch, down through the Recaro Rocks, and heading for the finish line.
This is a 5-mile lap. We've been racing for basically right at an hour and a half right now, and they're on their 7th and final lap.
Absolutely. We said at the start of this race we could see somebody different on the finish line. We could see somebody we've never seen before win this race, and it does look like that is going to happen today.
Woody Rose has had some success in the past, and is keeping that momentum going. Woody Rose is doing an amazing job. So who else is out there? It's just Brent Harrell and Woody Rose out on their 7th lap.
It is at the moment.
So the white flag is flying for the rest of the field.
It does look like Jeremy Jones will probably get passed by Woody Rose.
We'll be giving away some of those laser nut trophies here in just a little bit. We'll have our cohort Pam Hall down there. She's been running all over the place. There's so much going on behind the scenes that we just need to give a huge shout out to absolutely everybody.
And Ned Laming makes his way up, and there is
Eric Weichel.
Weichel, he's possibly our 3rd place vehicle on course at the moment.
So thank you to Jason and Kayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the MidAmerica Outdoor crew, the Ultra4 staff, media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners.
Oh, now look at this. That's Brent Harrell. Oh, how did he do that, Miles? He's just managed to pick his way out the waterfall with a flat rear tyre.
So a flat tire on the last lap. Woody Rose, if he's got his pit crews watching the screen, they're telling him, hey, Brent's got a flat, keep pushing, but play it smart.
Absolutely.
How cool is that? That we're actually helping them communicate to their drivers, because you know they're tuned in and watching in the hot pits.
Well, this is something I never understand, is when the race car drivers don't tune into the live show, because the live show is actually a real massive help for little things like that. And that's something we do in our own race program. We make sure that we follow the live feeds, we make sure that we follow the live scoring, so that we can see what's going on, so we can box smart.
Where do you race at, Jim?
Pretty much all over the world, but mostly Europe.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see you over there being so successful, and then come over here and hang out with us. I really appreciate it.
Oh, we love it, mate.
There's Dwayne Garrettson making his way towards the Bronco Boulders, just bypassing the nasty girl to be racing tonight for the NRRA Rock Bouncing.
Yeah, I would put a big shout out actually to all the boys and girls in Ultra4 Europe who are racing at Battle of Bovington this weekend.
Oh, so you actually skipped a race to get here,
Yeah,
huh?
I skipped a race to be here this weekend, so good luck to everyone who's racing over there. Hope they're having a great time.
There's Jesse Oliver. Brian Trent pulling into the Amsoil hot pits. There's Rick Levezzo at the waterfall. Almost had it up there. Just not quite enough momentum. Him and James Mahoney been running strong. Brian Trimp has some engine issues, but it looks like they're going to just change a tire. We'll see if they pull the bonnet off, right? Is that what you call it?
Absolutely.
But I don't see him checking out the hood, so they're just going to be pushing right through. And there comes Ryan Taylor.
Background, that's a great shot there.
So that's so cool for the pit guys. They get to watch the start finish. They can turn around and watch their cars going around them. There's action everywhere.
Let's be honest, it's a thankless task being stood in most pits. You get to see no action and you have to stand there all day, so it's awesome that they can see the action around them going on. But it's not going to be long now until we see our race leader picking his way round through the Bronco Rocks.
There's Tony Howard.
Tony Howard is provisionally lying in 5th place at the moment.
Where is Woody Rose? I can't wait to see him. He should be coming around here any moment. We could be able to get a visual
car.
on.
That is Brent Harrell, who's just made his way down Little Blue, but he does have a flat rear tyre at the moment. He's got to be smart. Just keep that tyre together.
So we should see Woody Rose on the other side of the Amsoil hot pits here very, very soon.
There's the 4810.
Ryan Webb heading out for his final lap. His buddy and teammate for Kryptonite Customs, Christopher Brenton, is starting on the pole later on this afternoon for 4400 main event.
And that is Garrett Hunston picking his way up onto the waterfall. We still only have 2 cars that have started their 7th lap.
Hey, Jim, I have a visual on Woody Rose. He's on the backside of the Amsoil hot pits. We are less than 5 minutes away from the checkered flag
and
flying.
It looks like he's lapping Jeremy Jones. Yeah, it looks like he's lapped Jeremy Jones. That's incredible.
That is absolutely insane. 2 very similar cars, and Woody Rose just laps a class veteran of Jeremy Jones. Woody Rose is having such an incredible race.
We're just looking there. That is Ryan Taylor in another Trent Fab car. There is our race leader. That is Woody Rose.
He'll be heading into the Bronco Boulders any moment as we see Dwayne Garrettson heading up the Yukon launch.
And coming across the line now, it looks like he's going to be Eric Weichel. He's also got a flat tyre. We really should have set up a book on how many flat tyres there were going to be in this race.
There is a Ned Lamming. Oh, Eric Weichel heading in the hot pits. He's having an amazing race. He's physically in 3rd position. We'll see if he can hold that on adjusted time. Hopefully his pit crew can change that left front flat and get Eric out there. Eric and Nancy Weichel having a great race.
But look at this. This is our current race leader. This is Woody Rose Jr. picking his way through those Bronco Rocks. And in the main screen now
is Diesel Krentz.
That's a great looking rig, isn't it?
Oh, I love it, yeah. It's just, I mean, it looks like a Jeep.
It does indeed.
It's got a 392 under the hood, those Nitto tires, rock crawler suspension.
But let's just talk about this young man down in the bottom corner here. That was, of course, Woody Rose Jr. Now, that's a Trent Fab machine, so he's going to be running 14-inch travel suspension. He's going to also be using a 37 DOT tyre. I think we've only seen him actually stop for 1 tyre today, which is absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, Woody Rose out of Sparks, Nevada with Trent Fabrication. He's got a Trent Fab top shelf chassis, LSX 454, Turbo 400, Atlas, Yukon, Brannick, Proper Tuning, Laser Nut, Rugged, Warn, Fox, Nexon. Raceline and Meekum alternators and FK rods.
So we've now got 3 vehicles that are currently on their 7th lap. We've got Eric Weichel, who's still currently in the pit, Brent Harrell, who's got a flat on course, and of course our race leader, Woody Rose Jr., who is making his way round the back now. He'll be soon, very soon, coming up to the Yukon launch, and then across the Recaro Rocks for the final time.
Thank you again to each and every one of you for tuning in. We're about to wrap up the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. The checkered flag will be coming out very, very soon. We have Tracy Snell tuning in. Thanks for checking us out, and this is an amazing race.
Yes, indeed, as we still see action coming from the waterfall. In the bottom right of our screen right now is that young man, Brent Harrell. He's been trying so hard to put time on Woody Rose. Flat tyre's been plaguing him all weekend, but this is a fantastic drive.
And you can hear the siren there at the Little Blue. What an amazing race it has been for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. We should see Woody Rose here in about a minute to go.
That's Jeremy Jones crossing the water splash. It looks like you won't believe this, Miles, but he's got a flat front tyre.
Another one. So, hey, next race you are doing a check mark. Every time you say flat tire, hit.
I'm not being funny, mate. I had so many flat tyres in Portugal a few weeks ago. I think I went through 10 tyres, which is very unlike me, but there we are.
Brian Taylor
Goodall there.
Brian Taylor heading out for his final lap with another flat tire, so he'll be heading into the Amsoil Hot Pits with Team Indiana.
Yeah, and Kenneth Goodall making real quick work there at the waterfall. But now it's all about watching for our race leader.
And I'm getting an update. Woody Rose has a flat left rear tire, but hey, he's close enough to the finish. I think he's going to be okay. But our leader has a flat now as well. But I believe it's only a second flat tire, so he's had an amazing day.
Exactly that. But we're now watching Ryan Taylor in the pits, car 53, another Trent Fab vehicle, also with a flat tire.
And remember, once the checkered flag comes out, nobody else gets to go out for another lap.
That is our race leader, Miles. Our race leader is almost at the finish, literally 200 meters from the finish line.
So Woody Rose is about to wrap this race up. He's splashing through the water, taking it easy. He's got this in the bag. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, but he has got this thing locked up. So the checkered flag is out, and I got a visual on Woody Rose.
Woody Rose crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, and takes the win here at Legends of the Fall in the 4800 class. Wow, what a race, Miles.
They have put on one heck of a show for everybody here in South Grand Lake recreational area. Here in Disney, it's absolutely amazing. And Woody Rose with one heck of a race.
Yeah, he's been absolutely astonishing right from the start of this race.
So
he got out in front, started on the second row of the grid, got out in front early, and he's stayed there ever since. He has the fastest lap with the 12 minute 15 seconds and has dominated every single lap.
And I believe he just locked up the Western Series for the Nitto National Championship and may have moved up a couple of positions in the Nationals as well.
And crossing the line there, Miles, in second position, another incredibly talented young man. It was our pole sitter, Brent Harrell, in his Paul Herschel-built car.
What a great race by both of those young gentlemen. And Woody Rose won, Brent Harrell too, unofficially, but I'm pretty sure it's going to stick. But what a great race they put on for everybody here on site and back at home.
Absolutely. Now we're going to have to just work out what positions everybody's in. One thing's for sure, we have usually at these races, what we have to do is check for tyre balls. Deflate the tyres. We don't need to do that here.
They're doing it for us.
They're doing it for us. I think every single car's pretty much had 4 tyres on it at some point.
There's Tony Howard in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Remember, we do have 2 races to go. So who's in the lead in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class?
We're just trying to work that one out at the moment.
I believe it's Troy Digby, then Rick Levez.
Troy Digby, and we saw Troy Digby doing very well earlier on course. In fact, he should be coming around to complete a lap very soon.
Rick Levezzo and then Ken Goodall. But like we were talking earlier, now that the checkered has flown, they're about to win.
There is Rick Levezzo on start.
He's in the Bronco Boulder, so where's Troy Digby? Was he in front of him?
We saw Troy Digby ahead of him earlier on.
But so is he still ahead of him?
Exactly.
I missed it.
We will have to wait and see, but I think Troy Digby is going to be crossing the line first. But it can be difficult to stay on top of the positions of this. There's so much action out there on course.
What an amazing race it has been. They showed up and are showing out. We see Rick Levezzo, Justin Barth there in the lower right finishes. There's Jesse Oliver. I believe they're both a lap down.
So
there's Ned Lamming on screen.
Their way around.
Oh, Brian Moore's back in action. We saw him with a broken right front axle of some sort.
Yeah, he was winged out by one of our course workers, allowing him to get back on track. It's been a tough day in the office for Brian. And again, the attrition rate of this race has been absolutely brutal. So many flat tires, so many breakages.
Yeah, you're talking about attrition. The tires are taking a beating. The axles, we were talking to Cody St. Clair earlier, and he's like, yeah, hit it so hard it just ripped it right out of it.
Yeah, you can see all the car parts to the bottom of the waterfall section here.
So, Jim, look at this. I have a physical. I can visually see Troy Digby, so that means Rick Levezzo is ahead of him, got around. So, yes. Rick Levezzo is our leader for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, he shouldn't be very far off the finish. In fact, that is Rick Levezzo. Looks like he's going to be going through the water splash any second now.
And he's backing down. He's in communication. He knows he's got this. Well, he knows he still has to push, but he can slow down a little bit.
So he's got the Yukon launch to go. Then he's got to make his way around Chips Rock. Then once he's done that, he's got to come back through the Recaro rocks, and then it's the last water splash, and he can pick his way back over the finish line and see if he can seal the deal in the 4500 class.
But remember, this race is on adjusted time. Let me do some quick math real quick.
Quick math, real quick. Brian Taylor there picking his way out the waterfall. Again in a Trem Fab car. And that is Troy Digby.
So on my quick math, unofficially, Rick Levezzo needs to beat Troy Digby by 3.5 minutes. So actually, it's going to be down to timing on this because they took off in 2 at a time at 30-second increments. Rick Levezzo took off in 9th spot. Troy Digby in 24th. So I think it's a 3.5 minute time split. So it'll be down to the wire. It will be an absolute race to the finish. We haven't seen much of Trevor Foltz, and there he is with the hood off.
Yeah,
tough break for him.
Yeah, nobody likes to see that. Now, if you're in the pit crew sitting down in the hot pit and you're Troy and you're with Troy, you need to be bending into that radio and saying to him, Troy, stand on it.
We took off at 10 a.m., so they've been racing hard for an hour and 42 minutes right now.
So still the race action continues here. And we are looking for, that looks like that might be Brian Moore crossing the water there, and there is Rick Levezzo, our physical first place on course 4500 modified class car.
So Rick Levezzo was about to grab the checkered flag, but remember, it's going to be down to timing for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. This is going to be an amazing finish because Rick Levezzo needs to beat Troy Digby by, I believe, 3.5 minutes. So the checkered flag is out. Rick Levezzo physically finishing out first, but it's going to be down to timing.
How far back is... So Rick Levezzo is the first of our 4500 class across the line. He's a full lap behind Woody Rose.
How far back is is Troy Digby behind Rick Levezzo as we're watching Ryan Taylor.
Very close indeed.
Heading to the top of Little Blue. I've got my unofficial stopwatch going. It's going to be really, really close.
Right, let's watch Ryan Taylor here. Now, this is taking the far line. This is the faster line. You're going to see all of the 4400 class cars taking this line this afternoon. You can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, if they don't take that one, they're not going to be winning.
Now, I love this. This is fantastic drone footage here. There's Ryan Taylor picking his way off. It's a controlled crash landing. He makes it look so simple. Great driving here.
I still hear Dwayne Garrettson, so he's still in the mix for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Where is Ken Goodall?
Well, I can also see Troy Digby on the far side of the course. And he's going to have to really stand on it if he wants to catch Rick Levezzo. He's slowing down for the water. He's probably completely unaware of how close this is.
So Dwayne Garrettson is really close behind Logan and Ken Goodall. But where is Troy Digby?
Troy Digby now is working his way up through towards the Yukon launch.
Brian Tremp coming in
with another flat tire.
So who's it going to be for third place in the Legends class? Eric Weichel, Tony Howard, Jeremy Jones?
Eric Weichel. I've seen Eric Weichel already crossing around the back of the Bronco Rocks. So I think it is potentially, it could be Eric Weichel. But again, still so much going on out there.
About a minute and a half left for Troy Digby to come in, and he might be able to steal the win from Rick Levezzo, unofficially. This race is on adjusted time. Oh, here is Troy Digby right now, so he may have just stolen the win from Rick Levezzo. What's going to be on the timer? I do believe Troy Digby may have just beat out Rick Levezzo by about a minute.
It does look exactly that, yeah, by about, yes, you are right, but just over a minute. So Troy Digby is currently unofficially first in the 4,500 modifieds.
What
Rick
a
Levezzo
great race.
Second in 4,500 modifieds. And I think Kenneth Goodall will probably be our third place finisher, but we'll have to keep an eye on that.
So while we wait for a few more competitors to come through this start-finish line, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
And welcome back to Legends of the Fall 2022 and the 4,500 and 4,800 modified race. And we've got Eric Weichel crossing the line there to close out the top three.
I believe Eric Weichel just grabs that third position. And where does that put Dwayne Garrettson for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class? I believe that wraps up the podium for it, too. So I think unofficially it's Woody Rosen first.
Woody Rosen first, Brent Harrell in second.
And Eric Weichel in third for the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, it's Troy Digby in first.
In second place is Rick Levezzo.
And I believe it's going to be Dwayne Garrettson wrapping up the podium for that race as well. So this is all unofficial. We got to get with our timing, dot our I's, cross our T's. But it looks like we got a full podium for both the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. What an amazing race it has been all day long. Absolutely love it.
Been absolutely fantastic. It's been action-packed from start to finish, Miles. That's why we love Ultra4 racing. And how good is it to be here in Disney, Oklahoma? How good is it to be on this amazing race course with these amazing people?
Yesterday was so special. We started out with racing, and then we did the show and shine. We did the trunk or treat. We did the amazing launch from Speed Sport with Travis Pastrana and company. Absolutely amazing. And then we finished out the night with some amazing music. And then today, this race has been amazing. It's only gonna get better.
You used almost as many amazings as they've used tires out on course.
It's been a great event out here at South Grand Lake. So much fun, and this race was one to watch. But be sure to come back for at 1 o'clock, the 4400 main event will be absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. Well, while we're waiting for Pam Hall to get all the trophies sorted out and for just to finalise all the results, we're going to cut out to a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more action very soon.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Sand. Heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4-Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need, or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide, or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back to the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. This was the start of the race earlier, just kind of a quick little highlight, and we had so much fun. If you can't have fun watching this race, you better tune out, because this was one heck of a race. It was absolutely amazing, wasn't it, Jim?
Oh, it was absolutely incredible. We've seen so much action right from the start to the finish. I mean, let's talk about qualifying yesterday. We saw Brent Harrell throwing down that incredible time to put him on the front end of the grid. But then it was all about Woody Rose. Woody Rose started on the second row today, punched his way up into the front,
and never looked back.
Never looked back. He's looked cool. He's looked comfortable. He's looked awesome all the way out there. I think he's had maybe one or maybe two flat tyres. That is it. And flat tyres have been the story of this race.
But remember, these are 37-inch DOT tires, so the next race we have at 1 p.m. is the 4400 Unlimited race, and that's a sticky tire. It's a race compound. I do think tires are still going to be an issue, don't get me wrong, but I think you're going to see a lot less flat tires. And we have 33 4400 cars racing later on today, so get your plans figured out. Get your lunch fed. Get your cooler ready. This is going to be a show. We'll kick off here in about an hour, but we're getting close to giving away some of those Laser Nut trophies here in just a little bit. We are ready when you are. All right, we'll bring you out. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. It has been an amazing race this morning, and it's only going to get better here in just a little bit, Jim.
It is indeed. What an incredible start to this day. I mean, the racing here, Miles, this morning has just been absolutely out of this world. I mean, really, does it get any better?
Yeah, it's been an amazing weekend already, and like we were talking about, the main event kicks off at 1 p.m. We're getting ready to throw out some amazing laser nut trophies here in just a moment.
That's going to be fantastic. But, I mean, when we watch the racing, obviously we've been watching the 4800 class and the 4500 class. The talent and the skill that we've seen out there has been remarkable.
It's been amazing, but it's only going to get better.
Absolutely. Just getting to that bit. Now we've got the big guns. Now we've got the guys that we've been really excited about seeing. All of the cars that we've been seeing on course so far have been using DOT tyres. That means soft tyres. Means we're going to get a lot of punches. I think we're going to see a big change this afternoon. I think we're going to see a big change in pace. And I think we're going to see remarkable lap times. I reckon we're going to be seeing it around about 10 minutes, 30 seconds.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. So be sure you tune in or get your plans figured out now, because at 10 till we'll go live racing at 1 p.m. Again, I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend Jim Marsden. We're going to sign off and send it down to Pam Hall. Pam, it's your show.
All right, thank you, Miles and Jim. We are here for the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall podium for our 4800 Legends class. Third place, Eric Weichel. I know that today tires were an issue. You had to have somebody go all the way back to your pit to get more tires for you. Did you guys end up using those tires that had to come over earlier?
Yes, we went through 5 tires today. It was my pit crew did an excellent job of keeping me in the race. I wouldn't have made it without them. Queen City Off-Road did so much to help me prep this car and keep it running and get it ready for this race.
Well, you guys were doing awesome out there. I know that tires were an issue for everybody. I lost count of the tires out there. But what was your favorite part about the race course today?
Just making it through it. Slinging it through with flat tires, it was one heck of a course. It was a great day.
Well, it was an awesome day, and we still have a long day to go with the 4400s coming up next. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
Definitely Queen City Off-Road. I have to thank Nate and Joe for manning the pits today, and they just killed it. And everybody that helped us today. It was just an awesome day. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your third place finish. You're going to stick around and watch the 4400s?
Yes, I am. Might have to change clothes. I'm just a little wet.
Oh, that was the story of the day yesterday, was wet fire suits.
Yes. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Now we're moving on over here to our second place, Mr. Brent Harrell. Great day. I saw you come in with a couple flats, but otherwise, how was your day?
It was a lot of fun. Course has definitely changed a lot. There's a lot of logs that got jammed up and facing towards us, but it was a super fun track. Hopefully we come back here again next year.
I saw you, you got through before the bottleneck or no, earlier on that waterfall?
We were the first ones through the waterfall, and then we hit the Joker line, and I tried it several times in practice and whatnot, and my car just wouldn't go up it, so we ended up winching up it first lap. We were the first ones there, and then got past, and after that it was pretty smooth sailing other than a couple flats.
Awesome. Well, what was your least favorite part about the race course today?
Oh man, the last water crossing before you come into here is just soaked every time.
You know, I could tell that I haven't been actually on the race course, but every time all of you racers would come through, it's like water was just pouring out from the bottom, so it must be a big puddle right there.
Oh yeah, we're probably at least a quarter way up our doors.
Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, my dad, family, and everyone that came with us. We wouldn't be able to do it without them and their continuous support. Paul Herschel and his amazing crew for building the baddest car around. Rigid Lights, coming out with some new cool stuff next year, and glad to be back by them. Fox Shocks, phenomenal shocks. Mike and Jack and all them give us tons of support. So, Tubes Works Diffs, my co-pilot Justin, Max Tie Downs, TMI, TMR, Bleshmid Trucking, and all the fans for coming out and making it all worth it.
So your dad's getting ready to go out on race course. Are you going to hop on over to the hot pits and help him out if he needs it?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Go get to sit in a wet fire suit.
Well, awesome. Congratulations. And we are coming back here next year, so hopefully we do see you as well.
Sounds like a plan.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that second position. And now right on over here to the number 1 position, Mr. Woody Rose. Great day out there. How do you feel about your day today?
I feel like it went pretty well. I was keeping up a pace pretty decently. And, yeah, everything went pretty smoothly other than a few bad bounces and a few tires, like everyone else out here. So, yeah.
I'm just curious if anybody got through this race without a flat tire.
I know Bailey Cole did.
That's true. He actually went and got Eric Weichels from his camp.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah.
That's what I love about out here is everybody's just a big family, so it's like everybody's helping each other out. So, and you had a special guest in your co-driver seat today. Was he a big help? Because he's normally in a driver's seat.
Yes, Tad Dowker races the North Shore Raceworks Trent Fabrication top shelf car in 44. Big help. He kept my head on straight all day, helped me through all the tough climbs, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without him.
Well, and that gave him a great preview because he's getting ready to go out on race course himself. So are you hopping in with him, or is his normal co-driver with him?
His normal co-driver will hop in with him. So I'm all done for the day.
Well, I know you were in the passenger seat yourself yesterday as well, correct?
Yes, I was with Bailey Cole, and we had a really smooth race, and I had a good time. And helped me out throughout the whole entire day through here. Definitely went faster and made my day faster.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Trent Fabrication, definitely. That's a big one. Derek Trent for helping me get here and to all these races, really. My mother, Lisa Trent, she's a big support through all this, too. And Dave Schneider helped me out with my front end after I clipped a tree this weekend. And then Nexen Tires, they were a big one. Raceline Wheels, Yukon Gear and Axle, the Auto and Tire Doctor, Brannick Motorsports, Proper Tuning, Line-to-Line Coating, Laser Nut Racing, FK Rod Ends, ATO Transmission, Rugged Radios, MacMan Alternators, Warren Industries, Reed Racing, and Fox.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on taking that number 1 spot. So let's give it up for our 4800 Legends class. Woody Rose, Brent Harrell, and Eric Weichel. We're going to take just a moment for them to get their photos, and then we're going to bring up our next class, our 4500 Modified. So we're going to watch some highlights. So we'll be back in just a moment.
No, they flattened it, and they didn't put enough air in it.
All right, we are now here live with our 4,500 modified class. Mr. Dwayne Garrison in that third position. You came in with a little bit of a flat. Is that the only one of the day?
No, unfortunately, we every time we'd really want to press the race course, it would fight back, and we had 3 flats today.
What do you think about this race course? I know everybody keeps saying it's super hard, but what do you think about this race course compared to other tracks you've been to?
Man, all the tracks we race at are fun, but this is a super cool place. We're about 3 hours from here, so I've wheeled here 4 or 5 times in the last, maybe 10 years. So, I mean, it's awesome to be able to race close to home. It's awesome that, MidAmerica was actually, able to secure this venue, on a government permit, man. So it really just kicks ass.
So we know you'll be back here next year when we race in September.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it's an awesome race course for sure. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Man, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. I'd like to thank all of the pit crew, Jared and Dennis for coming almost all the races, Jeremy for crewing, and riding with me, man, and putting up with all my crap all year long. All the other racers that we compete against, man, for pushing the limits of the 4,500 class and making us faster. All the fans, Yokohama Tire, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, Tom Woods Driveline, Jimmy's 4x4, Raceline Wheels. Man, so many great sponsors that not only sponsor us, but a lot of other drivers. It's just an amazing time, man, and we're super stoked to be here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 spot. You're sticking around and watching the next race, I'm sure of, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to go get some different clothes on, but I'm coming back.
That's the story of the day. Wet fire suits and tires. That's the story of the day. Well, we'll let you get going here in just a moment, but congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
All right, and now we're moving on over here to our second place, Mr. Rick Lavezzo. You are doing amazing this year. You're going to get some more trophies later on. Right now it's unofficial, but how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good. I want to thank my co-driver James for just keeping me, focused all race, and it's just amazing. I think we had 3 flat tires, and we were focused on something else, so we hit it hard, but then we just had to slow down, and we had to finish the race, and that was our goal, and we did that. And without Yokohama tires, without Tube Works for our ends, Raceline for our rims, King for our shocks, I mean, we wouldn't be here. But most of all, my family, my crew chief, everybody just helped me out, and this man right here just all day in the air, Sunday drive, Sunday drive, Sunday drive, so it was amazing. And thanks to all the fans and MidAmerica and everybody, it's just epic.
Now, you didn't get on top of the podium here, but the true saying that they always say, to finish first, you must first finish, and that's what's going on with you today. So the bigger trophies you're going to get. A great year for you. Congratulations. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here?
I want to thank my wife, my father. They're my biggest fans, my daughter. Everybody that helps us all year, Paul Herschel and the whole gang helping us, the obstacle gang, and just been amazing. Yokohama tires, King shocks, Raceline rims, Tube Works for our rear ends, and that's about it. That's all I got.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. I'm going to ask Mr. James over here really quick. Today, you guys had an amazing day out there. What was your least favorite part as a co-driver out on race course today?
Just trying to keep him in check, and hitting the waterfall. We caught a little bounce back, and I was like, we better back up, and we backed up and shot up it. We got impatient coming in there the second time, and, we're going to try a different line, and I talked him out of it, and we let the other guy winch, and we took our normal line so we could just keep it, And then, it was an awesome course. He did great out there. It was a nutrition race, like, the guy said. If you don't finish, you're not going to finish. So keep the tires on it, and he did a good job.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you guys again. Now we're going to move right on over here to our number 1 position, Mr. Troy Digby. Troy Digby, you won at AOP this year. AOP was your first race with Ultra4 last year. Now, and you are on a roll here. Are you going to continue on? Because every time you show up, you're getting this number 1 trophy.
Yeah, I'm going to race as many races next year as I can. Nationals next year is a little far, being on the East Coast, North Carolina, but we're going to try to do as many as we can.
Well, I got to go there too, so, we're from the same area. No, it's awesome. Great race out there, though. When you came through, it was so close. You guys had roughly a minute between you and Rick to finish for the first position, but what was your favorite part about this race course out here compared to, like, AOP?
We like the waterfall. The waterfall was the best part. For whatever reason, we almost one-shot it every single time. Didn't have an issue. We passed a lot of cars there that couldn't get up, and you know, the car held together. We only had one flat, and everything was great on the course. JT did a great job.
Yeah, they've been out here working hard for many, many weeks on this race course. But who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
Well, I got to thank all my great sponsors. And first off, I got to thank my brother. This is his first time ever in a race car, first Ultra4 race. And he's, you know, he had it all dialed in, tell me where to go, left, right, straight, slow down. He told me to slow down a lot. There's a lot of rocks. So yeah, we've got Outlaw Off-Road to thank. We have KMC Wheels, Ultimate 9, Tyree Lights. There's quite a few I'm forgetting, I'm sure. Let's see. Yeah, if I forgot anybody, I'm sorry. But thank y'all for all your support. You know, couldn't do it without y'all. And thanks to these great drivers that I had to beat today.
All right, well, since it's his very first Ultra4 race ever, you've never even attended an Ultra4 race. Nope. Tell us what you think about being in this race car with your brother, and did you have a blast?
Well, there's so much more than just the race, you know, like the last 2 nights have been absolutely fantastic. This is just such an amazing community. Being out here for the first time, it's just so good to see everyone helping each other out, you know, and like pitting yesterday, like our pit crew today did absolutely fantastic. But by far my favorite part was just seeing how much hard work that Troy has put into this over the last couple of years, and just so nice to see how well this is turning out for him. I'm just unbelievably proud of him.
So you think you'll be back?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, that's good to hear. Let's give it up for our 4,500 modified class for Legends of the Fall. Troy Digby, Rick Lavezzo, and Dwayne Garrettson. All right.
We had to get him out real fast, but looks like he's got everything fixed and ready. That car's running strong.
As of right now, before the second wave crosses the line to score their first completed lap, Rick Schroeder's got the best time right now with a 101.9 on lap number 1. So we'll see how long that lasts with Will Harris, Chad Mayo, Austin Sides, and Todd Remery still waiting for them to complete their lap.
Will Harris just hit a 159.2. So that is going to be a screaming lap time right there. We've got a 159.6 from Chad Mayo. That's what I was telling you.
Yeah.
They're going to be right in the mix right there.
Didn't take long.
Nope. They're going to find their groove. They're going to start clicking off laps. And honestly, I could see this class getting a little bit faster on lap times. Traditionally, watching Will Harris and Mayo and these guys out here, they do get faster. They find their groove. They keep pushing that car to the limits. And Will Harris, just an absolute competitor. He's been on a tear lately. Last couple of races, he's won. He's done great. You know what? The story behind this car that he's racing is pretty impressive. This thing originally started as a huge lifted mud machine.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so, I mean, it could literally drive over a 55-gallon drum. And now it's out here on the track flying,
I've
literally
heard of guys
flying.
converting from, we'll say, a trail or a race car to one of those crazy ones.
Yep.
Big tires, but I never the other way around.
Yeah, I don't ever think I've ever heard of anybody taking a lift off of something. But instead, he decided he didn't want to ride over gas cans. He wanted to go fast and sail that car in the sky.
Yeah, tell him there's a live look from MAO because that's where we're coming from. And then also, could you guys sit down by any chance? We only have 2 chairs. Yes, we can sit down. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Ready when you are. Awesome. All right, gonna cut to you guys in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, world, to the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. We just had a sneak peek what's going on at the MidAmerica Outdoor with the side-by-side series. It's such a cool thing, but we are about to kick off the 4400 main event. I am Miles Hasselquist with my good buddy Jim Marsden, and we have Mark Welch. He'll be doing the prayer here in just a moment. But here in about 10 minutes, we're going to kick off the 4400 main event. It's going to go down, Jim.
Oh, mate, this is the one we've been waiting for. We cannot wait to see these 4400s out on course. Thousands of horsepower, massive tyres, huge suspension. It's going to be epic.
We've had an amazing weekend here at South Grand Lake. We've had so much going on. The racing has been amazing, but we've also had so much fun in downtown with the trunk or treat and all the music and everything that's gone down. It's been an amazing event, so much fun, but the main race of the day is about to kick off, and Christopher Branton, his first pole, he got that yesterday in qualifying on his birthday, and there's going to be a lot of people chasing him down.
There is indeed. Now, Christopher, he had an absolutely stonking run yesterday. He was a full 2 seconds faster than anybody else on course, which is incredible when you look at how stacked this field is. And we were talking about this earlier. It really is a who's who of 44 class driving. I mean, there's very few drivers missing from this lineup.
I can only think of a couple, and that's Eric Miller and Jason Shear that are not here on site. I mean, it's a fully
and Randy Slauson. Don't forget Randy Slauson.
He doesn't race too much of the other stuff other than King of the Hammers, but you're absolutely correct. He would be right at home with all these rock trails.
But you are right, mate, and that's the big thing, is that we've only literally got 3 of our biggest drivers missing from this lineup. That means it's going to be fireworks this afternoon. It's going to be absolutely a full throttle attack right from the start.
I believe we have 34 of the 4400 cars, the fastest guys and gals in our sport, unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower. Build what you want, come out and prove it here at Ultra4 USA.
But it's not just about today's race, is it? We're also racing for championship points.
The NITO National Championship will be handed out tonight for the Nationals, the East, the West. It comes all the way down to this double points race.
Now, when we say double points, it is literally exactly that, double points. Yep. And that makes the big difference over this sort of thing.
So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be down to this race. There's so much on the line, but I want everybody to stand up. Let's remove your hats. Mark Welch is going to do a little prayer to keep us all safe out on track and here at home watching.
All right, let's pray. God, I just want to thank you that we all have the fortune to be able to come out here and go racing and watch these races, and thank you for the people that put it on and all the volunteers that are out here helping out. and I just hope that you continue to bless them so that we have a better and better place to go racing. And I want to say my heart goes out to the Rufus Racing team, and as I mourn the loss of Zandy, I just hope that you comfort them and be with them, and I hope you keep our racers safe today and help them go fast. In Jesus' name, amen.
Well, thank you, Mark. You had such a fun race yesterday. We appreciate you coming up here and keeping us all safe, and I'll let you go out there and have a little fun. Thanks again, Mark
awesome.
Welch.
Have fun, guys.
We're about 6 minutes away from the green flag to start flying. It's going to be an absolutely amazing event. So you got about 5 more minutes. Get your drinks ready. Get some snacks ready. It is about to go down for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. And it's going to wind up for the Nitto National Championships as well. We'll see how all that plays out. But there's going to be drama out on course for sure. It's going to be absolutely amazing, isn't it, Jim?
It is indeed. Now let's just have a quick look. We've got 34 runners and riders out there today. And in reverse order, let's quickly flick through those. So in 34th place, we've got Tim Hooper. In 33rd, it's Jean-Philippe Marine. In 32nd,
Liam Morris, and then Frank Vonderheide.
Then it's Aaron Smith.
Brian Caprara.
In 28th is Brett Moffitt.
27th, Pip Justice racing for the Rufus Racing team.
And then in 26th, racing for the very last time, car number 24 is Chip McLaughlin.
In 25th is Brian McVeigh.
In 24th is Cody Hardesty.
In 23rd is Philip McJilton.
In 22nd is William McGibbon.
And 21st is Marcos Gomez.
Just in front of him, it is Cade Rod.
Side by side with Chase Caprara.
Then in 18th is Tad Dowker.
17th is Chad Hunt.
Then in 16 in his brand new car, it's Levi Shirley.
And 15th, Raul, our current king's son, Darian Gomez.
Then it's the big man himself. In 14th, Ryan Rockhold.
And 13th, the happy pappy, Rusty Blyler.
Then it's a one-time king, Josh Byler in 12th.
And the 11th spot is Waylon Campbell.
Then in 10th position is the young lady who, now we really believe this could be a great race for her, Bailey Campbell.
In 9th spot is Casey Gilbert.
Then in 8th position, it's Lauren Healy.
Another 2-time king. And then in 7th spot is Brett Harrell.
Then in 6th, it's our current reigning king, Raul Gomez.
And the season, he's having the season of his life right now. In 5th spot is Paul Wolf.
Then in 4th position, it's the last of the Gomez brothers, it's JP.
In 3rd spot is another, he is our national championship last year. We'll see how it shakes out, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Then in 2nd, it's that crazy flying guy himself, Paul Herschel.
And getting his first pole position ever is Mr. Christopher Branton.
It's a stacked field, that's for certain. But before we cut down there, we're going to do one thing that we should always do before any races here.
It's going to be an amazing show. We have about another, let's see, about 3 more minutes. And so let's ramble for another about minute, Jim. Who do you think is going to win this? You asked me earlier. I don't know. We have so much talent on our field. I've been asked 100 times. I can't do it.
I'll be honest with you, we've been looking at it. Is having 2 seats in your car going to be an advantage? Is having a co-driver with you going to be an advantage?
I think
it could
so.
be.
Because if you need to winch, because about 2 minutes into this race is that first waterfall. There's 2 lanes. If it gets blocked up, if somebody breaks, if somebody tumbles, it's going to be a parking lot there. And we saw that happen at that last race. So I think having somebody with you is a huge help.
Let's not forget, these guys are going to be running competition tyres. That means they're stickies. They're going to have armoured sidewalls. So it's a very different thing. Tyre degradation is going to be a huge issue here. There is no doubt about that.
There will be flats, but I think these tires will last a lot better than the DOT tires just
But
did.
on the other hand, we're using much bigger horsepower. We've got cars out here with anything up to 1,100 horsepower. So
it's going to be one heck of a show. So before we start the big show, we're going to do what we love to do. So ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the greatest song in the world, about the greatest world we ever had, the national anthem.
Okay, and welcome back. Here we are. We are ready for the season finale. It's Legends of the Fall 2022, and we're just about to send our 4400s out on course.
It is about to get this party started. So off the grid first is going to be Christopher Branton with a drag race against Paul Horschel. Huge horsepower, unlimited suspension. This is going to be one to watch. It's about to go down. The green flag is out. We are about to go down.
Any second now, it's going to be thousands of horses charging off the line. Paul Horschel putting out over 1,000 horsepower. But a pole sitter, Christopher Branton, we know he knows no fear. What can he do? Can he take the whole shot as he makes his way into the first water crossing?
2, 1, green flag is out. Who's going to get that whole shot? And it's side-by-side racing, but Paul Horschel gets the early lead. We'll see how that sticks. So Paul Horschel and Christopher Branton off the grid.
They're going to be going off the line every 20 seconds.
I believe it's 30 seconds for this race. This race is on adjusted time. So up next will be Vaughn Gittin Jr. and J.P. Gomez.
And it's go time here. Vaughn Gittin Jr. takes the whole shot off JP.
We'll see if he can make that Ford Bronco stick out in front of that UFO. The Triton car gets the lead.
So they're heading on down now. They'll be making their way down to that first waterfall, and that waterfall is going to be critical for this first lap.
And it's not dusty at all, but there is a little bit of dust compared to earlier, so that last race really blew off that top water.
It did indeed, and next on the grid is our current king, Raul Gomez, and next to him is Paul Wolf. And it's go time.
So 2 UFOs drag racing, and Paul Wolf with the early lead over Raul Gomez. Both Nitto tires all hooking up and going on down the course.
And next is going to be Brett Harrell with Lauren Healy. Both of these drivers using a Paul Horschel cars.
What a great aerial shot for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall here in the South Grand Lake Recreation Area.
And off the line they charge. And it looks like Brett Harrell has taken the lead off of Lauren Healy.
What a great start to this race we have. It has been absolutely amazing. It's been building, and here's the first waterfall section. So it is Paul Horschel up front. We'll see what kind of quick work he can make out of this section.
And he makes it look so easy.
Absolutely, that right line. Here's those USD stickies. We'll see Nitto versus Sticky, see how much trouble they got. And both of them make it pretty easy, but those Nitto tires stuck a little bit better.
Indeed, and leaving the line right now, it's the first solid axle car. It is Casey Gilbert going alongside with Bailey Campbell.
And there's Vaughn Gittin Jr. and that another Ford Bronco Monster Energy machine making it right up that left side.
He makes that look very easy indeed.
We were just talking about the tire compound, and that is really showing off what exactly is going on. So up next is going to be Waylon Campbell.
And Josh Byler, obviously a one-time king, and that's the second solid axle vehicle in this lineup. Look at Waylon Campbell's car. It literally jumps off the line. There's so much horsepower.
What an amazing race. I believe that's Shannon Campbell's engine they've stuck in it for this race, so it's great to see that thing really out there ripping as Paul Wolf makes it up the waterfall in quick work.
Yeah, no problem so far for our front-running vehicles, and there is Raul Gomez.
Our current King of the Hammers winner earlier this year, the first race of the Ultra4 season.
Yeah, just the way these 4400 class cars just absolutely storm it across as the Happy Pappy leaves the line alongside Ryan Rockhold. And just look at the horsepower as Rusty throws down that skinny pedal.
And Brian Stone, who raced yesterday in the UTV class, is riding with the Happy Pappy. So there's Brett Harrell and Lauren Healy. So we're going to have side-by-side action going up the waterfall. This could be fun to watch. Lauren checks up just a little bit, takes the right and left lane.
He knows which line he wants. They would have been picking this. They'd have been talking about it.
Yeah, this is where pre-running really helps out.
Now I'm just looking on the back of Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s car. It looks like he's got a rope coiled up.
So taking off the line as we speak is Darian Gomez and Levi Shirley.
Yeah, one of those two cars is a little bit fouled up, but it'll soon clear once he gets some temperature into it. And that there is Casey Gilbert. Casey Gilbert used to dominate in 4800, made the move up in a 4400, and he's still running a single shock absorber on this car.
It's really impressive to see what he is doing out there on course. And taking off next is going to be Chad Hunt.
And Tad Dowker. Oh, now we're watching our lead cars as they make their way through. as that's Chad Hunt in another Miller car pushing forward. That is running an astonishing supercharged engine that produces over 1,000 horsepower.
And here's Christopher Branton physically in second position coming down the rigid Little Blue area, taking the quicker right line.
Yeah, he's already given away some time there to our current race leader, who is Paul Herschel. And I think we're going to see all of the 4400 class cars taking that line.
Off the line next is Chase Caprara.
Yeah, and Cade Rod. These two young men have also stepped up from 4800 into 4400, and it's great to see them out here doing battle as we watch one of the older statesmen of 4400 racing. It is this man, Rusty Byler. Miller Pro chassis, Nitto tires, LSX engine.
Let me catch you up on something real quick. Paul Horschel already took the Factor 55 Joker line, so actually Christopher Branton is in the lead. Physically.
Oh, right. And heading off the line now, that looks like Marcus Gomez and William McGibbon. We've got 34 runners and riders here today in 4400 class, and this course is going to get very, very busy, very, very fast.
So Paul Horschel's ran the Factor 55 Joker. Also Lauren Healy, Paul Wolf, Christopher Branton, and Brett Harrell. So Christopher Branton ran the... So I'm not sure who's out physically in the lead, actually.
I'm fairly certain that I saw Paul Herschel go down Little Blue just before Christopher Branton. Okay, more action now coming there from Little Blue. And there is Levi Shirley. He's made it up the first waterfall.
And Marcos Gomez, William McGilton, Philip McGilton, and Cody Hardesty have all taken off.
Now, I just saw very briefly there, it looked like I saw Rusty Byler stopped. I really hope that wasn't. Chad Hunt taking that far right line.
This is something extremely special. For the last time, the number 24 is flying for Zandy Willems. Chip McLaughlin just takes off next to his teammate, Pip Justice.
Yeah, Rufus Racing, it's a special day for them as they celebrate the wonderful man that was Zandy, their great friend. And we'll be keeping an eye on Chip and on Pip all the way around this course. And there he is right now, though. Our highest placed solid axle car, that is Casey Gilbert in the 618, making his way around the bottom of Big Little Blue.
Brent Moffitt and Brian Caprara just taking off. This is on car with, I believe, Raul Gomez, our current king. How cool is that? That's on the backside of the Amsoil Hot Pits.
Yeah, that is Raul Gomez.
So we have it on car.
Oh, look at this, we've got action
Raul
here.
Gomez.
Vaughn Ginn Jr. has just gone past Paul Herschel in the Bronco Rocks. To be fair, there was only one place a Bronco was going to overtake, wasn't there?
In the Bronco Rocks as Aaron Smith and Frank Vonderheide take off.
Ah, look at this. Already seeing a flat tire here on the TMR car. As Marcus Gomez picks his way up the waterfall. Or does he? Not that time he doesn't. There is, it looks like Darian Gomez.
There's Cody Hardesty right in front of Marcos Gomez.
Marcus manages to make his way up in that beautiful UFO car.
There's Brian McVeigh. And there went Liam Maurice and JP Marin.
We nearly have all our cars out on course now as we're watching Ryan Rock. Is that Ryan?
No, that's Chip.
That is Chip, yeah, it is. Chip McLaughlin, the 24.
Racing 4 points for Zandy Willems.
I was chatting to him yesterday. He said he's got to crawl round if he has to. He just wants to get that finish for his great friend.
And last off the line is Philip McGilton and Tim Hooper with Fuel Works. So a full field of 34 cars out on course. Are we going to see that 10-minute mark? I think we're going to see it. What a great start to the 4400 main event here at the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area.
And that there in camera now is Brett Harrell. We just saw Brent Harrell, his son, come second in the 4800 class only an hour or so ago.
That's a 2-seat Paul Horschel built machine, and those Nitto tires are putting down the traction.
Oh, just look at the way this just picks it through the rocks. And Brian Capera seems to be stuck on the waterfall. Can he push it up there? Yes, he can. No problem at all. The very experienced racer.
So at the Factor 55 Joker line, we have Casey Gilbert, Rusty Blyler, and Chad Hunt have all cleared that as well. So
and here comes, look at this, Lauren Healy making a move here.
Lauren Healy and Josh Blyler trying to get around Brent Harrell. Brent has Justin with 2 works riding shotgun with him. And Aaron Smith struggling a little bit on the right side in that bomber chassis, 2-seat solid axle machine, but makes it on about.
Yeah, it takes a slightly different line and punches it up there, and the difference that you see here between those 4400 class cars with these 40-inch sticky tyres and those 48s that we saw earlier is a massive.
Brian McVeigh made it up the Factor 55 Joker line. There's Ryan Rockhold.
There's Ryan Rockhold, and look at the pace these guys are showing as they come down through here.
Ryan Rockhold Racing. There's Chad Hunt with Team Indiana coming into screen. Down the rigid little blue area.
Chad Hunt, as we were saying earlier, runs a supercharger in that vehicle, producing over 1,000 horsepower.
There is a Gomez back to Lauren Healy, a 2-time King of the Hammers winner. He'll be skimming over the water section as we speak.
Indeed, and we're already seeing cars crossing the line to start their second lap.
So our physical race leader is Vaughn Gittin Jr. with an 8:59.
Yeah, man, that's incredible stuff. What a time already. We were saying at around about 10.5 minutes, but he's crashed in through in under 9 minutes. So in first position, currently at the moment, is Vaughn Gittin Jr. In second
is Raul Gomez.
In third is Paul Wolf.
In fourth, JP Gomez.
In fifth,
Paul Horschel.
In sixth is Christopher Branson.
So they have all cleared their first lap right around that 9-minute mark. That is absolutely amazing. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. already breaking the 9-minute mark, and we weren't sure if the 10-minute mark was going to get broken.
No, absolutely. And now, am I right in thinking, has Vaughn done the Joker line yet?
He has not, so that is a big
okay,
advantage
that's where
for
he's
him.
made some time.
That does make sense, because a few other people have. Paul Horschel's made it, Rusty Bleiler, Lauren Healy, Paul Wolf, Brian McVeigh, Chad Hunt, Casey Gilbert, Christopher Brandon, and Brett Harrell all made the Factor 55.
Indeed, and we're just watching
Joker
there.
line.
Brian Capera coming down Little Blue, and he already has a flat tyre. That right-hand front. So a tough break there for Brian Capera.
What a great race that is unfolding in front of us as we flip back to the Bronco Bowlers with Levi Shirley, Cade Rod, and Chase Caprara all out in the Bronco Bowlers. And that Levi Shirley car is a brand new Euro built. Awesome, awesome machine.
Yes, indeed, and Lauren Healy crosses the line in 6th position on adjusted time. And he's actually just been moved down to 7th as Paul Herschel crosses the line. So it's all go here, and we'll be keeping an eye on those scores, but our current race leader and physical race leader is Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that beautiful Bronco. Oh, look at that.
And then
Absolute
Rusty
storming
Bleiler,
stuff
Josh
there from
Bleiler.
Rusty.
Yep.
I still think that we saw Rusty parked up shortly, just before the waterfall. I don't know what happened, but here we are. We've got Paul Wolf. He's currently sitting in 4th position. Makes his way up the waterfall for the 2nd time. Makes it look easy. Oh, 2 flat tyres on that car there. Both right-hand wheels are flat.
So at the Factor 55 Joker line, Brent Moffitt just cleared, as well as Frank Vonderheide and Liam Maurice. So there is action all over the course. We go back to Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Now this is interesting because Vaughn Gittin Jr. It must be behind Paul Wolf, because we saw Paul Wolf just go up this a moment ago. So what's happened?
There's Josh Bleiler, a former King of the Hammers winner, and that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis running those Ditto tires with Big B Motorsports.
Okay, we've got some chimes changing up here at the moment. This is crossing the line. The times have changed, so I'm just going to go through our top 5 very quickly on adjusted time. In 5th is Darian Gomez.
In 4th, Paul Wolf.
In 3rd is Waylon Campbell.
In 2nd, Raul Gomez.
And in 1st is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
But remember, that is on adjusted time.
It is. Now,
that's Cody Hardesty with a right rear flat tire
and
and the
he's also
Bronco
got a front one as well. So there is Paul Herschel. Now, where is Paul going? Surely he's not going to drive off the edge, is he? I didn't even know there was a line there, but Paul's found a line that I didn't know existed. Fantastic stuff there, and that's why you do your pre-running.
Right down the rigid little blue section, there's JP Gomez. I believe we had a little freeze-free frame there, because he's definitely faster than that. There's Brian McVeigh trying to chase down, I believe that's Cody Hardesty.
But I've got a feeling that we might see a change in the lead here. I believe that we saw Paul Wolf go through before Vaughn Gittin Jr. So we're going to have to really keep an eye on that. Oh no, but there's Paul Wolf here. Paul Wolf is behind Raul Gomez. So that must have been an older piece of footage that we saw. So, right.
Chase Caprara pulling into the Amsoil hot pits.
And it looks like Ryan Rockhold there is part on the side of the track. So a tough break there for Ryan Rockhold.
He had a great qualifying run going for Ryan Rockhold Racing. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. just goes up the Factor 55 Joker line. So earlier when we saw him taking off, it was Levi Shirley that his engine was spitting and sputtering. So tough break for him. Hopefully that gets it figured out.
Yeah, now that's one of those big engines. That's got an LT5 supercharged motor in it. It's producing 600 horsepower at the wheels. That is astonishing. And we're just looking now at the leaderboard.
Oh my, Jim,
then
look at
we've got
that.
some changes. Let's quickly go through the top 5. In 5th position is Paul Wolf.
In 4th position is Waylon Campbell.
In 3rd is Raul Gomez.
In 2nd is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And we've got a new leader on adjusted time. It is the man himself, Josh Byler, in the solid Axel Miller. There is action all over this course as we're watching Brian Capera there. There's a wonderful view there of the hot pits. Spin back round. We are so privileged to be racing here. And everywhere we look on course, we can see fantastic action as we're watching Waylon Campbell making his way down Little Blue. And all these 4400 cars are committing to this faster line down the far side.
And I'm going to introduce one of our Ford Performance partners right here. We have Camilla hopping into the Nitto studio with us. It's so cool to see Ford step up in a huge way the last few years with Ultra4 USA, and we saw it yesterday. The Broncos really put on a show.
Yeah, we're really excited to be here with all of our teams. Yesterday with Brad and Vaughn and Bailey finishing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. What a great way to show those Ford Broncos on the course.
Oh, absolutely. And right now we see Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr. once again battling out there on course with those Ford Broncos.
Yes, Vaughn and Lauren are doing great. We're really excited to be able to watch this team really take it forward, and hopefully we'll end up on the podium with both of those as well.
That would be absolutely amazing. And there's no better way to prove your parts than Ultra4 Racing, because it puts you through the paces.
Absolutely. You just cannot believe it. If you are not here seeing these rocks, these waterfalls, going through the water, they're really putting those Ford Broncos to the test.
Absolutely. And we have one of your Ford engineers out there racing with us today. Tad Dowker is a Ford engineer for you. So it's cool to see him out there, putting his work out on course and bringing it home and doing his homework.
Absolutely. And that's what it's all about, Ford Test, and showing that we can really do these things in any type of circumstance.
Yeah, and it's been really cool to see the last few weeks with the new Ford Bronco, the Bronco R for the Raptor. I mean, it's just, the Raptor Bronco, just absolutely amazing what you all have done with Ford.
Yeah, that Bronco Raptor, man, we're really excited about that product and really getting to show it off and what it can do for everyone.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see. So much action going on. I just want to bring you in there and have a quick chat. Camilla, always a pleasure, and thanks for everybody here at Ultra4 USA, to Ford for doing what you do and helping us out.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, still we've got more and more action out on course. Spin round through the Little Blue. That's the 906 there.
That is Tad Dowker,
who we were just talking about.
Pretty cool. And Bambi, that's a 2-seat Trent Fab solid axle machine out there punishing through. And there is Josh Blyler, a former King of the Hammers winner in the Bronco Boulders. And there is Raul Gomez, our current King of the Hammers winner.
Okay, it's more action here on the waterfall. There's the 618, Casey Gilbert, and Chad Hunt just gives him a punch and says, hey buddy, up you go.
Giving a little bump from the back, helping him out as Lauren Ely's making it through the Bronco Boulders in that Ford Bronco.
Yeah, look at the way he's pushing those tires, but look at this. It's Brett Harrell, and they're side by side as they work their way through. Brett takes that alternate line, there's bigger rocks there. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Brett Harrell stays ahead. of two-time king Lauren Healy. Oh no, we got double trouble in the pits here for the TMR team. There's 408 Cody Hardesty with 2 flat tyres, and their cars are starting to stream into the pits now.
So Cade Rod has made it through. Bailey Campbell has made it through.
Okay, and I've got
Darian Gomez and Waylon Campbell all made it through the Factor 55 Joker line.
I've got some top news. We've got a change in the lead. At the moment, our current race leader and out on lap 3, the only car out on lap 3 is Paul Herschel. But very shortly, we're going to be seeing Raul Gomez and JP Gomez crossing the line. And sure enough, they do. So JP Gomez is now 2nd place and starting his 3rd lap.
So the AMSOIL hot pits, that is Cody Young. He usually races with us as well as he's in the Cabrera hot pits, making sure everything's going smooth. Is that Raul Gomez possibly?
No, that is actually Darian Gomez. Raul Gomez has just crossed the start line to start his 3rd lap.
There's JP Marin getting blown by Waylon Campbell doing a little splash pass.
Okay, we got some top news here. There is a change in the top 4. In 4th position at the moment is JP Gomez.
In 3rd position is Paul Horschel.
In 2nd position, it's Raul Gomez.
And now leading the race for the first time is Mr. Paul Wolf.
Fantastic.
And now it just switches right back to Josh Blyler.
Yeah, so Josh Blyler's just thrown it down and he's now taking that lead once more on adjusted time.
They took off 2 at a time in 30-second increments. This race is an hour and a half long plus 1 lap. So an hour and a half, the white flag comes out. 30 adjusted time race. It is going to be anyone's game. This is going to be amazing.
You're not going to believe this, Mars. Josh Blyler has just thrown down an 8:52. What an astonishing
time.
time.
The fastest time of the day right now is by a solid axle machine by Josh Blyler.
Exactly, but where is Vaughn Ginn Jr.?
Oh, where is he? We'll see.
Where is Vaughn Ginn Jr.? He suddenly disappeared off the radar, so we're going to have to keep an eye open for him. One of our Broncos is missing.
So Chase Capraro just cleared the Factor 55 Joker line.
We're cutting back now. This looks like it's the Yukon launch area. And that looked like that was Levi Shirley just making his way through.
And it sounds like Terry Mann's out on course watching everything, and Lauren Healy has a left rear flat coming out of the rigid little blue section.
I can tell you now that Vaughn Ginn Jr. has actually crossed the line and is out on his 3rd lap, but he has dropped some places. So we can only expect that he's got some picked up some damage. So currently in 10th position is Darian Gomez. In 9th is Vaughn Ginn Jr. In 8th is Lauren Healy. In 7th is Brett Harrell. In 6th is JP Gomez.
In 5th is Waylon Campbell. In 4th is Paul Horschel. In 3rd is Raul Gomez.
In 2nd is Paul Wolf, but it's that man at the moment in Josh Blyler, charging hard in his Miller Pro chassis, who's leading this race.
Look at this, Brian McVeigh is having to drop this nasty section with a right or left front flat tire, and you just saw Lauren Healy in the pits. And look,
Chase Capraro came round, and that Bomber Beast getting really low there. He's got to be careful not to drop into that water. Fantastic action here from all over this course. Massive thank you to our production crew.
Chance Holloman, who races Ultra4 with us, is tuning in, giving us some props. Thanks for checking in, buddy, to the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall.
And this is our current king of the Hammers champion. That is Raul Gomez, making very short work of the waterfall. What a difference these sticky tyres make. And that there is Pip Justice. Racing, of course, for Rufus Racing. Racing for Zandy.
But he's actually racing for Chip's number for points, because you can have 1 fill-in driver per season. And obviously, Chip McLaughlin is racing for all of our buddy Zandy Willems, who is sitting in 6th in national points. So how amazing could it be if Chip can get out there, put a good lap in, and bring it home for Zandy?
Absolutely, and that is Vaughn Ginn Jr. there.
Marcos Gomez just cleared the Factor 55 Joker line.
That's the 178 of Aaron Smith there, making his way down Little Blue.
Frank Vonderheide with a left front flat as well, so there's something out there biting these guys.
Yeah, there is. That's JP Gomez making his way around, and closely behind him is the UFO of Paul Wolf.
Tim Hooper just cleared the Factor 55 Joker line. So about more than half of our field has already done the Joker. but except for our leader hasn't. So Josh Blyler still has to make that joker.
Yeah, Josh is just trying to pull out a lead right now.
So tires are definitely showing to be an issue once again, and both of our TMR cars are in the Amsoil hot pits. I hate to see that for them. Here's a cool shot of our woods section.
I think that might be Levi. Hard to tell. I thought that might be Levi there for a moment, but we'll try and get confirmation.
Philip Magilton just cleared the Factor 55 joker line. And there is Tim Hooper with Fuel Works, one of our MidAmerica Outdoor sponsors. And let's give a huge shout out to MidAmerica Outdoors, Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, Ultra4 staff, MidAmerica crew, media safety, USAC racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. So let's give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive,
King Shocks, Laser Nut, Griffin Radiator, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto Tires, Holly EFI, and King of the Hammers.
Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC Cars, PCI Race Radios.
Wheelan, Baja Jerky, Recaro Seats, and Spider Tracks.
Warn, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon Gear and Axle, MBRP, and off-the-grid clothing.
ARB 4x4 accessories, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, and Action Sport canopies.
So please support who supports the sport. With all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Ball.
Now
Jim?
we're just watching Vaughn getting junior there. It looked like he had no drive on the front end of that Bronco.
Yep, he was winching it up.
Watching that young man there is Chase Capera. Putting that bomber to work through the rocks. As we watch car number 3, that is Waylon Campbell.
And I got another update from JT Taylor, our race director, that Rufus Racing number 24 has broken their car. They're not out of the race, but they aren't going any further, but they went to the waterfall to help them winch. So that's true sportsman from the Rufus Racing family. Zandy would be proud. And how amazing is that? I hate to hear that for them, but they're still in the race there to help everybody out. That's sportsmanship 101 at its finest.
It is indeed. We can just see there Pip Justice up in front there in the car 4, racing Chip McLaughlin's number, and behind him is Bailey Campbell, and she's reeling him in. Sitting alongside her is her fiance, Brian Crofts.
Brian Cabrera cleared the Factor 55 joker line.
Bailey Campbell is one of the most talented drivers in our field. So we watch Lauren Healy picking his way down through Little Blue.
See when Josh Blyler tries to hit the Factor 55 joker line, but let's run through the top few people. In first position is Josh Blyler.
In second place is Paul Wolf.
Third position, Raul Gomez.
In fourth is Paul Herschel.
In fifth, Waylon Campbell.
In sixth is JP Gomez.
In seventh, Brett Harrell.
In eighth is Darian Gomez.
In ninth, Lauren Healy.
And in 10th, it is Tad Dowker.
In 11th is Vaughn Gittin Jr. Remember, this race is on adjusted time.
Yeah, now, but we do know that Vaughn has got some issues. And I still believe that Rusty Byler must have a problem to have dropped back there. And also Levi Shirley seems to be back there, although he is on the same lead lap.
What a great race is unfolding in us. We are at the Bronco Bowlers with Tim Hooper and Brett Harrell. We saw Brett racing just a little while ago, getting that second position.
What I can't believe already is that nearly 30 minutes of this race have already passed. My word, it is just so much action. I can't believe it's
I would have
gone
guessed
so quick.
7 minutes.
Exactly. Incredible stuff here.
There's so much stuff going on. This is the best of the best out here proving what they can do for the 4400 Unlimited class. This is absolutely amazing.
It's not going to be very long before we see our race leaders coming back round to complete lap 3.
And the fastest lap of the day thus far is Josh Blyler with an 8:52. But he has not made that Factor 55 joker line yet. There's the the Yukon launch heading up right there. One of our volunteers, Seth, has been keeping me updated. There's
Waylon Campbell picking his way around. Now this young gentleman, he hasn't had a lot of luck with this car. He is overdue a win. He's overdue some podiums. What can he do today?
Waylon Campbell in that single-seat IFS Campbell Enterprise machine, putting those Nitto tires to work. That monster athlete is doing some great things out on course, and Paul Horschel heading out for another lap. I believe he's physically out front, so we'll see how it is on adjusted time. Paul Horschel in another single-seat IFS Paul Horschel-built machine, and there's a little bit of water on that, but that's still pretty cool to see. Raul Gomez is all over the tail of... I have no clue. Oh, that's Casey Gilbert.
It's Casey Gilbert, yeah.
A little love bug.
Oh, so Casey Gilbert moves out of the way, and now I have no idea.
Oh, that's a UFO, I can tell. There's Paul Wolf and...
is that JP? It's
JP,
JP
Gomez,
Gomez,
yep. So 2 UFO Joe Thompson built machines battling it out. Both of those are IFS single-seat machines.
Okay, Paul Horschel has already crossed the line and is the first person to go out on his 4th lap.
But Paul Wolf just moves in the lead, and JP Gomez is in 3rd on adjusted time.
Exactly, but where is Josh Byler? We know he's going to be coming up close behind them. And don't forget, this is a race on adjusted time, and Josh Byler started on the 6th row of the grid, which means he has a 3-minute advantage over the guys in front.
There is Lauren Healy, a 2-time king of the Hammers winner in that Ford Bronco, and the Bronco Boulders, putting that Ford Performance horsepower on the ground with those Nitto tires.
Look at that, climbing up those huge rocks. Cannot underestimate the size of those rocks around the back there. And we're watching Darian Gomez, and that looks like Christopher Branton to me,
Our
just in
pole
front of
setter,
him.
yep.
Yep.
Still running good with those USD stickies.
I think he's had a problem, Miles. I think he's a lap down.
Don't forget to go to ultra4racing.com/live. Download the MAO app on Google and Apple. Go to the Ultra4 and MAO Facebook. Go to the YouTube, share it, start a watch party, hashtag it up. Let's get this party growing. And if you want to...
Christopher Branton is a lap down currently.
And if you want to see the same timing we have here in the Nitto studio, go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. The entire year of racing comes down to this one final race. Teams will be leaving everything on the line.
Okay, our current top 5, as we see it right now,
is Brent Harrell in 5th.
JP Gomez in 4th.
In 3rd position is Paul Horschel.
In 2nd, he's on the way up, is Waylon Campbell.
And leading the pack is Wolf. Paul Wolf leading the Wolf pack.
He's indeed, but where's Josh Byler? When's he going to show up? We know he's further back on adjusted time. Let's see what happens very soon. Or has he got a problem? This is going to be a race that's just going to keep on giving stories.
To finish first you must finish. The attrition is already setting in, and this is going to be a race to the finish. I can't wait. This is absolutely awesome, Jim.
It is indeed. It doesn't get any better than this. The finest minds, the finest vehicles in 4400 class racing. And that does look, was that Josh? Or
that was Josh Byler, so he is still on the move. Looks like Lee Maurice has a left rear
but he's
flat.
a long way behind, so yeah, he must have had a problem and gone into the pits.
The Amsoil hot pits have been very excited. I see Brent Moffitt down in there. There's a lot of action. Brian McVeigh. Lots of cars working in the Amsoil hot pits as we speak.
Fantastic shot here.
What a great viewing for everyone. We have 6 viewing areas all over the South Grand Lake recreational area. What a great, great race. Have some steering issues on the front of that car, it looks like, and a left front flat tire. There's Paul Horschel. He's coming down the little blue rigid ridge section. Be interested to see. Hopefully we can stick with this camera and see if he pick up where his line's taking.
He's doing some very unusual lines. In fact, he's going straighter this time than he does normally.
But down here's where he may be taking that rider line.
Yeah, it looked like he was taking the top line last time, and he's done it again.
That's pre-running 101 right there. I really like that line. He's saving probably, I'm going to say 3 to 4 seconds with that.
Certainly saving 1. I'm not sure he's saving 3 or 4.
Sounds like Paul has a low left front tire.
Okay, I've got some news. There's a change in the top. Let's quickly go through the top 5. In 5th position is JP Gomez.
In 4th position is Paul Horschel.
In 3rd is Waylon Campbell.
In 2nd is Paul Wolf.
And it's the man himself. He's still on the charge. It's Josh Byler. He has the fastest lap of the race with 8:52.
And speaking of Josh Byler, he just cleared the Factor 55 Joker line. So That kind of takes that strategy out of the window. So did number 82 of JP Gomez and the number 408 of Cody Hardesty, all clear of the Factor 55 Joker.
Fantastic. We just saw there Rusty Byler, who is the father of Josh Byler. But look at the speed of these cars as they plow their way around the course.
Chase Caprara with a left front flat tire coming out a little blue. Thank you, Terry Madden of MidAmerica brand ambassadors out on course helping me call the show.
This is Casey Gilbert. Now, I think Casey's got some problems here. Casey seems to be a lap down. And I think he's being told to back away from the thing. I think he might have a front axle issue.
That's exactly. I just got an update from Dave Taylor. Casey has a broken front axle shaft, but he's still moving. Thanks, Dave.
That is tough luck there for Casey Gilbert. I know he had really high hopes in this race.
Oh, and Seth just gave me an update. Lauren has a flat front tire, but he's still moving, but a little off pace.
That is Chad Hunt there in front, also in a Miller Pro chassis.
Being chased down by a Jimmy's chassis of Frank Vonderheide with STT. Chad Hunt, part of Team Indiana with that huge supercharged power. He's sniffing 1,000 horsepower with
Over 1,000 horsepower now, apparently.
Rick Murray riding shotgun with him. And it sounds like we may have a little bit of action down in the Amsoil hot pits. So Pam, what do you have for us down there? What's going on?
Thank you, Miles and Jim. The hot pits have definitely been hot today out here in the Amsoil hot pits. Lots of flat tires have been going on. Other issues, it looks like somebody had a drive line as well earlier. So it's a very busy morning here in the Amsoil hot pits. Lots of flat tires. I hope all these teams brought them. But out on the race course, lots of other action. So back to you, Miles and Jim.
Thank you, Pam, and what a great shot of the Amsoil hot pits. We see Vaughn Gittin Jr., a monster Nitto athlete, still pushing strong.
Yeah, no, Vaughn's going to be coming into the pits, I'm fairly certain. Yeah, he's just turning in there. He has definitely got something broken in the front end of that car. And there is the young lady, Bailey Campbell, making her way around the course. I think she must have had some problems earlier on. She seems to also be a lap down at the moment.
So in the Factor 55 Joker line, Aaron Smith just cleared. The number 4 of Pip Justice is still moving and cleared.
So far on course, we actually have 13 vehicles that have completed 3 laps.
So we know that Chip McLaughlin is having issues out on course. We know Levi Shirley was having a little spitting and sputtering. I don't think Raul Gomez, our current king, has hit the Joker line. Ryan Rockhold, we saw him having issues. William McGilton and JP Marin. Tad Dowker. So almost all the heavy hitters have hit the Joker line already. There's Tim Hooper coming out of the rigid little blue.
Making his way down. I really like that Paul Herschel line where you see it going around the other side there.
So there is Vaughn Gittin Jr. tearing apart the front end of this car, at least changing a tire. Maybe they can do a quick inspection and see where that front drive is not working.
That definitely looks to me like it's just changing a tire.
And I can hear Waylon Campbell all over the stutter box. I mean, that thing, he is absolutely cooking.
Wow, there's some fantastic action going on the back end of this course right now. You can feel the horsepower from our booth.
So this is the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. But tonight, we're going to give out some trophies for the Nitto National Championship. So if Josh Byler can keep up his pace, he will lock down the Nationals. Paul Wolf is in first for the West and the East. So Lauren Healy's still in the mix. Josh Byler, Vaughn Gittin Jr. has stepped off pace just a tick. Wow, wow, wow.
I've got to come back to the action here, Miles. Just look at this. This is incredible. We see Brett Harrell there making a move, but just behind him
is Philip McGilton.
Is Phil McGlinton, but he is lap traffic. Behind him is
Raul Gomez.
And just behind him is Waylon Campbell.
And that was the Bronco Boulders. There's Cade Ron at the waterfall section. Yeah, and that straight axle Jimmy's car.
Cade Ron's hoping to be having an IFS car later this year. Chatting to his father, Randy, earlier. Said they're about 70% done with the build. And that's the 461 of Phil McGibbon. And we saw him in the pits earlier. He made short work of that. Nice driving from there from Phil.
So the fastest lap of the day right now from former King Josh Blyler with an 8:52. That is a smoking pace. And all of our top runners have cleared the Factor 55 Joker line, so that's not going to build too much drama as they're working on Frank Vonderheide in the Amsoil hot pits. Looks like they're putting they must have changed a tire out on course and they're putting a fresh spare on.
Sticking another tire on the rack.
And I love, you can see that all other teams are helping everybody. That's what's so great about Ultra4 USA is the family of self. Everybody's there to help everybody. As we see Brian Cabrera heading up the waterfall section.
We do indeed, and our first cars are going to be crossing the line shortly to complete their 4th lap. And we've got a real battle royal going on between Paul Herschel and JP Gomez.
And physically out front still is Mr. Paul Horschel, but he pulls into the AMSOIL hot bits. What's going on with Paul Horschel?
Paul Herschel has got a left side front tyre that's gone down, so he's going to be looking for a new tyre.
So physically out on course is JP Gomez, then Paul Horschel, and then Paul Wolf. Sorry, Paul Wolf he's in the lead on corrected time.
He is indeed. So our current
There's action everywhere, Jim. I'm getting a little mixed up on what's going on. I do apologize.
That's all good, mate. It's all good. Right. Here we go. Now it's Morgan Jr. back on track again. Now he's coming out to the waterfall. Let's see if this axle's going to pull properly, because last time it didn't look like it was pulling. No.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
almost climbed the
that
two-wheel
left side
drive.
front there is just not pulling at all. So he's obviously got a problem there somewhere.
As we'll watch Brian McVeigh drive down the rigid little blue section and that wide open design solid axle machine.
There is Tim Hooper making his way across the Bronco rocks. Using a Trent Fab car. Let's not forget, we saw a Trent Fab car today winning the 4800 class.
As Tim Hooper with Fuelworks still pushing strong through the Bronco boulders.
And it's all change at the top right now. And it will keep on changing until Josh Byler crosses the line and we can really get a handle on where we're at.
And look, Waylon Campbell on a just-in-time is out front. But in 6th position is Raul Gomez.
In 5th is Paul Herschel, but it's all changing again. Literally the computer's flicking round. Let's go through our top 6 very quickly. At the moment, I believe in 6th position is Raul Gomez. In 5th is JP Gomez.
In 4th is Brett Harrell.
In 3rd is Paul Wolf.
In 2nd is Waylon Campbell.
And in 1st place, and still charging hard, it is Josh Byler.
Wow, so the solid axle Miller Pro chassis is still running strong out front. And then it's IFS, 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 IFS. So Josh Byler is putting them to school. That is absolutely awesome.
He is indeed. He's doing a fantastic job out there and making it look all so easy. But this race is tough. This race is brutal.
So Big B Motorsports, Josh Byler still putting on a clinic. There's
this man that we will recognize.
Johnny Rocha helping out or coaching up Chase Caprara.
And here is our current race leader. This is Josh Byler making his way up the waterfall.
And that goes to show you where he shines is in the rocks. Josh Byler with a great, great run. Looks like William McGibbon clears the Factor 55 Joker.
And we go from one Byler to another Byler. It is Rusty Byler this time, making his way across the Bronco rocks. He's putting that Miller Pro chassis to work. Oh, look at this fantastic action here. And Waylon Campbell makes the pass.
Over Brett Harrell as they're coming through the half-pipe section. That is a great shot right there.
This is what we keep on saying. Waylon Campbell is really overdue some silverware. This guy can't drive.
And look at this. They're standing in water, going to chase pits. That was Josh part of Ryan Rockhold Racing. Sounds like Brent Moffitt is officially out of the race. Tough break for him. Lots of chatter on my PCI race radio.
And this is another one of the TMR cars. I think that's Cody Hardesty, is it? But just behind him is Bailey Campbell.
Lots of action everywhere you look. There's Cody Hardesty right
Cody
there.
Hardesty, yes.
Number 408, so that must have been McGibbon probably. Earlier that was William McGibbon. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr. He had to winch the waterfall, but still pushing strong with two-wheel drive. Right behind him is JP Gomez.
Yeah, but I think JP Gomez is actually a lap up on Vaughn Gittin Jr. at the moment.
What an amazing race it is here for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall in the South Grand Lake Disney area.
Just look at all these cars, well, piled up together. Right, we have 7 cars that are currently on 5 laps. Let's just quickly run through them. In 7th position is Raul Gomez.
In 6th position is Paul Horschel.
In 5th is JP Gomez.
In 4th position is Brent Harrell.
In 3rd is Paul Wolf.
In 2nd is Waylon Campbell.
And still out in front at the moment, it is Josh Byler.
And we saw Ryan Wachold still working on his car. We see Waylon Campbell come down. What a great race. And let's give another huge shout out to Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am,
King of the Hammers, Holly EFI, Ditto Tires, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin Radiator, Laser Nut and King Shocks.
Method Race Wheels, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC Cars, AMSOIL.
Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Maha Jerky and Wheelan.
MBRP, HCR, Yukon Gear and Axle, Off the Grid Clothing, Warn Factor 55.
Action Sports Canopies, Tread Lightly, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid and ARB 4x4 accessories.
So please support who supports the sport with all those amazing marketing partners. We would not be racing here today. So if you're building a race car, a mall crawler, your UTV, go show some of them love because they've been helping us out so much here.
Indeed, and that is Marcus Gomez, the older of the 3 Gomez brothers. Such an interesting car. This, if you get a chance to go and have a look at it, please do. It's a split rear end, basically making it IFS and IRS. We see Chase Capera there just getting hung up. Comes alongside is the 178 of Aaron Smith. So 2 bombers here on the waterfall.
And I believe the bomber that Chase Caprara is racing is Randy Slosson's Canadian Hammers winning car from a couple years ago.
I believe it is. He's been putting into good work in the 4800 class. He's doing very well right now in the 4400s.
Do they have 2 bombers, I believe?
Is it? Not sure.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they have two bombers. They've got a 4800 bomber and a 4400 bomber.
Really?
Yep. I'm pretty sure.
How the other half live.
Brian Caprara is a vegetable farmer from California and is doing his work quite well. So good on him for doing such a great job. And speaking about that, there's Brian Caprara right there.
You added the last part of that sentence. Right, anyway, there is Brian Caprara. What a lovely guy he is. Hard working, but it does look he might have some problems here. This is a big car. This is a 2-seat UFO car designed specifically for King of the Hammers.
I believe there's only 2 of the 2-seat IFS Joe Thompson built machines out there with Bailey Campbell right behind him. Coming out of the Bronco Bowlers. We'll see if Bailey can and Brian Cross can get around him.
Look at the pace she has over Brian Caprara. Look at how she just reels him in. It makes me think that Brian is nursing something.
And right behind them is Paul Wolf and another UFO. So Brian Cross is probably telling Bailey, hey, get him around him, hit that siren. Oh, hit a big rock a little bit.
Yeah, she's trying to check out to the side, make some space to get past, and she makes the move.
And look at the spectators. This was absolutely amazing here racing at South Grand Lake Recreation Area. Very spectator friendly. And Christopher Brand is changing one of those USD stickies.
Absolutely. Right, let's have a quick look at our current top 10. In 10th position is Tad Dowka.
In 9th is Darian Gomez.
In 8th is Rusty Byler.
In 7th is Raul Gomez. And we're on board with Raul right now.
We are indeed. And in 6th position is Paul Herschel.
In 5th position is JP Gomez.
In 4th is Brett Harrell.
In 3rd, Paul Wolf.
In 2nd, we saw him charging hard. It's Waylon Campbell.
And leading the race still is Mr. Josh Blyler. But remember, to finish first you must finish. We're about 46 minutes, so we're right at the halfway mark before the white flag comes out.
Fantastic. If you look at these images we're getting from the front of Raul Gomez's UFO, really does give you a flavor.
He's coming out of the Bronco Bowlers right there.
Yeah, he is indeed.
Paul Dunn from your side of the pond is tuning in, enjoying the show.
Hey Paul, how you doing?
He just got a new race car, if I saw right.
He has indeed, yeah. Him and his son Brian, they've just purchased a new, well, it's not new, it's a second-hand car. They bought it from Cedric Mudracer from France. And there is Pip Justice in the car number 4. Racing for Sandy this weekend. As we cut back to there is Vaughan Ginn Jr. And that is Tad Dowka. Oh, look at this fantastic action here. Raul Gomez making a move there.
This onboard camera is absolutely amazing. I hope we can stick with this camera because we're almost to the little splash section on the back side of the track. So we'll see what happens. There is Lauren Healy and that Ford Performance Ford Bronco putting those Nitto tires to work.
See that with a brake light there. Knocked off.
That's in the AMSOIL hot pits with Christopher Brandt, our pole center, having a little bit of issues. And there's the Happy Pappy with Brian Stone riding shotgun. Coming out of the rigid Little Blue.
Yeah, Rusty Byler there showing great turns of pace. He seemed to have a problem on lap 1. I'm not sure quite what it was. And there's Casey Gilbert. Casey looks like he's limping.
Yeah, he's got a right broke front axle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a jack handle sticking out the back or something as well. So.
And more info from course, it looks like Liam Maurice is about to lose a front wheel, so something's going on with him as Caprara crosses the start-finish, bypassing the AMSOIL hot pits.
Our physical race leader at the moment is Paul Wolf, and he's just crossed the line to start his 6th lap. But then very soon the other car's going to be starting to join.
And we have...
So looks like he's got a belt off.
So Casey Gilbert lost a serpentine belt, so they're trying to install a new one. Tough break for Casey Gilbert.
He's not having a lot of luck today, is he? So we've now got 3 cars that have started their 6th lap. We've got Waylon Campbell, Paul Wolf, and JP Gomez.
But Josh Plyler is probably going to be still in the mix. I think he's still in the lead on adjusted time. We'll know where.
I'm not going to call it until we're a couple of 3 minutes yet. Just see where these guys are. Okay, we now have a new fastest lap as well. Waylon Campbell has just laid down an 8 minutes and 40 seconds. That is absolutely unbelievable. That takes 12 seconds off of Josh Byler's previous fastest lap. This man is absolutely on a mission. And you can see there, Casey Gilbert's co-driver is actually wearing waterproof trousers over the top of his race suit. That's Aaron Smith there working his way across the Bronco Rocks as car number 83 comes into the pits. And there is our physical race leader, that is Paul Wolf.
Putting that UFO machine to work. Paul Wolf, there's Cody Hardesty coming through the Method Race Wheel start finish, blowing by the AMSOIL hot pits. But there's another shot, so they must have got that serpentine belt put back on.
Yeah, he's going to be racing for the win now.
Waylon Campbell in the mix in the top.
Miles, you've just moved away for a moment there. Waylon Campbell is absolutely on a charge. He has just laid down the fastest lap of the race with an 8 minute 40 seconds. 12 seconds faster
than Josh Plyler.
Wow. Absolutely incredible.
And this is awesome because Waylon Campbell isn't in the mix for the national points, so it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, that's Brian Capera there. It looked like he had a flat on the back right side of the car as we watched Paul Herschel blowing through.
And I saw that Nicky Caprara was tuned in, watching, rooting on Brian and Chase. There's Tim Hooper.
Our current king, that was Raul Gomez in the pits, so that'll be an unplanned stop, that's for sure. And we're still waiting for Josh Byler to make his way through as we watch. Oh, look at this, we've got contact.
So Brett Harrell all over the back of Casey Gilbert. And Tad Dowker just went across the Factor 55 joke line.
Yeah, something's just dropped out of one of the cars there. Oh dear. I'm going to have to give Casey a phone call and talk to him about winches, aren't I?
Oh, and there's our
This is our current race leader. This is
Josh Byler.
Josh Byler.
02 Miller chassis on. Ooh, he's going to roll over. Come on, Casey. I'd say turn left, give her a little bit again. Ooh, he's completely on his side.
Oh, poor old Casey. Some days you just really can't get to it, and he's having a mare today. As we watch Chad Hunt just picking his way up through with consummate ease. There's going to be some newness wearing off of those body panels right now.
Yeah, he just wrapped that and debuted it in Brandon, I believe.
Yeah, this is, you can see the co-driver this actually has the winch control. And I totally disagree with this from a technical point of view. You can't do that. You feel it from inside the car. You need to be in control of the winch when you're the driver.
Yeah, over on your side, you guys do a lot of winching over there.
Yeah, we do. That's, to me, that's just really, really tragic.
Oh, and now we may have 2 winches in the waterfall section, because that's Vaughn Gittin Jr. I believe he's still having some front drive issues as well.
He is, but
and he backs
like
out of the way for Cody Hardesty.
Yeah,
so
he's
that's
made it out of the way.
sportsmanship.
Look at that, yeah.
So Cody Hardesty, that TMR buggy still pushing strong. Still McGilton, I believe. No, that's Chase Cabrera, I apologize.
That is a bomber.
He's slowing up. No, he
Okay,
blows right on by.
now this is really interesting. I've got a feeling Josh Byler's had a problem. I've got a feeling that Josh Byler is no longer our race leader. We've been about 3 minutes now since the race leaders have gone through, and Josh Byler hasn't. So I'm going to call it that the current top 6 is, in 6th position, is Paul Herschel. In 5th
is Raul Gomez.
In 4th is JP Gomez.
In 3rd, Brett Harrell.
In 2nd, it's Paul Wolf.
And leading right now is Mr. Waylon Campbell.
And those are the only 6 cars that we have on lap 6 currently. Just behind them we can see Josh Byler, Rusty Byler, Darian Gomez, Tad Tauka and Lauren Healy. All on 4 laps. Or all on their 5th lap, should I say.
Justin Hall is hanging out at home with his brand new baby and his family, watching the race. Thanks for tuning in, buddy.
Now, what's this? This could be very interesting. That's the 4-6-1 there of William McGibbon.
Eric Sanchez tuning in. Thanks for
It's
checking us out.
Very simple indeed.
There went Rusty Blyler, I believe. So where is Josh Blyler? This
Well, we
could
saw
really
him only
make
just
some
a
things.
moment ago going up the waterfall. So something's happened, that's for sure. That's Chad Hunt making his way down through Little Blue, but you can see that poor old Vaughan getting junior, he has no drive on that left side front.
And is that Waylon? Yes, I can hear it. Waylon is on an absolutely mission. He is either going to win this race or blow it up trying.
He is indeed. He's using that massive. Now,
And
this
look
is
at the
interesting.
bottom right there, just sliding across that.
Now, this is
great.
interesting because Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell are basically using identical motors in those vehicles. They're both running 490 CBM mid-engines. How do I know this?
Because Josh West.
Exactly, but not only that, but also because Paul Wolf actually bought
Ryan Cross
Ryan
engine.
Cross
Yep.
490 engine, which is basically the same as Waylon Campbell's.
And Waylon Campbell still trying to get around in the Bronco boulders. There's one main line through there, but they're really trying to see if they can make it work.
And here they are, they're approaching Bailey Campbell now.
And look at this, bottom right, sportsmanship 101 by Vaughn Gittin Jr. He was getting ready to go, but he knows he has a winch, and Chase Caprara is under his own power, so he backs up, lets him go. Sportsmanship, Vaughn Gittin Jr., good on you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just a consummate professional, and that's not very often that you see that. But Bailey Campbell has just been lapped.
We got a lot of action. The PCI Race Radio, Alan O'Neill's in there helping us out, keeping everything running smooth with race ops.
See, I'm not sure that Vaughan's got any drive on that front axle at all, though. Oh, look at this. Rusty Byler's just coming up behind him. It looks like Rusty's actually got a left-hand side front flat as well. Oh, this could get nasty now. Will he punch that? That's amazing.
I
How
love
on
this
earth did he
picture
just
in
drive
picture.
that with a flat tyre?
The picture is absolutely amazing. So Vaughn Gittin can make up the first half, but he'll have to send Eric Davis out to do a little winching.
Yeah,
Is he
I don't know,
backing
but
up out of the way? Is somebody coming?
Does this car have a winch? I don't even know. Oh, yeah, we've got a
There's
whole
Pip
stack of cars
Justice,
now.
part of Rufus that's still moving. Oh, Casey Gilbert finally got up and around.
Yeah, he's been dragged up there by the digger, unfortunately. Oh, Tim Hooper's going to try and push him up, I think. Go on, Tim.
Give him a little bump. Let him back up and get a little run at it.
Up. Get a line on him.
Tim Hooper's trying to give him a hand.
I think actually Vaughan's just going to back out of the way and let these guys go.
So Tim Hooper and Pip Justice. Pip Justice is racing for Chip McLaughlin, who is racing for Zandy Willems. So it's great to see Chip Justice all the way from Australia still out here running.
Well, that was great to see Tim Hooper getting up there. I was watching him in pre-running the other day, and he was really
Darian
struggling
Gomez.
with that. So it's great to see him making short work of it. Look at that, Darian Gomez just makes it look so easy. Now, Josh Byler has definitely had a problem. He's dropped right back down. He still hasn't completed his 4th lap yet.
And here comes Waylon Campbell and Bailey Campbell through the start-finish in your bottom right screen. They are neck to neck, brother and sister, racing strong out there, having the time of their life.
Oh my word. Oh my word. That can't be. That is indeed. Waylon Campbell is just getting faster and faster. He's just thrown down an 8:37.
So the fastest lap of the day is by our Current leader, Waylon Campbell. We are 1 hour into this hour-and-a-half race plus a lap, so another half hour, and the white flag will come out on this 5-mile track. Here for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. We see Tad Dowker top left, Paul Horschel on the bottom right. There is action all over this race course.
I cannot believe that the pace that these cars are able to maintain. This course is brutal. We've seen it absolutely destroying classes all weekend, and yet these guys are making it look so easy.
So where is Josh Blyler? What kind of problems is he having? I hate to see that for him.
Yeah, I know. We haven't seen him on camera for quite a long time now.
Look at that. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is trying to winch. I'm worried about that winch rope. It looks like it just broke.
Just about to break. Yep.
She's gone, so Vaughn Gittin may not be able to make it up this hill with the broken winch line.
I think that there is
look
Jim
at that.
McLaughlin.
Nope, that's Brad, his co-driver, helping out there. So sportsmanship at its finest. Chip and Brad are down there still helping. Absolutely love the Rufus Racing family. That's sportsmanship at its finest. I will promise you that.
As we keep saying so often, it's all about the family, and it is. Speaking of family, there is one of the Gomez's. That is the son of Raul Gomez, who is our current King of the Hammers champion. That is Darian Gomez making his way around in Raul's old car.
Oh, I just missed it, but Waylon was giving Bailey the horn, and he did get around her.
Let's Philip McGlinton making his way across the Bronco rocks. And these rocks are no joke, they are serious. We've now got 4 cars that have completed 6 laps and are out there on their 7th.
Look at the Yukon launch. There's 3 wide. Brian Caprara, Cody Hardesty, and now we see Casey Gilbert still pushing strong right behind Pip Justice from Australia.
Yeah, Casey Gilbert, he will not surrender. He will keep driving it until the wheels literally fall off that truck.
Brian Caprara just lost a left rear, so he'll be heading into the Amsoil a right rear. He'll be heading into the Amsoil hot pits.
When you say lost, as in he's got a puncher, or as in he's lost the wheel?
I don't know. I'm just getting right rear.
Okay, and so our current top 5 at the moment, or top 4 should I say, in 4th position, it is JP Gomez.
In 3rd position is Brett Harrell.
In 2nd position, it's Paul Wolf.
And the man to beat right now, number 1 is number 3, Waylon Campbell. And it sounds like our one and only Pam Hall is down in the Amsoil hot pits. What do you got for us down there? Take it away, Pam Hall.
All right, down here, it's right behind me. We are in the Gomez Brothers Racing pit. We have Raul, our current king. He's having he lost a power steering line, so they're over here trying to fix it. I'm right next to the Campbell pit. We have them with Waylon in number 1. It's super exciting down here, but so much action has been going on. Again, flat tire, that is the issue today, and the wet fire suits. But power steering line for Raul, they're trying to get it fixed. He'll get back out on race course as soon as he can. But it's been an exciting day down here. Miles and Jim, to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Pam, for those insights. It's massively important.
Oh, there's Josh Blyler, so he is moving. What happened? Was it a tire? Did he flop over? We're not sure.
No idea, but we can only surmise as to what it might be. But let's not forget, all of these cars that haven't had flat tyres right now, all of those tyres are getting beaten and beaten and beaten. And we were just watching, oh, look at this. This is Vaughn Gittin Jr., who's definitely got a problem with that front end. As we watch Christopher Branson, who was our pole setter.
And look at that, Brad and Chipper running around up there, getting Vaughn Gittin Jr. up and out with the excavator.
Yeah, but
this is absolutely
our race
awesome.
leader until very recently. This is Josh Blyler, and Vaughn is sitting on his line. Josh punches it up there, but he doesn't seem to have quite the venom that he had earlier on. And he powers off into the distance. But we can only guess that it's a flat tyre that's causing that problem.
Looks like they're having a watch party at the Ultra4 drone shop tuning in. Thanks for checking us out, guys.
And there is Chase Capera in that bomber, charging through the water hard.
And there's a shot from the Amsoil hot pits.
Okay, we now have 5 cars that have completed 6 laps and are out there on their 7th. In 5th position is Paul Herschel.
In 4th position is JP Gomez.
In 3rd is Brett Harrell.
In 2nd position is Paul Wolf.
And in 1st position is a young man who's on a charge. It is Waylon Campbell, who's throwing down the fastest lap of the race so far with an unbelievable 8 minutes and 37 seconds.
And I believe if Paul Wolf can stay in his position where he's at right now, he'll take home the Nitto National Championship for the Western and the Eastern Series. And Josh is still leading for the Nationals, and it's going to be, Bailey Campbell could be in the mix. Vaughn Gittin, we saw him having some issues. Casey Gilbert's having issues, so It still could be Josh Byler if he keeps a clean run, if he keeps moving.
It is, and we're looking at the bottom there of Little Blue. Do you see that tree just off to the left? You can see the line that's burnt in. They come on down through there.
I don't think the South Grand Lake Recreation area will be the same because there's all these new lines that are being formed from Ultra4 USA. A great shot from the crowd at the top of the waterfall.
It is, and we're just cutting back to the hot pit there. 34 cars out on course at the moment. Look at these crowds here at the waterfall. Absolutely fantastic scenes.
And it's hard to tell there, but that's probably a 10 or probably a 15-foot drop there. So it's crowd control at its finest. Natural big rocks. Awesome.
Indeed, and we're watching Christopher Branson, who was our pole setter. He's had some problems. We saw that one of his brake lines has been clamped off, and that is Josh Byler, who was leading the race for so much.
Not sure
about
what.
4 laps earlier on today.
And there's our physical race leader and on adjusted time, number 3 monster athlete, Wayland Campbell in the Bronco Boulders.
Yeah, and he's putting that 490 cubic inch engine to work today.
Ryan
Miller
still rooting on Bailey Campbell. He was supposed to be co-driving for, but he got bit by a rattlesnake. Hate to hear that, but heal up quick, buddy. Can't wait to see you again at the races.
That's a hell of a pub story, isn't it? They got bitten by a rattlesnake. And there it is, it's Chase Capera there in the bomber chassis cutting through our scene. He's having a great race so far.
And
he's about a lap down on the fast boys, and here, thinking the fast people, this is Paul Herschel. I love this line he's taking across the top.
It only makes sense to me, and if Bailey Campbell can keep up her pace, she could be in the running for the Niddle National Championship. Oh, it looks like Raul Gomez, our current king, got that power steering line swapped out. The Gomez brothers team got him going, and he is back out on race course.
He is indeed. That's great to see. And there is Rusty Byler making his way through the water, and that looked like there was a William McGibbon as well. As we come back, that was JP
Gomez. Yep, the UFO.
Gomez is everywhere.
There's 4 of them out on course, so they got a shot. And there goes the Happy Pappy into the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah,
looks like a left front flat tire.
I was chatting to some of the service crews earlier. They're saying it's actually really difficult to use the jacks out on track. The reason they're having troubles is because of the rock. The jacks just keep sliding out from under the vehicles. And in fact, we saw earlier today in the UTV race, yesterday in the UTV race, what was actually happening, a lot of guys were having multiple people just lift the UTV, hold it while they change the wheels, and then pop it back down again.
These cars are a little bit heavier. It's a right rear flat for Aaron Smith. And is that Raul? No, that's probably Darian Gomez.
But he looks like he's maybe going a little bit slower than we'd expect.
Yes, and he does pull into the Amsoil hot pits. It's the Happy Pappy's trying to pull out.
And his uncle, Marcus Gomez, is just making his way out the waterfall.
It is 15 miles an hour all the way through the Amsoil hot pits. We have to drive on down, so everybody has to enter and exit at the same spot.
Yeah, Darian Gomez is the 7th car to have completed 6 laps.
There's Cade Rod and the Bronco Boulders with that solid axle Jimmy's chassis, putting those Nitto tires to work. There's Darian. They got all their Gomez crew out there. And look at this, safety at its finest with the Gomez crew. They got the fire extinguisher ready just in case.
This is our lead car here, coming across the line any minute now.
Fighting a little bit of lap traffic with Tad Dowker. Wayland Campbell just passes him under the method arch. Wayland Campbell is on a mission. Like I said, he's either going to make it or he's going to break it.
That's absolutely unbelievable, and he's still keeping the pace
Chase Caprara with the left flat.
Yeah, I mean, the pace of Wayland is absolutely remarkable. He's just thrown down an 8:43.
I wonder if Trent Guthrie is going to hop out of the bomber and help winch up, or they're going to change that tire.
Now, if you notice that the spare that's on the rack is also loose, does that mean that has already been used?
Or is it about to fall off? I am not sure.
Or either both. Now, just how on earth did he drive up there with a flat tire? That's absolutely remarkable.
With the skinny pedal.
With the skinny pedal. Yes, indeed.
So they're looking at the rear of the
Wayland
engine.
Campbell was side by side with Paul Wolf earlier on. But Wayland Campbell has now somehow managed to pull out a lead on Paul Wolf.
About 1 minute and 5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
So let's watch Paul Wolf here. Is Paul Wolf going to come into the pits? He looks to me like he's limping. He doesn't look to be on pace at all.
Yep,
and
he's
sure enough, he's coming into the pits.
So our top 3, JP Gomez is in 3rd.
No, JP Gomez is actually going to be in 2nd.
Oh, you
Paul
are
Wolf
correct.
has just come into the pits. So in 3rd position will be Paul Wolf at the moment, but he is in the pits. In 2nd is JP Gomez, but the man to beat right now is charging hard. It's car 3, Wayland Campbell.
And in the pits is Philip McGilton with a right. They're changing a tire on that car. There's
More
Chad.
tires.
Yeah, tires. We've been talking about it all weekend long. It seems like a lot of left rear flats, too.
I have to say, if anyone's got a silage clamp around here that needs some tyres, come on down. And this is William McGibbon here. And there is
There's
Rusty
Rusty.
Byler. They've obviously changed his tyre. He's back out there. He'll just pop it onto the waterfall, give it a blip, and up she pops.
And
and look at this. This is our race leader. This is Waylon Campbell at the waterfall. And he fails to climb. That's the first time we've seen him do that today. Marcus Gomez.
Raul Gomez just cleared the Factor 55 Joker line.
Okay, look at this, Miles. He's actually taken a back up and taken a different line, but he makes it look so easy the second time round.
And he's got about a minute lead over Paul Wolf. Well, Paul Wolf is in the pits.
Yeah, Paul Wolf's in the pits.
So 54 seconds over JP Gomez.
Yeah, correct. So Waylon Campbell is building a lead, but this race has still got a long way to go. Yeah, I'm just going to look at the race timer. And we are at 1 hour and 8 minutes. This is a 1 hour, 30-minute race plus 1 lap.
So we're roughly 20 minutes away from the white flag to come out. So they're going to race, what do you think, another couple laps?
I think so. But look at this. This is Josh Byler, I think, coming through now.
Where's he at in the mix? He dropped off pace just a little bit.
Yeah, he has dropped right off the pace, but we'll see. We'll see how he comes through. I'm not sure. I think he might even be a lap down at this point. Yeah, Josh Byler is a lap down at this moment in time.
And I just noticed this is on Chase Caprara. We told him we are going to run water, and he has an intake tube running through his cab for the air filter. That's pretty impressive. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in all over the world. This is the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall in the South Grand Lake Recreation Area. We need to give a huge shout-out to Ford, Bronco, Can-Am, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, and Progressive.
King Shots, Laser Nut, Griffin Radiator, VP Racing Fuels, Ditto Tires, Ollie EFI, and King of the Hammers.
Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, and Wayland.
PCI Race Radios, Axel RC Cars, Method Race Wheels, and AMSOIL.
ARB, Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid.
Warn, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon Gear and Axle, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. And here is Paul Wolf, our current second place car.
He was in the pit, so it didn't take him too long. He's only in there just a couple minutes.
They got out there real fast. You see Casey Gilbert there's Chad Hunt making his way up through that astonishing 1,000+ horsepower.
And that
Casey Gilbert starts switching.
Oh, another left front flat tire for Christopher Brand, our pole setter in yesterday's qualifying.
Yeah, he's not having the greatest of days, unfortunately. We saw that they had a brake line taped off earlier. There's Phil McGlinton making his way up to the waterfall.
That is Derek West's old car.
Is it really?
Yep. That's his new old car. It's only a couple years old.
Yeah, that's really sad to see Derek's not racing with us anymore.
William
Look at this,
tapped
action
out
all over
Pip
the place.
Justice and JP Gomez.
And JP takes it down.
Oh,
Look
yes.
at this.
I'll bet he passes all three of them. Look at that line that Paul Horschel showed him.
Yes. Yeah, you said
it's three passes.
Yeah, to be fair, you said it's worth 3 or 4 seconds. I said maybe 1 or 2. I'm going to give it to you.
Thanks, buddy.
It's always a pleasure.
And he passed 3 cars. That is absolutely amazing.
It is. Now we've got 5 cars that have completed 7 laps. In 5th position, we've got Paul Herschel.
In 4th spot, we have Brett Harrell.
In 3rd is JP Gomez.
In 2nd position is Paul Wolf.
And the man on a charge is car number 3. He's from the it's Waylon Campbell himself.
And look, teammates are helping out over here, wheeling their tires from their car across the river to help another teammate. That is what Ultra4 is all about. Absolutely amazing.
This looks like that. This is Josh Byler, and it looks like he has a broken axle shaft on that front left. And you can see there that was Casey Gilbert's co-driver pulling rope for him. So very unlucky, but that just shows how incredibly tough this event is.
I believe that Waylon Campbell's got about a 2.5-minute lead now.
That's astonishing. This is Paul Herschel making his way up to the waterfall. This guy is such a technician. He's been forced to take across to that far line. Now, has Paul got a problem here? That looks like we might... Oh, yeah, he has got a problem.
Front's not pulling, so I'm surprised that we're having that many axle issues. So now I have 2 cars on... Well, it's kind of spun every once in a while.
Yeah, no, I think I know what's happening here, but I don't want to say.
JP Marin just cleared the Factor 55 Joker.
Usually that would indicate that there's a differential issue, which is very unfortunate. So that's the STT car there, picking his way through the Bronco rocks, and these rocks are absolutely massive. It's so hard to see on the camera, but if you get an idea, remember those tyres are 40 inches tall. now look at the rocks again. You'll understand that most of these rocks are the same size as those tyres. Okay, we're just getting word in the street from our PCI race radios that Paul Wolf has absolutely no brakes. But do you know what, Miles?
Wow.
I don't think he ever used them anyway. So I'm really not that bothered by that. Rusty Byler making his way through, and there is our current race leader. That is car number 3, Waylon Campbell.
Heading through the Bronco boulders just in front of Brian Caprara.
Oh, I'm loving this. Look at this. Chase Capera getting hunted down by Rusty Byler. And Rusty just throws the move on him, chucks some rocks on him and says, out of the way, Sonny, I'm coming through. So we're at 1 hour and 13 minutes into this race, and oh, poor old Vaughan. He's stuck on the waterfall again, he's winching. But the trouble is, when your winch point isn't in the right place, it just drags the car. They're going to need to either move that mini digger or come up with another plan. That looks like Tad Dowker there, working his way through those rocks. While in the background, somebody making loads of splash. And there's our current king, that is Raul Gomez.
Levi Shirley and Brian McVeigh are out of the race. Tough break for both of them.
Oh, that's very sad to hear. But Raul Gomez just makes it look so easy. I've been so impressed with Raul Gomez in this season. He has a maturity in his racing that we've never seen before.
What an amazing race we have on our hands.
Oh, did you see that?
That was Rusty Byler, the Happy Pappy. And who was that behind him? Was that Waylon Campbell trying to chase him down?
I think it was, yes.
Wow. So our race leader out front, Waylon Campbell, still pushing strong. Following in his dad's footsteps, Shannon Campbell, 3-time King of the Hammers winner and Off-Road Hall of Famer.
Yeah, now it's worth talking about that the attrition is really setting in now. We still only have 5 cars that are on their 8th lap.
And look at Vaughn Gittin Jr. still winching and trying to push his Bronco up the waterfall section.
We have another 7 cars that are on 6 laps. And then further back down, most of the cars are on 5 or less.
There was JP Gomez skimming the little water section.
And some big names are starting to take the hit now. Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Justin Waylon Campbell has a rear flat tire, so he'll probably be coming in the Amsoil hot pits.
Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
That'll
we
be
know
very,
he has
very
some
impressive.
advantage. This is Darian Gomez. Punches his way up there, no problem at all. There's the 408 of Cody Hardesty. Oh, there is action all over this course. Oh, this is it. Look at this, Miles. This is our current race leader.
But remember, I believe he has a flat tire, so it'll be interesting. I can't wait to see what he does here. He's still pushing hard.
He is. He's trying to get past Rusty Byler. Rusty Byler finally lets him go. And I think you're right. I think we're going to see Waylon. Oh, look at the smoke coming off that tire. It's so hot. Steam, should I say.
Yeah, right rear flat tire.
Watch this. He's going to come in. Our race leader is coming into the pits. Oh, Rusty Byler's coming in as well. He's also got a flat. No! Waylon's staying out. Why is Waylon stayed out?
I don't know if this was a good move or not. Waylon Campbell just blew by the Amsoil hot pits with a right rear flat tire. This could change everything. I wonder if Paul Wolf is still pushing strong. There's Christopher Branton moving along.
Oh, that seems like a very, very strange decision to me.
We should be about 10 to 15 minutes away from the white flag coming out.
I cannot understand quite why he's done that.
I don't know either. You have help. He's in a single-seater. If he gets out there, now he's by himself.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision. I don't know what to suggest happened there. There's Aaron Smith and Chad Hunt.
What a great race.
This race.
It's been an amazing event all weekend long. We're racing here in South Grand Lake. They're racing the championship series over at MidAmerica Outdoors. And here's Casey Gilbert on screen.
Okay, we have a change in the lead here, or we don't have a change in the lead, but we do have a change in what's going on up front. In second position now, it's JP Gomez.
And Waylon Campbell still physically out front, but with a wounded right rear tire. And this is the waterfall. So there is action all over the Amsoil hot pits.
Okay, we're going to throw it down to Pam, who's in the pits. She's got some news for us. Pam, take it away.
Hey guys, over here in the Amsoil hot pits, it's been super busy, but behind me you can see a racer that broke down right behind us. That is Ryan Rockhold. It was an advantage for him breaking down so close to the pits because it is a no-chase race. So that means you have to come all the way back to the main hot pit to get your own tools or whatever you need for your car. So it's an advantage for him being so close, but in the hot pits it's still been super, super busy. But we're going to go right back to you, Miles and Jim, so back to you.
Thank you, Pam. What a great race that's unfolding right in front of our eyes. And the Amsoil Hot Pits have been so fun to watch. And Paul Wolf still pushing. Brett Harrell could be in the mix now.
Now, this is really interesting. Paul Wolf's actually dropping back down. So it looks like our current top 3 is Waylon Campbell, who, now look at this. This is Waylon Campbell. He has a flat rear tyre. Can he make it up this waterfall? I just can't see he's going to get up there. Yeah.
So now the waterfall is completely blocked right here. And honestly, if he's smart, he'd stay there and winch.
I agree with you entirely. Oh my, just
with
how?
a flat tire.
Just how?
That is absolutely amazing. I do not know how. He's going to be down the rim before too long, and then you're going to start getting into brakes. This could really hurt him.
Yeah, well, this is
I
the
hope
issue
he's
now.
okay.
This is I can't understand that decision not to go in the pits, unless, of course, there was already a car in the pits. Maybe Bailey was in the pit. It makes no sense to me. Okay, we're just looking now. So currently in 3rd position is Brett Harrell. In 2nd is JP Gomez. And currently our race leader is Waylon Campbell.
So this is earlier in the day. This is where Waylon, we thought he should have pulled in the Amsoil Hot Pits. This is a replay. So he thinks about it.
He looks at
dives
it.
right.
He knows he's got it. He knows he's got a flat tire.
And then hammers down. I do not know why he did that.
I have no idea. I'm looking in the pits. Can you see if Bailey Campbell's in the pits? That's the
couldn't
only
tell.
thing I can think of.
The Take It Live camera or production crew has done an amazing job, and Tad Dowker has a left rear flat tire. But again, it just takes so many people to put this together. So a huge shout out to Take It Live. Rock Racing TV has been out here doing their thing. But again, Jason and Gayla Robin, and the vision of this entire thing is absolutely amazing.
Oh, wheels off the ground there for Rusty Byler as he punches it up the secondary line. And look at Raul Gomez.
We want to thank all of our volunteers, the Ultra4 staff, MidAmerica Outdoor Crew, Media Safety, USAC, Racers fans, and all of our marketing partners.
And Tim Hooper there just crawling through the water previously. Oh, look at that, JP Gomez. Right, now, that means that JP Gomez must be something around about 1 minute and 45 seconds behind Waylon Campbell. We know that the Gomez brothers have good comms. We know that the Gomez brothers will be listening to us. So we know that JP knows that
Waylon has a flat tire. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can shake the front up a little bit. Why did not Waylon? I'm going to ask him later what happened.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's communication.
I've got a feeling that's going to be a decision that he is going to regret. But we still have not seen Paul Wolf, Josh Byler, or Paul Herschel, or Rusty Byler cross the line for their 8th lap. Just as I say that, I can see that Paul Herschel is going to be crossing the line ever so shortly to cross over, and Josh Byler has also just completed his 8th lap and goes out on his 9th, as does Paul Herschel.
So Josh Byler is looking really good to lock down the Ditto National Championship for the national side.
Yeah, we've got to remember it's not just about this one race. We also have 3 championships at play here, and it is, as we said before, a double points race. Oh, look at the water coming through that car. It's the older statesman of the Gomez brothers. It is Marcus Gomez picking his way through the Bronco rocks in his UFO.
And there's our current king, Raul Gomez, getting a little slideways right in front of the Amsoil Hot Pits.
Yeah, putting that Dugan's engine to work.
That's the same engine he has in his T1 unlimited truck out in the desert.
Yeah, now I believe he has it slightly restricted in this truck, but I might be mistaken.
It's a lot of horsepower, that's all I know.
That's Phil McGlinton there.
There's Tim Hooper. Oh, that's Horschel's. They're probably cutting out an axle shaft, if I had to guess here.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. So it looks like he's had a CV joint fail. We saw him at the waterfall earlier. The trouble is with these IFS cars, when they get an axle shaft fail or something like this happens,
now it's a flopping in the wind.
Flap around, or they can take out all the suspension as well. So it's a real, that's very, very bad luck there.
There's Brian Caprara. Looks like he lost his spare tire hanging off the back.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a whole load of spare wheels all over this course.
So Brian Caprara heading up to the waterfall section. We're still watching the Amsoil Hot Pits, and Paul Horschel trying to cut out that axle so he can keep on moving.
You can see, if you look actually through the cab, you can see that Paul Herschel, you see his eyes are absolutely black. He's obviously been pushing that visor up so you can see what he's doing. As we watch Pip Justice racing car number 4 for Chip McLaughlin.
Part of Rufus Racing.
And also for the memory of Sandy, of course. Oh, and here we go. We've got Josh Byler here once again. He's got that broken left side front. Casey Gilbert's co-driver grabs that winch cable. So we watch Chase Capera.
There's
now
Josh
this is
Blyler and Casey Gilbert.
Yeah, so we've got 2 cars here that are broken, holding up Raul Gomez. But you just see there, Casey Gilbert moves out of the way.
The class act. Raul's putting that horsepower in those Nitto tires to work.
Yeah, makes it sing. This is Cade Rod, son of Randy Rod, out of Jimmy's 4x4.
I saw Randy earlier this week, had a fun little chat with him, and he's excited to be out here racing with us once again with the Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, it's very exciting to hear that they're building a new IFS car for Cade. So it'll be interesting to see what happens next year.
Because that is technically a Legends car that they just put some bigger tires on, so running the single shocks.
Yep. So our current top 5 is, in 5th position is Paul Herschel, although he's currently in the pits. In 4th
is Josh Blyler, but we saw him having some issues on the waterfall.
Indeed. In 3rd, it's Brett Harrell.
In 2nd position is JP Gomez.
And his 1st position, oh, look at this, it's Waylon Campbell, and he's on
down to the method race wheel. That's all he's got on there. That is tough break. So what's he going to do? This is going to cost him some time.
Yeah, now the difficulty with this, you can see he's already broken the edge off the rim. Okay, the difficulty now is even if he comes back into the pits, that his crew might not be able to get the wheel off the car. Okay, what happens is it folds it around the caliper, and then what happens is that they just physically can't break it off. So he's still got at least
Look at the rocks flying.
Yeah.
Getting absolutely demolished on here. I hope we can stick with this and see what happens. In the Bronco
the only good
boulders.
news is he's coming up to some faster areas and it won't hurt him quite so badly. But this could be a race-defining moment.
To finish first you must finish, and Waylon Campbell is going to be on the struggle bus to make that happen.
And you can imagine that the Gomez brothers are going to be down there. They're going to be on their pit radios and saying, that is JP Gomez.
So he's not too far behind.
But look at this, that's Brett Harrell as well. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Potentially, this is the battle for 1st and 2nd. Oh, look at this. Brett Harrell is all over JP Gomez. Puts the pass on him and leaves him in his dust. He's now just got to get past Tad Dowker, but he'll just sit back and wait. He knows he's got the horsepower to make the whole shot on him as he comes out onto the faster stretch.
And
only just in front of them, you could see there in our camera, you could see Waylon Campbell.
And Brett Harrell started a minute behind JP Gomez, so if Brett finishes in front of him, there's no adjusted time on his side.
Oh, that's amazing stuff there. This is really going to be quite an incredible finish to this race.
Oh, he's pulled over Waylon Campbell. No. Our physical race leader is at a complete stop. Tough break for him. I hate seeing this. He had such a great race going.
The window net comes undone, and even if he has to change that tire himself, he's going to be in real trouble now. And that's Josh Blyler. We know that he's got that left front tire is not pulling at all. And I can't tell you how difficult these cars are to drive when they're not working correctly. But look at Brett Harrell. Brett Harrell is now our race leader.
But JP Gomez is right behind him, so he's going to be putting the pressure on. So they have physically passed Waylon Campbell.
Now
Brett Harrell's been racing.
I've got a feeling we're going to see the white flag. We're at 1 hour and 26 minutes. I reckon we're going to be around about 129 when they come round.
So they may make it another lap out there. We may still have 2 more laps to go.
There is possible, but I don't think they will. I think, look at this. Paul Herschel trying to give it absolutely everything to get up here in 3-wheel drive.
So he cut that axle out and put it back in action. But I'm going to talk about Brett Harrell for a little bit. He's been racing with us for quite a while. Always gives a lot of effort, building his son cars and all that. So it's great to see him having such a successful race in such a stacked field of racers.
But just look at the attrition. Look how few cars have actually completed 8 laps. This is absolutely remarkable. And we can see now Waylon Campbell is out of the car and he's working on the back of the vehicle. Can he salvage this? Can he get a spare wheel onto this vehicle and get back out on track?
Brian Hinks is tuned in, checking everything out.
And we're
Thanks for tuning in.
Somebody come up on stage with a dog. So if you've managed to lose a small brown dog, please come and claim your dog. And there's Christopher Branton coming up to the waterfall now. And Marquez Gomez making his way up the waterfall.
And the lost dog belongs to Jesse Vaughn. So if anybody knows Jesse Vaughn, you have a lost puppy up here at the Ford Bronco studio.
Public service announcements at their best. And back to the racing. Okay, it's not going to be very long now before we see our lead cars. And who is this? That is Rusty Byler. He's a lap down on our leaders currently. So he'll be crossing the line to start his 8th lap. So that's Rusty Byler, but any moment now, it's not going to be long before we see these leaders coming in, and that's going to be Brett Harrell, and it's going to be JP Gomez.
Well, I wonder if Waylon Campbell's going to be able to keep that going or not. Tad Dowker with a left rear flap coming into screen. Is that Ryan Rockhold? Yes, it is. He got that car back going. Great job, Ryan Rockhold, back in action.
He had problems right from the very start.
There's William McGibbon from Canada.
Not Canadian this time,
I about said it again, I caught myself.
And there's Tad Dowker. They're just making sure, I think they're going to change that tyre. Might be some other stuff going on here, but very soon we're going to see the race leaders. And that is Pip Justice there, racing with the number 4 for Chip McLaughlin, as Chip was out on course racing in 24 in honor of his great friend Zandy.
Hey Jim, I may be mistaken, but did Brett Harrell and JP Gomez already come through?
I'm just looking now. Yes, we missed them. They have come through.
That's Brett Harrell right there.
There's Brett Harrell there. He's coming out to the waterfall
section
right now. So this is our physical and current race leader on adjusted time and physical time.
Oh, and JP Gomez
this is the race for the lead.
Oh, that's fantastic.
But JP Gomez has to get past him
and beat him by about a minute.
By about a minute. And just look at these beautiful A-arms, all made in billet aluminum. See, I would normally say aluminium, but I'm trying to be American for you.
Well, yeah, keep trying. You can only get better from here, I promise.
Aluminum.
So there's Rusty Byler, the Happy Pappy, still running strong with Brian Stone riding shotgun.
He's a lap down at the moment due to flat tyres and other issues. So we've got 2 cars that are currently on their 10th lap. That is Brett Harrell, our current race leader, and in 2nd place is JP Gomez. But there's some notable people that are missing. We haven't seen Paul Wolfe. We know that Waylon Campbell's pulled over on the side. Lauren Healy, who? Where's he been all race? Vaughn Gittins Jr., we saw he's got a broken front end. Paul Herschel, also broken and damaged. Bailey Campbell, we expected so much. She's obviously had problems out on track as well. This race course has been absolute carnage.
But Brett Harrell has driven an amazing race. What a great day we have out here. If Brett Harrell can get on the podium, his son gets on the podium in one day, that's got to be amazing. As Frank Vonderheide heading to the waterfall section.
Yeah, that's the stuff that dreams are made of. That's the stuff and the reason that we come racing.
Frank struggling a little bit in that Jimmy's chassis.
Beautiful.
Backs up, gives it a bump, and on, up, and out.
Yeah, nicely done there. And there is Bailey Campbell, and there is Casey Gilbert. Casey Gilbert was our highest qualifying solid axle car today, but it just, luck has not run his way.
We'll have 2 cars out on the lead lap, and first place is Brett Harrell and JP Gomez.
Now we missed. Did they pick up the white flag?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we missed that. So we're just going to... That is our current race leader. We just saw a glimpse of him then.
There's Chase Caprara in that bomber chassis, solid axle machine.
Yeah, I've just seen his dad, Brian Caprara, coming into the pits with another flat tyre.
Having a little bit of struggles on that left side.
Now, this shows you how difficult it is. Now, that's a great shot. Can you see the pipe there that's coming up the front of the bonnet? Or the hood, as you would call it? Okay, that's his air intake. So what he's done is actually protecting his air intake because he knew that there's going to be a lot of water on course. These bombers have the air intake right at the front of the engine. So they have to do that, otherwise they have a problem. Oh, look at this. It's full attack from Raul Gomez.
Just bombing the right side. Oh, and here's Vaughn Gittins Jr., so he'll be doing a little bit of winching here shortly.
Oh, poor old Vaughn. And here's Pip Justice. Come on, Pip. Punch it up there, Pip. Yay!
Doing
Beautiful bit of driving there from Pip.
For Zandy Willems. Oh, look at Waylon. He's out there. Had such a great race going. He tried changing his tire, obviously, but there's just, like you were saying, too much damage to that wheel and probably can't make it happen. So I hate to see that. Leading the race, why didn't he pull it in the Amsoil hot
I
pits?
have no idea. Whatever the reason is, it was just a moment of madness. He will never, ever be able to explain that to himself, I'm sure. But when we're racing, we make split-second decisions. We make decisions that are the difference between winning and losing, and that was one of those decisions.
And look at Tad Dowker. They're pulling off the bonnet or the hood, whatever we're supposed to call it.
Whatever makes you happy, Miles. Whatever makes you happy.
Racing makes me happy, and we're doing it.
There is the 44.23.
Frank von der Heide.
Frank von der Heide. He's having a steady race. He won't set any world records, but he's having fun.
Another right rear
We've got
flap
3
for
cars
Brian
now on
Cabrera.
9 laps.
Oh,
Josh Byler has crossed the line. We
mix.
know that he's badly wounded, but at the moment he's sitting in 3rd position. In
Jim,
2nd
Jim,
position
look
is
at how
JP
bad that
Gomez.
wheel is. That is absolutely amazing.
And in 1st is Brent Harrell. But who's
Ooh,
that?
That's Chad Hunt.
That is
Completely
Chad Hunt.
broke off his right front, so hit something a little bit too hard. So that's at the top of Waterfall, so not sure what happened, but there is a big crack up there. He must have just hit it just right and completely sheared off his right front.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could get a replay of that. I don't know if our production crew is listening, but if they see a replay of Chad Hunt, what happened to his front wheel, that would be awesome. Oh no, that is Josh Byler.
And you can see the ripples, it's not frozen.
Yeah, no, he's stationary. I've got a feeling that he's got an electrical issue there.
Or it won't start, or it died, or something, because you can see the headlights come on and
So
off.
many of these cars are not set up for deep water. I mean, when we prep our cars in Europe, because we're driving through a lot of deep water, we do our prep very differently, and I do wonder if there's a problem. But look at this, he's back up and running again.
Josh Byler back in action. Oh,
the other thing that can happen, don't forget,
left front's not pulling.
Yeah, it hasn't been pulling for 3 laps, Miles. But the problem we've got is that the problem you've got here is he might actually have had to have switched off, done a hard reset on his electrics to get himself back up and running, but it looks like there's somebody up there to help him.
So there's action all over the race course, but it sounds like Pam Hall is down in the Amsoil Hot Pits with Lauren Haley. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Miles. Over here in the Amsoil Hot Pits with Lauren Healy. Not where we want to see you, but give us an update of what happened out there on race course.
Yeah, this course is gnarly. 2 or 3 laps in, my electronics started kind of giving me fits. I lost my dash and then lost my fans on my radiator, and I was about to call it quits because my engine, I have a mechanical coolant gauge on the dash, and it was going up over 250, and I was about to call it quits, and I started learning that if I splashed the water puddles hard enough, it would cool the radiator. So I was just kind of cruising around a little off pace, but was still pushing around the track and, trying to get to the finish and hopefully, stay up there in the championship on the West Coast. But on one of the puddles, I hit him a little too hard and sucked in the water on the motor and hydrolocked the motor. So everything came to a complete, hard, screeching stop on me, unfortunately. So definitely not the way we wanted this day to end, but, we weren't prepared for what this course was going to bring to us. It's a whole new thing with Ultra4 racing in this kind of water for me, for sure.
I know this is always a joke because we're here in the water, and normally with water there's mud. No mud here. I bet you're happy about that because I know you don't like the mud.
I mean, the water was different to deal with. It wasn't completely miserable racing it by any means. I mean, you're trying to figure out visibility and how to keep your visor clean and that type of stuff. But building a car, especially since we raced on the West Coast so much for the air filter, like we tried to do some extra ducting and try to keep that air filter clean. But it's like being in a car wash. It's like 10% visibility, and you need windshield washer blades or squeegees or something and the air filter just sucks some water in. So.
Well, besides all the water, fun course out there, are you excited to come back next year?
Yeah, next year this won't be the national championship. If the schedule stays the same, this will be an East Coast race. We plan to race the West Coast stuff, so I would definitely come back here. I know there's plenty of room to expand, so if we got up into the trees and into the dirt in here, it's a really cool spot. So.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome, but sorry to see you in here in the hot pits, but we're going to go back to the studio to Miles and Jim.
Okay, thank you, Pam. And the white flag is out for Brett Harrell. So one more lap to go, less than 10 minutes away from wrapping up the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall here in South Grand Lake Recreation Area. Jim, this is coming down to the wire. Where is JP Gomez? How far back's Josh Byler?
JP Gomez is going to be crossing the line any minute now to start his 11th lap. But JP Gomez needs to be. Here comes JP
right
now.
Front flat
he's
tire.
going to be crossing the line. He takes the white flag, but he's coming into the pits, which means he's got a flat. So now,
So
Brett Harrell,
get on that radio and say, hey, JP's in the pits. See, take your time, because JP has to pass him and put a minute lead on him. So this is Brett Harrell's race to lose. If it was me, I'd back her down to about 60% and just finish this race.
Yeah, this sounds like a wise plan to me. And there's Marquez Gomez picking his way up there. And of course, poor old Chad Hunt. Any second now, though, and this is Christopher Branson, but we are going to be seeing our current physical race leader, Brett Harrell, approaching the waterfall. Now this could play into it, because this is Paul Herschel and he's got problems. He probably won't know that Brett Harrell is actually the race leader.
And they're teammates, so he may know. They may be on the same radio channel.
Maybe. Let's see, but at this moment, Paul is in danger of becoming what we call, dare I say it,
a trail plug.
That's a very polite way of putting it there, Miles. I like that. I'll roll with that. Thank you.
There's Ryan Rockhold chasing down Cade Rod, possibly.
So we've got two cars that are currently on their 11th laps, as JP Gomez is currently in the pits, and Brett Harrell, who's out there at the moment, hunting down his first win in 4,400.
I see the NRRA Rock Bouncers coming in. They'll be racing at 4 o'clock over at Nasty Girl, so they're starting to stage up.
And there's Aaron Smith making his way down the rocks, and closely behind him, followed by Casey Gilbert. He's actually not driving that slowly. Oh, somebody's pouring smoke.
So now they're getting a winch for...
Now, was that Brett Harrell? Pouring smoke coming.
I missed it.
There was literally somebody just going off up the chute there a minute ago. And there's
Paul Wolf. That's something you don't want to see. Oh, it looks like it's dry sump belt or something.
No.
So tough break.
That's an expensive day in the office if that's the dry sump belt.
There's Tim Hooper with Fuel Works coming up and out. Oh, is that Levi Shirley showing some sportsmanship as well? He's won that award in the past.
Yeah, I didn't see quite clearly.
There's Chad Hunt standing over. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr. with his Bronco in the Bronco Boulders.
Yeah, now Vaughn is having to push on here. The reason Vaughn's pushing on, even though he's broken, is championship points. He's trying to play for a championship here. If he can just get the wheels turning, if he can just put it in the top 5, you never know where you can be.
Yeah, Vaughn's currently sitting in 2nd position in Nationals.
Marcus Gomez
and 3rd
there.
in the East position.
Yeah, Marcus Gomez coming round through Little Blue. Now, there is JP Gomez. So JP Gomez is going to be clearing the rocks. Now, don't forget, he needs to be...
Did I miss Brett Harrell coming through there?
We've missed Brett Harrell. So, there's Waylon Campbell's moving again. He's got a wheel on there.
Yeah, he got her switched back out.
But
so
don't forget, he's now a lap down.
Tough break. He was leading this race, doing such a great job, and just had that tire issue.
Yeah, that's... Raul Gomez making his way around now and up the waterfall.
This just goes to show you how hard this course is, because that's our current king, and he's struggling on one of our main obstacles.
I was just about to say he's one-shotted it every single time, but...
But you know what? He probably backed off because Chad Hunt's car up there, he didn't want to accidentally, Baja up there and hit him.
Absolutely. Now, it's Waylon Campbell who's
pulled over
again. Oh. Tough luck here for Waylon Campbell.
Looks like he's got a serpentine belt he's
Looks
playing
like
with.
He's got a belt there, so that's a really tough luck. Now we're still searching for Brett Harrell.
There's William McGibbon on course.
So somewhere out there is our current race leader, Brett Harrell, and he's making his way round and he's working his way towards the checkered flag and his first ever win in 4,400.
This is a 5-mile race. They've been racing for an hour and 40 minutes already. White flag is out. We're probably halfway through this 5-mile lap to finishing up the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. That is actually JP Marin right there from Canada. One of his first races with Ultra4 USA.
What a race to start with. Well, Miles, this has been absolutely incredible. All weekend we've been delivering as we watch Chase Capera there in his bomber.
Sounds like it's 3 wide at the Yukon launch with Bailey Campbell in the mix. Chase Capera on that bomber. Still, he struggled the last time on this one a little bit.
He did, which is unusual for the bombers. This is usually where they shine.
But it's wet. I mean, it's a waterfall. There's water coming down all the time. So, yeah, he's definitely playing with a serpentine belt. That is Waylon Campbell that was leading this race. And just lost it. Just terrible luck.
Yeah, we just went to get a visual on our current race leader at the moment, which seems to be escaping us. But you can bet your bottom dollar wherever he is, he's pushing hard, and that's Brian Capera making his way through the Bronco Rocks. There have been so many pivotal moments in this race, but we've got to talk about the attrition. I've got eyeballs. I can see Brent Harrell. He's not on our cameras,
He's
but
on
he's
the
behind our
backside.
booth. He's making his way towards the Bronco Rocks, and I'm sure our production crew will pick him up as he goes across those.
So we're
At the
about
moment,
5 minutes from the checkered flag
5 minutes from the checkered
flying.
flag. Currently in the Bronco Rocks, we are watching Aaron Smith and Casey Gilbert.
Brett Harrell still running strong as he's dancing on that ledge. It is awesome. We're watching Aaron Smith and Casey Gilbert in the Bronco Boulders.
I've got to stand up for this, Miles. It's getting far too exciting to be sat down.
How far back is JP Gomez? We saw them neck and neck going up the waterfall.
At the moment, it's got to be Brett Harrell's race to lose. JP Gomez has to beat him by over a minute.
I may see
happening.
JP Gomez coming through the woods
No,
in
I
front
think
of him.
that's Brian Capera.
Okay, you're probably right. It is a UFO, a red UFO.
Yep, and there's Ryan Rockhold. He's stuck on the waterfall at the moment. Ryan had a really tough start to this race, had problems early on, so it's great to see that he's managed to get the car fixed and he's back out on track. Ryan also threw down an incredible...
Jim, I do see JP Gomez, so Brett Harrell is in the lead. So if he can keep it together for just a few more minutes, Brett Harrell will win, I believe, his first Ultra 4 win.
He will indeed. And I'm watching Brett Harrell now. We're on Ryan Rockhold at the moment. So Brett Harrell must be clear by now of the Bronco Rocks and making his way round the back towards the water splash. As we watch Paul Herschel followed by Bailey Campbell, and somewhere up there in the distance is Brett Harrell. I think that might be, it's hard to tell, but I think that might be Brett Harrell in the distance.
I believe so. In the top right of your screen,
top
that was
right-hand
definitely
corner.
Brett Harrell.
Coming through, yeah, that looks like Brett Harrell. But unfortunately, he's not on camera at the moment. Coming through the water splash. Yeah, I'm certain that, yeah, that is Brett Harrell's just gone through the water splash.
So
we're
about
watching Paul
2
Herschel.
more minutes to go for that checkered flag will be flying.
It is. Only 2 cars on lap 11. Brett Harrell and JP Gomez.
Paul Herschel working his way through the Bronco Boulders.
A third car has just started his 11th lap. That's Josh Byler. So Josh, we can see Josh
And that
right
is
now.
Levi Shirley helping. So Sportsman 101 at its finest with Brad Christian and Casey Gilbert's co-driver as well. Having a little name drop, I apologize.
That's okay.
I think it's Nate, maybe.
Now we know that Josh Byler's got a driveline issue here. That is Brian Capera.
Jim, it's been a great day of racing. It's been a great event overall. So much action going on this entire event, and we are a minute away from the checkered flag to fly for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall.
Yeah, I think I can see that. I think that's Brett Harrell coming through the Recaro Rocks right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are literally moments away from crowning a champion. He's got lap traffic in front of him, but he won't mind that.
I don't think he'll catch him. Casey Gilbert and Chris Branton, I think, have enough
Branson,
time.
oh, I think he will. The car will feel light in his hands. He'll be giddy. He'll be hoping. He'll be wanting. He'll be pushing.
So we are just about to wrap up this race. Not wrap it up, but first place, Brett Harrell's about to grab the checker flag.
This is Casey Gilbert, followed by Christopher Branson, and just behind him, he's going to be coming very shortly now, Brett Harrell. Here is Brett Harrell taking the checkered flag and taking the win here at Legends of the Fall 4400 class. Just wow, wow, wow.
Unofficial winner, Brett Harrell, just put on a clinic out there. He has got to be so excited. He's got his entire family here, and I believe he just won his first Ultra 4 USA win in the 4400 class. Congratulations to your unofficial win, Brett Harrell.
Indeed, and now it's all going to be about who's going to be second and third. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be JP Gomez. He's approximately 2 minutes behind Brett at this moment in time.
And then it's going to be between Josh or Rusty Blyler. Paul Herschel still in the mix. I think it's going to be Josh Blyler. Should get that third position, but it's anybody's race still.
It is anybody's race now. Josh is a wounded soldier at the moment. He's got a left front that's not pulling properly.
Oh, JP Gomez just went through the timing loop, so he'll be in here in about 30 seconds.
And that is JP Gomez. JP takes second place here at Legends of the Fall 2022 in Disney, Oklahoma.
And remember, this is on adjusted time, but Brett started behind JP, so he's definitely got it, and that is
Yeah, that's Paul Herschel and that is Rusty Byler, but they are laps down. So they are 2 laps down at the moment. Oh no, Rusty Byler is coming on a 10th here. He's 1 lap down. But don't forget, Josh Byler is on his 11th lap, whereas Rusty was just starting his 11th lap.
So they're on the lap. So as long as Josh is finished, I believe he'll get 3rd on the podium.
Exactly that.
Because Raul Gomez was a lap down as well.
So Brett Harrell, of course, driving a Horschel-built car. JP Gomez in a Joe Thompson UFO. But we still have to settle who is going to be in 3rd position.
What an amazing race we've had today.
It's been fantastic. The crowds are amazing. The place is amazing. The racing is incredible. I love Ultra4. This is why I've traveled halfway around the world to be here.
Absolutely. I've chased this Ultra4 for such a long time. Started going to King of the Hammers back in 09, playing in the pits, and now we get to call these races with some of my best friends while my best friends are out there on track. And speaking about that, and again, I'm just going to give a huge shout out to Zandy Willems and the entire Rufus Racing crew for coming out here in full force. We're going to miss you forever. Zandy Willems.
Race hard, dude. Race hard. Okay, we're back at the waterfall now, and that is Vaughn Gittins Jr. He will not surrender. He will not give up. He will give every last he has. Levi Shirley out the front there trying to work that windstroke for him as we cut back to Philip McClinton. Enduring West solid axle, Jimmy's car. And there is Rusty Byler.
And this is a fun fact. The Factor 55 Joker line, every single car did hit it except for Brian McVeigh, Brent Moffitt, Levi Shirley, and Chip McLaughlin that were kind of out of the race. So all cars have absolutely cleared the Factor 55 Joker line.
Yeah, Casey Gilbert making short work of the waterfall there as we watch Brian Capera, followed by Marquez Gomez. 2 UFOs coming down through Little Blue.
And Brett Harrell had a pretty consistent 9.5-minute lap through this entire race.
Yeah, it's absolutely remarkable. We're going to have to look back at that moment, that one moment in the race where Waylon Campbell didn't come into pit.
Yeah, I mean, that shook up absolutely everything. I'll be interested to see what exactly happened.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to get that young man up here. And I can see Josh Byler. Josh Byler is going past the back of the hot pits right now, making his way towards the Bronco Rocks.
So he'll be in here in about 5 more minutes, so we'll see if he's going to wrap up 3rd position for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall.
Yeah, there's only 3 cars that have actually completed.
2
cars that have completed 10 laps.
Jim, this has been so much fun. I love working with you. We've got such a great team behind the scenes.
We're calling this work now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so much fun, so much action, so much everything. And there's Josh Byler in the Bronco Boulders, that Miller Pro chassis.
He's got to be so careful here. When you've got a front broken axle shaft, it's so easy for something to go wrong, so easy just to pop that car into a hole and then just spinning around and going nowhere. It takes great skill and concentration to be able to keep these cars moving when they're in that condition.
The attrition rate definitely set in on this race. What a great show.
But it's amazing to me, and it's the same whenever we go to King of the Hammers. It starts out with 100+ cars. That first lap, there's almost 0 attrition. And then all of a sudden, they just start dropping like flies. And that's what we've seen here today. And I think this is like a mini Hammers race. It really is.
This is Ultra4 USA at its finest. I mean, we got the high speed. We got the legit rock crawls, the ups and downs, the high speed. Water crossing's a little interesting here. It's fun to watch. I'm glad I'm not wet up here in the Nitto studio.
Bailey Campbell, she's still on a charge, still trying to make up time.
This will be interesting to see how it shakes out for Bailey Campbell.
Yeah, now she's actually coming in at the moment.
I'll bet you Bailey Campbell moves into 2nd or 3rd for the Nitto National Championship, but I think Josh Byler's going to lock it down.
Yeah, I think Josh Byler, when he crosses the line, he's going to be a lap ahead of Bailey Campbell.
There's Casey Gilbert heading down the rigid Little Blue section.
Nah, he's not had the best of days, but what he has done is he's kept running. He's made sure that those wheels keep turning.
And a special thing, Pit Justice just finished for Rufus Racing.
Oh, that's fantastic news. Great stuff to see Pip Justice crossing the line in the number 4 car.
Racing for Chip McLaughlin and Zandy Willems.
Our hearts go out to the entire family, the whole of the Rufus family. We just love them so much. And here we go again. It's Vaughn Gittins Jr. at the waterfall. In fact, I think he's actually deciding to call it.
They probably radioed in and said basically the race is over, so why beat up the car anymore?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe getting another line. Yep.
He's got no front wheel drive at all now.
Sometimes you just got to bump it.
Yeah, it's going to be brave to try and punch it up there. That's remarkable that he's even got that far, if I'm honest.
I want to thank each and every one of you here on site and back at home for staying tuned in to the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. It has been an amazing event. This racing has been so much fun. It's been great action everywhere. Just want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of it.
That's Marcus Gomez we saw there just a moment ago going through the rocks. It looked like he might have also a flat tyre. That looked like Christopher Branson in the background, and that might be Tad Dowker there, crawling through the water.
In Bambi, a 2-seat solid axle Trent Fab
And here he is, right now, about to cross the line.
Is Josh Blyler, I believe, unofficial third position, and I think he just locked down the Nitto National Championship for the national side. So congratulations, unofficial winner for the Nitto National Championship, Josh Blyler, in third position for the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall.
Yeah, just looking at our current leaderboard at the moment. In first position, it's Brett Harrell. In second position, it's JP Gomez. In third, it's Josh Byler. In fourth, currently, it's Rusty Byler. In fifth, it's Cody Hardesty, but this could change.
In sixth is Raul Gomez. In seventh is Paul Horschel. In eighth is Bailey Campbell. In ninth is Marcos Gomez, and it could be 10th, Chase Caprara. It could change up a little bit.
Marcus Gomez could actually jump up the leaderboard. He's still driving on course at the moment. I think you're going to see Marcus move up the leaderboard shortly. And that is Marcus Gomez there, and he does have a flat rear tyre.
He'll be in here in about 3 minutes, it looks like, as long as that flat tire doesn't hurt him on the Yukon launch or the Recaro rocks.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But Cody Hardesty, I've got to say, he's had a fantastic race. Completed 9 laps, or completed 10 laps, should I say. But it's been a day full of action, full of drama. 34 cars got started this morning, or started at lunchtime today in our 4400 Legends of the Fall race here in Disney, Oklahoma. I'm not sure how many cars have crossed the line, but there's only 2 cars that have completed 11 laps.
How impressive is that? We started with 33 of the top names of our drivers. That shows you how hard this course actually was.
And that's Brian Cabrera
wide open across the Method Race Wheel start-finish line.
It's the strangest feeling in the world when you finish a race like this. You want to be finished so badly, but you really don't want to stop. You want to keep pushing on. You want to keep driving on into the sunset. That's how you want it.
What an amazing race. I hope you all had just as much fun as we did.
No, it's not over yet though, Mars. We still have to set those positions. We still have to set in stone the top 10. And while there's still cars on course, we cannot do that.
And we will be giving away the Nitto National Championship awards later tonight. But up next will be the Laser Nut trophies given out by Pam Hall here in just a little bit.
Okay, and these are 2 guys that could make a difference to the leaderboard. This is Christopher Branson coming in now. He was our pole setter this morning. He was the guy that charged off the line first. And just behind him is Marcus Gomez.
So you're right, we will mix up that top 10 a little bit, very possible.
Yeah, I don't think Christopher Branson's going to mix it up, but I do think Marcus Gomez will. So Christopher Branson crosses the line. And he's not inside the top 10, but Marcus Gomez, I believe, will be moving up the leaderboard when he crosses the line. So let's see what happens any minute now. And there is Marcus limping his UFO across the line.
With a right rear flat tire, that car is beat up a little bit, but it's still running.
3 wheels on my wagon. He crosses the line, Marcus Gomez.
Looks like he stays in 9th spot.
Yeah, he stays in 9th position. So it looks like we do have a top 10.
So in 10th position is Chase Caprara, unofficially.
In unofficial 9th position is Marquez Gomez.
8th is Bailey Campbell.
In 7th is Paul Herschel.
6th is Raul Gomez.
In 5th is Cody Hardesty. What a drive from that guy.
4th is Rusty Bleitler.
In 3rd is Josh Byler.
In 2nd, JP Gomez.
And unofficially our champion today in 4400 Legends of the Fall 2022, it's car 4456, Brett Harrell.
And I believe that's his first Ultra 4 win, and he has got to be super, super excited. And don't forget, here about 4 o'clock, the NRRA is going to hit Nasty Girl just behind us, the Amsoil Hot Pits. So be sure to stay here in front of the Jumbotron and check them out.
It's been absolutely fantastic to be here in Disney, Oklahoma all weekend. Met so many new friends, met so many old friends, and seen some incredible racing. It started with the qualifying yesterday, then with the 4600 Spider Track stock class race.
So if I'm doing my math right, my buddy Ryan Miller's helping me out, it looks like it could be Josh Bleitler, Vaughn Gittin, and Bailey Campbell for the Nitto National Championship. So while we get everything checked out, we're going to dot our I's, cross our T's, get everything checked out, and then hand out some amazing laser nut trophies. So we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need, or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide, or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back to the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. It's been an amazing day. I hope you all have had just as much fun. Jim and I just had a fun little chat, and if you guys and gals didn't have fun, there's something wrong. That was an amazing race.
What a race, Miles. What an event. This has been absolutely incredible. The whole weekend has been remarkable. The racing has been fantastic. All the crews here have been given 120%. And just, you couldn't make it up, could you? The lead changes, all the drama out there on course, little moments in time that make the difference between winning and losing.
It's been such a great fun. I've had a lot of fun up here. Come on in. We got another fun guest to hop in the booth with us. We have Mr. Dustin Jones. He's been running around having some good time. He's been hanging out with MidAmerica with us. You came to Visions. You've been checking out all weekend. You still got your jorts on.
Man, these are my insulated jorts. So even cold weather, rainy weather, I can wear these anytime.
Yeah, it's been so much fun racing today. There's so much other stuff going on outside of racing. You've been kind of checking it all out. What's your take on everything this weekend?
Dude, I got to tell you how wild this race we're just wrapping up was. We were down at the waterfall, which these 4,400 trucks were going up the waterfall. So when they come in a pack of 3 or 4 together, you talk about get out of control. And literally going into the last lap, we watched 1, 2, and 3 come up to the waterfall within 30 seconds of each other. And it's who can get the cleanest hop up there. So there was some really, really serious carnage down there.
Yeah, you got to see some great stuff. But it sounds like we may have Pam Hall down there with a quick little interview. So let's throw it down there and see what she's got. Pam, what do you have for us?
All right, down here in the Amsoil Hot Pits with Mr. Shannon Campbell, you played crew chief this weekend, and well, today you did, because you have a new little thing up your sleeve for next season, which you released online, was your 2-seat car. But how is it playing crew chief to your kids out on race course?
No, it's pretty awesome. I love being in the pits, except for when I can't talk to them. The radios got wet, and it was pretty bad. Waylon had a nice lead, and Bailey was, pushing behind him, and they both had the same flat on the same side, and I couldn't stop him because I couldn't tell him, and unfortunately Waylon, he tore it up a little too bad. Bailey stopped and finally changed her own out there, but yeah, it was a pretty easy day in the pit because I think we had 1 flat on Bailey at the beginning, but after that it was pretty easy other than the end, misfortune.
Yeah, that's racing, though, right? I mean, you've been doing it for many, many years, and out here yesterday in your UTV, did you have flats with your UTV yesterday, or were you all good?
No, we were having a blast in the UTV yesterday. We were actually leading our class, and we had just caught the overall leader, and just as I bumped him, it was Jamie McCoy. I didn't know who it was because all them Can-Ams looked the same, but we just bumped him, and when I hit him, it started I could feel it plowing in the front, and when we climbed this wall over here, it took out both front tires, so I had 2 flats, and I watched him drive away after I caught him, and then right after that, we got it changed, or got them both changed, and continued on for another lap, and then we had a A-arm that broke, just hitting these ledges too hard and stuff, but it was a good time. Probably one of the funnest races I've had.
But it gave you a 3rd-place finish, even though you had some issues yesterday, which is awesome. Your trophy will be coming here later. But good luck out there for next season. We'll see you soon. But great day out here in Disney, Oklahoma for Legends of the Fall. The course was awesome. Thank you for chatting with us.
Oh, you're welcome. Love it.
Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. That was absolutely fantastic. Always good to catch up with the legend that is, of course, Shannon Campbell. Adversity, adversity, adversity. It's racing. You never, ever know what's going to happen.
And it was really cool to hear his insight on the pits because he's normally out in the car racing around, but he got to support his kids. I mean, it's family fun at its finest with MidAmerica Outdoor and Ultra4 USA. And Dustin, you see that all over the place, don't you?
It is cool, man, especially that racing has become so family-oriented. So the Campbells are a good example of that, man. He was out here racing the UTV yesterday, and then today he's just supporting the kids. And I'll be honest, coming from somebody that's usually in the driver's seat, it has been a fun couple of days out here to just be in the pits.
Just hang out.
Just hanging out, dude. Like no pressures, changing tires and all that. But the biggest thing to me, dude, is coming out here and racing in this lake bed. How crazy is this that they're running a race down here?
It's amazing. It's amazing to believe that we've got the permissions that we have, and we've got to say a massive, massive thank you to Jason and his wife.
Yeah, Gayla Robinette. They've had multiple meetings to pull this all together. The GRDA has worked amazing with us, the town of Disney, the town of Langley, to bring all this together. I mean, it's amazing. There's so much to do here, and it's kind of a small area, but there's so much to offer here in South Grand Lake.
Yeah, I can't wait to come back next year. This racing has been absolutely incredible. But, I mean, looking at the UTV race yesterday, you must have wanted to be racing.
Oh, man, I'm always itching when I see side-by-sides running, especially because these are some guys that we run against at King of the Hammers. And so, Wolf's out there, the Campbells are out there, and a few other guys, Jamie McCoy.
Yep.
And so I'm always itching to get in the driver's seat.
Why weren't you here?
Oh, he is here, but why aren't you racing?
I'm here. It's tough to run so many cars, so we're getting ready for the last race of the season. We're in the hunt for the championship. I have to race in Las Vegas next weekend, and that's the last race of the year. So it's rest up, relax. It's my 1 week cycle before I get into the driver's seat, and so I got to be careful.
But I believe you're going to be coming to the first race of the Ultra4 USA season out at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, aren't you?
Oh, King of the Hammers, you do not miss. And the Ultra4 opener, that's what everybody shows up to. Because you guys know from being around racing, the first race of the year kind of sets a tempo for the season, and everybody wants to open the season with a win or a good finish, so they get wild at the first race.
Absolutely, and it seems like you're pretty hyped up. Let's explain what got announced last night with Travis Pastrana bringing a mini Pastrana Land to MidAmerica Outdoors here just outside of Jay, Oklahoma.
Man, that's a crazy step up there. So I know Travis really well. We've been out to Pastrana's Land several times, and that dude's always got some cool ideas rolling around in his head.
You forgot to text me, remember?
Yeah. I meant to send y'all both the invites when we went out there.
But must have got lost in the post, yeah?
Yeah. I got to check what happened. I may not have hit send. But he's always going to do something wild. He's always going to step it up. And it matches kind of what you guys have done out here at MidAmerica, pushing the envelope, always going a little farther. Well, when you bring somebody like that in, it complements a relationship so well that Travis, man, if he builds a track up here and starts the racing, it's going to be on another level.
It's going to be absolutely insane. I can't wait to see what's in the future for MidAmerica Outdoors, Ultra4 USA, the Championship Series, pit bikes. I mean, the rodeos, there's so much going on out there. It's going to be an amazing year.
It is. Now, let's look back at the racing that we've had this weekend. Obviously, it started yesterday with the qualifying for all the classes. Then we also saw the stock class race, so the 4600 Spider Tracks. Then we had the UTVs. Then today it was the 4500s, the 4800s, and then it finished in this. It really has just been a festival of off-road, a festival of Ultra4 racing.
It's been absolutely amazing, and I believe we have a highlight reel from from earlier on this week. It's going to be, so we're going to check that out here in just a little bit.
Cool.
and welcome back to the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall. It's been such an amazing event. The racing is just getting wrapped up. We have the NRRA setting up behind us. It's been so much fun. Jim, what do you think?
Wow, what a weekend. I've travelled halfway across the world to be here, and this just does not disappoint, does it? Off-road racing is fantastic, but Ultra4 racing is something else entirely. It's been incredible. What a weekend, mate. And what to see so many new champions crowned this weekend. And, of course, we've got the National Championship points coming up as well. There's going to be some surprises there, I'm sure of it. It's been a pleasure to work with you, mate.
Jim, always love working with you. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist alongside Jim Marsden. We're going to sign out and send it down to Pam Hall to give away those Laser Nut trophies. Pam, it's your show.
Check. All righty, we are here for our Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall 4400 Unlimited class. Our third place finisher, Mr. Josh Blyler. What a day you had out there.
It was a great day, Pam. It's just starting to rain now, but we're all soaked. The amount of water on this course was incredible. You just ate water all day long, but it was a blast of a course. A lot of good racing. We only had one flat. Can't really complain.
I know up here we do have a 1, 2, and 3 Nitto athletes, and I don't believe that our number 1 finisher had a flat either, but the water was definitely an issue, flats for a lot of people. What do you think about this course? Do you have anything to compare it to of any other races that you've raced?
No, this one's definitely different than anything we've ever done. The water is all clear. You have no mud, so it's you don't have mud to deal with. It's just constant water. Played hell on electronics. We're East Coast racers, and I pretty much feel we have a submarine built. And right off the bat, we had electronics going problem. We lost our radios, and the engine started missing and carrying on. So even as good as we are at doing all that, we missed it, and it ran like crap all day, but it stayed together.
Well, that's awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today? Because I know you have a whole team of people here.
We do, absolutely. First and foremost is the Big B Motorsports team. Those guys are the absolute greatest in the industry. We're just average guys having above average fun. That's our thing. We love to do it, and we're going to continue to do it as long as it's fun. Other than that, Spider Track, Snitto, we had one flat all day long, which I truly do not understand. We should have had 3 flats or a lap. Dynamic Motorsports, Mark's running around here somewhere. He comes to every race to support us. Gearworks Transmission, Mapco Motors, Mass Motors. I'm missing a bunch, but everybody that's on this car, they're the best of the best, and we appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 spot. I know you've been working hard all year long, and it's awesome to see you out here. What's on your roster for next year?
Super excited to see a Pennsylvania race on. That's really cool. Makes up for all the years of driving all the way to the West Coast for this stuff. So really excited for Pennsylvania. The Rush race is going to be cool. Crandon for us is definitely out. That's a no-go, but we're going to make a series out of it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, and you're going to celebrate, go over to the awards, and have a good night.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pam.
Awesome. Now we're going to move on over here to our second place finisher, Mr. JP Gomez over here on a rail all day long. Oh, yeah. Give us your thoughts.
It's so much fun to come out here and just go full throttle in these cars. Already catching lap traffic on the second lap, past Marcos on the second lap, and it was like, this is going to be a long day. Don't get any flats. Super fun out there. You just had to choose your lines and not overdrive the car. I ended up getting 2 flats. My mistake, trying to catch Harold, Raul, or my brother passed me. So I was like, we got an hour and 50 minutes left, so he could just take himself out. So he did that.
Yeah, you guys are always a hoot to watch. You had three of you in the top 10 today. How cool is that?
Oh, that's awesome. We wanted to be all 3 of us on the podium, honestly. We've proven it, right? My brother on KOH, I've won a couple times. This is a new car. So that's why we come out here to race, not get 4th or 5th or 6th or 10th. We want to win every race. So it was awesome for all my brothers and myself.
What did you think about this race course out here compared to other races that you've done?
No dust. That's nice, but the damn water is killing me. I didn't put any tear-offs. I just had a rag, which got super soaked, and couldn't really see a lot of it, but, it was super fun. It wasn't just a wide-open race who had the most horsepower. You had to control it, right? There's only a couple spots on this back finger. You had to really go fast, and just rocks everywhere, and I hit a couple ledges. Not even a foot tall, and got a flat. So super technical, good driver's race for the national championship.
Well, you definitely proved your driving skills out there today. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here?
Oh, man. First, my family, Jill, my kids. They're my biggest supporters. My team, Chris, GBR, all of them. Joe, he actually built this car. I always forget to thank him, so he's
he's up there. My brothers, Raul, Marcos, and my nephew Darren. I mean, we work our asses off to get up here and do this every chance we get, right? So, and obviously our sponsors, Nitto, King Shocks, Gym 8TO, and there's a couple other ones I can't remember, but.
Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot. We'll see you here in a few months. And you guys heading out like you normally do? You're going to come over to the National Awards and hang out over there?
We'll see. We'll probably just be here for a couple hours and head home. So we got a long ways home. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming out and racing with us. Awesome job today. And now we're going to move on over here to Mr. Brett Harrell. This is his first ever podium finish for Ultra4. How do you feel right now?
It's pretty awesome, to be honest with you. This has been a really long, hard road, and we've had some close races, but we've always had that 25-cent part take us out. So this is pretty special for me, and I'm extremely happy with it right now.
Well, you definitely proved that you wanted that win today. You got out front. I know you guys all had some issues. You didn't even have a flat, but looking at your tires, I don't know how in the world you finished this race with not a flat.
Just hold her to the floor the whole time. I didn't care this race. I figured, screw it. If it happens again, it happens again. I was going to go for broke this time, and this course is really awesome. I mean, I know the water sucks for visibility, but I had a lot of fun today, like a lot of fun. Our comms went out. His comms went out like lap 3, I believe, and then mine went out in lap 4 from the water, and I had to listen to it buzzing for an entire lap. And I was trying to reach up and yard it off, but figured screw it, and we just held her to the floor the whole time. JP got into me pretty good, but payback from Mexico, I got him pretty good too. So it was a fun day, fun course.
Well, awesome. I know I heard it was a really fun course out there. You definitely looked like you had a lot of fun. Now you're up here in the number 1 spot. Time to celebrate. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
My wife and kids for supporting me and traveling with us all over the nation. I mean, we come from Oregon. We're 50 miles from the Oregon coast. So I don't think there's another team that travels as much as we do, and they support us, me and my son. I'm super proud of my son for doing what he did today. Paul Horschel and the entire team, obstacle team, Horschel Motorsports, these guys put their heart and soul into our cars. You know, a lot of people don't know, but Paul takes care of my car in Park City, and the guys treat it as if it was Paul's car. They take care of us. Our team, we've got good camaraderie. We just have fun, you know. But I'd like to thank Rigid Motorsports, Fox, Shocks for taking care of us, Obstacle, obviously, Max Custom Tie Downs. What else we got? Sorry, I've never done this, so. Total Metal Innovations, Max Custom Tie Downs, Brett Schmid Trucking, Tube Works, TMR Customs, Trail Ready Wheels, and I think that's it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 1 spot up here. It is well earned. And I know you're super excited about having that trophy. So, guys, let's go ahead and throw our trophies up in the air, except Mr. JP Gomez is walking away here. So let's hold these trophies up high in the sky. Let's give it up for our 4400 Unlimited, Brett Harrell, JP Gomez, and Josh Blyler. All right, and we are going to throw our show over to MidAmerica Outdoors. They're doing their short course racing over there. So everybody over there, take it away.
No, I don't think so. I'm betting that most of these guys in this first couple of groups right here are probably still running the same tire setup they had.
Fallen. I almost would have changed the black treads that you see on sprinters all the time. You want this and you don't want as much rubber touching that dirt as possible.
Yep.
Did I hear that?
Finish out this race, and I think this track will be primo.
White flag just came up for Ricky Lehman and Jake Frederick. And there's nobody else even in the picture.
2, check 1, 2. This is Maple, who's out there. Check 1, 2. No. What is up, everybody? We are back here in Disney, Oklahoma. We're a little different booth. Our trailer is down at the other park down in Jay, Oklahoma, at MidAmerica. We're at Disney, Oklahoma, so we got a little different setup this weekend. The last race course will be right behind us.
You look a little nervous, Matt.
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm nervous on camera.
Look, I'm a little nervous for all the drivers right now. So it's my first time being in Disney, Oklahoma. We've got the hill known as Nasty Girl.
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
Going up behind us. And, y'all, it is nasty. It's steep and long, and there's a ledge at the top.
Yeah. That's, I think, the biggest thing is we got up there. Me and Justin Wills got up there this morning, walked it a little bit. I seen some footprints, and we were talking to Timmy. He's like, yeah, him and Jay both were out there very, very early, like sun up this morning, checking it all out.
Timmy probably camped out here overnight, so he could go.
Yeah. And again, it's a very loose dirt rock hill, and you get about 7/8 of the way up it, and then there's a huge, you can kind of go right, and there's just a real steep rock section, or left, and has about two big 3-foot undercut lips, so you have to go right. I was talking with Kenneth Cozine, bad donkey driver. He said if you shoot it right hard enough, it'll throw you left, and then you'll land on top of it. And then, again, there's a big tree in the middle, so you have to kind of shoot it right or left to the top. Right is much easier, but I think it's going to go ahead and throw you left. He said if you shoot it hard enough. Lots of momentum. Again, this is a super, super steep hill. Literally right above Bree's head, you can see somebody walking up it. That's where we're we're going to race at. And again, it's super, super gnarly.
And not only that, Matt, it's raining.
Yes. So when you have rock that turns wet, then it's super steep. It's going to be interesting.
Slip and slide.
Yeah.
The phrase comes to mind.
It is. We're going to kick off rather than the bouncers, we're going to kick off with the side-by-side racing. We have all the Ultra4 guys cleared out of the way. They were racing behind us today. They had the 4,400 class. Right before that was 4,500 and 4,800. Again, shout out to all those guys. What's up, buddy? Shout out to all the – yeah, in theory. Marco, part of the Gomez Brothers race team, came over and asked, are we going up that? And I said, well, in theory. A lot of people said, are you going to climb it? I said, well, climb it or climb out. That's kind of a difference. We're going to definitely climb it. I don't know if we'll climb out it. That's the fingers crossed. Timmy, the way the points shook out this weekend is sitting in first place for the season. I don't think he even has to attempt this course and still lock in first.
Do you know what the point spread is now?
I don't. There were 7 going into that our very first course.
7 points different only between Timmy and Wade coming into this weekend of racing, or these last few days of racing, which is the tightest I think it's ever been.
And again, that's over 900 point span. That is absolutely bananas to think that these guys had a 900-point span. There's only 7 points between them.
So that really puts it into perspective. We're not sure. Timmy is still in the lead. Not sure the exact point spread now.
On the first course would have been, and Wade would have got a 10-point attempted course. So it would have been 40 points. That's 47. Wade had a 10-point, and Timmy took second. So 47. It would have been like 37, so around a 100-point difference roughly. So Timmy could literally park his buggy, watch, and say thanks, and still win first. I believe once Wade attempted the course yesterday he had enough points where he could literally drive the trailer and just show up at the awards. He doesn't need this hill either. Yet he still came out and thrashed.
But where's the fun in that?
Yes, still thrashed yesterday. He came over and talked to us. He said there was like a 0.3 of a second between him and Timmy. Still, these guys are still thrashing hard. 0.3 of a second on a hill that neither one even needed to run. Which I think kind of shows how awesome it is. These guys literally did not need to even run the course, yet they still went out and thrashed the rigs and ended up 0.3 of a second different, which was super cool. Jay Stewart's kind of the guy that popped out this weekend. He was the only other guy to climb the second course and had the best time. So Jay is sitting very, very pretty. If he can simply finish this course, automatically lock down second, hopefully have a quick time, lock in first for the weekend. Finals is a big deal, so that'd be awesome for Jay to finish this course. He pretty much said, I'm going to tear my buggy in half if I have to, just to get to the top of this stinking hill. Because, again, that would automatically lock him in for at least second place for the weekend. And put him pretty good for the points for the season. Another guy, Jay Swartz, like I said, is going to go hard. Daniel Heckley, he's got a bad buggy. He's going to try to throw it down. Justin Wills, I think, is like 6 points behind. I think he's Justin Wills' 4th place. I think he's like 6 points behind Daniel Heckley for 3rd. So, do you have our official points for the season there?
I've got them for coming into the weekend. I don't have updated with everything from the last couple of days, but Daniel was in third, Brandon fourth, and Justin fifth coming into this weekend. And between Daniel and Brandon, only 40-ish points. So
yeah. So I think what Justin Wills was saying this morning, he thought he was third. I'm not sure, maybe that's for the weekend. And so he said, if I can just simply beat Daniel, then I can go up in points. Daniel's going to be a hard competitor to play with this weekend.
Hey, I just want to note that when it comes to keeping track of points, all of these drivers turn into like professional spreadsheet worthy accountants. I don't know. They know all the points that matter to them. Matt and I are just like, there's like 50 of you. We can't keep up with everybody. But these individual drivers, even the kids, know,
no, that's
I
not
need
right.
3 points to beat, to get second place.
Yeah.
And they're over here just like doing these equations.
Yes, it was cute.
What it feels like.
Yeah, cute watching the kids, make sure. And they knew going into the last race, our first and second place ladies were tied going into the very last course of the season. So again, super cute.
They were the only two to race both or race all season with us.
Yeah.
So that was Clara Hoback and Gatlin Wills, and they raced every race this season, and they were tied first and second coming into the weekend. We call it the weekend. We started on Thursday, but we're going to stick with the weekend. And so it's been really cute. And they might not appreciate the phrase cute, but they're fierce competitors,
they are.
Those ladies.
But it is really cute, though. Again, super neat to watch those guys compete. All right. Looks like we have somebody on the course already. Again, this is our UTV Cup Series, I believe.
This is our RCB Axle UTV Cup. This is Nathan King out on the course now. Just to anybody tuning in, you're watching Hillside Live with Matt and Bree. We got a little bit different scenery around us as far as production goes, but the main action, of course, is happening out on the rocks. We've got our RCB Axle UTV Cup class. Today is all about the Cup classes. We've got UTV and Bouncer. This is the fourth and final course for all of these guys for the year. So Nathan's out here, first one out, showing everybody how it's done. You can see Matt and I have been talking about the rocks in this park. Disney, Oklahoma, it's beautiful out here. The terrain is definitely different, though, than what we're used to racing on. We sometimes have portions of the course that's rocky like this, but not usually that being 100% of what we're racing on.
What's up, Wyatt Wilson, one of our Rock Bouncer drivers tuning in. You can see that race line, starting line. Our drivers down there all huddled up watching. Zach Garner tuning in. He's one of our local rock racing TV staff. All right, we got Clay Kaysen on the line. Again, he's another one of our regular season drivers as well. You can see them down there doing work, getting ready for the bouncer course. We have a pretty big spillway of water underneath that big horse we're racing here a little bit. They're trying to get all the gravel and fill the water in. That way we can have a very safe spot. So if a driver does roll over, he doesn't land in a 3-foot puddle of water. That's not real great for if you're upside down and underwater.
No, that's definitely not a good feeling. Ask CJ Bynum sometime. He knows about that. We're going to run our entire UTV Cup class, and during that time, like Matt said, they're over there filling in water, and then we'll be running the Brannick Motorsports Bouncer class after that. We've dwindled down to around 8 or so drivers in each class, and it's a little less than what we normally run, but hey, that's how it is at finals when you're on hill number 4.
Yes. Yeah, again, like I said, this is hill number 4 for the week we've been racing. So
Zach Garner says Brandon has the best buggy design for this type of hill.
Yeah,
that's a definitely good observation. He's going to stick closer to the hill, I think, than some of the other.
And again, might soak up those bumps, be able to really push it hard. And again, he's going to push hard. We have that top 5 is super fierce competitors. Again, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Kenneth Cozy, another guy that's going to absolutely go out there and go nuts on it. So. It'll be a very interesting run to see how it shakes out for the season.
Clay Kaysen was second in points for the Cup class coming into this weekend. And it looks like he is just about through the finish now. That's a 96.321 for Clay Kaysen. I'm going to get that time for Nathan for you guys as well. Clyde, can I get Nathan's time?
Looks like Dan the Man Carter down there.
That was an 83.978 for Nathan King, who was the first one out the gate, and then a 96 for Clay Kaysen. Dan Carter on the line now. Dan in his third machine of the weekend. He has raced in the Bounty, the Cup, and the Stock UTV classes with us for most of the season and all of this weekend as well. He's had some tough luck. I haven't seen as much from the pink buggy. Has he rolled in the pink buggy yet?
You know what? I don't know. Not this weekend, I don't think.
No, I don't think he has yet. So,
You can see
We
Colton
love Dan
Holback
Carter.
out there helping do some course work.
Hey, speaking of Dan Carter, guys, if you haven't gotten a chance to go check out his most recent Highway to the Hill episode, he was followed around by Nick and Dylan, some of our amazing media members, and they put together an episode in the Highway to the Hill series that tells you more about Dan and what his daily life and the time leading up to a race and travel and then race day for him and what all that looks like. So if you want to get to know Dan Carter a little more, you guys can go check out that Highway to the Hill episode on Rock Racing TV. And there's lots of other good ones with other seasoned drivers from this year as well. Super fun way to kind of get some backstory and just get to know the drivers as more than just, the helmet in the buggy.
Yes. The helmet bobbling around really fast. Again, you can see how nasty and rocker terrain is.
Hey, Scott Marr just said, how is Justin Hoback? He actually just drove by in front of Matt and I. Haley went and picked him up from the hospital today, so that is definitely an answer to prayer that he didn't have to stay in there as long as they thought. He just drove by, so he's down here able to be a part of the awards tonight. And I'll go ahead and tell you that he gets to support his daughter, Clara, tonight. So, yeah, thanks for asking, Scott. You guys keep him in your prayers as he continues to heal from that accident on Thursday night. But, yeah, awesome. I'm so glad we saw him just now and know that he's back out here.
Like, as you were saying that, he's rolling through the parking lot. That's so cool. What's up, Don Curtis, our season VIN class champion?
We have Tim Cameron on the line now. Clyde, I need Dan's time, please. Can I get Dan Carter's time?
There's TC out there making a wake on that course. Man, that buggy can absolutely move. Again, you can see that buggy thrashing through there.
Tim Cameron's out on the course. Dan Carter had a time of 105.840. Fastest time right now is Nathan King, first one out the gate with an 83. Ooh, Timmy got a little stuck on that turn at the Ford flag there.
What's up, Taylor? Taylor tuning in for us. We miss you too, buddy. We wish
Aw,
you here.
Taylor.
Wish you were here watching with us. Again, we're up in the booth. Behind us is where the action is going on. Getting started sprinkling here a little bit. Just a little bit of misty rain there.
It's not too bad yet, Matt.
Yet.
Hopefully it stays this way. And just like that, new leader out here for the UTV Cup Class, 81.613 from Tim Cameron.
Mike Grindstaff, hello from the Grindstaffs. What's up, buddy? That's a beautiful shot there.
Look at those fall colors.
No. And you can see off to the right how steep that really is. That is just legendary over there.
Looks like Madison King is getting squared up now. Madison has been racing Cup and Bounty with us all season long. Our only lady season driver this year and our only lady Bounty award recipient. She won second place, I think, at Hot Pride.
Yes.
And fun fact, for those of you that are listening, you get to know ahead of time, Madison did win UTV Bounty for this weekend.
Really?
Yep.
That is awesome.
Speaking of being on a podium for UTV Bounty.
Yeah, that's awesome. Again, you kind of see the drone there. That's our Delta drone operator out there. from Delta Drone Works.
Yeah, this footage is amazing, and it kind of gives you guys a real perspective when Matt and I are talking about the rocks and the riverbed that we're racing in down here and what the terrain really looks like.
And how hard that guy's thrashing through there. Again, trying to make that corner. I think Clyde probably gave them the option of going right or left.
He did. I was at the driver's meeting. He said you have to go around the forward flag, but you can go either direction.
Yeah, you can see how deep that water is off to the top of the screen there. Again, Madison just thrashing through those big rocks. Jumping that buggy through the air.
Taylor said to tell Matt to pin it and close his eyes.
That's honestly what you have to do, I think. You have to carry a lot of momentum into this hill. Talking to Kenneth Cozine, I think he's playing his first, second, hit third. Once third starts bogging down, click back to second, and hopefully just pin it to the top.
You guys going to have enough room at the bottom?
Again, we'll see. I'm not sure exactly. I see our starting gate
We'll
there.
find out. 84.776 for Madison King. That's a third place time right now. Tim Cameron still in the lead with an 81.6. Then Nathan King with an 83.9 and Madison King with an 84.7. And then we've got Clay Kaysen with a 96 and Dan Carter with a 105. Thank you guys for tuning in to Hillside Live. There's a little shot of the production / pit / spectator area down here. We are racing on Nasty Girl soon for the bouncer class. Our UTV class is, cup class is finishing up first, and then we're going to transition over. I think we've still got Brandon Davis in the UTV class, if I'm not mistaken, but we will all find that out shortly. There's a great view to see what's going on out here right now. We have some of the best spectators and fans in the sport. I mean, it's drizzling out here. Now, to be fair, we have enjoyed wonderful weather for the last 2 days, so we really can't complain.
All right, we got DC Thompson taking off the line there. Again, making quick work of this course, it looks like. Again, DC is one of our fierce competitors. That is a new chassis for this year. He brought that out at Wildcat this year.
I ran into DC at the dinner line last night, and I called him a miscreant. Because if you know DC, then you don't need like a real reason. He just is.
Yeah.
And I said, that's what you should name your next buggy. Call it Miscreant. And he was like, what does that mean? So I was like, well,
very fitting for
maybe
him.
not. But I was like, troublemaker. There, call it that.
Very fitting.
No, DC's a good guy, and he's a heck of a driver. I really feel like we've seen kind of a change in him over the last few seasons. Of we've always called him one of our wreckers or checkers kind of drivers, but when he has a little more of that conservative side come out, I mean, DC's a wheelman.
He is.
He can drive anything,
Absolutely.
and we all know it. So we've been seeing a lot more finishes and even a couple podiums from him more frequently than we did in seasons past.
And I love his podium conversations. It's usually about 4 words.
It's usually not much.
Yeah, it's usually about 4 words.
Which is probably for the best, especially if we're live.
Yes, especially if we're live, yeah. He's very ornery. He likes to tease the guys he's on the podium with. So it's always very interesting and comical to watch him on the podium.
Make sure you guys are watching on Rock Racing TV, the Rock Racing TV Media Broadcast Facebook page. That's where Matt and I are watching from, and we want to make sure that we can see your comments and questions and interact with you guys because, hey, that's half the fun of having a live show, right?
What's up, Jonathan Shepard, tuning in for us? Mr. Skinny Pedal Fab himself.
That's right. I announced our Skinny Pedal winner from Bikini Bottoms yesterday, and that was Wade Good. So he's going to be getting some cool hardware, courtesy of Jonathan Shepard and the Skinny Pedal Award.
All DC had left was low and two-wheel drive, but he wanted to get his point. 117.912.
That actually makes a lot of sense now that I know. All DC had was low gear and two-wheel drive, and he wanted to come out and get his points. And I was thinking while he was racing, I know this riverbed is really rough and rocky, but that seems a little slow even for DC. So that makes a lot of sense. But DC did complete the course and get his time and his points. He got a 117.912.
This is Brandon Davis. You can tell he races a full-body Can-Am in the stock class and the UTV Cup Series. So we always have to double-check when we see him on the course.
Matt, can you believe that this Can-Am has made it through all season running 2 classes?
Just being trashed. Just trashed. And then he still rides around the park sometimes. Like, Solid.
What the funniest thing, funny / almost sad thing I've seen this Can-Am do was almost drown in that river yesterday morning when Cheryl, Brandon's wife, was driving and we were all trying to get over to the race area.
Yes.
And it was early and it was still dark and you couldn't see where the deep parts in the river were. Everyone's just kind of milling around. I see Cheryl off trekking towards the cones, and she ran into a deep spot, and she said her shoes got wet. So it was that much. She managed to back out of it real quick and keep herself from getting into any deeper water than that. But yeah, this Can-Am's been through a lot. Safe to say.
Yeah.
All season long.
It's been rode hard and put away wet many, many, many times. And this is not the first season he's raced this Can-Am. He has actually beat on this Can-Am for a while. Brandon Davis, heck of a competitor, has raced bouncers with us for quite a while. Awesome guy, super, super nice. Half the drivers have Brandon Davis racing shirts on.
That's right. Hey, I have one in my bag. I'm wearing it home tomorrow. It's the only thing that's still clean. Let's get his time. 88.381 for Brandon Davis. All right, I do believe that wraps up our RCV Axle UTV Cup class for 2022.
Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of strange to think about.
It is.
You can see all the tarps and umbrellas there, trying to keep things dry. It's really not raining too bad out here. It's just enough to be a little annoying and get everything soaked eventually.
You can see some of our course workers out there getting the bouncer track ready.
Zach said, hope you don't get lost. Zach, if anyone had gotten lost on that UTV course, that's just sad. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Hey, Scott, I can't say for sure if awards are going to be live tonight. Matt, do you have any information on that?
I do not know. I
Okay.
mean, we could make them live, probably.
I would go out on a limb and say we are going to make them live.
Yeah.
Clyde has been doing like a marathon out here this weekend.
He needs to rest.
He's doing great with it, but he's had a lot on his plate, so I haven't gotten with him on that question. So we will find out and let you guys know. I know everyone's always curious and eager to see.
Yes.
As the season winds down, it's over for the whole year. You want to see how things shook out, so I don't blame you.
Again, you can see him getting the flags already, getting stuff moved around, getting the course all set for the big bouncers. Some of the 4,400 guys, I see Ryan Rockhold driving by. Some of the 4,400 guys getting their tires changed and getting the vehicles off course. It was a pretty gnarly course out there. I've seen quite a few tire changes going on. I think half the Can-Am guys had a tire change going on simultaneously yesterday when I was watching. So.
If you guys are just joining us, I hope you've remembered to be on the Rock Racing TV page so that Matt and I can see your comments and answer your questions.
Again, you can see quite a few of our course workers down there. You can see, literally, we have spectators still pouring in to the area down there.
Ashley Callahan says she's watching from the tree stand here in Kentucky.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Just got her headphones in.
I was saying, I hope you got some headphones. Otherwise, I don't know how much action you're going to see out there. Is it raining by you, Ashley, or what's your weather like? I hope you guys have been able to catch most of the racing action here in the past 3 days at Disney, Oklahoma for Legends of the Fall. Not only was it the National Rock Racing Association Finals, which, of course, is what you've gotten to see and hear Matt and I talking about for the last few days, but it was Ultra4 Finals, MidAmerica Short Course, and Pit Bike Series Finals. Plus, they did some fun stuff last night in the town of Disney here. They had a trunk or treat, and then they had a buggy decorating contest or vehicle decorating contest, and we had all our UTVs and bouncers or those that participated lined up down there, decorated and giving out candy to the kids. There was a kids costume contest, which I am a little partial, but Collier Hoback had the cutest little rock bouncer. Justin made a little rock bouncer out of tube that Collier could wear and look like he was a little rock bouncer driver.
Which was probably the cutest costume I saw.
It was adorable, and I think if he had been up on the stage where everyone could see him, he would have won that costume contest.
Oh, yeah. It was super cute. I definitely took a picture of him. I seen a little guy who had made a cardboard cutout over his wagon, and he had clearly done it himself, and it said Gravedigger, and he colored some flames.
Oh, I didn't even see that
It
one.
was super cute.
But there were some really creative costumes last night, for sure. Cute and creative. One had probably like a 14-year-old had a tie Beanie Baby looking. He had like a onesie on, and then the red heart tie tag on the ear, so he looked like a little Beanie Baby.
Again, you can see that's our course right there. At the top of it, again, you can see that massive ledge that's sitting there. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it goes. Again, you can see all the drivers down there getting off the course, making sure the course is clear.
Merrill Hutchinson, we've got about 8 or so bouncer drivers, and then we had 7 in our UTV class that we just completed.
Again, it's going to be interesting to see that big course behind us. You can see all of the UTVs literally, and we still have guys pouring in as all the Ultra4 drivers get back, park all their junk that they've wrecked and tore up all day, bashed against rocks, get all the service trucks back there, get all the spare tires back there, unload tools and parts. They're making their way down to kind of watch us. Again, they have an awards banquet tonight. We have an awards banquet tonight. Again, all while short course is going on Taylor that normally runs production for us is down with doing short course right now with our production trailer at MidAmerica. So kind of crazy to see all the different action going on this weekend. So I'm sure everyone will sleep very, very good in the next few days.
I unpacked all the trophies earlier and got a good look at them, and it's some good-looking hardware, guys.
Yes.
It's nice.
That season trophy is super light.
They're pretty good looking, so we're definitely going to have fun giving those out tonight once we wrap up down here. We are getting the course finished and squared away for the bouncers. We did complete the RCB Axle UTV Cup class for the year. They're done.
Yes.
That was number 4 for the weekend for them, 4th course. So we had, what did I say earlier, 6, 7 of them that hung in there with us up to this point.
It was slowly whittling down over the weekend.
Yeah. They were dropping like flies for a while there. After
I'll say where we stayed at, our camper area.
Over by Viagra. I don't even know what they call the spot that the Cup class was racing on. Was there a name for that?
Just that whole loop over there by Blue, kind of edge on the edge of Blue.
Still learning my way around out here. I only got lost trying to get to the campground one time, though.
Yeah.
I figured it out since then.
Yeah.
So.
Not bad,
and I got
not bad.
here. Yeah, and I got back and forth the other. So I'm slowly figuring it out. But it is a beautiful park out here. It is fun to be on some different terrain than we're normally on.
Yeah.
With the rocks, and then not only the rocky riverbed, but then of course the real steep stuff like Viagra, and then this Nasty Girl, which is 5 times longer. What would you say?
It's gnarly.
Viagra.
Yeah. I would
Interesting
say,
names out here, this park too. But actually, funny story, Nasty Girl got the name because Stephen Woolsey driving Showgirl was the first one up it. I don't know how many years ago that was. Probably at least like 8.
Yeah.
8 or 9 if it was Stephen Woolsey. It's been quite a while since we've seen him out here. But and then we saw Showgirl. Adam Ringer raced Showgirl up until last season, I guess.
Yeah.
And then I think that Randall's got her now. But
really?
So she's still in circulation.
Yes.
Showgirl is probably the oldest rock bouncer out there. I don't know between Sucker Punch and Showgirl.
I would say
probably still Showgirl.
Showgirl, yeah.
Yeah. So
that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
That boogie's been around for a while.
So there's a little fun fact for you about this hill out here. It actually has nothing to do with Viagra and Cialis over there.
This is more bouncer area over here. That's more crawler stuff. Again, it was kind of neat where we were camped at this weekend. All the campers and a good chunk of the Southern Rock Racing Series, National Rock Racing Association guys were all parked next to each other. The amount of thrashing that was done to repairs this weekend in our alleyway was impressive. I think everybody was working or doing some maintenance stuff, making some adjustments this weekend, checking tire pressures, checking fuel, and then right around the corner from our camp, Timmy and Brandon, Daniel Heckley, Jay Storch were all parked right on the corner with their backed in all their toter homes there. So super neat to see. And again, we're going to kick off here shortly with bouncers. Last race of the season, literally the last course of the season. So
last hill, and for all you hardcore hill killing fans out there. It feels like some old school hill killing.
It is. It
sure.
absolutely is.
The only thing that would make it truly more of a traditional hill kill is if we were lined up on the sides of the hill, hiding behind trees to watch it.
Dodging rocks. Like, yeah. Like, we don't need cameras. We'll just climb the hill and watch it. Yeah. It's again, interesting. There are a lot of trees on lining the sides, but there is none literally from the bottom all the way to the top. So several drivers are like, well, if you roll, do you roll all the way down, or do you just land upside down and just slide on your cage? Neither one would be real fun.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer the slide.
But it just takes so long. You'd be like you would just keep going forever because it's such a long course. And again, that's
how about you just stay on all fours so you don't have to worry
fingers
about that?
crossed.
Or aim for a tree. If you're going to roll over, make sure you
Yes.
turn a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't just come straight back down.
I was talking to Jack what his game plan was, and he's like, I don't even know if I'm going to hit it. He's like, I don't want to tear the buggy up. It's still together. Got my new transmission work great. Motor's running strong. So he's like,
He has put a lot of work into Veno
Dude,
all season long.
A
And
ton.
then he came out and just tore up the course yesterday over in the grand staircase.
Yes.
Something about stairs.
Had a
over
smoking
there.
time. Smoking
He
time.
did, and I mean, he drove it really well, and that's the Jack that we know and love, and
Yes.
the Venom that we know and love when they can just come together in harmony.
Yes.
It's a good thing. But he did say he broke his stub shaft, and then that broke the whole end of the spindle off. And
Really?
so he was over there fixing.
Oh, okay.
I think he had it fixed by today.
Okay.
Or I think he did it yesterday, but he thinks he might have just even broken it Thursday night, and
Maybe.
then it finally let loose.
Finished off
yesterday.
here. Yeah, it was pretty hard. He had a good landing on the second course. He rolled over and had a pretty good landing. So hard telling when he broke it again. And he even said something that night about, well, he goes, somebody said I might have broke something, which again, so much is happening so fast. It's like, was the tire really turning? Was it not turning? So interesting to see Jack again. So glad to see him get out there and thrash on that buggy for the first course and the third course. So it's a lot of fun being out here and just having a good time on the course. Again, a lot of racers came out. We really appreciate those guys. I've seen a lot of spectators with buggies. I was trying to coax them into coming out and be like, hey, you know what? We got a course left. You guys want to come race with us? And they're like, no, we're good. We've seen the course. We're good. we're okay. Most of the wives are like, he doesn't need to break it. It's okay. So he's like, no, I like it. So again, it's a lot of fun. You can see, again, the massive amount of side-by-sides behind us pouring in for this event. We still have some trickling in still from the
they keep coming.
All the Ultra4 racers that are getting back to camp, getting everything put away, and heading on down here before they hit the awards banquet. So
Yep, and I think they've got the short course going on at MidAmerica
yes,
right now.
Yes.
So yeah, there's it's not over yet, guys.
Yes.
Even though we're winding down, we're getting towards the Saturday evening, but and then there's going to be a whole lot of celebrating and everything going on after the awards too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll get
lots of good stuff.
Pretty ornery with it tonight as well. Again, Ultra4 has their award ceremony. We have our award ceremonies. So I think theirs kicked off at about 4:30. It looks like it's getting close to their time.
Speaking of awards, Zach said, "Good luck. Glad I don't have to do it." Zach, where'd you go?
Zach,
Did you leave us? It has seemed oddly quiet out here.
it has.
There's no loud, obnoxious voice on the loudspeakers right now. No, that he's just doing it over the
Yes,
the comments.
which we
instead.
appreciate either way. John Campbell tuning in with us. What's up, buddy?
Good old Zach.
He races the Zach buggy. He races the Taz buggy. Again, that Campbell family gets out and does quite a bit of racing. That Big John race team.
Shelby St. Clair apparently got to hang out with you a little bit today, Matt. Hey, I miss Bree. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't see you either. We didn't cross paths this time, or yet anyway, Shelby. But sounds like you said you had fun racing 4,800.
It was a blast.
For as long as it lasted anyway. So.
All right.
Oh, Zach is already headed home. That's cheating, Zach. Sounds like we are just about ready to get things going for the Brannick Motorsports Bouncer Cup. We've got 8 or so. I don't know if Jack's racing for sure, but we've got about 8 bouncers about to hit this hill. They each have a 7-minute time limit. So if they all max that out, that'll put us around an hour. But I mean, I don't even know what kind of expectations to have right now of what's about to happen on Nasty Girl on this hill behind us.
We'll see. It's going to be interesting, I think. So.
How you feeling, Matt?
We'll see. I don't want to think about it too much until I hit the hill. So.
Yeah. Probably for the best.
Yeah. Good times.
You had your Mountain Dew today?
Not yet. So we'll figure. We'll save the party for after we get done with the course. Again, I have one left. So
you're gonna do great.
Yeah.
And you can say that you raced the entire season. Are there Any hills? You made it to every race.
Yes.
You raced every race.
Yes.
Are there any hills that you did not hit?
The last hill at Dyersburg, we broke.
Yeah.
So that's one I'd like to hit. I love that big long ledge. It's a lot of fun. I broke a transmission in half, like for the second time this season.
Yeah,
so.
but say a hill or two out of the entire season that you have committed to and raced
doing
at,
a full season
you're going to make it all the way through to
is.
the end here.
Yeah, doing a full season is kind of crazy. Again, whether I love this. I'm pro NRRA with Ultra4 same way, short course. Doing a full season is a big commitment financially, time-wise. We have a ton of drivers who do it and literally follow us across the nation. It's super neat to see, and we appreciate all those guys and the camaraderie. I was talking a little bit about. The other night I was up here with Speed Sport, and we were watching a replay of Timmy racing after he zooms through, and like literally 8 racers that he's racing against, guys who want to beat him, like sprint into his vehicle, and they're all screaming, "Go back, go back, go back!" And at first he said they thought they were joking, and he looked at their faces and were like, they were not joking.
They were telling him that he missed a turn
Yes.
and it was going to be a DNF.
Yes. So again, looks like we're getting our bouncers lined up.
Looks like Kenneth Cozine is going to be the first on the line here.
We got Dan Carter down there getting him all situated. See our safety workers. I think that is Jack down
We've
there.
got
Jack Porter.
Jack Porter in that yellow vest. Shout out to Jack for being our last line of safety check at the starting line. We did a safety feature, or rather Speed Sport did, with Wade Good the other day. So I hope you guys are able to catch that at some point, and it just highlighted
Right, they're counting him down.
what we are required for, or what our drivers are required to have in order to race in this sport. And when you look at the hill that they're about to hit, you realize exactly how important every one of those safety elements is.
That is cold, cold, cold. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Again, you can see how
Come on,
long
Kenneth.
and tall that hill really is. Right there's that ledge we're talking about.
Oh! I can't watch.
Again, I know you guys can see that ledge right there. He's going to have to back all the way down that hill. You have to have 100%
Oh my gosh,
momentum.
Matt, look how flat it looks.
Yes, it does
What?
not. Yes.
This hill looks like nothing.
Yes, I
All
promise
right,
you.
everybody out there right now, listen to us when we tell you this is a steep hill. I'm disappointed in what
Yes.
it looks like on camera. All right,
And
so you're going to have to
you
take
can
our
see
word for
they're
it.
backing him up. That's Justin Wills and his crew down there helping get him backed up, getting him as much running room as possible. Again, it's super neat to see drivers helping other drivers.
Zach, you just take your orneriness back home with you, all right? Leave it off the live feed. All right, Kenneth, second run.
Again, right there, you can see the big ledge he's hitting. Again, we're just trying
Does he
to
have
keep
it? Does he have it?
Out the top, I think he is.
What? Oh! No.
Oh.
That's out the bottom.
Okay, he's
Hey,
on
but
all
he's
fours.
facing
Come back
the
down.
right
Yep.
way, and he's on all fours. We'll take it.
You could hear him, and I saw the tree move. I thought he had made it out the top on that left-hand side and must have hooked him. And it definitely looks like he has a flat tire, maybe a broken shock on that front right-hand corner. Again, you can see a few drivers running over to tell him, hey, checking to make sure the buggy's okay, looking to see if there's anything that he did break.
Checking on him, too, of
Checking
course.
on him, of course. And then again, you can see a bunch of drivers and course workers making sure he's okay as well as the buggy's okay.
Clyde, can we do any in-cab video if possible? Copy.
Again, everybody getting him checked out, making sure he's okay, making sure the buggy's okay. Again, he may have a flat back tire as well.
Yeah, he does his back left. Thank you, Zach, for
Looks
the
like he's climbing
confirmation that this is not an accurate representation of how
Yeah.
steep this hill is.
Again, there's Kenneth Cozine climbing out. That is Bad Donkey. You hear the crowd give him a round of applause.
All right, guys, we're going to give them a couple minutes to get him cleared off the course. Matt Taylor passed along that Bill said, you got to be dedicated.
Yeah.
Hit that hill. You
Yes.
got this.
There we go. Again, we're watching as they're getting that recovery done. Again, may have broke something in the front end. You can kind of see the front of I'm not sure, a shock or a bypass, something on that front, and it looks like he also had a front tire. They went ahead and helped him out. I'm sure probably knocked the wind out of him. Again, that was a pretty hard rollover and slap down. Luckily, landed all four tires, was able to get the buggy back down. Again, it doesn't really give justice how steep that hill is. One of the camera pans sideways earlier showed how steep it is. And again, once you get here, you see it never really does justice for us as well. Appreciate everybody on the live feed tuning in. Mama Bynum jumping in there.
Man, I wish we had that in-cab video this time around. We had our first taste of it at Bikini Bottoms, and we do know that it is possible.
Yes.
Now it's just a matter of having the equipment and the manpower in the right place at the right time, and we don't have it right now. But
it's pretty crazy.
We're going to work on
again.
that for next season.
Just looking up at the sky while you're driving full tilt, it's
trees,
and
sky,
I've
ground.
luckily the cool part, like Dyersburg, you have that big hill, you ramp up in the air. I've posted that video footage before, and my friends always like, "This is crazy. You're launching in the air, and all you can see is blue sky, and then you land. Like, how do you know where you're landing?" I'm like, "Well, you kind of have a good idea." But you really don't. You just kind of look at landmarks next to you and kind of figure it out,
It's definitely a little discombobulating
It
anytime
is.
you roll over or even just hit hard, and you're trying to take stock. Wait, which tree?
Yes.
Like where am I?
And then when your plan doesn't go according to plan, like how do you kind of recap? Again, Wade with that skinny pedal award last week. A heck of a monster truck driver last week. That was very impressive.
He definitely earned that one, and I think he had far and away the most votes, which you definitely should have how it should have been.
It was pretty insane to see.
If you guys missed that, it was at Bikini Bottoms, I think 2 weeks ago, our last race at Bikini Bottoms in Dyersburg, Tennessee. And so you'll have to go back and either you can watch the Skinny Pedal highlight reel, which we played for you a couple times what's today? On Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
And we're not in our trailer right now to play all the goodies for you guys, all the fun stuff. But we'll make sure that we can post that. And I have my personal project that I gave to Nick Mott, which I don't know if he appreciated it or not, but I did request that we have a 2022 Skinny Pedal highlight reel made from the whole year of all of our nominees, not just the winners, because there were some pretty wild moments from this season. So once we get that put together, hopefully we'll have that up for you guys in the near future. We know everybody likes to watch the carnage.
Oh, yeah. It's a good time. Again, great shot to the production trailer there. Again, all the side-by-sides and bouncers. You can see my bouncer, the teal one in the middle of the screen. I'll be hopping in that here shortly and racing down there to hit the hill. Again, we've had one driver, Kenneth Cozine, in the big bouncer class to run through it, so that's pretty awesome.
We have a question about if UTV Bounty is going to be hitting this Nasty Girl Hill as well. No, we are only running our cup classes. Everybody else is done for the season. Today is just UTV Cup and Bouncer Cup, and we finished our RCV Axle UTV Cup class already, so they're done for the season. Now we ran them before the Bouncers. Our top 3 times were Tim Cameron, Nathan King, and Madison King.
The King's putting it on there.
He sure did. Madison won for UTV Bounty this weekend, I heard.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is super neat. Again, it was also super cool to see DC Thompson out there in two-wheel drive low, just crushing the course, having a good time with it.
Yep.
Trying to get those points for the season.
There's definitely a shift in mindset when you come to the last race of the year and the last day and the last hill.
Yes.
All of a sudden, everything's on the line in a way that it's hard to do earlier in the season, when you're thinking about conserving parts and everything else. So look at that crowd we have out here today. Man, they're standing in the water, in the rain.
You can kind of see
We've
there how
got
steep
a
that
hardcore
hill
group
is.
of spectators.
Yeah. Looks like they're all getting stuff checked out. You see Timmy in his little green race suit down there. Our course workers. Big group of guys out there having fun, watching some racing. You can see off to the far right that race line starting banner. I'm going to say that's Brandon Davis. Looks like an IFS front end on that buggy down there in the starting gate. I think Brandon Davis might be our next racer coming up. Again, You can see him getting Kenneth Cozine's buggy out of the way. Kind of interesting, again, for Brandon to be sitting in the starting gate watching Kenneth Cozine come tumbling down that hill. Again, does that change Brandon's race plan, or do you guys think that he'll stay with the same plan, again, make some adjustments? There's not much you can do on the bottom two-thirds of that. You can just go and try to go as quick as possible.
Straight for the top. You know, Zach made the remark that it could have been worse, and at least Kenneth was able. We don't know what happened exactly at the top of the hill, but he pivoted.
Yes.
And was able to come back facing down the hill and on all four tires. And if you're going to roll on a hill this steep and this long, that's exactly how you want it to go.
Randy said, "Hey Matt, get a hot dog and send it." Randy was our hot dog operator for last several years. Him and his wife came and usually.
Oh, Randy, Matt, there are no hot dogs out here for poor Matt.
They came and set up their hot dog cart.
We feel your absence.
Next to our production trailer and fed lots and lots of spectators as well as the staff. So we appreciate them a bunch. They take excellent care of us. So I see you got some snacky snacks over there.
Don't call me out on my snacks, Matt.
Bree's over there just uploading some snacky snacks. Like we're over there just like, I'm ready to party here.
Listen, this is like lunch and dinner.
Yeah.
Way to call me out, Matt.
Hey. Justin Wills brought up some nachos I had part of earlier.
Saw that. I didn't see you offer me any.
He didn't have good. Here's a crowd cheering down there.
Hey, I just heard clock is hot.
Uh-oh. There we go. Brandon Davis sitting in that starting gate. That Menace buggy, IFS, independent front suspension.
Our second contender here on the hill called Nasty Girl.
And he is the only independent front suspension rock bouncer currently racing with us.
We're going to see if Zach's
Took us
prediction.
time through that water. Again, a lot of guys have made some foil around their air filter, made some brackets that way they didn't get their air filter wet, have issues. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Again, he's going to try to stay to that far right side.
All right, so Brandon did go right.
Uh-oh.
I think he made it.
He's out the top. Woo!
25.943. So much for that 7-minute time limit that we gave these guys. Okay, safe to say, Matt, the right line is it.
Yes.
Kenneth did try and go to the left.
Yes.
The drivers were talking about how you had either option at the top of the hill. It's hard to see from the bottom, but in the drivers' meeting they were asking about that and making sure either option was available. It is. Clearly it's the right one, Matt.
Yes. Again.
Stick to the right.
Lots of horsepower, lots of momentum. He sent it. It went well. We'll see some of the guys. Ooh, I see a black buggy pulling up there.
You think this is going to be a real good run?
A real good time.
A real good run on this hill?
A real good time.
Yeah.
See Kenneth Cozine there jogging down for his good buddy.
Wade Good and Misfit pulling up to the starting gate now.
Trying to get them all strapped in. And there's Brandon Davis coming right back down.
Look at him. He's excited.
He is a
That would
happy,
be too
happy
if
man.
I just ran this hill in 25 seconds.
Yes, he is stoked. Again, Wade, we were talking a little bit ago right before the Ultra4 guys finished, and I was like, oh, you excited? He said, yeah, I guess. I said, yes? He goes, well, I've never seen the hill. I'm like, okay. I said, well, there's a lip at the top. That's the only. I said, it's just a long hill, steep hill, but there's a little bit of a lip at the top. So that'll be interesting for it, but.
All right, guys. Brandon just set the bar pretty high with a really smooth run up Nasty Girl. After we saw Kenneth's first tumble,
yes.
Kenneth was our first driver out the gate. If you missed it, he had a rollover, but ended up not being so bad coming back down the hill. But I had my doubts, but then Brandon just went and did what he did, 25 seconds straight up and to the right. Let's see what Wade does now.
Ooh. Getting a little squirrely there. He's going to need all the momentum possible. Again, trying to ride that right
Is
line.
he going to the left?
I think he's past the ledge. There he goes, trying to let it eat.
He's definitely on the left side, though.
And he's out the top!
Nice. That was a 27.091 for Wade Good.
Again, hanging there right there with that Brandon Davis time. Again, that was the second driver we had to climb it.
Why do they always do this to us, Matt? We talk these courses up
Yeah.
like they're some big, bad, terrible obstacle, and then these guys just come out and make them look easy. Come on now.
And look at Wade, just coming right back down it. No big deal. It's all good. He is a happy, happy man. Again, he had second place locked up already and still chose to come right back down.
That, did he complete our first, third, and fourth course, and then the second was an attempt for him this weekend, right?
The first course he broke on. The second one was
second
he attempted.
and then
Yes.
he finished yesterday and today.
Wow,
so.
look at that shot. Again, you can see a bunch of the area that the Ultra4 guys are racing on today. Up there in the bottoms. Beautiful fall colors. Down here in Disney, Oklahoma.
You know, even though we had some showers, and which I think is pretty much stopped now, we have been blessed with some beautiful weather the last
Really
couple
have.
days. Just the perfect fall temperatures out here in Oklahoma. You can see that foliage on the hillside there. We are loving it. It's a great time, great place to go out for the season here with the NRRA. Thank you guys for watching Hillside Live. I'm Bree. I've got Matt in here with me as always. We have had a wonderful time bringing you the live show all season long. We've got a couple bouncers still to go. Hey, Catherine, you know, she says we need better camera coverage. I know it's hard to see the top of the hill, but I just want everyone to remember our pre-drone days.
Yes.
When we had to just line up cameras as far as they would stretch and hope for the best. So, man, having this drone footage is awesome. It has definitely changed our live feed for the better, and I don't think we can ever go back to not having it. So, yeah, I know it's a little hard to see the top of the hill. There's a lot of trees, but, hey, this is still some pretty awesome footage that we're able to bring to you guys today, so I'll take it.
And this is Mr. Radcliffe pulling through there.
Trent Radcliffe and Sucker Punch, our youngest driver out here, giving it all he's got on this hill right now.
Get up there. Come on, come on.
Stay in it, Trent.
See
Stay
how big
in
that
it.
ledge is?
Oh, we didn't stay in it.
Oh, no. Don't slide down.
Okay, there's the slide that Matt was talking
we talked about
earlier.
sliding literally all the way down this hill. Okay, it came to a stop. Okay, good. Again, we were hoping these would become a stop now. Obviously, here's the problem.
Matt,
he's 3/4 of the way up the hill for recovery.
You know what's really crazy? This is the second time we have seen Trent roll over, slide on his lid, and stop in the middle of the hill.
Yes.
Do you remember Rush Springs Ranch?
Yes.
Yeah. This is the second time Trent's been in this position in
And
the
luckily,
last month and a
both
half.
times he stopped at a very pivotal point on the course.
He's gotten pretty lucky, I'm going to say that.
He has. Again, you can see the course workers checking him out. He's talking to him.
Probably telling him to stay in there.
Yes, just
sure.
say, hey, buddy, take 5.
Don't move.
Yes.
It looks like an RC car on the side of the hill
really
right
does.
now. It's like
Again,
a toy.
with the trees and the drone footage, if you didn't see a course worker, you'd be like, oh, that's a cool RC picture. That'd be neat for Instagram.
All right, Zach's throwing out some predictions, guys. He says Brandon has the best buggy. Timmy, then Daniel Heckley next in that order. Timmy has better throttle control. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I would say Timmy and then Brandon, because his new chassis is designed more like a trophy truck where you can really get a lot of momentum and kind of jump that ledge, where Brandon's going to soak it up a little more. I would say those two. I would flip those two, and then probably Daniel next.
What do you think about Justin? Justin, he's going to be in that line.
I know my boy Justin is going to just get it.
So I'll give you guys a rundown of the bouncers that we have left. We've had 4 have a go so far on this hill called Nasty Girl here in Disney, Oklahoma. Kenneth Cozine and Trent Radcliffe were both DNFs. They did roll over. You see Trent right there being recovered off the hill. And then we've got Brandon Davis with a 25.9 and Wade Good with a 27.0.
Again, you can see the course worker sliding down that like 4-foot ledge right there.
Is that Cooper? Surely not. I don't know how he got up there that fast if it is.
Again, you can see right at the top of your screen, there's literally like a 4-foot ledge they have to climb.
Derek says TC did it in 14 seconds at Big Meat's run, but they started directly at the bottom, so.
I think they give them a little water to kind of help, you know.
We had to make it just a little, we had to change up a little bit. Couldn't make it exactly the same. Zach, you're probably not wrong, but it looks like we've got some very capable recovery folks out on the hill. We're gonna let them do their thing. I'm sure Trent is appreciative as well.
He's probably like, hey guys, can I get some snacks?
Trent's a good kid. He's
great.
very eager. He's 17 and great kid. That is Cooper, isn't it?
Yes.
Get up there.
He does great at recovery. He's like, oh, help. Are you okay, boy?
Cooper's another youngin' that's out there. But Trent, so I had an idea for some social media content that I needed the drivers to help me with.
Yep.
Matt, I told you about it, and I asked a handful of drivers, and the first mistake I made was I went to some of our older drivers, right? And they don't really have time to come up with some of the questions and the content that I was asking them for. So then I was like, why am I doing this? I need to go to our teenagers. They're gonna jump all over this.
Yes.
Trent already he came up to me today. I told him about it last night. He said, I completed my assignment. And he gave me the information I had asked for already. So he's very eager. He's always high energy and he's happy. He's happy to be here. He's a fun kid to be around. And this was his first full season racing Sucker Punch. He did race at Bikini Bottoms last year. Was his first race in it. So this buggy has actually been around. You might have heard Matt and I talking about comparing it and Showgirl earlier in the race, but Sucker Punch has been around for what, 9 years?
Quite a while.
10 maybe. Definitely one of the older buggies that is still in the game now, and we hadn't seen it in a while. LC Collins owned it and used to race it, and it's actually featured in the 4x4 Nation Women in Wheeling calendar.
Little throwback there.
A little fun fact for you. I don't even know where all my calendars are. I'd have to dig them out of some plastic tub in the attic somewhere probably. Does anybody else watching out there know what I'm talking about? Do you have a 4x4 Nation Women in Wheeling calendar? That was a fun photo shoot that we did that day. But yeah, so Sucker Punch is featured in that calendar back in the day. We hadn't seen it in a while, so it's been fun to have Trent come out here. Trent raced in our UTV classes for a few seasons with us, and then kind of stepped up he graduated, if you will, to the bouncer class this year. So definitely been fun to see him. He's working out some of the kinks and working on some of that seat time and then control. Ooh, do we have?
Yes, they're going to cut. This is a replay of Trent. Again, this is Trent Radcliffe, who's currently they're getting ready to do a recovery. Again, making quick work. You can see him slowing down as he progresses up the hill. Again, trying to carry as much possible momentum right there, hitting that lip, and it kind of tosses you to the left and just got just a little bit too tipsy, rolled over, slid down. Again, there's lots of rock. It's very loose. You can see kind of how much debris is in that valley. And again, just trying to get through that valley. It got looks like a recovery winch line hooked up down there. Again, you can see some of the course workers, some of the racers and staff down there at the bottom of the hill.
Oh, Keith, we wish you were here to help too.
I was just going to say, Keith jumping in there. Keith Toolman is our normal recovery guy. He is a rock star. He has tools and parts for us. He does recovery. Again, awesome guy. Helps us out in tons of ways. We love Keith. The racers who break a lot also love Keith. You don't want to break, but when you do, you want Keith there because he has about every tool and part you need. Like, hey, you going to weld it back together?
Well, he's not Keith Toolman for nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
There's Trent right there.
And Trent's out there going, hey.
Surveying the damage.
I can hear him now. I almost made it right there. I was so close.
That's pretty much what he'd be saying right now.
Which is exactly what I'd be saying. I'd be the same game. Be like, I almost had it. I was so close.
And, to be the youngest one and out here today anyway for our bouncer drivers, and to look at this hill and it being his first season even in the bouncer class. Now we got Cooper up there.
Yes, Cooper's like.
I love the energy though. Being around all the Kings and we've got Cooper and Spencer Grindstaff and Trent and just kind of they're not our youth class, but they're on the younger side for our other classes, and they've always got so much energy and they're just fun to be around. So they definitely bring that to their driving style as well. Cooper has actually done really well for himself in the UTV Bounty class this season. Derek wants to know how you're feeling about this one, Matt.
You know, it's a great day to be out here at Disney, Oklahoma. We're excited to be at this park. They've had some great races.
Like a politician right now.
There's some great races. The courses, the weather have been amazing.
Actually, you speak better than a lot of our politicians right now, Matt.
No kidding. I'll tell you flat out, I don't think that's going to work. Okay, I'll be honest. How do I feel about this course? I don't want to think about it right now, so I'm kind of in denial. We're just looking at the scenery and watching the racing, and
do you guys have any words of wisdom for him?
We've had 2 DNFs and 2 finishers, so it's kind of at this point
50-50
shot, like flip of a coin.
All right, we still have Tim Cameron, Jay Storts, Daniel Heckley, Justin Wills, and I'm not sure on Jack Porter's status.
I seen him with
and
a
then
safety
Matt.
vest, so my guess is
I'm thinking he's not, since he's down helping out the starting line. I thought he was going to earlier when he was talking about it, but he might have changed his mind since then.
Yes.
Finally got Venom in one piece and running right. I don't blame him.
Yeah. And if you're not going to make it, there's no point in trashing. Again, if he has a broken axle, there's no point in trashing yourself.
Ryan said pray.
Yes, close your eyes and pray.
Words of wisdom.
You know what?
Pray.
That's about all you can do.
Yeah,
There's some times where,
leave it at that. One word, that's pretty much as simple as it gets.
Again, going back to DC Thompson at Hollerwood a few years ago, where he was the only person, side-by-sides and big bouncers, to climb a course. He just kind of, when he backed up and he looked at us and he started cinching down his shoulder straps, I was like, if DC is cinching in,
get ready,
this
guys.
is about to be awesome. It's going to be either an epic finish or a violent rollover. Again, great shot there of all the side-by-sides down there parked, getting to watch the action. You can see those fall colors and the dam right behind us. Again, this is Disney, Oklahoma. Kind of home of Big Meats Run. They have a big event been going on here a while. I came about 2016, I think we came out here. Me and my brother Nate Holt and my dad and some buddies came out.
So we've been racing since Thursday out here for Legends of the Fall. We've got our NRA finals, of course, going on, and also the Ultra4 finals. And then just a short ways down the road at MidAmerica, they had their short course and pit bike finals going on. So there has basically been something live to watch for the last 3 days straight, more or less. So I hope you guys have been able to tune in as much as possible and catch a lot of that racing action. If you've never seen an Ultra4 race or a pit bike or a short course race, I mean, it's just an excellent opportunity to have everybody at one time all in one place and just be able to have lots of new content and hopefully create some new fans.
Yes.
That's what's so great about this, and we want to say thank you to the Robinette family at MidAmerica for everything that they have done to take all these genres of off-road racing and kind of bring them all together just to promote off-road racing as a sport, but also to combine and expand all of our fan bases that you might be mostly just familiar with rock bouncing or mostly just Ultra4, but now you've got an opportunity to become a new fan of a different side of the off-road racing world. So that's what's really cool about these kinds of events. I mean, at times there's a lot going on and you have to kind of split your attention and decide what you're going to watch and what time and what you can do. But I think that's the cool thing about it, is just not only combining but just growing and making new fans out of the ones that already know about maybe just one of these sports out here.
And I got to talk to Gayla a little bit late last night and give her a hug and just say, hey, thank you so much. This was awesome. After the Halloween party, we had all the cars lined in both sides of the street. Super awesome. The streets were a little bit packed. I went up and took some pictures. They were packed from literally one of the,
and then they had a concert. Casey Donahue last night. I talked a little earlier about the costume contest for the kids. They even had a dog costume contest. Did you see them up there?
I didn't, but I did see several guys who had a costume. One guy had a Chick-fil-A, and his dog had a Eat More Chicken sign on.
Yes,
white
there was
dog,
some
little
really
spots.
creative costumes.
Super cute. Again, just getting to talk to everybody. Most of the people I talked to last night, I stayed by the bouncer for a while and shook hands and got to hang out with people and talk to them. Most of the people I talked to we're like, yeah, we live down the street. We heard this is kind of cool. We came in and check it out. We're like, so what are these off-road things? These are big,
there you go.
Like
See,
cars.
new fans.
It was super neat. Talk to them, hang out.
We're roping them in. Look, there's a few guys right there that are having a good time out here this weekend.
Again, it was super neat just to hang out and talk to, some new spectators coming over and goof off and meet people. Some of the kids came by. We gave out some stickers and some hero cards. A lot of guys had candy on their buggies, so that was super cool.
The Trunk or Treat rock bouncer off-road vehicle style. They had the Ultra4 cars. I talked to Paul Wolf a bit last night. Hadn't got to see much of him this season. Of course, he started out racing with our series a couple seasons ago and transitioned to Ultra4 this year. So I haven't seen as much of him, so it's good to catch up with him. And he's got a wrap on his Ultra4 car that's Ghostbusters that they did just for this weekend because they D-Pats helped him with that, and they knew that they were going to be having that time downtown last night. So, I mean, look at, they wrapped their car just to participate, you know, and have fun out here this weekend, not just to come and only race, but just to be part of everything else, just to help make the family-friendly atmosphere what it is. So that's just one small example of the racers, you know, being here not just for themselves, but for everybody else too. So.
Again, Tiffany Porter hopped in. She said Jack isn't racing. He doesn't want to try to spend the night getting a broken buggy into the enclosed trailer.
I don't blame him.
I have done before. Not real fun. Trying to winch it and jack it, put slides and put boards, or trying to put a floor jack underneath it and try to get it wedged in there.
At Visions last year, we had to back the Avenger into the enclosed trailer with the help of like a skid steer, pull it because there was no front tire at all. Like the dad totaled the front end. Yeah, the front corner was crumpled.
It was a lot.
It was.
You broke everything.
And that wasn't at night, luckily, but it wasn't about 104 degrees in the middle of the day, and nobody. I'm telling you, if you want people to get cranky real fast, you try and fit a broken rock bouncer back into your enclosed trailer in the middle of the day in like July in Oklahoma.
Yeah, your dad went for
but we made it. We got it. Well, we had the 4-seat Razor in there too. That's why it was so tricky.
Yeah, your dad went for a pretty wild ride that day.
He sure did. Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, and it's so funny to like see pictures of him and your brother like online doing like, you know, very proper business stuff.
Yes.
Like, I think what would be great, like having, you know, dinner with, you know, having lunch with some other business guys. Like, so what are your hobbies? Like, oh, I play golf. What's your hobbies?
Exactly. So
I destroy a buggy.
It's like my dad's alter ego. He's a laid-back businessman. He's a financial advisor, you know, by day.
Yes.
And people expect a hobby like golfing, like you said. And then it's like, oh, no, actually, I do something a little more fun than that. And
thrash an off-road buggy.
He's got like this whole alter ego that comes out when he starts driving something, anything. I mean,
and is a very hard competitor.
Boats, off-road vehicle, all kinds of off-road toys. If it's got a steering wheel and a motor. So, yep, that's what I grew up with, and I have to credit my dad with introducing me to the world of off-road racing because, hey, it might not have happened otherwise if he hadn't had those interests, definitely. So, yep. Got to give Dad props for that.
Oh, yeah.
Because otherwise I might not be here with you today, Matt.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here.
I think you have to give credit to your dad, too, because I've heard you say before.
Oh, yeah.
Growing up with him being, car salesman?
Yeah, so he owned a car dealership, and so we grew up around cars and trucks
all
and motorcycles.
All kinds of motor stuff.
Anything that had wheels and or a motor, we would take out and play with and race. And we started doing go-karts like 2 and 3, 4-wheelers 3 and 4. And I started like motocross and like endurance stuff at like 9. 13 we were doing like competing in motocross. Around 14 we went to trucks and Jeeps, 15 somewhere in there. And I kind of never left the trucks, the Jeeps, and now we race, you know, rock bouncers.
And now you still race your Jeep sometimes.
Yeah.
Is it in MidAmerica still?
It is. We brought funny story. We brought a trailer to take it home this time, so it's going to go back home. But we have Jeeps. I have a couple early Broncos we take out and do some off-roading with, do some trail riding with. Again, me and some buddies back home do hit the Midwest pretty hard. So next weekend's my brother's birthday, Nate Holt. So happy early birthday to him. We're going to head down to Hawk Pride, do some wheeling down there for his birthday. A bunch of guys
are you going to RBD?
Probably. We'll see. Again, I got to look and make sure, see what weekend it is. I know sometimes it falls near PRI show, which we end up going to Indianapolis Performance Racing Industry Show. It's a great way to kind of see some cooler products, hang out with some people I don't get to see too much. I know SEMA's going on this week, so a lot of guys were.
Oh, it's this week?
Yeah, Terry Madden was going to leave. He said, I've got to get out here, drop some stuff off, and then head to SEMA because I have some stuff going on there. So he had to hurry up and get out so he could get over to SEMA. So it was
understandable.
I got to give him a ride down from Blue down here. He's like, I said something about head nest, and he goes, hey, do you have a vehicle? I said, yeah. He said, you want to ride the Rock Brothers? He's like, yeah, let's do this. And he just kept like taking videos. He's like, this is gnarly, this is radical. I said, it's not an Ultra4 car, okay? This is a little more rowdy.
I have a video from riding in Matt's Rock Bouncer too. I haven't posted it yet. I forgot about it, Matt.
Yeah, that's awesome. High five.
I might get that back out.
Yeah,
hey, Ryan said RBD is going to be awesome. I was going to ask who watching right now is planning to go to RBD. If you're not familiar with it, well, then what rock have you been under? But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you're a new fan. Ricky B's Birthday. There's 2 B's in there, so it always misses. Ricky's birthday is what RBD stands for, and it started out as like a get-together, a ride, a party, a wheelin' party 10 years ago?
Yeah,
a
while ago.
Ish. And it's moved parks over the years, and he hosts it at Hawk Pride now. So that's usually right around. Actually, Ricky B and I have the same birthday.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
He's exactly 1 year older than me.
Really?
So, yep, November 28th.
Yeah.
That's our birthday. So it's always around that Thanksgiving weekend. So that's how you can always know, like when it, when you keep track of it, like when's Thanksgiving, and
Yeah, Clyde, I know
RBD's right around there.
Clyde usually takes some side-by-sides out and has some fun and just kind of has a good time hanging out in the woods.
I haven't been in a couple. We went right after we put the big block in the Avenger.
Yeah.
And maybe the year after that, and I think that's it. There's always so much going on. So in my family, my niece's birthday is the 24th of November, my brother's is the 26th, and mine's the 28th, and then you have Thanksgiving.
Yes.
All in there, either on or between all our birthdays. My grandma's birthday is 29th.
Yeah.
And we all live really close to each other, so we do a lot.
Yes.
We do everything together, all the holidays and birthdays and all that. So then trying to throw in like a weekend out wheeling as well, it gets to be a lot sometimes.
A little hectic.
So I haven't made it to RBD as much as you might have. You might think, but
I know Clyde goes quite often and kind of goofs off and has some fun, and it's a great way for him to go. There's no production, there's no rock bouncing, there's no racing.
He needs a chance to just go and wheel and not have the responsibility of running anything.
Hang out and enjoy
That's
it.
for sure.
Have a good time and relax, and he needs that too. So.
They went to Hot Springs.
Yes.
Last
2 weekends
week or
ago?
something.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
He doesn't slow down much, Clyde Bynum.
No. And then
Busy
summertime
guy.
and his off weekends, he goes and takes the jet skis and hits the lake, and they have a good time. Him and CJ, I've seen videos of him and CJ out there trying to do tricks. So
Yeah, CJ's out here this weekend too.
he is.
Yep.
I'm sure he'll be.
Got a whole crowd running around.
Yeah, we do. We have like the whole Bynum family out here. So getting good time.
All right, guys. I think they are still working on getting Trent recovered off the hill. I see a little flash of silver up there in the woods. He was in a really tricky spot. I don't envy the recovery people that were out there helping him. So he's like, what, 3/4 of the way up a really long, steep hill. I am glad he landed on his lid and didn't come back to the bottom, though. So he did that slide, the slide maneuver that Matt was. We're like, which is better, to just roll and come back down, or slide on your lid all the way? So
luckily he stopped.
So it worked out all right. And for Kenneth, too, because Kenneth was our first bouncer on the hill. He did roll. He somehow managed to, like, pirouette at the top and land and come back facing downward and on all 4 tires. So we'll take it.
Again, was able to climb out of the buggy. We saw him, chasing Wade. His Wade was getting ready to take off and run there. So, again, we know he's doing well. Again, Justin Holback is out here hanging out with us, doing some stuff. Again, going to be at our awards party here shortly. We got, looks like, what, six bouncers left, I think?
We've got Justin Wheels, Daniel Heckley, excuse me, whoa, that one snuck up on me. Jay Stortz, Matt Holt, and Tim Cameron.
All right, 5 of us left.
Still to go.
Last of the Mohicans.
The last contenders.
Again, this is our
Just
last
stay
course.
alive. I'll find you.
Yes. We got the last course of the year. Again, this is our final finale of our racing series.
All the finals and things are happening right now.
Again, after that, we'll be done. We'll head over to the awards banquet. We got a little break to get all our junk put back on the trailer, in the trailer, get a shower, all that good stuff.
Oh, you're going to...
Well, it depends how dirty I get at the bottom of the hill. We'll see. See if we get that done for our awards party. So, again, Ultra 4's up there.
Trophies, Matt.
I know we do. We have a lot of trophies to get to.
I just want you guys to know that the cup trophies are really heavy.
They are. They're huge. Huge.
And unwieldy.
Yes.
And I really hope the base was supposed to separate from the top of
It
the
is.
silver one,
It
because
is.
if it didn't before, it does now, okay?
There's a bearing so it pivots around. You can rotate it because where the names are
It was not
spinning
easy
around.
to get into the back seat of the Razor. I'm just going to say that.
You put it in the
By
Razor?
myself. Yeah. I had to
That's
go
awesome.
get it. Clyde's
It's like
go
2
get
foot
the
by
trophies.
2 foot by like
okay.
3.5 foot tall. It's not a small trophy.
It's all made out of metal.
Yes.
It's heavy and it's bulky, and it snagged my jeans, and it got grease all over me. So I just want everyone to appreciate the effort that I went through to make sure that our winner can get their cup trophies.
As well as we have a whole fleet of trophies.
They're worth it, though. They're really cool
for the
trophies.
drivers for different classes. Again, we have like
Oh, yeah.
37
All of our-
trophies to give away this weekend.
All of our usual style of trophies. We have all of our weekend winners, so everybody from the last few days of racing will get their award, and then we have the cup trophies, which if you haven't seen them before, like Matt said, they're tall metal cup style.
Yeah.
And then they have each driver's name on them.
Yeah.
So each winner from each year, they get to add their name,
which is
onto
super
the side
super
of
neat.
the trophy. Yeah, so they're really cool. I wouldn't recommend trying to load them into the razor by yourself. But other than that, yeah, it's definitely cool. Going to be fun to give
Oh,
away.
yeah.
We'll be posting some pictures later. If we might be live too. We don't know for sure yet, so we can't make that promise. But one way or another, you guys will get to see it. And I know some drivers, they're going to be pretty happy tonight, standing up on that stage on the podium.
I know Taylor's still down with our production trailer at MidAmerica doing short course stuff. So again, they're wrapping their stuff up as well tonight. Their finale is for the season as well. So they have some other cool stuff going on. Again, I'm sure their awards will be happening as well tonight. So, again, we'll try to keep you guys abroad of most of our stuff.
You heading home in the morning?
Probably. We'll probably load up in the morning and head home at some point. We got about an 8.5 hour, 9 hour drive to head back to Illinois. So, a little bit longer, but it's not too bad.
Shorter than mine if it makes you feel better.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you bring your car here or did you ride with the crew?
I rode with the Hovacks.
Okay.
It's a solid 10 hours, but that's if you don't stop and you're not in an RV. So I think it was about 13 that we were in the RV total on the way here. But hey, I'll take riding in an RV over driving by myself for 10 hours any day. So I do want to give a shout out and say thank you to the Hovacks, to Haley and Justin, for letting me ride with them to many of our races this year, as well as stay with them in their RV instead of having to leave and find hotels, which is not always easy when you're in the middle of nowhere out these parks. So definitely thank you to them for hosting me in the RV and traveling this year. And you guys remember to keep Justin in your prayers too. If you didn't know, he did have an accident during the race Thursday night in the stock class in his 4-seater and fractured his L1 vertebrae. He did get released from the hospital today, and we saw him and Haley drive by earlier.
Yep.
So he's here watching, and we're definitely thankful for that. But yeah, you guys keep him in your prayers because he's still got a lot of recovery to go for that. So.
But I was super happy to see him out here. He drove by and give us a wave, and we appreciate that. So again, we appreciate him and all he does for us here. He helps out with tons of stuff with the RC class. Basically helps run our youth class as well.
He and Colton both. I know Colton was out running the RC race today.
Yes.
And then they had Thursday or Friday. Days are running together a little bit now. They raced a couple times, couple courses. So yeah, Colton and Justin both head that up, and wouldn't be what it is without them. That section of the NRRA, the RC racing. So, and they also help with safety and recovery, and
starting line,
pitching
safety
everywhere,
checks. I do a half dozen things. I know Curtis Hazard out here that helping do the RC stuff as well this weekend. Got to hang out with him a little bit in camp, so that was kind of nice. He's a trooper. Again, he does a lot for us. He also helps do a lot of our RC stuff. He helps out a lot of RC groups on Facebook as well to help give you guys pointers on things to do. Does some cool tech YouTube videos on different types of chassis, and he has a big, pretty gnarly course in his backyard, so that's super cool to see. He lives in Maine, New York. Lives way up there.
something like that. Not New York, I don't think, but yeah, it's a good distance.
Yes, a very,
Somewhere
very good
northeast.
distance. My boy Cruz coming by here. He helps do photography and video for the park. Again, we have a ton of park staff down here doing pictures and videos, and we have drone operators, and we have Rock Racing TV staff down here doing stuff, and Clyde down there running timers and race ops. And again, people, lots and lots of people make this epic production that you see. So a huge shout out to all of our course workers, all of our people behind the scenes, picking up flags and picking up stuff. So huge shout out to all of them. We really appreciate them.
Yeah,
and we'll
it
be
takes
back
a village.
right after these messages. of some overview here of what's going on. Some highlights have so far happened today. Again, there's Brandon Davis splashing that puddle. You can tell he took his time getting lined up there. A lot of guys have put some panels in to kind of keep the water down, that we don't get the air filter or any of the electronics wet. Because the last thing you want on this hill is to not be able to, be able to hit this thing 100%. So.
Yeah, and what you guys are seeing there on the screen, if you're just joining us, this is some replay, some of the highlights of what has already happened here on this hill called Nasty Girl here at Disney, Oklahoma. That's Brandon Davis and his so far fastest run of 25.9 on this hill. This is Wade Good, and he had a run of 27.0. They are getting Trent Ratcliffe's buggy recovered off the hill still right now. He, fortunately for him, landed at the top of the hill and did not roll all the way back down, which could have been rough. But unfortunately for recovery purposes, that means it's a bit lengthy. So thanks for hanging with us, and please enjoy some highlights from here at Finals in Disney, Oklahoma. Here's Trent Ratcliffe coming up for his run.
Yeah, had a smooth run going there. Again, had a smooth run. They kind of just threw that top section over a little bit. Unfortunately, wasn't able to climb that. So you saw him start sliding back down that rock. Tires caught, and it just tipped over. Again, that was them getting Trent out of the buggy. Again, there's our starting line for Ultra4 today. Again, kind of an overview shot of the creek down there where the Ultra4 guys are racing. Clint Garrison tuning in with us. What's up, Clint? He's one of our seasoned drivers as well.
Hearing some of the radio chatter about the recovery now. Looks like they've got Trent right side up and are going to guide him back down the hill. So hopefully we will be keeping things moving here in just a minute.
Cool, I got one.
Anytime you can see the buggy back on the tires, that's a good thing. Again, it's such a narrow path. It's kind of like good old Cable Hill. There's not really a lot of good recovery spots in Cable Hill.
Cable Hill times 10.
Yes. I just meant that there's a, it's
like a chute.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like a chute, a long, steep chute to get recovery is not the easiest thing in the world. I'm sure they have some extra winch line and some winch rope up there to get everybody flip back over.
Props to recovery for this weekend in general, of course, but especially right now on Nasty Girl. Not an easy hill to work on, so definitely shout out to them and thank you for all of their help. We still have Tim Cameron, Matt Holt, Jay Stortz, Daniel Heckley, and Justin Wheels going to give it their all on this hill. This is the final hill for the 2022 season for our Brannick Bouncer Cup class.
Talking that final countdown.
Sound like someone coming through.
Now you got the song in my head, Matt.
I know.
Way to go. Thank you guys for tuning in to Hillside Live with us. I hope you're watching on the Rock Racing TV page so that Matt and I can see your comments and answer any questions. I would like to know, for those of you that have been able to watch some of the other races, hopefully all of them, at least for the NRA for this weekend, and see all the hills, or the courses that we'd run, rather, what has been your favorite? Which one do you think was the most fun to watch? We started out on Viagra. We did the hill to the left of it that I'm just going to call the hard hill.
Yes.
And saw some carnage on both of those. We had our UTV stock and cup classes racing in Woods section. We've been across the riverbed. We've been over on the rocky stair steps area yesterday, and now we're finishing up out here with this Nasty Girl hill behind me. Did you guys have a favorite moment? A favorite course that we ran? And are there any hills, or not any hills, but any parks that you think we should race at next season that maybe we haven't currently been racing at? I mean, we've, let's see, Hot Pride, Bikini Bottoms, MidAmerica, Texas, Bridgeport, the Endeavor Park in Bridgeport, Windrock, Disney. What else am I forgetting? Help me out, Matt.
Jay, Oklahoma, MidAmerica.
I got that one already.
Rush Springs.
Rush Springs Ranch in Missouri.
Hollerwood.
Hollerwood and Wildcat.
Yep.
So one more I'm missing. It'll come to me. So that's where we race this season, and many of those we've been going to for years now. Do you have a suggestion for a park that you think that we should come to next year? There's a lot that goes into choosing the places that we run. Everything from how spectator friendly is it, how easy it is it to get a crowd in and out, to get the vehicles in and out. Of course, what are the race terrain options like? Can Clyde put together the kind of courses that he wants for each class at the park? Scheduling and trying to avoid as many conflicts as possible with the other series in the sport. All kinds of stuff goes into it. And what time
truck
of year
and trailer
it is.
parking, food, bathrooms.
Yes.
Those are all kind of important
Lots
things
of
to consider.
accessibility questions for all that kind of stuff. So
And kind of spectator. We've had some really cool courses, but they weren't necessarily spectator friendly. You either couldn't see, there's only about 4 places you could see, and there was only about 10 people could get there, or the rest of it just baked in the hot sun. So trying to make sure it's spectator friendly, get everybody in, and make sure everyone's safe too. That's kind of a big thing, making sure we have all the spectators that are safe. Everybody's going to have a good time. Being able to get bathrooms and food down there, so that way we can, have some snacky snacks, have some lunch, and then
we want it to be a good time for the spectators. We don't want to put them. We don't want it to be a grueling day of race spectating. So
yes. So again, and we've kind of talked a little bit in the driver group. Clyde kind of threw that question out a while back about hey, what are some parks you guys like to see? Anything you hate? Anything you love? What are some new ones we want to try? What are the old ones you like going to?
Distance is a concern too, because a lot of our drivers are more or less located in the southeast, or at least the eastern side of the country. So distance and how much travel has to go into a year, especially when gas prices are what they are right now.
Yeah.
Just throw that out there. So we have a couple suggestions. We've got AOP from Randy. You know what, Randy? AOP is like a little over an hour from my house. That would be so nice. However, there are some as far as getting spectators in a crowd, AOP's got some really great rocky courses, but they're not that easy to get a spectator-friendly area out. But I don't know. Maybe that's something that there could be some future options there. Ryan says 2 rounds at Windrock. We've definitely had some other votes for Windrock thrown into the ring so far.
Our drivers group, a couple guys said they really enjoy Windrock. Bobby Tanner Hill. Bobby Tanner in general is kind of a stud there. Looks like they're getting Mr. Radcliffe pulled off the hill.
Finally, Trent is back on steady ground down here.
I see the smoke. He must have got it fired up. Let it roll down the hill and get it fired up.
Chad Molitor says Bobby Tanner Hill is my favorite. Which Bobby Tanner Hill would that be?
Bobby's made a couple famous. Bobby's made a couple famous.
Which one are you referring to?
Speaking of Bobby Tanner,
just any Bobby Tanner Hill?
Yeah, I called him the other day and I said, hey, I just trying to miss you. And I said, we always appreciate you being around, being helpful, being on the course, just being around and being a man of integrity and always, helping out on the course, helping guys. He'd help you work on your broken jump, keep you the first guy. Your buggy wouldn't even roll. He'd be inside like, hey, you okay, buddy? You good? You need a snack? Like,
so fast.
It
I don't know how he can get over
It was
the
crazy.
recovery
Again, so we miss Bobby Tanner again. He's obviously a legend and always a special place in our hearts for him.
I would say for people that are only maybe slightly or moderately familiar with the sport of rock bouncing, there's 2 names that they're going to know, and it's Tim Cameron and Bobby Tanner.
Yeah. Timmy because he wins, Bobby because he's wild.
Oh, Dad meant Viagra over there. Okay, is Bobby Tanner famous?
Yes.
YouTube famous for his climb on Viagra. So, all right, I'm tracking with you now. Randy also suggested Blue Holler.
Blue Holler.
We did go there the year before last.
Yeah. Yep.
Is that how long it's been already? Wow.
Year before last. Yeah.
Yep, we did at Blue Holler. Blue Holler is difficult because we have no service down there because you're literally down in a holler, and
spectators are kind of like sitting on the sides of the holler.
It's hard to. It's a little hard to get in and out and to have the service we need for live feed stuff. But again, things can change over time and stuff can be worked on. So any and all suggestions are appreciated and taken into account. We want the sport to continue to grow and evolve and become everything that it can be. We've seen it change so much already over the last 10 years since it's the beginnings of the NRRA in 2012, and we definitely want to continue to see those positive changes being made. So yeah, if you guys have ideas, we are all ears. Matt's getting suited up now.
Yep, I see Jay in line, so I'm going to run down and get suited up and head down there and make a pass, and we'll be back shortly.
Good luck. Have fun. Remember, if you roll, to aim for a tree. Oh, boy. What a day, guys. What a day. What 3 days, really. We've been here since we started racing Thursday night with the NRRA over on Viagra, Cialis, and the Hard Hill. It was new, had not yet been raced on until Thursday night. All the way through till this evening, where we're watching the Brannock Bouncer class race on the hill called Nasty Girl. Jay Stortz putting it all on the line right now, the very last hill of the season. Let's see what he's got. It looks like he is trying to take that right line, fighting for it, and he's hung up on the tree, but out the top. Nice. Wait and see if I can get Jay's time for you guys. The hillside doesn't look like much unless you know what to look for. Clyde, can I get Jay's time? We've got a very excited crowd out here right now. I need Jay's time, please.
Okay, Colin, another guy.
Daniel Heckley's on the line now. Daniel Heckley, come on. Man, making that look easy. All right, guys, Daniel Heckley just ran a 25.838. That is your new leader on this hill. Jay Stortz right before him ran a 29.348. Nicely done. Man, Daniel just cruised. Justin Wheels is on the line now. We're moving quick now, guys. I hope you're paying attention. There he goes. He's heading for that right side too. Clawing his way up, but man, safe to say these guys have found the line out here. Nice aerial shot of where we are out here in Disney, Oklahoma. Some beautiful scenery.
Sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to run through your face. I was like, oh. I was like, you're good. Was that live view? DIY live view.
I don't know if you're saying it, but I'm not hearing anything. I need Justin's time, please. Holy cow, 23.390. That is your new fastest time right now on Nasty Girl. This is the Brannick Motorsports Bouncer Cup, their final hill for the season, and Justin Wills just absolutely crushed it. That means Justin's sitting in the lead right now with a 23.3. Then we've got Daniel Heckley with a 25.8 and Brandon Davis with a 25.9. We've also got Wade Good with a 27 and then Jay Stortz with a 29.3. That's everybody right now. We've still got Tim Cameron pulling up to the line. And then don't forget, we've got Matt Holt going to wrap up the 2022 Brannick Bouncer Cup season for us. Timmy's time to beat is a 23.3, guys. Justin Wills just absolutely crushed it. Timmy is the reigning champ. The multi-year reigning champ in the bouncer class. See Daniel Heckley running up behind him there. He's famous for that throttle control, that Franklin flutter, and he is out the top. That's a 24.047. That means Justin Wills still has the fastest time right now on Nasty Girl with a 23.3. Tim Cameron has the second fastest time with a 24.0 right now. Matt Holt, he is on the line. He's going to wrap it all up for us right now, guys. Woo, Merrill, I'm just trying to keep up. Y'all do remember that all the times that are set over the live feed are not the official times. All official times are recorded and posted, as always. But we do our best to be as accurate as we can. We know you guys are on the edge of your seats at home, some of you. All right, Matt, you're going to need a little more momentum than that. Come on. Say a little prayer and pin it. The crowd's cheering him on, guys. I can hear him from all the way up here. All right, do not let out, Matt Holt. All right, after this, don't let out. I'm a little nervous for him right now. I love Matt's dedication to the sport and his commitment. Not only does he come as obviously a commentator, as you guys are accustomed to seeing him up here hosting Hillside Live with me, but he is a dedicated and committed racer. He makes it to all the events. He splits his time between being up here in the booth or the production trailer and commentating and talking about all the other drivers and getting to know them and being able to bring those facts to you guys, and then he goes out and he races himself too. And it's a lot just to do one of those things, everybody, but to do both of them and to do it for every race of a season, definitely my hat's off to him. And I give him a hard time sometimes when he's up here. We like to tease each other, mess with each other, but Matt's a great guy. He's got a heart of gold, and he's given everything he's got right now on this hill. Ooh, what did we do before drones, everybody? you'd be looking at a whole lot more trees in the bottom half of the hill, I think. Super grateful for our drone pilots that have joined us for this event and for this season, and helped just take the live feed up to that next level. Come on, Matt. He's got 7 minutes to throw everything he's got at this hill, guys. That is our very last contender of the 2022 National Rock Racing Association season. We are wrapping up the Brannick Motorsports Bouncer Cup right now. We're racing on the hill called Nasty Girl in Disney, Oklahoma. I promise you it's steeper than it looks right now on person. Fastest time on this hill right now is a 23.3 from Justin Wills, and next would be Tim Cameron with a 24. There's Trent Ratcliffe giving Matt a little encouragement there. Trent himself rolled over on this hill. He's not afraid to to keep encouraging everyone else to send it to, though. It's like the little engine that could, guys. We're all rooting for him. I think he's about maxed out the horsepower that's in his stable right now. But I don't think he's going to give up until he meets that 7-minute mark and gets waved off the hill. Not when it's the last one of the season. We've got Katie Cole checking in from Wisconsin. And yes, I absolutely can give Jerry Stebbins a shout out. Thanks for watching the show, guys. Fun fact that Wisconsin is the patron state of all of my relatives. I was born and raised in Tennessee, but everybody else from Wisconsin. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed. I don't sound real southern. I got a little more of a northern twang sometimes. Got that some Wisconsin blood in me. Matt is not giving up, guys. Not until they call that time limit on him. Matt raced a bit more conservatively Thursday on the 2 hills that we first ran. He wanted to be sure that he could make it all the way through till this evening and be able to run yesterday's course and be able to come hit Nasty Girl just like he is right now. Looks like he probably has reached his time limit. All right, he gave it his all, guys. That's all you can do. Glad to see him be able to come out and hit this hill like he wanted to, definitely. It's a pretty good way to end the season. All right, so your fastest time on this hill, on course 4, the final hill of the 2022 season in the Brannick Bouncer Cup, was Justin Wills with a 23.3. Followed by Tim Cameron with a 24.0. And then Daniel Heckley with a 25.8. Give me just a second, guys. Since we only had a handful of bouncers, I'll just go ahead and give you the rundown here. All right, remember these times are unofficial as always. The official ones are recorded and posted. Justin Wills with a 23.3 took that fastest spot on Nasty Girl today, and then Tim Cameron with a 24.0. Daniel Heckley with a 25.8. Brandon Davis with a 25.9. Wade Good with a 27.0. And Jay Stortz with a 29.3. That is it for the NRRA 2022 season finals. Thank you guys so much for tuning into Hillside Live all season long with Matt and I. We will be back next year, Lord willing, with even bigger and better content for you guys. So again, thank you so much for tuning in with us. You can find lots more content over the off season on Rock Racing TV. Just because we're not racing doesn't mean we're not going to keep bringing you guys some cool stuff. So check in with us occasionally and keep up with what's going on. You can check National Rock Racing. Hey, look who made it. nationalrockracing.com, and be looking for the 2023 season calendar pretty soon. I'm going to let Matt get his helmet off so he can tell you guys goodbye for the season as well before we head out of here. Matt, how'd that feel?
I was giving it everything she had.
I could tell.
I could get up to the ledge. I get the front tires ledge, and obviously when you're that far up with slick, wet rock, it just wouldn't climb out. And there's about 40 people at the top. Course workers, Clyde, Crystal, a bunch of our fans, friends, and just cheer me on.
They're all just trying to like use the force and pull you up the hill.
Trent Radcliffe's dad, they were all literally just like, come on! They were cheering for me. Couldn't quite make it off the top. Needed a little more oomph in the buggy.
You're
but
happy you did it, though, aren't you?
I am. It was a lot of fun. It was a good time.
Way to end the season.
It was a good time. Like I said, we're going to go have our awards banquet here shortly. And
we are. Matt and I have some trophies to go give out, so we are going to throw things back over to Speed Sport. They've got more stuff coming at you, so you guys stay tuned for that.
We'll see you guys later.
Thanks for watching.
Hey, guys, one of the great things about coming out here to Legends of the Fall, well, it's meeting some of the drivers. Well, we know a lot of the big names, but it's the new guys, the first-timers that are come out here to basically proverbially bust the cherry, as we like to say. Well, we got a man from the Great White North from Canada, JP Moran. JP, what are you doing down here, man? You gonna ready to have some fun here?
Absolutely. It's a bit nerve-wracking. We're pretty excited. It's my very first Ultra4 race in the 4400 series and class, and I want to go to Hammer this year. So all my friends are actually already racing. Told me I should probably come here and start somewhere. So I know it's the final, but we're excited to go test the truck and get our first race in.
Well, one of the things you have to qualify for the King of the Hammers, and that's the great way to do it, is being out here. Are you a little nervous?
Absolutely. So it's nerve-wracking. We're excited, nervous, scared, but we're ready, and we'll go out there today, try the course, and we'll go from there.
Well, let's talk about the terrain. It's a little bit different from where you come in the Ontario area. I believe you said originally from Quebec. You don't have all this here. You don't have these quarries. You don't have the rocks. You know, you got the forest, but we throw in a few more things out here for you. Is that in your mind? You're thinking about some of this stuff, the jagged rocks, the slippery rocks, and some of these nasty hills.
Absolutely. The climbs and downhill are what's on my mind right now. We're going to go out there, test it out, but absolutely. Our terrain that we race in local series, TMR Custom Off-Road Racing Series in Canada, is actually like similar to what's on the East Coast here in the States, like wood, tight wood, and muddy. But so I'm going to go play on the rock, and the terrain here is absolutely crazy, but it's awesome. Yeah.
Well, keep an eye on this guy as he tries to qualify for King of the Hammers right here at Legends of the Fall.
Okay, I'm Jim Marsden, and we are here for the Ultra4 USA Legends of the Fall here at Grand Lake in Oklahoma. And joining me is Waylon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, and of course Brian Cross. Now, guys, it's so good to see you out here. Are you excited about this course?
Yeah, a little nervous.
A little nervous, right? You've been down there and walking it?
Have not.
Now you're going to need to go down and walk it, because this is one of the truly epic Ultra4 courses I've ever seen. It's something very special. Now, we'll talk to you first of all, Brian. You're going to be out there racing in the UTVs this weekend. You're going to be playing for the championship. You're up against Josh in the Liquid Moly vehicle. What are you going to do?
Well, unfortunately, my co-driver's not here, so Waylon will step in and co-drive, and the biggest thing that him and I need to do is just keep the car together and finish. That's been Miller's and my goal the entire season, is just drive the car around and finish, and it's worked out really well. So that's the entire goal this weekend.
and hopefully I can beat him by one position and take the championship.
Fantastic. Sounds like a fantastic plan indeed. Now, Waylon, you're going to be out there racing in your big car and, of course, jumping in the co-driving seat with that. So you're going to get to see the course before you get out in the big car. Is that going to make a big difference to you?
I think so. I've done it a couple times now where I've co-drove and then hopped in my car, and I noticed the difference. I pick new lines, find new things, and it works out pretty well.
Awesome. Now, we watched you racing at Crandon only a few weeks ago, and you were absolutely on top form until all the sort of wheels kind of fell off and we had engine troubles.
It's always good till I'm not.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that was an engine issue that time. I'm guessing you got a new motor in there for this race. So what kind of horsepower are we going to be putting down?
It's about the same, about 860 at the crank, about 500 to the ground.
Mm-hmm. And who are the favourites here this weekend? Who are you going to be really tussling with?
Lauren's always one of my guys. I'm always trying to chase and run down and stuff. It's been like that ever since I started racing with him. So it's pretty cool to be up there with him. And obviously the Gomez boys are fast as hell.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Mr. Wolf's going to be out there causing hassle.
I always forget about Paul, man.
Yeah. But then, of course, there's always somebody we can't actually discount in all of this racing. And that's your sister. So, no. So there it is. We've got your wonderful car here once again. So, what are you going for? What's this? Is this the one? Is this going to be the win?
I'm like 99% sure this is going to be the win. This is my strongest suit. Rock crawling. You know, we've been doing a lot of short course this year, which I'm not a fan of. So just getting a little mixture of the rocks and the desert type feel. Similar to hammers, it's my favorite, so I'm very confident in this one.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing you out there. So who's going to be sitting in the co-driving seat for you for this one?
Brian over here will
the
be
big
this
man.
time. Yeah, unfortunately Miller's not going to make it because he got bitten by a rattlesnake.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I hope you get better soon. That's bad. That is good for you, and good for you, but bad for Ryan. So I hope you get better. But right, so when you're in the car with Bailey, are you telling her to speed up, or are you telling her to slow down?
In the short course, always faster, but I've never been in the rocks with her, so this will be a new experience for me. And again, the whole goal is to try and finish because we potentially have a chance to win a championship, whether it be West Coast or in nationals. So currently we're sitting in 4th place in nationals and 3rd in West Coast. So we got. It
literally is all to play for out there,
correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
indeed. Look, guys, have the most fantastic race out there. We love watching the Campbells race. We love seeing you out on track. You always give us so much. So good luck, and we hope you have good fortune on the course.
I'm Waylon Campbell.
Bailey Campbell.
I'm Brian Crofts.
We're at Legends of the Fall.
Ultra4 Racing.
At South Grand Lake.
I'm joined by MidAmerica Outdoors and Ultra4 USA Race Director JT Taylor. JT, this course came together in about a 4-week span. Can you give us some insight on the natural terrain and beautiful property itself?
Yes, ma'am. So this is GRDA property that we're racing on. First time it's ever been raced. And like you said, it is absolutely beautiful. Trees are turning and it's just awesome. It's about a 1,400 acre area that we're using. And we've got a 5-mile race course. We've got go fast flat rocks. We got big horrible boulders. We got steep climbs, and the racers are loving it. Pre-running, getting it burned in. Course is really shaping up. Found a few places I had to do some fine tuning on, like usual. But I'm really excited to watch the smiles when they come off this course.
So we're here with Paul Wolf. We're getting everything set up for the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall here in Disney, Oklahoma. And Paul, you've had an amazing year all year. You're new to Ultra4, not new to off-road per se, but you came in with full force. It's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, so we did rock bouncing for quite a while, did the hill climbing and stuff, and I enjoyed that. But then the Ultra4, I actually ran a late race last year at Visions, not this year, and entered my hill climbing car and ended up second, right in between the Miller brothers. And that just kind of set it in my mind of what I wanted to do. And
kind of just fell in love with it. And a different style for sure, but
yeah,
racing's racing.
Well, you get a lot more time in the car. So I mean, granted, you got to take care of the car, so it's not quite as maybe wild and radical, but it's a lot more strategic, and you get a lot more time in the car. And then I really like here, I like the rough courses. Really a fan of the huge rocks and just really nasty course because it gives the guy without a big budget a chance. Because power doesn't matter. It literally comes down to your driving ability.
Yeah, because you have to save the car here.
Yeah.
We were just talking. You just came back from a little, your trail run. Pre-run's not till tomorrow, buddy. So you're trail riding.
Well, we were in a Defender, so we weren't going. We just looking. Actually, I never seen Viagra, so I wanted to go look at the big hills, just to see the rock slabs or whatever. And we went and looked at them, and just riding there and back, oh man,
It's going to be rough, and it's going to be an hour and a half plus a lap. I mean, it's going to be wild.
Yeah,
you guys are going to put on a show, but like I said, you have to save the car. You have to drive as hard as you can, but you can't drive too hard because you'll tear up the cars out.
Yeah, and it's weird because you like just looking across the rock slabs out there, there's dips in them that you can't see until you're up on. So if you're running high speed and you don't know exactly where the dips are, it would be hard for you to clean the front of a car off.
Oh yeah, there's lots of holes and there's lots of ledges. There's some water crossings. They're only, I think the deepest water crossing we have is about 18 inches, so not bad. But you don't want to full on hit it and soak yourself, soak your electronics. So
especially like this car, the electronics is right here in the dash, and it'll end up obviously making the car cut out or malfunction. Something relays will go up, so you can't bomb it. I guess you can if you're desperate.
I guess
if you're desperate, you
can.
Might have to in the last lap.
So let's talk about the UFO car. This year, your first race was Moab, and you and Lauren Healy have been battling out all year. Obviously, yourself has stepped up huge this first year. Lauren's been a great competitor in our sport for a very long time, and you came in and gave him a run for your money. Can't remember how many races this came down to those last few little seconds that you guys are so tight. You're so tight in points. You're leading. You and him are like, I mean, neck and neck, going for the NITO National Championship and the East and the West. It's so close.
So right now we're 2-2. So I've won 2, he's won 2, and this is the last round. So.
And this is a double points race. So I mean, it's going to come down to you guys. Whoever places in front of whoever, I think, is going to take it home.
Yeah, definitely. I think that pretty much is how it's going to come down. Like I said, I won the other double points race. He won. I believe Crandon, and then he also won, where else did he race? Prairie City. So, and I won Moab, and I won the double points race. So
by less than 30 seconds, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's been tight.
I'm telling you.
So, and we've been tight like that, and we've been 1-2. Every time we show up to a track together, we're 1-2. Whether who's in first or second, changes, but we're 1-2, and we've been pushing hard.
And you guys have been ribbing each other a little bit.
Yeah,
I like having fun with it.
Yeah, so I guess he's going to be Superman. I'm a ghost. I don't think Superman's gonna catch the ghost.
Who are you gonna call?
So, Ghostbusters, baby. We got this. We got it. We're good. No, and props to Lauren. He's helped us out tremendously. We had some issues with the car early on after Moab, and he steered me and directed me in the right direction.
And how cool is that with the off-road lifestyle we're in? And Lauren's at the top of the game, and you have a question. He's honestly giving you information that helps you better yourself. To battle him. I just love how the Ultra4 family comes together.
I got a ton of respect. So it's neat, like with Lauren, it's really neat that I can go ask him a question and he'll be like, yeah, this is good, don't do that or don't do this. And now we'll go out here and look at the course and I'll be like, man, what line are you gonna take? And he'll be like, I ain't telling you that.
I'll tell you some stuff,
I ain't telling you that. But I can respect that. Rather than just lying to you, he'll just say, I ain't telling you. And I got a lot of respect for that.
Pick your battle on that, but behind the scenes prep work and whatnot, like you're saying,
he helps.
Does help.
he steered me and got me on with NITO and with NITO tires, which has been huge.
You're going to put them to work this week.
So it's going to be brutal.
I would leave these tires on for pre-run,
tear
them up, and then put a brand new set on for the race.
So these are my burnout tires that we did the burnout at LS Fest.
Yep.
So
pretty fun.
they're a little worn out, but we're going to use these for pre-running. And then I got a brand new set for race, and then we'll use these for spares. And hopefully that'll get us through the race.
Yeah.
But
it's
so that's the
interesting
plan right now.
Man, what am I looking? You do have a spare tire, because I'm telling you, this course is tough. It's 5 miles, multiple ups and downs.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild, and you're by yourself. So you don't have a co-driver to help you change a tire. You don't have a co-driver to help you navigate.
And that's one of the
it's
things.
interesting.
It's back and forth. The car is built really well. Like, I'm not worried about any of the climbs because I got a little narrower body, and the car will fit between stuff a little better. I believe Lauren's gonna run a 2-seat car. If I was to guess,
I asked him. He hasn't told me yet. He brought both of them.
Well, okay, so I think it's I don't know what he'll do. It's up to him. I know that single-seat car is probably a little lighter, a little faster than his 2-seat car. And me and him raced at Moab against his 2-seat car, and I beat him. So maybe he doesn't want to run that car. He's a little scared of it. I don't know.
I like your style.
We'll see. But out here I can see his that other car doing good for him too. So I'm running the same one. I don't care. This is my
what
baby.
You got.
Yeah, this is it.
And you've had a lot of great.
And the visibility is really good in this car. So Joe builds a really good car. The visibility's super good in it. I can see both front tires.
I can pick ledges really well. So I really like the layout of the car and how it's set up. So that should help tremendously for me being able to see all the rock ledges coming. And so I'm really happy with the car I have here.
Yeah, like we were just going to finish that up with you and Lauren. It's going to be a battle to the end. But you're racing your Can-Am as well in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And if you enter a race, you win or break. And you're at the you're Nationals West, East. You're doing so good. What's your plan with the Can-Am this weekend?
So I'm leading right now, and the biggest target's Nationals. I want to win that championship. And so from a national standpoint, I should back off and run a really conservative race. From an East and West standpoint, I want to win, and I'm leading them right now, so I need a podium. Probably not necessarily win. I need a podium, which is hard to do. So I need a push, but I don't want to break the car and ruin Nationals.
Yeah.
So I'm
in
a
good
weird
car count here too. So
yeah, I know. So
it's gonna be
so I can't DNF. I have to finish. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to feel it out and know what the car feels like, how it feels when I'm out there. If I feel like everything's flowing well and the car's reacting really well, I might step it up a little bit. If I feel like the car's a little rough, I'm just going to be conservative and just take care.
I got you.
So it really depends on what the car feels like when I get it out and run it tomorrow, and I'll start making more decisions from there. We've had a great year in that car. We did have some issues early on. I think we actually had a bad weld on a steering rack part, and that took us out of one race. And then I think I maybe messed up one other race this year. And but so the car's been really reliable for the most part, and we've done really well. Took home a couple wins. Took home a big win at Visions. That was a double points.
You've had a really great season in both cars. It's been very impressive.
Yeah. So hopefully we can finish it up here this weekend. I'll be a lot happier. Hopefully Saturday night. I feel a lot better. Either out of, I don't know, I'll be anywhere.
See how it shakes out. Huh? And running the Can-Am, you're going to be racing Friday afternoon, so that's a huge advantage, I feel, because there's nothing like doing pre-running at race speed. So you'll have the Can-Am Friday afternoon and then racing the big boys Saturday afternoon. It's going to be, I think that's a huge advantage for you.
Definitely. And we got some things in the works for next year, too. I'm actually looking to try to run all three. So the way Ultra4 has been working is, you got the UTV class runs, then you got I think it's like 45 to 48
challenge. Yep.
Yeah, you got that class, and then you got the 44s. Well, I'm always bored in that 45 to 48 range. I always have to sit at the camper. So
you gonna get another car?
Trying.
I like your style.
So we're gonna see if we can race all day long.
Man,
so that's the plan, and hopefully that works out and we can keep going.
So that's your kind of your thought for next season is race all three classes.
Absolutely,
man.
Yeah. If I'm already here, I might as well race.
And hey, seat time. It makes a huge difference.
So, and it'll be a little tricky, but I feel like right now we got really good shock packages on the Can-Am and on this car. And with that being said, it's really easy. I just make a few minor adjustments. The car's good to go, ready to roll. I do all my race prep at home. So I know a couple of guys were concerned about jumping from car to car to car. I think we'll be fine. It may take me one or two races to get a handle on if we get a new car, to get a handle on the shock package. Once I get a handle on the shock package,
then you'll feel
I know. I take notes. I write stuff down. I keep it in a notebook, and that way I know how to set the car when I go to the race.
Awesome.
So I'll have a good handle on it.
Well, I think it's going to be a great end of the year, and best of luck. And
I appreciate it.
Can't wait till race day, buddy.
Hey guys, I'm Paul Wolf. We're out here for the Ultra4 USA National Championship. I'll be racing the multiple cars this weekend. Check us out online.
JT, we're out here at the waterfall. What are the drivers trying to accomplish here?
So it's a really big step that they have to get up, and it's got water flowing down it, and it's a double ledge, so you got to pick your line and not break your car and not roll over. So it's a challenge.
On a difficulty level, what would you rate this at?
9.5.
Ooh, it's going to be fun to watch this. JT, you guys call this Little Blue, but to me it looks like big options.
There's a lot of options in this little canyon. There's multiple drops. You can run right down the middle, but it's a knuckle ripper offer, so it's tough.
And you really don't care which way they come through, they just got to come down through it?
No, I want to give them options because I don't want it to be a bottleneck. If somebody has a problem or turns turtle, has a gravity issue, I want people to be able to keep racing.
It's going to be a challenging area, so we've been ranking all of these. What's the difficulty here?
It's about an 8.
Well, you don't give these guys a break anywhere, do you?
It's kind of flat by the start-finish line.
I love it. Well, JT, I've been in lazy boys that didn't kick back this far. This is what you guys call Viagra, and we're going to race up and or down this depending on the category you're in this weekend, correct?
Yes, sir. The rock bouncers are going to race up it, and then 44, 48, and 45 are racing down it, and it's a challenge either way.
Okay, so we're doing the scale of difficulty. Where would you rate this one?
Coming down, it's about a 7. It's just the mental factor. It's intimidating.
I can tell you just from sitting here, the intimidation factor is about a 15.
So I'm here with Dwayne Garrettson, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra4, and we are here at South Grand Lake. Look, it's absolutely beautiful. Dwayne, what do you think?
Man, this is an awesome place to be here. I'm excited about this new venue. You know, we've wreck-wheeled here for, you know, probably the past 10 years, so I'm pretty excited to actually finally have a full-blown event here.
So what is your favorite trail here at the Disney Langley Recreation Area?
Man, I guess I really don't have a favorite trail like I like to run, but you know, of course Viagra is definitely the draw. You know, you see tons of action, tons of rollovers, you know, tons of success, but you know, tons of failures as well, so it's always a good time.
Yeah, it's a great place to race, and we're here at the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall racing for the Nitto National Championship, and it comes down to the wire. You're top 5 in nationals. You're, I think, 2nd or 3rd in the East, if I'm not mistaken. You got a good year going.
Yeah, we're last year we won the championship. You know, we pretty much had it locked in before we got to the national race, and this year with the double points folds, it really opened things up for all the classes.
It's interesting, isn't it?
So nobody really has it locked in, so it's going to be a great weekend. You know, we do have an opportunity to maybe squeak into the top spot nationally, but we definitely have, you know, a lot of room for the East Coast Championship as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. And like you said, you've been wheeling here for a long time. I've wheeled here myself for a long time, so we've probably crossed paths out there in the rocks before. But I'm so excited to have a Ultra4 USA here at the Disney Recreation Area. It's going to be an amazing race, but there's much more than just that. I mean, Friday night, trunk or treat downtown. Casey Donahue. I mean, what are your thoughts about all that?
Man, I think since MAO has come in, you know, and taken over the Ultra4 USA, things have just exploded, man. They definitely want to have, you know, top-notch racing, but, you know, they want us to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's an event with a race going on as well. I mean, the Robinettes are all about that style, and it's really been a lot of fun this year.
Oh, yeah. For us, you know, we're 4500 class, so we're never the main event. So, you know, some of the big party action might take a little bit away from the 4400 guys, so they might feel like we do now. But overall, man, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it's just been a great year. We've been racing all season long. It comes down to this, and it's your race. You know, we'll see how it all shakes out, but I'm excited for you, buddy.
Oh yeah, man, we're excited too. We just can't wait to get out there tomorrow and do a little pre-running, see how the car works, you know, see if we can dial a few things in, man, and get on that box.
And talking about pre-running, I think that's extremely important because there's a few water crossings you need to memorize. We have them pretty marked out, but you know, you don't want to hit it too hard. The rock crawling here is going to be absolutely amazing. So I'm excited for you to get out there on the course and give us some feedback.
Yeah, oh yeah, me too. Like I said, I've never had my Ultra4 car here. So I'm pretty excited just to see what it's going to do and how it works, and we're pumped, man.
What was your favorite race of this season so far?
Man, I don't really know. I want to say it probably had to be. It wasn't an Ultra4 race, you know. Everything kind of got twisted, but it was probably the 918 race that we had early on in the season.
First one.
It was the first time that we got to go to MidAmerica. You know, it was 16 degrees when we're pre-running. It was 34 degrees during the main race.
And then it snowed on you.
Yeah, it was the true testament of endurance racing, man. It was a blast.
So what do you think about MidAmerica, the off-road park itself?
Oh, the off-road park is top-notch facility, man. You're not going to go anywhere in the United States and find a nicer park than you're going to find at MidAmerica. We've been all over the world. We've been, you know, in rock sports, you know, nationally since '07. So I've seen some parks. I've seen a lot of things. You're not going to find a better facility.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing out here, and we're just a half hour away from the park. They've got the side-by-side championship series going, so in between live feeds, we'll be bouncing back and forth with them. They've got their own trunk or treat on Saturday night, so you have time, you can go over there. It's free to the public Saturday night as well, so you can go check that out. It's just going to be a great weekend. I mean, it's Legends of the Fall is coming in full force.
Yeah, man, we're excited. We brought some bunch of candy and stuff for the kids too. We like to see them little guys and gals in their little costumes.
I mean,
man,
family
living it up.
first is
it's
what we're all about,
just,
for sure.
We're excited about everything.
Terry, it's so good to see you. A full year has gone by. So many things have changed. So many things have happened for you. Your program is growing, and I love to see all of that. You know, we always usually see that infamous photo of you at Hammers where you have this cape on and you're doing all this great stuff. So it's so cool to see you out here. Walk me through how your year's been for you.
This year's been really neat, but my results haven't shown how great a year it's been. I mean, I've just had so much fun with the partners, so many fun events, so much great support. And, you know, I broke my foot before the Moab race, and it hurt, and I broke my hand before this one. And it hasn't been a great year on paper, but we've had just an amazing year with the team. We've had a lot of fun, a lot of good travels.
Well, I know here at MidAmerica Outdoors, you've done so many cool things, from doing the parachute stuff during Vision and coordinate all of that, and, you know, riding motorcycle and what was that thing called? Like, not the Wheel of Death, but like the Wall of Death. That was really cool. And then I got to see you at Sand Sport, and you were showcasing all that stuff out there. And like you said, it may not be the best. What's happening? You choking on grass. Well, Cassius is here, and with that being said, last round of the season.
This is amazing. I am so excited to be here. So, Big Meats Run, John Sumner, back in the day for the guys that followed Pirate and wheeled, that was here. My first wheeling in the rocks ever was here, like right after high school. I would come with Hawkinson's and Brian Shirley. That's how I met Mike McClure. That's how Big Jim, back in the day, before the XRA days, before the Wee Rock days, before the Dirt Ride days, we all came here to wheel. And I haven't been back in years. So it's so cool to actually get to come race where I wheeled for the first time, since some of the obstacles we thought was so hard at the time, and we were in little Jeeps on 35s and stock parts, and I had a 70s CJ, and to come here now with the technology and the changes, it's just so much fun. I'm having a great time.
Well, and I know kind of what that feeling's like. You know, for many people that don't know, Terry, you're a great driver. You're an amazing co-driver, spotter, everything that you've done out there. And like you were talking about, full circle. You ran Pritchett with me my second time, and you're like, Tiffany, what is going on? I'm like, you don't understand. The tears are flowing. They're like, you know, it still hits you. Like, I'm about to cry about it now. But when you accomplish something like you have, all those great things, and you get to come back here, it's got to be a little emotional for you.
Oh, it's so much fun being back here, because I really don't plan on doing this that many more years. And I'm loving the coaching. I'm loving the training. I'm loving the team stuff. And I'd like to do a couple hard years. We're building Can-Am's building me my dream car for Hammers. I'm finally getting my dream car, and we're going to CA Technologies on that. And really, really excited about Hammers. We're going to do it hard next year. But I don't know how many more years I'm going to do this. I'll still hang out, and I still want to be part of it. But I'm enjoying it now while I can.
And talking about that, you've got a great partnership with MidAmerica Outdoors, the Robinettes. You know, you were pretty much one of the first ambassadors, you know, that you were out there telling everybody about this park. And then one day you're like, Tiffany, you're going to this park? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to this park. You're like, you're going to love it. With that being said, what do you feel like the future is going to be for you, MidAmerica, the Robinettes, Ultra4, how everything's transpired this entire year?
So there are some huge things coming to this park. I honestly haven't been told what I can and can't talk about, but I did fly out here a few weeks ago. Travis Pastrana, set him down with Jason. We're doing a lot of plans, and there's going to be new things coming here, exciting things. I'm actually looking for a house close to here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to play here, and I'd like to be more of the part of the park and play and enjoy and train and teach and get involved in the kids' programs and maybe do a little less travel.
I feel you on the little less travel. It's really cool. And mistake me if I'm wrong, but you're from Dodge City, Kansas, correct?
I'm actually from Great Bend, which is about 50 miles from Dodge.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what drew me into this originally. Shirley's, Brian's dad. Levi was just a little shit running around the shop. Brian had a trailer shop, BS Trailer Sales. I had an oil field company, and I bought my trailers from Brian, and then went in the shop, and there's these rock cars in there, Jeeps at the time, more or less, and then things evolved until I ran I don't even know, I should know these stats, but I ran 4 or 5 Hammers with Levi when he was, we made him a fake ID for his first one and actually lied because he wasn't old enough to enter at the time. So that's Shirley's and Mike McClure are the ones that I can thank for dragging me into this.
All right, so we always like to do a few things. I don't know, you may have heard about me doing all these this or that's, and I really want to do it with you because you have so much more that is just racer, driver, spotter, teacher, through for you, Terry. Like, you are a person. I love knowing some cool stats about you. It's really awesome to be able to see this, but I really want to know certain things about you. So we're going to do a little bit of this or that. So, Terry, are you a chocolate or vanilla type of ice cream person?
Wow, that one's tough because I'm chocolate all the way except ice cream.
Really?
Yes. Okay. I'm if I got a choice and they're there, I'm going with a scoop of each.
Swirl. It's like a swirl, right? All right. Obviously, we know you love dogs, so there's no cat or dog question. I'm a cat person, so hamburgers or hot dogs on like a weekend when you have your time away from racing but just relaxing.
So this one's going to surprise you. If I got a choice, I'd rather have a big salad.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I eat more vegetables than I really do anything else.
All right. Obviously, we know that you're from the desert, and then also Kansas. But if you had to go on vacation, would you rather pick the ocean or the mountains?
God, you're killing me. Probably the mountains. Okay. I love the ocean, but I'll relax more in the mountains where I can actually just sit down and not feel like I have to go do something.
Is there a favorite mountain range or a favorite part of the country that you are like, hey, this is where I go. Nobody can get a hold of me. It's time to just be like Terry time.
There's several places in Colorado. We went there as kids and went hiking, and Shirley's have an amazing cabin up there that we went to for years and camped and wheeled at. I haven't been in a few years. I need to, but all the old trails around Buena Vista and Tin Cup and the Jeep trails there are just amazing.
All right. Would you rather be a Batman fan or a Superman fan?
God, would you sit down at night and just come up with these, or do you take suggestions, or... I think Batman. I like the technology he gets to play with. Okay. The new Batman, where I need the guy that I can say, I want one of these, one of these, one of these.
All right. Well, we're going to do one last one for you. Are you a morning person or a night owl?
So, both. A lot of times, I love mornings. I love the peace in the morning and the sunrise and this, but I get way more done at night. When I can, there's too many distractions during the day. When I can shut the shop doors when everybody leaves, I'll work till 2 or 3 in the morning, and then I'll look and realize it's 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm like, oh shit, I should probably stop. So, yeah.
All right. Well, Terry, thank you so much for taking the time. One last question. I always like to wrap these really cool sit-down check-in interviews. If you could give one piece of advice to somebody that kind of wants to be where you're at right now, regardless of where they want to finish, what's the piece of advice that you would give somebody if they wanted to be here racing Ultra4 or racing Legends of the Falls, Hammers, Mint, every iconic race that we have here in off-road?
To be careful what you wish for. So I dreamed of doing this, dreamed of it. And then as soon as I had it, it's funny when somebody starts giving you a check, there becomes expectations. Then I took it way too serious, and there was a year there where I took all the fun out of it. I was way too hard on myself, and the fun came out of it. And when I put the fun back in it, that's when I started enjoying it again. Just don't forget why you initially started doing it.
Like, it's kind of like you see those memes when everybody's like, oh, I wish I had more money. I wish I had a race car. And then you look back and you're like, wait, I have a race car. I have these checks. Please don't make me cry, Terry, because you're about to make me cry. But thank you so much. You guys, if you want to be able to watch Terry, I'm crying right now, so you take the silver. Where do you want to go?
What do I want?
No. Like, where do they go to check out where all you're doing?
Oh, I've pretty much got everything just on my Instagram anymore. I got tired of a lot of the drama of all the others. I really don't know why you're crying.
I don't know why. I think I'm just crying because I don't know why. I'm just crying, but...
It's just at Terry_Madden.
When you have 1,000 horsepower under you and are navigating difficult terrain, safety is paramount and at the forefront, especially for our NRRA Rock Bouncer drivers. With me is Wade Good, driver of Misfit. Now, Wade, there are a lot of safety measures in place to ensure your safety out on course. Can you talk us through some of those?
Yeah, first thing, you gotta have a minimum of a 2-layer fire suit. You gotta have a Hans device, which my favorite's a Simpson hybrid, keeps you from breaking your neck in a bad crash. You have to have fire gloves, fire shoes, a full face helmet with a face shield. If you come over in the cab, you got to have a window net or wrist restraints for if a bad crash, your arms can't fly out of the vehicle. You got to have at least 2 fire extinguishers, one inside, one out. Something a lot of people don't know we have is a RII box. It can be shut off electronically at any time. in a dangerous situation. And as the sport progresses, so does our safety. Next year, 2023, it's going to be mandatory for all drivers to have a fire suppression system in their vehicle.
A lot of critical safety measures to ensure all of our guys are safe out on course for the inaugural Legends of the Fall here in Disney.
I'm here with John Williams, part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and you're running really good up in national points, and it's been a lot of fun watching you progress throughout the season. And it all comes down to the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall for the NITO National Championship. And it's this race, double points race. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we're so excited to be here, grateful for the opportunity to be here and go up against the best drivers out there in the stock class and see what everybody's brought their A game and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, the stock class, you know, it started as a grassroots. I love that part of the off-road lifestyle, and it's really a tight-knit group, but it's growing quite a bit. It's really cool to see what everybody is actually bringing to the races.
So we're excited. You know, in our choice to be here is we look at the overall cost. We could build an unlimited car, we could build a stock car, but based off our business is building Jeeps just a hair under
you're marketing for yourself.
For customers. Yet we're validating. If there's a part I'm going to sell to a customer, was it going to last? Well, I run King of the Hammers. I run Ultra4 Racing with it. If it runs good enough for me, it should be good enough for you. So everything we're doing is we're validating our ability to take a stock class car to the next level. We're validating the parts choices, the manufacturers that we've chosen to be on our car, making sure their products are up to the task. And then we do a little bit of R&D testing for them while we're out here. If something fails or they need to make something better, we're going to put it to a lot more of a test, a lot quicker than an average customer is, to get them feedback to help the industry grow. Everything we can do to make it grow is the better.
Absolutely. And this course is going to be fun because there's going to be some actual rock crawling sections and some go fast. So tire pressure is going to be a huge thing, a huge deal out there. And you have something kind of special going on there too, don't you?
So we're the only Jeep or vehicle out here equipped with the BF Goodrich Active Air CTIS. I have the ability to, in pre-running, I'll pre-select 4 different air pressure settings based off the terrain that I'm driving. I can hit a button, have it adjust up, adjust down. I can go from 30 PSI to 7 in 45 seconds and all 4 tires on the fly. I can air back up in 3.5 minutes. And so I think that's going to give me a pretty good advantage here, is having that ability to fine-tune air pressure versus the terrain we're driving.
Yeah, so pre-running is going to be extremely huge for you because you need to figure out what mark to lower your air pressure. We got a climb coming. Oh, now we're going to go fast. Let's bump it back up, hit that button. I think that's a really cool thing you guys are bringing to the table.
I'm excited to see it work. I'm excited to be in a race that has a little bit of everything. Back like as close to King of the Hammers as we're going to get. We're not running for 7 laps of 2 minutes a lap like Sturgis. We're running for a good amount of time where real driver talent, skill, and vehicle capability is really going to come into play out here. And so it's going to be an awesome race.
Yeah, and the stock class is coming out in full force. You get your own race. It's an hour and a half plus a lap. I mean, you have Kendall Glines, you have Albert Contreras, John Schaefer, Brad Lovell, Bailey Cole, Vaughn Gittin Jr. I mean, it's a stacked field out here, and it's going to be a race to the finish. I'm excited to see you out there battling with everybody. And it's been really cool to see what Ford has brought to the table, and it's really elevated the stock class game. It's got a really good spotlight on it right now, and I love to see you out there battling with them and really bringing what you want to the table.
Yeah, we're super stoked to be here. It's definitely bringing innovation. If you want to be at their level, you know, you have a choice. You either stay here or you look at what they're able to do and you rise up. And if any real racer wants to rise up. I don't want to limit the stock class based off anything. I want to make what we do as good as what they have, or as close as I can get, and give it our best. And that's the whole goal, is to race against the best.
And that's what you're going to do this weekend for Legends of the Fall. But it's not just about the race. We also have Friday night the trunk or treat. We have the concerts. We have the costumes for the whole family and everything. How excited you are for that
It's
on Friday?
a fantastic family event. We're just excited to be here, run around, see everything, and it's the best thing about it is you can bring your kids, bring your wife, bring anybody with you that wants to go have a good time. There's something for everybody, and that's what really helps the sport keep it growing. If it's just a sport that only a spotter and a navigator can do, then it kind of limits everybody.
It's hard to do that, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, MidAmerica Outdoors with Ultra4 and the Robinettes have really tried to implement that even more than it already has been. And Ultra4 has been a big family for a long time, and it's just growing bigger and bigger. And I mean, that's what it's all about with the off-road lifestyle.
It's awesome when your kids are as excited about your next race for what they get to do there as you are for what we get to do here, you know. And so it's been a fantastic year. I can't wait to see what next year brings, and we're not going anywhere. We're going to keep supporting and keep playing and doing our best.
Well, I appreciate that for sure. Let's go back to mid-season Visions. That was such a fun race. That was the first race my family's been to,
Mhm.
and they watched the race from the pool, watched the Jumbotron. We ate at the Legend Steakhouse.
Mhm.
I mean, you can go wash your car, and I mean, there's so many amazing amenities there. What's your take on it?
I thought it was fantastic. So in my background, I worked at Miller Motorsports Park, and all the racers in Lucas Oil, and when Ultra4 went there, they loved going there, the cement parking lots, all the amenities, and it was like, that's gone away, but now we've been replaced with another facility that gives you everything you want. It's like you're in your own little city.
Yeah.
There's nothing I need that I can't get in a close proximity, and that makes racing fun, you know, when it's not, takes a lot of bit of the stress out, or if you forgot something, it just makes it a little bit easier on a driver and on your family. You know, everybody's taken care of, everybody's happy, and you're never seen a bored face or someone that doesn't know what to do.
I mean, that's what it's. I mean, it's about fun. You're not coming here because you have to.
Yep.
You're coming here because you want to.
100%.
And there's so much other stuff going on, and it's really great to see where that's coming from.
It's a get to come here,
Yeah,
not a have to come here. It's
exactly,
exactly how to
100%.
look at it. So we're excited to just be out here, and it's just looking forward for a great weekend.
Well, we'll see. I think you're sitting 4th in points. We'll see if you can
Yep.
upset some of those Broncos, and I'm excited to see you out there battling with them, and you guys have a great class going out there. So it's anyone's game. I think this is
100%.
going to be a pretty level playing field. This is going to be a tough course. It's not just get in and drive. It's get
Yep.
in and pay attention.
I don't think that a course like this is going to favor any one driver in particular. I think we're all going to have to work for it, and I think that's going to be the best part of it, is to see who can put the best strategy together with the best driving, did the best prep. It's all going to, you're going to need all of it to win here. But as you know, the winner takes it all here.
100%. Yeah, double
you get-
points. It's nationals. It's east. It's west. It's the race itself for legends. I mean, there's a lot on the line here, and I'm super excited to see how it plays out.
Yep, it's going to be a fantastic event.
Heck yeah. Well, John, always a pleasure.
Thank you so much
Thanks
for
for the
stopping
time,
by.
and this is a great time, and just best of luck for your entire weekend. And have fun, race hard, be safe.
We'll do all we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, buddy.
We'll see you.
Well, one of the great things about the families that come and race together, and I ran some good friends here, Albert and Danny. We got a nephew and an uncle. Albert, you're out here. You got your family. You got your nephew driving with you. You guys just did a little pre-running and having a little fun.
Sure. Racing is it's all family orientated here. I got my nephew and being my co-pilot over here. We just we did a pre-run right now. We got to blow up our tire right now, but the pre-running was awesome, and it's awesome to have the kid in the car. This is our generation coming up. So when I retire, I pass on the wheel to him. You know.
Well, that's pretty cool. And you guys came all the way across country. You're from California. What part of California?
So we're from lovely Compton, California, and we had a long trek coming up here, but it was an awesome drive out here.
And you got, Danny with you. Danny, I know you've been around, racing a little bit of short course. I know you work for a crew chief for a good friend of ours, Oliver, but you're out here with your uncle. What does this mean to be out with your uncle, driving around, having fun in Oklahoma?
Honestly, this means the world to me. I'm out here doing what I've dreamed of the past years. I never thought I'd be in Ultra4. Going from short course straight into Ultra4, that's a big jump, and this is my first time in this Jeep, and it is something else, dude. Like, this Jeep is so capable and so awesome. I mean, the words can't describe it, how I feel. It's just...
Well, it's great, and you're driving with your uncle, and he said, eventually might be passing the wheel on to you. You looking forward to that?
Yeah. Hopefully. Let's see how I do in UTVs first.
Well, that's what it's all about here. It's about the family, it's about having a good time, and it's about off-roading. So that's a little bit of the lifestyle here at Ultra4 Racing.
Joining me is MidAmerica Outdoors Marketing Director Christina Davidson. Christina, not only is this a one-of-a-kind race facility, but there's so much more depth to what you guys have to offer. Can you talk me through all of that?
Yes, absolutely. We are a destination for not only racing, but for outdoor and off-road riding, entertainment, and fun for families to come enjoy. We have the park has cabins, RV sites, bathhouses, shower houses, a pool complex, playground, all kinds of things for families to enjoy. And an entire weekend or an entire event here, they can do all sorts of things to enjoy being outdoors.
This truly isn't just a race venue, it's a destination, and you all have really created and curated that experience for so many families with all that you mentioned. Why do you guys take it this step further and do what you do?
We are passionate about providing a place, an event, and just an experience for families to enjoy doing what they're passionate about, and for them to enjoy being outdoors, being off-road, and getting that time together, and we just love doing what we do.
Thank you, Christina. A family-owned and operated business meant for other families to come here and enjoy.
One thing we find in the off-road community, and that's their family. Whether they're blood related or they're best friends, they become family. And that goes for the entire Ultra4 USA family, who unfortunately tragically lost one of our drivers at the last round in Crandon, Wisconsin. This team, Rufus Racing, has come to honor Zandy Willems. He has been a big impact person on a lot of people in their lives, and especially one of his good friends, Chip McLaughlin. You honored him so much by coming out here and racing their vehicles and bringing the entire family together.
Yeah, Zandy was he was Mr. Rufus. He was our leader, and he's sorely going to be missed. And his motto was, let's go make memories. And we're going to do this as long as we're having fun and we're making memories. And so we're going to carry on that tradition and make more memories for him.
We normally have the cars all wrapped in the same colors. But this time we went back to the black that we used to do for Nightmare's very first race. And so we decided we'd change it up. And since we're going to retire everything, then might as well send it out like we started it.
Zandy approached Chip and I 4 years ago and asked if we would help him get into Ultra4 by driving Donkey here. And since then, it's, we've been all of us. So, I mean, he's missed, he's remembered, and we want to keep carrying on his legacy.
And that's a great way to do it. And racing with his number, I see you guys are doing. And Pip, you probably traveled the longest of them all, coming all the way from Australia to come out here and honor your good friend Zandy.
We have. It's worth every penny to remember Zandy, to be involved in the family, no matter how far away we are. We talk every day. It's just it's an honor. It's an honor to be able to sit in a seat that the man sat in and wheel his car. You
got your co-driver with you that's going to be helping out also, and talk to him a little bit. And what does this mean to you being here with the family?
This means a whole lot to me, being here with Pip, being here with the whole Rufus family. Ever since we met Zandy and the whole Rufus family back in 2017, 2018. We've been really good friends ever since then.
And one of the really cool things is after this race weekend at Legends of the Fall, that number 24 will be retired from Ultra4 USA forever. Back to you, Ralph.
So we're here with Paul Wolf. We're getting everything set up for the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall here in Disney, Oklahoma. And Paul, you've had an amazing year all year. You're new to Ultra4, not new to off-road per se, but you came in with full force. It's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, so we did rock bouncing for quite a while, did the hill climbing and stuff, and I enjoyed that. But then the Ultra4, I actually ran a late race last year at Visions, not this year, and entered my hill climbing car and ended up second, right between the Miller brothers. And that just kind of set it in my mind of what I wanted to do. And
kind of just fell in love with it. A different style for sure, but
yeah,
racing's racing.
Well, you get a lot more time in the car. So I mean, granted, you got to take care of the car, so it's not quite as maybe wild and radical, but it's a lot more strategic, and you get a lot more time in the car. And then I really like here, I like the rough courses. Really a fan of the huge rocks and just really nasty courses because it gives the guy without a big budget a chance. Because power doesn't matter. It literally comes down to your driving ability.
Yeah, because you have to save the car here.
Yeah.
We were just talking. You just came back from a little, your trail run. Tomorrow's not till tomorrow, buddy. So you're trail riding.
Well, we were in a Defender, so we weren't going. We just looking. Actually, I never seen Viagra, so I wanted to go look at the big hills, just to see the rock slabs or whatever. And we went and looked at them, and just riding there and back. Oh man.
It's going to be rough, and it's going to be an hour and a half plus a lap. I mean, it's going to be wild.
Yeah,
you guys are going to put on a show, but like I said, you have to save the car. You have to drive as hard as you can, but you can't drive too hard because you'll tear up these cars out here.
Yeah, and it's weird because you just looking across the rock slabs out there, there's dips in them that you can't see until you're up on. So if you're running high speed and you don't know exactly where the dips are, it would be hard for you to clean the front of a car off.
Oh yeah, there's lots of holes and there's lots of ledges. There's some water crossings. I think the deepest water crossing we have is about 18 inches. So not bad, but you don't want to full on hit it and soak yourself, soak your electronics. So
especially like this car, the electronics is right here in the dash, and it'll end up, obviously making the car cut out or malfunction. Something relays will go up, so you can't bomb it. I guess you can if you're desperate.
I guess
if you're desperate, you can. might have to in the last lap.
So let's talk about the UFO car. This year, your first race was Moab, and you and Lauren Healy have been battling out all year. Obviously, yourself has stepped up huge this first year. Lauren's been a great competitor in our sport for a very long time, and you came in and gave him a run for your money. Can't remember how many races this came down to those last few little seconds that you guys are so tight. You're so tight in points. You're leading. You and him are like, I mean, neck and neck, going for the NITO National Championship and the East and the West. It's so close.
So right now we're 2-2. So I've won 2, he's won 2, and this is the last round. So.
And this is a double points race. So I mean, it's going to come down to you guys. Whoever places in front of whoever, I think, is going to take it home.
Yeah, definitely. I think that pretty much is how it's going to come down. Like I said, I won the other double points race. He won, I believe, Crandon, and then he also won, where else did he race? Prairie City. So, and I won Moab, and I won the double points race. So
by less than 30 seconds, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's been tight.
I'm telling you.
So, and we've been tight like that, and we've been 1 and 2. Every time we show up to a track together, we're 1 and 2. Whether who's in first or second, changes, but we're 1 and 2, and we've been pushing hard.
And you guys have been ribbing each other a little bit.
Yeah,
I like having fun with it.
Yeah, so I guess he's going to be Superman. I'm a ghost. I don't think Superman's going to catch the ghost.
Who are you going to call?
So, Ghostbusters, baby. We got this. We got it. We're good. No, and the props to Lauren. He's helped us out tremendously. We had some issues with the car early on after Moab, and he steered me and directed me in the right direction.
And how cool is that with the off-road lifestyle we're in? And Lauren's at the top of the game, and you have a question. He's honestly giving you information that helps you better yourself to battle him. I just love how the Ultra4 family comes together.
I got a ton of respect. So it's neat. Like with Lauren, it's really neat that I can go ask him a question, and he'll be like, "Yeah, this is good. Don't do that, or don't do this." And now we'll go out here and look at the course, and I'll be like, "Man, what line are you gonna take?" And he'll be like, "I ain't telling you that."
I'll tell you some stuff,
but
you know,
but I can respect that. Rather than just lying to you, he'll just say, "I ain't telling you," and I got a lot of respect for that.
Pick your battle on that, but behind the scenes prep work and whatnot, like you're saying,
he helps.
He does help.
He steered me and got me on with NITO and with NITO tires, which has been huge.
You're going to put them to work this week.
So it's going to be brutal.
I would leave these tires on for pre-run, tear them up, and then put a brand new set on for the race.
So these are my burnout tires that we did the burnout at
LS
Fest.
Yep.
So
pretty fun.
they're a little wore down, but we're going to use these for pre-running, and then I got a brand new set for race, and then we'll use these for spares, and hopefully that'll get us through the race.
Yeah,
but
it's
that's the plan right now.
And what am I looking? You do have a spare tire, because I'm telling you, this course is tough. It's 5 miles, multiple ups and downs. It's going to be wild, and you're by yourself. So you don't have a co-driver to help you change a tire. You don't have a co-driver to help you navigate.
And that's one of the
things.
Interesting. It's back and forth. The car is built really well. Like, I'm not worried about any of the climbs because I got the little narrower body, and the car will fit between stuff a little better. I believe Lauren's gonna run a 2-seat car if I was to guess.
I asked him. He hasn't told me yet. He brought both of them.
Well, okay, so I think it's I don't know what he'll do. It's up to him. I know that single seat car is probably a little lighter, a little faster than his 2-seat car. And me and him raced at Moab against this 2-seat car, and I beat him. So maybe he doesn't want to run that car. He's a little scared of it. I don't know.
I like your style.
We'll see. But out here I can see his other car doing good for him too. So I'm running the same one. I don't care. This is my baby. Yeah, this is it.
And you've had a lot of great.
And the visibility is really good in this car. So Joe builds a really good car. The visibility is super good in it. I can see both front tires. I can pick ledges really well. So I really like the layout of the car and how it's set up. So that should help tremendously for me being able to see all the rock ledges coming. And so I'm really happy with the car I have here.
Yeah, like we were just going to finish that up with you and Lauren. It's going to be a battle at the end. But you're racing your Can-Am as well in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And if you enter a race, you win or break. And you're at the Nationals, West, East. You're doing so good. What's your plan with the Can-Am this weekend?
So I'm leading right now, and the biggest target's Nationals. I want to win that championship. And so from a national standpoint, I should back off and run a really conservative race. From an East and West standpoint, I want to win, and I'm leading them right now, so I need a podium. Probably not necessarily win, I need a podium, which is hard to do. So I need a push, but I don't want to break the car and ruin nationals.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm
it's
in
got
a
a good
weird
car count here too. So
yeah, I know. So
it's gonna be
so I
impressive.
can't DNF. I have to finish. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to feel it out, and depending on what the car feels like, how it feels when I'm out there. If I feel like everything's flowing well and the car's reacting really well, I might step it up a little bit. If I feel like the car's a little rough, I'm just going to be conservative and just take care.
I got you.
So it really depends on what the car feels like when I get it out and run it tomorrow, and I'll start making more decisions from there. We've had a great year in that car. We did have some issues early on. I think we actually had a bad weld on a steering rack part, and that took us out of one race. And then I think I maybe messed up one other race this year. And but so the car's been really reliable for the most part, and we've done really well. Took home a couple wins. Took home a big win at Visions. That was a double points.
You've had a
really
great
big win.
season in both cars. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, so hopefully we can finish it up here this weekend. I'll be a lot happier. Hopefully Saturday night, I feel a lot better. Either out of, I don't know, I'll be anywhere.
See how it shakes out.
Yeah.
And running the Can-Am, you're going to be racing Friday afternoon, so that's a huge advantage, I feel, because there's nothing like doing pre-running at race speed. So you'll have the Can-Am Friday afternoon, and then racing the big boys Saturday afternoon. It's going to be, I think that's a huge advantage for you.
Definitely. And we got some things in the works for next year too. I'm actually looking to try to run all three. So the way Ultra4 has been working is, you got the UTV class runs, then you got I think it's like 45 to 48
challenge. Yep.
Yeah, you got that class, and then you got the 44s. Well, I'm always bored in that 45 to 48 range. I always have to sit at the camper. So
you gonna get another car?
Trying.
I like your style.
So we're gonna see if we can race all day long.
Man,
so that's the plan, and hopefully that works out, and we can keep going.
So is that your kind of your thought for next season is race all three classes?
Absolutely,
man.
Yeah. If I'm already here, I might as well race.
And hey, seat time. It makes a huge difference.
So, and it'll be a little tricky, but I feel like right now we got really good shock packages on the Can-Am and on this car. And with that being said, it's really easy. I just make a few minor adjustments. The car's good to go, ready to roll. I do all my race prep at home. So I know a couple of guys were concerned about jumping from car to car to car. I think we'll be fine. It may take me the 1 or 2 races to get a handle on if we get a new car, to get a handle on the shock package. Once I get a handle on the shock package,
then you'll feel
I know. I take notes. I write stuff down. I keep it in a notebook, and that way I know how to set the car when I go to the race.
Awesome.
So I'll have a good handle on it.
Well, I think it's going to be a great end of the year, and best of luck. And
I appreciate it.
I can't wait till race day, buddy.
Hey guys, I'm Paul Wolf. We're out here for the Ultra4 USA National Championship. I'll be racing the multiple cars this weekend. Check us out online.
My name is Tim Hooper. I drive the Fuelworks 1505 Ultra4 car, and we're going to be racing this weekend, Halloween weekend, at Legends of the Fall in Disney, Oklahoma. This is our national championship, so all the big boys from Ultra4 will be there, and I think it's going to be crazy because Disney's just a weird place. It's basically used to be a lake, and now it's not, and it's just crazy rocks and crazy ledges. There's woods, there's go fast. I think JT and the crew at MidAmerica is going to put on a heck of a course. We're going to get back to some rock crawling, I believe, so I'm kind of excited about that. So the 4400, it's unlimited. This is a solid axle car. This is a Trim Fab top shelf chassis. We got a Thompson Motorsports 427, so she's a little rowdy. I'm probably the lowest horsepower of my class, and I'm running about 750. Most guys are running 800 to 1,000, and you put that much horsepower with 40-inch tires chewing up, you can't see in front of your face. Basically, you look for shadows of trees and just try to dodge them. And I'm not very good at that because I ran out of talent at Visions and hit a tree. And so this car 2 weeks ago was basically a bared chassis on a frame table getting straightened all back out. So, you know, rumor has it we're going to be racing through the water. So I'm a little concerned about that because my intake is up front. So as soon as I hit water fast and it comes over, I'm a little worried about that. You know, we've been talking about, we've kind of got an idea about redoing the inside cab of the chassis. So basically what you do is you just take your intake and you flip it around. It's not just about the racing, you know. Sure, we show up, you know, we have a very strict safety and technical, you know, as far as keeping the drivers safe and everybody safe. And we race hard, but the cool thing about it is usually after the race, it's pretty much done. You know, you get up the next morning, you pack up and you go to the house. They've kind of they've got a whole experience. You know, you come into the track, there's literally stuff to do throughout. I mean, half the time I wish I wasn't racing just so I could go enjoy it more, you know. But you get through the race, you know, you take the race suit off, the helmet off, and, you know, hopefully jump in a shower and get cleaned up. And then, you know, the next thing you know, you've got all your family there. You got your kids there. You know, you've got all the racers there, all the fans there that's coming. And you get to hang out, talk to people, put the kids to bed. And then, you know, you got a concert at night and, you know, you and the wife can go cut loose a little bit. And it's just, there's just not any place in the country that I've ever been to like that. You know, they put as much emphasis on entertainment and given everybody that pays the entry fee, they want to make sure they get value for that money. And they bring it in spades.
Hey guys, one of the great things about coming out here to Legends of the Fall, well, it's meeting some of the drivers. Well, we know a lot of the big names, but it's the new guys, the first timers that are come out here to basically proverbially bust the cherry, as we like to say. Well, we got a man from the Great White North from Canada, JP Moran. JP, what are you doing down here, man? You gonna ready to have some fun here?
Absolutely. It's a bit nerve-wracking. We're pretty excited. It's my very first Ultra4 race in the 4400 series and class, and I want to go to Hammer this year. So all my friends are actually already racing. Told me I should probably come here and start somewhere. So I know it's the final, but we're excited to go test the truck and get our first race in.
Well, one of the things you have to qualify for the King of the Hammers, and that's the great way to do it, is being out here. Are you a little nervous?
Absolutely. So it's nerve-wracking. We're excited, nervous, scared, but we're ready, and we'll go out there today, try the course, and we'll go from there.
Well, let's talk about the terrain. It's a little bit different from where you come in the Ontario area. I believe you said originally from Quebec. You don't have all this here. You don't have these quarries. You don't have the rocks. You know, you got the forest, but we throw in a few more things out here for you. Is that in your mind? You're thinking about some of this stuff, the jagged rocks, the slippery rocks, and some of these nasty hills.
Absolutely. The climbs and downhill are what's on my mind right now. We're going to go out there, test it out, but absolutely. Our terrain that we race in local series, TMR Custom Off-Road Racing Series in Canada, is actually like similar to what's on the East Coast here in the States, like wood, tight wood, and muddy. But so we're gonna go play on the rock, and the terrain here is absolutely crazy, but it's awesome. Yeah.
Well, keep an eye on this guy as he tries to qualify for King of the Hammers right here at Legends of the Fall.
Okay, I'm Jim Marsden, and we are here for the Ultra4 USA Legends of the Fall here at Grand Lake in Oklahoma. And joining me is Waylon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, and of course Brian Cross. Now, guys, it's so good to see you out here. Are you excited about this course?
Yeah, a little nervous.
A little nervous, right? You've been down there and walking it?
Have not.
Now you're going to need to go down and walk it, because this is one of the truly epic Ultra4 courses I've ever seen. It's something very special. Now, we'll talk to you first of all, Brian. You're going to be out there racing in the UTVs this weekend. You're going to be playing for the championship. You're up against Josh in the Liquid Moly vehicle. What are you going to do?
Well, unfortunately, my co-driver's not here, so Waylon will step in and co-drive, and the biggest thing that him and I need to do is just keep the car together and finish. That's been Miller's and my goal the entire season, is just drive the car around and finish, and it's worked out really well. So that's the entire goal this weekend. and hopefully I can beat him by one position and take the championship.
Fantastic. Sounds like a fantastic plan indeed. Now, Waylon, you're going to be out there racing in your big car and, of course, jumping in the co-driving seat with that. So you're going to get to see the course before you get out in the big car. Is that going to make a big difference to you?
I think so. I've done it a couple times now where I've co-drove and then hopped in my car, and I noticed the difference. I pick new lines, find new things, and it works out pretty well.
Awesome. Now, we watched you racing at Crandon only a few weeks ago, and you were absolutely on top form until all the sort of wheels kind of fell off and we had engine troubles.
It's always good till I'm not.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that was an engine issue that time. I'm guessing you got a new motor in there for this race. So what kind of horsepower are we going to be putting down?
It's about the same, about 860 at the crank, about 500 to the ground.
And who are the favourites here this weekend? Who are you going to be really tussling with?
Lauren's always one of my guys. I'm always trying to chase and run down and stuff. It's been like that ever since I started racing with him. So it's pretty cool to be up there with him. And obviously the Gomez boys are fast as hell.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Mr. Wolf's going to be out there causing hassle, of course.
I always forget about Paul, man.
Yeah. But then, of course, there's always somebody we can't actually discount in all of this racing. And that's your sister. So no. So there it is. We've got your wonderful car here once again. So what are you going for? What's this? Is this the one? Is this going to be the win?
I'm like 99% sure this is going to be the win. This is my strongest suit. Rock crawling. You know, we've been doing a lot of short course this year, which I'm not a fan of. So just getting a little mixture of the more the rocks and the desert type feel. Similar to hammers, it's my favorite, so I'm very confident in this one.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing you out there. So who's going to be sitting in the co-driving seat for you for this one?
Brian over here will be this
man.
time. Yeah, unfortunately Miller's not going to make it because he got bitten by a rattlesnake.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I hope you get better soon. That's bad. That is good for you, and good for you, but bad for Ryan. So I hope you get better. But right, so when you're in the car with Bailey, are you telling her to speed up, or are you telling her to slow down?
In the short course, always faster, but I've never been in the rocks with her, so this will be a new experience for me. And again, the whole goal is to try and finish because we potentially have a chance to win a championship, whether it be West Coast or in nationals. So currently we're sitting in 4th place in nationals and 3rd in West Coast. So we got.
It literally is all to play for out there,
correct.
Isn't it? Yeah, indeed. Look, guys, have the most fantastic race out there. We love watching the Campbells race. We love seeing you out on track. You always give us so much. So good luck, and we hope you have good fortune on the course.
I'm Waylon Campbell.
Bailey Campbell.
I'm Brian Crofts.
We're at Legends of the Fall.
Ultra4 Racing.
At South Grand Lake.
I'm joined by MidAmerica Outdoors and Ultra4 USA race director JT Taylor. JT, this course came together in about a 4-week span. Can you give us some insight on the natural terrain and beautiful property itself?
Yes, ma'am. So this is GRDA property that we're racing on. First time it's ever been raced. And like you said, it is absolutely beautiful. Trees are turning, and it's just awesome. It's about a 1,400-acre area that we're using, and we've got a 5-mile race course. We've got go fast flat rocks. We got big horrible boulders. We got steep climbs, and the racers are loving it. Pre-running, getting it burned in. Course is really shaping up. Found a few places I had to do some fine-tuning on, like usual, but I'm really excited to watch the smiles when they come off this course.
So we're here with Paul Wolf. We're getting everything set up for the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall here in Disney, Oklahoma. And Paul, you've had an amazing year all year. You're new to Ultra4, not new to off-road per se, but you came in with full force. It's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, so we did rock bouncing for quite a while, did the hill climbing and stuff, and I enjoyed that. But then the Ultra4, I actually ran a late race last year at Visions, not this year, and entered my hill climbing car and ended up second, right between the Miller brothers. And that just kind of set it in my mind of what I wanted to do. And
kind of just fell in love with it. And a different style for sure, but
yeah,
racing's racing.
Well, you get a lot more time in the car. So I mean, granted, you got to take care of the car, so it's not quite as maybe wild and radical, but it's a lot more strategic, and you get a lot more time in the car. And then I really like here, I like the rough courses. Really fan of the huge rocks and just really nasty course because it gives the guy without a big budget a chance. Because power doesn't matter. It literally comes down to your driving ability.
Yeah, because you have to save the car here.
Yeah.
We were just talking. You just came back from a little, your trail run. Pre-run's not till tomorrow, buddy. So you're trail riding.
Well, we were in a Defender, so we weren't going. We just looking. Actually, I never seen Viagra, so I wanted to go look at the big hills, just to see the rock slabs or whatever. we went and looked at them, and just riding there and back, oh man,
It's going to be rough, and it's going to be an hour and a half plus a lap. I mean, it's going to be wild.
Yeah,
you guys are going to put on a show, but like I said, you have to save the car. You have to drive as hard as you can, but you can't drive too hard because you'll tear up these cars out here.
Yeah, and it's weird because you just looking across the rock slabs out there, there's dips in them that you can't see until you're up on. So if you're running high speed and you don't know exactly where the dips are, it would be hard for you to clean the front of a car off.
Oh yeah, there's lots of holes and there's lots of ledges. There's some water crossings. They're only, I think the deepest water crossing we have is about 18 inches, so not bad. But you don't want to full on hit it and soak yourself, soak your electronics. So
especially like this car, the electronics is right here in the dash, and it'll end up, obviously making the car cut out or malfunction. Something relays will go up, so you can't bomb it. I guess you can if you're desperate.
I guess
if you're desperate, you
can.
Might have to in the last lap.
So let's talk about the UFO car. This year, your first race was Moab, and you and Lauren Healy have been battling out all year. Obviously, yourself has stepped up huge this first year. Lauren's been a great competitor in our sport for a very long time, and you came in and gave him a run for your money. Can't remember how many races this came down to those last few little seconds that you guys are so tight. You're so tight in points. You're leading. You and him are like, neck and neck, going for the NITO National Championship and the East and the West. It's so close.
So right now we're 2-2. So I've won 2, he's won 2, and this is the last round. So.
And this is a double points race. So I mean, it's going to come down to you guys. Whoever places in front of whoever, I think, is going to take it home.
Yeah, definitely. I think that pretty much is how it's going to come down. Like I said, I won the other double points race. He won. I believe Crandon, and then he also won, where else did he race? Prairie City. So, and I won Moab, and I won the double points race. So
by less than 30 seconds, if I remember.
Yeah, it's been tight.
I'm telling you.
So, and we've been tight like that, and we've been 1 and 2. Every time we show up to a track together, we're 1 and 2. Whether who's in first or second, changes, but we're 1 and 2, and we've been pushing hard.
And you guys have been ribbing each other a little bit.
Yeah,
I like having fun with it.
Yeah, so I guess he's going to be Superman. I'm a ghost. I don't think Superman's gonna catch the ghost.
Who are you gonna call?
So, Ghostbusters, baby. We got this. We got it. We're good. No, and the props to Lauren. He's helped us out tremendously. We had some issues with the car early on after Moab, and he steered me and directed me in the right direction.
And how cool is that with the off-road lifestyle we're in? And Lauren's at the top of the game, and you have a question. He's honestly giving you information that helps you better yourself to battle him. I just love how the Ultra4 family comes together.
I got a ton of respect. So it's neat. Like with Lauren, it's really neat that I can go ask him a question, and he'll be like, "Yeah, this is good. Don't do that, or don't do this." And now we'll go out here and look at the course, and I'm like, "Man, what line are you gonna take?" And he'll be like, "I ain't telling you that."
I'll
like,
tell you some stuff,
I ain't telling you that. But I can respect that. Rather than just lying to you, he'll just say, "I ain't telling you," and I got a lot of respect for that.
Pick your battle on that, but behind the scenes prep work and whatnot, like you're saying,
he helps.
He does help.
He steered me and got me on with NITO and with NITO tires, which has been huge.
You're going to put them to work this week.
So it's going to be brutal.
I would leave these tires on for pre-run, tear them up, and then put a brand new set on for the race.
So these are my burnout tires that we did the burnout at LS Fest.
Yep.
So
pretty fun.
They're a little wore down, but we're going to use these for pre-running, and then I got a brand new set for race, and then we'll use these for spares, and hopefully that'll get us through the race.
Yeah,
but
it's
that's the plan right now.
And what am I looking? You do have a spare tire, because I'm telling you, this course is tough. It's 5 miles, multiple ups and downs.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild, and you're by yourself. So you don't have a co-driver to help you change a tire. You don't have a co-driver to help you navigate.
And that's one of the
things.
It's
Interesting.
It's back and forth. The car is built really well. Like, I'm not worried about any of the climbs because I got the little narrower body, and the car will fit between stuff a little better. I believe Lauren's gonna run a 2-seat car if I was to guess.
I asked him. He hasn't told me yet. He brought both of them.
Well, okay, so I think it's I don't know what he'll do. It's up to him. I know that single seat car is probably a little lighter, a little faster than his 2-seat car. And me and him raced at Moab against this 2-seat car, and I beat him. So maybe he doesn't want to run that car. He's a little scared of it. I don't know.
I like your style.
We'll see. But out here I can see his other car doing good for him too. So I'm running the same one. I don't care. This is my baby. Yeah, this is it.
And you've had a lot of great.
And the visibility is really good in this car. So Joe builds a really good car. The visibility's super good in it. I can see both front tires. I can pick ledges really well. So I really like the layout of the car and how it's set up. So that should help tremendously for me being able to see all the rock ledges coming. And so I'm really happy with the car I have here.
Yeah, like we were just going to finish that up with you and Lauren. It's going to be a battle at the end. But you're racing your Can-Am as well in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And if you enter a race, you win or break. And you're at the you're Nationals, West, East. You're doing so good. What's your plan with the Can-Am this weekend?
So I'm leading right now, and the biggest target's Nationals. I want to win that championship, and so from a national standpoint, I should back off and run a really conservative race. From an East and West standpoint, I want to win, and I'm leading them right now. So I need a podium. Probably not necessarily win. I need a podium, which is hard to do. So I need a push, but I don't want to break the car and ruin Nationals.
Yeah.
So I'm
it's
in
got a good
weird
car count here too. So
yeah, I know. So
it's going to be
so I
impressive.
can't DNF. I have to finish. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to feel it out, and depending on what the car feels like, how it feels when I'm out there. If I feel like everything's flowing well and the car's reacting really well, I might step it up a little bit. If I feel like the car's a little rough, I'm just going to be conservative and just take care.
I got you.
So it really depends on what the car feels like when I get it out and run it tomorrow, and I'll start making more decisions from there. We've had a great year in that car. We did have some issues early on. I think we actually had a bad weld on a steering rack part, and that took us out of one race. And then I think I maybe messed up one other race this year. And but so the car's been really reliable for the most part, and we've done really well. Took home a couple wins. Took home a big win at Visions. That was a double points.
You've had a really great season in both cars. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, so hopefully we can finish it up here this weekend. I'll be a lot happier. Hopefully Saturday night, I'll feel a lot better. Either out of, I don't know, I'll be anywhere.
See how it shakes out.
Yeah.
And running the Can-Am, you're going to be racing Friday afternoon. So that's a huge advantage, I feel, because there's nothing like doing pre-running at race speed. So you'll have the Can-Am Friday afternoon and then racing the big boys Saturday afternoon. It's going to be, I think that's a huge advantage for you.
Definitely. And we got some things in the works for next year too. I'm actually looking to try to run all three. So the way Ultra4 has been working is, you got the UTV class runs, then you got, I think it's like 45 to 48
challenge. Yep.
Yeah, you got that class, and then you have the 44s. Well, I'm always bored in that 45 to 48 range. I always have to sit at the camper. So
you gonna get another car?
Trying.
I like your style.
So we're gonna see if we can race all day long.
Man,
so that's the plan, and hopefully that works out and we can keep going.
So is that your kind of your thought for next season is race all three classes?
Absolutely,
man.
Yeah. If I'm already here, I might as well race.
And hey, seat time. It makes a huge difference.
So, and it'll be a little tricky. But I feel like right now we got really good shock packages on the Can-Am and on this car. And with that being said, it's really easy. I just make a few minor adjustments. The car's good to go, ready to roll. I do all my race prep at home. So I know a couple of guys were concerned about jumping from car to car to car. I think we'll be fine. It may take me one or two races to get a handle on if we get a new car, to get a handle on the shock package. Once I get a handle on the shock package,
then you'll feel
I know. I take notes. I write stuff down. I keep it in a notebook. And that way I know how to set the car when I go to the race.
Awesome.
So I'll have a good handle on it.
Well, I think it's going to be a great end of the year, and best of luck. And
I appreciate it.
I can't wait till race day, buddy.
Hey guys, I'm Paul Wolf. We're out here for the Ultra4 USA National Championship. I'll be racing the multiple cars this weekend. Check us out online.
JT, we're out here at the waterfall. What are the drivers trying to accomplish here?
So it's a really big step that they have to get up, and it's got water flowing down it, and it's a double ledge, so you got to pick your line and not break your car and not roll over. So it's a challenge.
On a difficult level, what would you rate this at?
9.5.
Ooh, it's going to be fun to watch this. JT, you guys call this Little Blue, but to me it looks like big options.
There's a lot of options in this little canyon. There's multiple drops. You can run right down the middle. But it's a knuckle ripper offer, so it's tough.
And you really don't care which way they come through, they just got to come down through it?
No, I want to give them options because I don't want it to be a bottleneck. If somebody has a problem or turns turtle, has a gravity issue, I want people to be able to keep racing.
It's going to be a challenging area, so we've been ranking all of these. What's the difficulty here?
It's about an 8.
Well, you don't give these guys a break anywhere, do you?
It's kind of flat by the start-finish line.
I love it. Well, JT, I've been in lazy boys that didn't kick back this far. This is what you guys call Viagra, and we're going to race up and or down this depending on the category you're in this weekend, correct?
Yes, sir. The rock bouncers are going to race up it, and then 44, 48, and 45 are racing down it, and it's a challenge either way.
Okay, so we're doing the scale of difficulty. Where would you rate this one?
Coming down, it's about a 7. It's just the mental factor. It's intimidating.
I can tell you just from sitting here, the intimidation factor is about a 15.
So I'm here with Dwayne Garrettson, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra4, and we are here at South Grand Lake. Look, it's absolutely beautiful. Dwayne, what do you think?
Man, this is an awesome place to be here. I'm excited about this new venue. We've wreck-wheeled here for, probably the past 10 years, so I'm pretty excited to actually finally have a full-blown event here.
So what is your favorite trail here at the Disney Langley Recreation Area?
Man, I guess I really don't have a favorite trail like I like to run, but of course Viagra is definitely the draw. You see tons of action, tons of rollovers, tons of success, but tons of failures as well, so it's always a good time.
Yeah, it's a great place to race, and we're here at the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall racing for the Nitto National Championship, and it comes down to the wire. You're top 5 in nationals. You're, I think, 2nd or 3rd in the East, if I'm not mistaken. You got a good year going.
Yeah, we're last year we won the championship. We pretty much had it locked in before we got to the national race, and this year with the double points folds, it really opened things up for all the classes.
It's interesting, isn't it?
So nobody really has it locked in, so it's going to be a great weekend. We do have an opportunity to maybe squeak into the top spot nationally, but we definitely have, a lot of room for the East Coast Championship as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. And like you said, you've been wheeling here for a long time. I've wheeled here myself for a long time, so we've probably crossed paths out there in the rocks before. But I'm so excited to have a Ultra4 USA here at the Disney Recreation Area. It's going to be an amazing race, but there's much more than just that. I mean, Friday night, trunk or treat downtown. Casey Donahue. I mean, what are your thoughts about all that?
Man, I think since MAO has come in, and taken over the Ultra4 USA, things have just exploded, man. They definitely want to have, top-notch racing, but, they want us to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's an event with a race going on as well. I mean, the Robinettes are all about that style, and it's really been a lot of fun this year.
Oh, yeah. For us, we're a 4500 class, so we're never the main event. So, some of the big party action might take a little bit away from the 4400 guys, so they might feel like we do now. But overall, man, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it's just been a great year. We've been racing all season long. It comes down to this, and it's your race. We'll see how it all shakes out, but I'm excited for you, buddy.
Oh yeah, man, we're excited too. We just can't wait to get out there tomorrow and do a little pre-running, see how the car works, see if we can dial a few things in, man, and get on that box.
And talking about pre-running, I think that's extremely important because there's a few water crossings you need to memorize. We have them pretty marked out, but you don't want to hit it too hard. The rock crawling here is going to be absolutely amazing. So I'm excited for you to get out there on the course and give us some feedback.
Yeah, oh yeah, me too. Like I said, I've never had my Ultra4 car here, so I'm pretty excited just to see what it's going to do and how it works, and we're pumped, man.
What was your favorite race of this season so far?
Man, I don't really know. I want to say it probably had to be, it wasn't an Ultra4 race, everything kind of got twisted, but it was probably the 918 race that we had early on in the season.
First one.
It was the first time that we got to go to MidAmerica. It was 16 degrees when we're pre-running. It was 34 degrees during the main race.
And then it snowed on you.
Yeah, it was the true testament of endurance racing, man. It was a blast.
So what do you think about MidAmerica, the off-road park itself?
Oh, the off-road park is top-notch facility, man. You're not going to go anywhere in the United States and find a nicer park than you're going to find at MidAmerica. We've been all over the world. We've been, in rock sports, nationally since '07. So I've seen some parks. I've seen a lot of things. You're not going to find a better facility.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing out here, and we're just a half hour away from the park. They've got the side-by-side championship series going, so in between live feeds, we'll be bouncing back and forth with them. They've got their own trunk or treat on Saturday night, so you have time, you can go over there. It's free to the public Saturday night as well, so you can go check that out. It's just going to be a great weekend. I mean, it's Legends of the Fall is coming in full force.
Yeah, man, we're excited. We brought some bunch of candy and stuff for the kids too. We like to see them little guys and gals in their little costumes.
I mean,
man,
family
living it
first
up.
is what we're all about, for sure.
We're excited about everything.
Terry, it's so good to see you. A full year has gone by. So many things have changed. So many things have happened for you. Your program is growing, and I love to see all of that. You know, we always usually see that infamous photo of you at Hammers where you have this cape on and you're doing all this great stuff. So it's so cool to see you out here. Walk me through how your year's been for you.
This year's been really neat, but my results haven't shown how great a year it's been. I mean, I've just had so much fun with the partners, so many fun events, so much great support. And, you know, I broke my foot before the Moab race, and it hurt, and I broke my hand before this one. And it hasn't been a great year on paper, but we've had just an amazing year with the team. We've had a lot of fun, a lot of good travels.
Well, I know here at MidAmerica Outdoors, you've done so many cool things, from doing the parachute stuff during Vision and coordinate all of that, and, you know, riding motorcycle and what was that thing called? Like, not the Wheel of Death, but like the Wall of Death. That was really cool. And then I got to see you at Sand Sport, and you were showcasing all that stuff out there. And like you said, it may not be the best. What's happening? You're choking on grass. Well, Cassius is here, and with that being said, last round of the season.
This is amazing. I am so excited to be here. So, Big Meats Run, John Sumner, back in the day for the guys that followed Pirate and wheeled, that was here. My first wheeling in the rocks ever was here, like right after high school. I would come with Hawkinson's and Brian Shirley. That's how I met Mike McClure. That's how Big Jim, back in the day, before the XXRA days, before the Wee Rock days, before the Dirt Ride days, we all came here to wheel. And I haven't been back in years. So it's so cool to actually get to come race where I wheeled for the first time, since some of the obstacles we thought was so hard at the time, and we were in little Jeeps on 35s and stock parts, and I had a 70s CJ, and to come here now with the technology and the changes, it's just so much fun. I'm having a great time.
Well, and I know kind of what that feeling's like. You know, for many people that don't know, Terry, you're a great driver. You're an amazing co-driver, spotter, everything that you've done out there. And like you were talking about full circle, you ran Pritchett with me my second time, and you're like, Tiffany, what is going on? I'm like, you don't understand. The tears are flowing. They're like, you know, it still hits you. Like, I'm about to cry about it now. But when you accomplish something like you have, all those great things, and you get to come back here, it's got to be a little emotional for you.
Oh, it's so much fun being back here, because I really don't plan on doing this that many more years. And I'm loving the coaching. I'm loving the training. I'm loving the team stuff. And I'd like to do a couple hard years. We're building Can-Am's building me my dream car for Hammers. I'm finally getting my dream car, and we're going to CA Technologies on that. And really, really excited about Hammers. We're going to do it hard next year. But I don't know how many more years I'm going to do this. I'll still hang out, and I still want to be part of it. But I'm enjoying it now while I can.
And talking about that, you've got a great partnership with MidAmerica Outdoors, the Robinettes. You know, you were pretty much one of the first ambassadors, you know, that you were out there telling everybody about this park. And then one day you're like, Tiffany, you're going to this park? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to this park. You're like, you're going to love it. With that being said, what do you feel like the future is going to be for you, MidAmerica, the Robinettes, Ultra4, how everything's transpired this entire year?
So there are some huge things coming to this park. I honestly haven't been told what I can and can't talk about, but I did fly out here a few weeks ago. Travis Pastrana, set him down with Jason. We're doing a lot of plans, and there's going to be new things coming here, exciting things. I'm actually looking for a house close to here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to play here, and I'd like to be more of the part of the park and play and enjoy and train and teach and get involved in the kids programs and maybe do a little less travel.
I feel you on the little less travel. It's really cool. And mistake me if I'm wrong, but you're from Dodge City, Kansas, correct?
I'm actually from Great Bend, which is about 50 miles from Dodge. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what drew me into this originally. Shirley's, Brian's dad. Levi was just a little shit running around the shop. Brian had a trailer shop, BS Trailer Sales. I had an oil field company, and I bought my trailers from Brian, and then went in the shop, and there's these rock cars in there, Jeeps at the time, more or less, and then things evolved until I ran I don't even know, I should know these stats, but I ran 4 or 5 Hammers with Levi when he was, we made him a fake ID for his first one and actually lied because he wasn't old enough to enter at the time. So that's Shirley's and Mike McClure are the ones that I can thank for dragging me into this.
All right, so we always like to do a few things. I don't know, you may have heard about me doing all these this or that's, and I really want to do it with you because you have so much more that is just racer, driver, spotter, teacher, you know, through for you, Terry. Like, you are a person. I love knowing some cool stats about you. It's really awesome to be able to see this, but I really want to know certain things about you. So we're going to do a little bit of this or that. So, Terry, are you a chocolate or vanilla type of ice cream person?
Wow, that one's tough because I'm chocolate all the way except ice cream.
Really?
Yes. Okay. I'm if I got a choice and they're there, I'm going with a scoop of each.
Swirl. It's like a swirl, right? All right. Obviously, we know you love dogs, so there's no cat or dog question. I'm a cat person, so hamburgers or hot dogs on like a weekend when you have your time away from racing but just relaxing.
So this one's going to surprise you. If I got a choice, I'd rather have a big salad.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I eat more vegetables than I really do anything else.
All right. Obviously, we know that you're from the desert, and then also Kansas. But if you had to go on vacation, would you rather pick the ocean or the mountains?
God, you're killing me. Probably the mountains. Okay. I love the ocean, but I'll relax more in the mountains where I can actually just sit down and not feel like I have to go do something.
Is there a favorite mountain range or a favorite part of the country that you are like, hey, this is where I go. Nobody can get a hold of me. It's time to just be like Terry time.
There's several places in Colorado. We went there as kids and went hiking, and Shirley's have an amazing cabin up there that we went to for years and camped and wheeled at. I haven't been in a few years. I need to, but all the old trails around Buena Vista and Tin Cup and the Jeep trails there are just amazing.
All right. Would you rather be a Batman fan or a Superman fan?
God, would you sit down at night and just come up with these, or do you take suggestions, or? I think Batman. I like the technology he gets to play with. Okay. The new Batman, where he had, I need the guy that I can say, I want one of these, one of these, one of these.
All right. Well, we're going to do one last one for you. Are you a morning person or a night owl?
So, both. A lot of times, I love mornings. I love the peace in the morning and the sunrise and this, but I get way more done at night. When I can, there's too many distractions during the day. When I can shut the shop doors when everybody leaves, I'll work till 2 or 3 in the morning, and then I'll look and realize it's 2 or 3 in the morning, and be like, oh shit, I should probably stop. So, yeah.
All right. Well, Terry, thank you so much for taking the time. One last question. I always like to wrap these really cool sit-down check-in interviews. If you could give one piece of advice to somebody that kind of wants to be where you're at right now, regardless of where they want to finish, what's a piece of advice that you would give somebody if they wanted to be here racing Ultra 4 or racing Legends of the Falls, Hammers, Mint, every iconic race that we have here in off-road?
To be careful what you wish for. So I dreamed of doing this, dreamed of it. And then as soon as I had it, it's funny when somebody starts giving you a check, there becomes expectations. Then I took it way too serious, and there was a year there where I took all the fun out of it. I was way too hard on myself, and the fun came out of it. And when I put the fun back in it, that's when I started enjoying it again. Just don't forget why you initially started doing it.
Like, it's kind of like you see those memes when everybody's like, oh, I wish I had more money. I wish I had a race car. And then you look back and you're like, wait, I have a race car. I have these checks. Please don't make me cry, Terry, because you're about to make me cry. But thank you so much. You guys, if you want to be able to watch Terry, I'm crying right now, so you take the silver. Where do you want to go?
What do I want?
No. Like, where do they go to check out where all you're doing?
Oh, I pretty much got everything just on my Instagram anymore. I got tired of a lot of the drama of all the others. I don't know why you're crying.
I don't know why. I think I'm just crying because I don't know why. I'm just crying, but...
It's just at Terry_Madden.
When you have 1,000 horsepower under you and are navigating difficult terrain, safety is paramount and at the forefront, especially for our NRRA Rock Bouncer drivers. With me is Wade Good, driver of Misfit. Now, Wade, there are a lot of safety measures in place to ensure your safety out on course. Can you talk us through some of those?
Yeah, first thing, you gotta have a minimum of a 2-layer fire suit. You gotta have a Hans device, which my favorite's a Simpson Hybrid. Keeps you from breaking your neck in a bad crash. You have to have fire gloves, fire shoes, a full face helmet with a face shield. If you come over in the cab, you got to have a window net or wrist restraints for if a bad crash, your arms can't fly out of the vehicle. You got to have at least 2 fire extinguishers, one inside, one out. Something a lot of people don't know we have is a RII box. It can be shut off electronically at any time. in a dangerous situation. And as the sport progresses, so does our safety. Next year, 2023, it's going to be mandatory for all drivers to have a fire suppression system in their vehicle.
A lot of critical safety measures to ensure all of our guys are safe out on course for the inaugural Legends of the Fall here in Disney.
I'm here with John Williams, part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and you're running really good up in national points, and it's been a lot of fun watching you progress throughout the season. And it all comes down to the Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall for the NITO National Championship. And it's this race, double points race. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we're so excited to be here, grateful for the opportunity to be here and go up against the best drivers out there in the stock class and see what everybody's brought their A game and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, the stock class, you know, it started as a grassroots. I love that part of the off-road lifestyle, and it's really a tight-knit group, but it's growing quite a bit. It's really cool to see what everybody is actually bringing to the races.
So we're excited. You know, in our choice to be here is, we look at the overall cost. We could build an unlimited car, we could build a stock car, but based off our business is building Jeeps just a hair under this.
You're marketing for yourself.
For customers, yet we're validating. If there's a part I'm going to sell to a customer, was it going to last? Well, I run King of the Hammers, I run Ultra4 Racing with it. If it runs good enough for me, it should be good enough for you. So everything we're doing is we're validating our ability to take a stock class car to the next level. We're validating the parts choices, the manufacturers that we've chosen to be on our car, making sure their products are up to the task. And then we do a little bit of R&D testing for them while we're out here. If something fails or they need to make something better, we're going to put it to a lot more of a test, a lot quicker than an average customer is, to get them feedback to help the industry grow. Everything we can do to make it grow is the better.
Absolutely. And this course is going to be fun because there's going to be some actual rock crawling sections and some go fast. So tire pressure is going to be a huge deal out there. And you have something kind of special going on there too, don't you?
So we're the only Jeep or vehicle out here equipped with the BF Goodrich Active Air CTIS. I have the ability to, in pre-running, I'll pre-select 4 different air pressure settings based off the terrain that I'm driving. I can hit a button, have it adjust up, adjust down. I can go from 30 PSI to 7 in 45 seconds and all 4 tires on the fly. I can air back up in 3.5 minutes. And so I think that's going to give me a pretty good advantage here, is having that ability to fine-tune air pressure versus the terrain we're driving.
Yeah, so pre-running is going to be extremely huge for you, because you need to figure out what mark to lower your air pressure. We got a climb coming. Oh, now we're going to go fast. Let's bump it back up, hit that button. I think that's a really cool thing you guys are bringing to the table.
I'm excited to see it work. I'm excited to be in a race that has a little bit of everything. Back like as close to King of the Hammers as we're going to get. We're not running for 7 laps of 2 minutes a lap like Sturgis. We're running for a good amount of time where real driver talent, skill, and vehicle capability is really going to come into play out here. And so it's going to be an awesome race.
Yeah, and the stock class has come out in full force. You get your own race. It's an hour and a half plus a lap. I mean, you have Kendall Glines, you have Albert Contreras, John Schaefer, Brad Lovell, Bailey Cole, Vaughn Gittin Jr. I mean, it's a stacked field out here, and it's going to be a race to the finish. I'm excited to see you out there battling with everybody. And it's been really cool to see what Ford has brought to the table, and it's really elevated the stock class game. It's got a really good spotlight on it right now, and I love to see you out there battling with them and really bringing what you want to the table.
Yeah, we're super stoked to be here. It's definitely bringing innovation. If you want to be at their level, you know, you have a choice. You either stay here or you look at what they're able to do and you rise up. And if any real racer wants to rise up. I don't want to limit the stock class based off anything. I want to make what we do as good as what they have, or as close as I can get, and give it our best. And that's the whole goal, is to race against the best.
And that's what you're going to do this weekend for Legends of the Fall. But it's not just about the race. We also have Friday night, the trunk or treat. We have the concerts. We have the costumes for the whole family and everything. How excited you are for that on Friday?
It's a fantastic family event. We're just excited to be here, run around, see everything, and it's the best thing about it is you can bring your kids, bring your wife, bring anybody with you that wants to go have a good time. There's something for everybody, and that's what really helps the sport keep on growing. If it's just a sport that only a spotter and a navigator can do, then it kind of limits everybody.
It's hard to do that, for sure. Yeah, MidAmerica Outdoors with Ultra4 and the Robinettes have really tried to implement that even more than it already has been. And Ultra4 has been a big family for a long time, and it's just growing bigger and bigger. And I mean, that's what it's all about with the off-road lifestyle.
It's awesome when your kids are as excited about your next race for what they get to do there as you are for what we get to do here, you know. And so it's been a fantastic year. I can't wait to see what next year brings, and we're not going anywhere. We're going to keep supporting and keep playing and doing our best.
Well, I appreciate that for sure. Let's go back to mid-season, Visions. That was such a fun race. That was the first race my family's been to, and they watched the race from the pool, watched the Jumbotron. We ate at the Legend Steakhouse. I mean, you can go wash your car in the. I mean, there's so many amazing amenities there. What's your take on it?
I thought it was fantastic. So, in my background, I worked at Miller Motorsports Park, and all the racers in Lucas Oil and when Ultra4 went there, they loved going there. The cement parking lots, all the amenities, and it was like that's gone away. But now we've been replaced with another facility that gives you everything you want. It's like you're in your own little.
Welcome back to Disney, Oklahoma. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen and Dave Arnold with you. Night has finally fallen here, Dave, as we wrap up the activity here at Legends of the Fall, the inaugural event here at Disney, Oklahoma for Legends of the Fall. You can still see there's lights on. There's still people playing around behind us out here. They got through Nasty Girl. They got through all the racing today. It was a pretty wild day, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The weather mostly cooperated throughout the week so far. We've got a little drizzle going on. Happened a little bit during the finals for the National Rock Racing Association. Now it's coming down. It basically held off. They have their awards going on right now for the Ultra 4 classes. So I know we got some guests coming on. They're just going to be coming in hot from their awards.
Pretty much like they did with the racing
That's
all day
right.
today. Let's talk a little bit about the 4,400 category. That was some pretty good action today.
Oh, definitely some great action for sure. And we watched some, some of the favorites out there had a few issues. A lot of people talking about with the Ford Broncos, and Von Gittin Jr. unfortunately had some issues, lost the front wheel drive. We saw them, having some issues at one of the staircases over there, trying to winch up, couldn't get it done. I know Wyland Campbell was also a big favorite. We had his dad Shannon Campbell on, who talked about blowing his motor, or Wyland blowing his motor. So Shannon, instead of racing himself, he went and did the UTV. So here's my motor, son. Go out and race. Unfortunately, we're not sure what happened, but we didn't see him come in through there. So it was quite interesting how it all turned out.
There was a lot of anticipation to see the 4,400s run here at Legends of the Fall at Disney. What did you think of the venue and how it played out for this being the season finale for the category?
I think it was one of the more challenging courses we had, throwing a lot of the water into the, equation there. Caused a little bit slippery for the rocks, but the jagged rocks, I must have seen 8 or 9, vehicles come in. There's 9 pit spots over there. 8 of them were full, changing tires each time. They were ripping tires out there. They were going for it. And I think it's one of those things sometimes in your head you're going to try and rush through it. Well, sometimes you got to go a little slower to get through some of the sections.
Yeah. Well, all 4 of the Gomez brothers were here this week, and you had a chance to chat with them, I believe.
Well, we talked around a little bit, It's been a long time since we've had all the brothers out there competing, and it was really great to see. Darius and JP, and also Raul, who's the reigning king of the Hammers champion, and Marcus was also here too. So it was great to see them all competing, and it just shows how strong the family units are and how much, it is to come out and play together.
And we had a chance to catch up with JP here this weekend.
Our second place finisher, JP Gomez. JP, that was a wildly exciting race, and you finished it out here on the podium. What were your thoughts?
Well, we watched the 4,800 this morning, and everybody was getting flat, so I was like, all right, I'll go out there and go 70%. And I got passed right away by my brother with a flat. I knew he was going to break his stuff, so I was like, not worried about it. And I just, kept my pace and not get ahead of myself. And it was carnage out there after the second or third lap, the lappers. I mean, so we're battling there, and, they're racing, we're racing. So it was super fun out there, super fun race.
And just like that, we load the first victim right in. Hey, Brent, how are you? Good to see you. Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Tell us a little bit about your day today.
Well, I guess I just kind of woke up this morning and I was going to just go for it no matter what. That's what I kind of had in the back of my mind anyways. I didn't really care about tires or anything, This is my 3rd year doing this, and we've been so close so many different times. But if you follow Ultra4 Racing, there's 20 bad dudes, and it's got to be your day. You got to go for it all the time, and I wasn't going to give up today, and I don't know if that really helped me, but we drive hard every single time, But we had a good clean race, and that was about it, No flats, and my tires were pretty much gone when we were done, but it worked out for us really good.
Yeah, attrition is one of the biggest things that we see in, of course, the Ultra 4 racing, especially the 4400 class. Things are so tuned up and so sprung tight, things can go wrong. And you have to just, sometimes just all the cards fall into place there. I know, Weiland was out there for a while, all of a sudden, bam, he's gone. And then I hear the white flag out there, you're out front, and I hear a call, oh, JP, he's got a flat, he's pulling in. You just kept running all the way.
Yeah, JP actually got into me. It was a little bit of payback from last year in Mexico. But, yeah, I tagged him like 3 or 4 times in Mexico last year. And, I felt a bump, and it was a little harder than normal. And I was like, I wonder if that's JP or Raul, And then I seen a red hood, and I was like, he got me. So, yeah, it's all in good fun.
We're seeing some of the highlights from the day here now. What part of the course was the toughest for you today?
These cars are built so well. Paul Horschel built my car. He's my teammate. There wasn't really anything difficult about the race, Paul won the Baja 1000 in my car, and I bought that from him in 21 before Hammers. But, that ledge right there was pretty legit that we just watched go up, but that was only when other cars were stuck on course, and getting winched up. But I actually flopped put my passenger side into Casey Gilbert today, and I'm glad he was all right because his window net was down and everything. But for the most part, the toughest part was just keeping your tires on your rig, and I don't know how we kept my tires on because I had cords showing on the 2 rears, and there was nothing left in the front on my tires, so...
This was the inaugural running of Legends of the Fall here in Disney. How do you think it stacked up as far as a course for championship finale?
I had a blast. I mean, to be honest with you, we've raced all over the nation, and I didn't know if I'd really like this. And then we went out pre-running yesterday, and I freaking loved it. The water wasn't much fun because it cut visibility and everything, but I had a blast out there today, and I was pretty excited last night. I mean, I've got a good feeling about Hammers this year, and I didn't have any feeling about today other than just go run as hard as I can with the other 20 badasses that are out there, right, and hope for the best, But it's for fun, it's probably in the top 3. I'd say Hammers, and it's tight between Cranon and here. I mean, I have a lot of fun at Cranon, but that's a totally different race. That's short course race, and this is kind of the mix between both. We had some fast speed areas and rocks. Nothing like Hammers rocks, but you still get your tires taken out, right?
Well, this is your first win here for it, so it's got to be a little bit more special for the final race of the year.
Yeah, winning the Nationals, not national championship, but winning the Nationals race is pretty kind of surreal for me because I have never been on the podium, and I've been right there a couple times, leading the race or rolling second, and always have that 25 cent part take us out, and it's not from a lack of prep, again, Paul Horschel's my teammate, my car's taken care of in Park City, and they do a phenomenal job. We have a great pit crew. And these guys take care of my car just as good as Paul's car, and they support me and my son Brent, and Brent, my boy's doing awesome too in 4800. So, we prep that car, but Paul takes care of everything for us. So, like I said, anything can happen at any time.
Well, we appreciate you coming by. Congratulations. Enjoy it over the winter break as you get ready for the 23 season. That's some great momentum carrying yourself into 2023. If you want to see all of the award ceremonies that are going on all around Disney and Jay, Oklahoma right now, make sure you tune in to AmericanOutdoorEvents.tv. They'll be presenting the award ceremonies in the coming days on AmericanOutdoorEvents.tv. But stay with us right here on more Speedsport.tv. We got more coming for you from here in Disney, Oklahoma.
years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need, or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide, or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
A lot of fun still being had out here in Disney, Oklahoma. Folks playing in their ATVs all around us out here, enjoying the trails at night. They've shut down Nasty Girl. We saw a few guys that, hold my beer, I'm going to give it a try in my pickup truck. And they got a little bit up the hill, but not far enough. But nobody rolled back over either. So Rick Levizo joins us now. You had a great day today in 4,500. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really good day. It was a very challenging course. I think we killed 3 tires out there. But it wasn't the tires' fault. It was the driver ran out of talent, just a little bit of talent. So, but yeah, it was an epic day. We actually got second in the race and tied up, got us first in the East, third in the West, and we won the national championship.
That's a great day right there.
Yeah, so it was a good day. Good day.
Well, I'm talking about the 4,500 class. It's a little bit different than the 4,500. You guys have a few changes there. The live axle, no independent front suspension, if I'm correct on that.
Yeah, no IFS.
Yes.
We're basically a stock Jeep or Bronco or whatever you want.
Yeah.
But we're able to modify it. So we have to run the 37-inch DOT tires.
Yep.
Our shocks have to be mounted on our axles, and we have to have a mechanical steering box.
Yeah, so it makes it a little bit more difficult going through some of these sections.
Yeah, like all the cars you see with the yellow going on the screens and stuff, they're full hydro. So we're a mechanical steering box, and their shocks are on their trailing arms. So they're 1.5 to 1, where we're 1 to 1. So it's a little bit different class. It's a little more driver and not so much machine.
Is that why you picked the category? You like that challenge?
Yeah, I wanted to drive. It was about driving. You can throw the 4,400 class like Brett Harold was just with you guys. It's a fun sport, and it's a class that we want to move up to. But it's a money class, and this is more just driving and a driver's class. We all in our class all have the same cars. So really, it's just how you drive it to win.
Gotcha. So what made the difference for you, driver? What did you do really right today?
So what I did really right today, it was actually, you got to go back about 7 months. My brother was my co-driver, and we actually did 4th at Hammers this year. We had a phenomenal year, and he called me and said, hey, I need to have knee surgery. And he goes, I'm not going to be able to be your co-driver. And I was like freaking out going, I don't have a co-driver, And my really good friend who races in the 4,400 class, James Mahoney, said, you know what? I'm taking a year off. I'll be your co-driver. And so he races in the big class, so have him come and sit with me. He's been guiding me the whole race and saying, turn here, do this, do that. And it just made me a better driver, and it got me to the top.
So you listened?
Yeah.
Listening was the difference maker.
Yeah, my wife says I finally listened.
You're never gonna live that one down.
Yeah, no. My wife laying in bed last night. She says, I figured it out. You just need to finish. I don't care where you do, but you better finish.
Yeah.
And so all day during the race, that's what was in the back of my mind. Got to finish. And so that's why we let Troy get in front of us a little bit, because we knew if we pushed the car too hard, if we broke, we weren't going to win the championship. So we played it safe, and we got second, and we won the championship.
So how do you celebrate that title now?
We're just what we're doing right now. We just had a great award ceremony. We're going to go back. We'll tear the car apart. We'll get it ready to go to Hammers, and we'll go back and try to do it again.
You'll be able to see that award ceremony, by the way, on AmericanOutdoorEvents.tv. They'll be running that there throughout the week, so you can see everybody getting their awards up there. You can watch yourself.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
As you get ready for Hammers and 23 right around the corner, how are you going to spend the winter?
So I'm actually got some exciting news for the team. We decided after 5 years of racing the lower classes, my wife has given me the permission to spend a little bit of money, and so we're going to step up. And Paul Herschel is redesigned a car for me, and we're going to move up into the 4400 class. So we're going to go to Hammers and see if we can't do at least finish in the top 10, maybe the top 15. So we're going to be prepping that car, and then be prepping the 4500 car. I have somebody that's going to drive it. If they don't drive it, then I'll end up driving both classes.
That's outstanding. Congratulations.
Yeah, so we're excited.
Christmas came a little early.
Yeah,
huh?
a little early. I bless my wife.
Well, it's always great to have the permission of the better
boss.
office with the boss.
Yeah.
The one that controls the checkbook there. But, one of the things about stepping it up there and all that, any thoughts after driving the 4500, of course, and then now the other guys, any changes you would do on the 4400 part?
It's really so going to when you step up into the 4400 class, that full IFS suspension makes a big difference. Having a straight axle car, having only 14 inches of travel, I think I'm ready as a driver now to step up to that class. I didn't think I was at the beginning, but now after doing it for 5 years, and we've had some really good epic years. So yeah, I think we're ready to go. And I know it's a little bit faster, but I think with everything I've learned in the 4500 that we should be competitive in the 4400 class.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in the 4400 next year at the King of the Hammers for sure.
All right.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the championship. We're going to be right back here at Disney, Oklahoma. We got more guests to talk to and a few more things to do before we wrap up the Legends of the Fall weekend. This is Josh Bleiler, the 4400 champion for 2022. Congratulations, Josh. What a day, huh?
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate it.
That had to feel great.
It did. It was an amazing day. Weather held out nice. It was a great race.
What made the difference for you today behind the wheel?
We're a little unconventional in our racing tactics. We always just raced the race. We didn't put a whole lot of planning and figuring out where we needed to be point structure-wise. We knew it was going to be a close points race for the national championship. Every time in the past where I've tried to strategize around that, it makes a mess. So we ran out, did our race, and let the numbers fall where they fall.
Dave?
Well, one of the things that we saw so much without here is attrition with the tires.
Yep.
You had some issues?
We had one flat on the last lap, but the tires held up great. Drove a little conservative to hold the tires together. Knew it was going to be a major issue, so drove it safe and pushed a little hard in the last lap and ate one there.
Anybody have to get up and do any winching today?
We actually got extremely fortunate there. We had about 5 laps to go. We blew a front axle out of the car. But fortunately, we had some friends that were already broke down on the waterfall, and they were still there. And it's totally legal for those guys to help. Other competitors can help you. So they were on the top of the side of the waterfall. We never had to get out of the car. They hooked a winch and pulled us each lap.
That's very nice, because I know we saw like Von Kitten Jr. had some issues. He lost it trying to winch. Then he had cable failure, kind of gave up. So just these issues that you run into, it's like overcoming them.
Correct. Yep. It's that's why I like this this series so much. It's there's no written rule. There's no every mile, every second is going to be different, and it's all how you adapt and overcome and just take on those new challenges. Is why I enjoy this so much.
Well, I know a couple of the guys mentioned that the water was a little bit of an issue with vision, and we're worried a little bit about electrical.
Yep. Yeah, we're East Coast racers, so generally we make our cars like submarines. We can drive them underwater, and they do great. And surprisingly, this race I had a lot of problems with electrical. I got in our wiring harness; it was breaking up. We lost communications; it wiped all of that out. But she held together. But this race was totally different from the normal East Coast mud races we do, where it's mud and water and slop. This was pure water. It was rocks and clean water, so it was definitely different.
Yeah, you got a lot of granite, you got a lot of limestone, very sharp. So I'm sure during pre-run, you guys are marking, okay, there's a sharp spot.
Yep, absolutely. We pre-ran this course probably 30 laps and took all our notes and deep water spots and made it work.
That's the key.
How'd you feel about Disney Oklahoma as a great spot for Legends of the Fall?
I think it's a great spot. Honestly, I had my doubts when this got booked. Traditionally we were in the other Oklahoma facility, and I thought that was a perfect national race. And when it got moved here, I was doubtful, especially when I heard it was only a 5-mile course and this many cars. I doubted that it was going to be a great race, but it was. And the big part of that was that there's no dust. And I think in the driest of seasons, there's not going to be dust here, just with the amount of water. So it was a great national race.
Well, congratulations on the championship. Enjoy the winter. It's a lot of momentum carrying into 23. We got just a little bit more for you right after these words here from Disney, Oklahoma. Stay with us.
Thank you.
Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Arturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Arturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Arturo. Arturo Tires. Go your own way.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Well, we got champions all over the place here in Disney, Oklahoma. This is your 2022 4800 Legends champion. His name is Woody Rose. Congratulations, Woody.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Tell me about the day. How did it all come together for you?
Oh, well, the day, I loved it. It was an awesome race. I enjoyed it the whole entire day. The Joker line was pretty aggressive. I got it in about 3 shots, so that was a plus. The other waterfall didn't go as bad. Had one time where I had to hang up on it, and that's about it.
Yeah, one of the things that people don't realize with the Joker, it might be a little bit shorter, but it's a little bit more difficult. So it's kind of like, do you take that and risk it to get by somebody in case somebody gets stuck? That's always an option, correct?
Yes. So the first lap, I was going to take it, and then I saw Brent Harrell. He went to take it, and I saw he was winching up it, so I was like, okay, I'll just skip it this time. And the next lap, it was nice and open, so I took my shot, and about 3 shots it took, and just went right up.
And well, let's talk a little bit about the 48 Legends class. Now, that's the original Hammers vehicles that they started racing with, but 4400s is the new evolution. It's pretty much open your wallet, spend a lot of money.
Pretty
You're
much.
limited, to live front axles. You've got single shocks per corner.
Mhm.
And this can only be a front-mounted motors there, too.
Yes.
And the shocks are 2.5 versus the big boys.
Yes, so it limits you quite a bit during all the hard, aggressive hits, but I make it work out most of the time.
Obviously, it worked out.
Yeah, you just feel out the car, feel out how everything is going to hit. You look at it, and it's either going to go one of two ways. It's either going to be really smooth or really rough.
So you really have to think.
What are your plans now going forward now that you won this championship?
My plans for this next season? I think we're going to race all of Ultra 4 next year. That's going to be the plan.
Good, okay.
And where are you based out? Are you going to do east-west? What are you looking at?
We're going to go for an overall.
Overall? Oh, let's go national championship.
Yes,
There you
national
go.
championship. That is the plan.
That's great.
So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah. So the nice thing is Lake Havasu City, Arizona in October. That is going to be the final round. A little bit different from this. A total desert situation. A little bit more similar to, let's say, King of the Hammers out in Johnson Valley.
Yes, I'm actually looking forward to that race quite a bit. I heard about it, and I was shocked that we were actually going there. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be really fun.
We'll have to break the pontoon boat out and take you out in the lake, too.
Yes, I will look forward to that.
Well, thanks for coming out and visiting with us. Enjoy that championship. Have a great off season. We'll see you, I guess, at Hammers early 23.
Hammers, and I'm going for the win this year, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, taking that momentum with him from winning
Yes.
the championship. Woody Rose, the
See how it
2022 champ, 4,800 Legends. Okay, we're coming right back here to Disney, Oklahoma. Stay with us.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Well, we've gotten down to our final champion, our champion reporter. Erica Allred did a great job here all weekend covering the action. Thanks. Did you have a good time?
Absolutely. This weekend has exceeded all of my expectations. Most importantly, today I was finally able to go course side during the 4,400 Unlimited race, and that gave me a whole new perspective on just how tough the terrain is that these guys have to handle. Wow, was that insane.
Yeah, it really is something. Well, we made a big announcement here this weekend as well. So we teased it a little bit earlier today, and let's show you what's coming here to Disney.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the time we gon' take it far.
Always been real, we don't fake it all.
Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Listen, not the scenes, time to live my dreams. Do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I stop a flow, make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, the best, came from the endless. I ain't with the games, bitch, you with the chest. We beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Quitting was never an option.
Nitro Circus and MidAmerica have teamed up, and we are going to build a one-of-a-kind, family-friendly action motor park in the center of America, MidAmerica, Jay, Oklahoma. This purpose-built nitro course that we're designing right now, it's not only going to be great for Nitro Rallycross, but we're talking off-road trucks, lemons, supermoto, anything that you can imagine. It's going to have asphalt, it's going to have pavement, polished concrete. We're talking Talladega berms, we're talking off-campers, we're talking skid pads. Everything that you've ever seen anywhere in the world, multiply it times 5, and that is our goal for MidAmerica, Jay, Oklahoma. And not only that, we're bringing in pump tracks for the kids. We're making sure that we have, if you guys want to learn backflips, we're going to have airbags to teach you backflips or to show you backflips. If you want to watch, if you want to participate, MidAmerica Outdoors is going to be your place. We're coming in hot, and this is going to be the most epic place on the face of the earth, right in the middle of America. For myself and the rest of the Nitro Rallycross crew, we are looking forward to seeing you firsthand with the premiere of our new epic Nitro Playground. Visions 2023, June 14th through 18th. Do not miss it. You're going to want to be there. You have to see this, and it's going to be awesome.
Arguably one of the biggest announcements made in motorsports in 2022, the fact that Travis Pastrana is moving his entire operation to here. It's going to be insane over at MAO.
Oh, it's so crazy. I had a chance to go check out Pastrana Land back in Maryland, and man, it is insane. The foam pits, the trails, they got the shredders out there. You do backflips in this pit. Well, he's stepping it up here. They got the rallycross. I know they did some stuff over at the Utah Motorsports Campus. Now he's going to have everything in one spot here, and that's what's going to be so cool about it. And I like the fact that he's going to get the kids involved. Travis, he's got his kids now. Now he's thinking about the future and teaching these young kids how to do these things crazy. Because they're going to do something crazy. You might as well do it the right way and the safe way.
That's right. And then you saw at the very end the announcement about Champ Off-Road. They didn't give you the whole announcement. They teased it a little bit. More coming in the next few days, but it's another big announcement, Dave.
I'm definitely excited about it. I've been involved with the short course wheel for the last 15 years, and, I've watched a lot of these drivers, and it's so exciting to see, and, to see it over at the MAO, facility, which I know, Erica, you got to go over and check that out, too.
It was absolutely unreal. The fact that they put all of that together for all of the families here to just truly enjoy, it really stays true to their family-friendly and focused destination, not just a race facility.
Dave and I finally had an opportunity to break free from here in Disney, and we went over to MAO, MidAmerica Outdoors, to check it out. Here's what we thought of that amazing facility. Hi, everybody. Welcome to one of the most amazing motorsports facilities you'll find anywhere in the country. MidAmerica Outdoors. And Dave Arnold, this place is remarkable.
Well, it's incredible. We're watching a little heat racing going on. We've got the big MAO side-by-side championships going on in conjunction with the Legends of the Fall with the Ultra4s that we were just at that facility. Well, this one, Ralph, blows me away. The sights, the amenities that they have is incredible. Everything from the pool, the lazy river, to even the Barbie downhill Jeep that they do normally during the summertime here. But champions will come out of this weekend. Everything from the kids and the youth 170s to the youth 1000s to the women to our veterans to our big pro naturally aspirated, as well as the production turbo cars. So we're going to see some great action here for sure.
Behind the cabins over here to our right is an area for monster trucks. There's a spot for RC car racing going on. You got the short course behind us. There's a huge stage and stadium set up over here for live music. There's, as Dave mentioned, the Barbie downhill. It's all here, Dave.
Well, what I'm looking forward to is the lazy river coming back and, having an adult beverage sitting there and floating around while all the action unfolds.
Pro shop that will remind you of a Bass Pro Shop. And next year, you and me, Barbie Downhill, it's on, brother. Bring it. I was absolutely blown away by MidAmerica Outdoors. And I got to tell you, I was blown away by the whole weekend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everything's just been incredible. Seeing the championships going on, seeing some great friends, a lot of my racers. One of the things that I was so impressed in an off-road park, asphalt, concrete, showers, free laundry.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not used to that when I go to an off-road park. I mean, I expect to take my stuff home in a bag, dirty, nasty. The car doesn't get all, into the rig. You clean your stuff before you put it back away in your trailer. I mean, and then the track layout, wow, insane.
Yeah, Erica, you grew up with your family in Snowcross. No snow around here. Get a little dirty this weekend, but what'd you think?
Just a tad, yeah. It's a little bit different than Snowcross. It's kind of all the same, though. The motorsports families, they all bind together, and no matter what, if somebody needs something, you can go to any team, quite frankly, because they want to be able to beat you out on the course and not from a technicality. Yep. So this family-friendly aspect, just really spans across all motorsports.
Well, a big thank you to Jason Robinette and his family, his wife, kids, for bringing us out here, letting us be a part of Legends of the Fall for the very first time here in Disney, Oklahoma, and over at MAO, MidAmerica Outdoors. It's been a phenomenal weekend. Speed Sport's been thrilled to be here. We also want to thank our friends at Ford, Maxxis, Raceline, Ultimax, Rigid, High Lifter, and Rugged for all their help in bringing this to you. All right, well, for all of our friends here, Erica Allred, my buddy Dave Arnold, Pam Hall worked with us, Tiffany Stone, Miles
James, and James Marsden.
Yep, we had a whole cast holding Speed Sport microphones this weekend. Congratulations to all the winners and the newly crowned champions. It's been an amazing weekend here in Oklahoma at the Sooner State. Good night, everybody.